You know what game's really good? Every time I pull up Baldur's Gate 3, they remind me that Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 exists. That's a good game if you've never played it.
Yeah, I've played both of those Xbox or
Yeah,
console, whatever Baldur's Gate games. They're
yeah.
they're good. They're very cheesable though, because the dupe bug.
Right? Yeah, like there was problems with them, but I had a high opinion of those games as I recall. I remember beating the second one, I think, 3 or 4 times, I think. I really liked that game.
My main problem with them is they're off a very old version of D&D that uses like the negative AC system,
Oh, really?
and
Oh.
I've never managed to get my head around it. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's like the less AC your armor has, the better it is, and it
Yeah.
makes no sense to me. It's like D&D 2.0 or something like that.
Yeah, before all the changes.
But yeah, I've never been able to make heads or tails of what the hell I'm talking about when I try to figure armor class on that version of D&D.
It's an action game, right? As I recall, it's kind of like a Diablo D&D game, isn't it? As I
Yeah,
remember.
it's like Diablo. You've got skill points you pick up that let you get a number of D&D type spells and
Yeah.
abilities.
Like I remember we beat that game co-op, I think 2 or 3 times. Pretty fun.
But yeah, it's a good game. It's very old though, and it's
Yeah,
kind of hard
very
to pick up
old.
to because of the age.
Yeah, the age is the thing I've been really looking at. I would say the most, I guess, what's the word? Factor, the largest, the greatest factor that calculates into my gaming success is age. How old is the game and can it still be played? Because the older it is, it tends to be better, I think. But,
Well, a lot of old games are fantastic classics, but it has
oh,
to be
yeah.
one of those to be worth your time.
Yeah, like Skyrim without the mods is frankly horrible. Like, you know? Yeah.
I like Skyrim without mods.
I mean, I like it, but I still think it's horrible compared to like some of the stuff you can do, like rehash the magic system and stuff. I don't know, but it was
I
still
mean,
good. It was good classic. I think you're right. Yeah,
Lover's Lab is there for a reason.
yeah, that's true. Will you invite, please? Oh, I'm sorry. If you're ready, I'm ready
Yeah,
now.
I thought you were taking. I'm in the middle of the harpy fight. I'm
You're
almost done.
good.
I got one harpy left.
You're totally good. I am not in a rush, Begon. You take your time. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be BRB.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, guys. I love you. If you don't aren't actively trying to destroy me, I love you.
Hi, ILY. I'm Skycat Live, and I am here to register a video complaint with Blizzard for Overwatch 2 and Quest Watch. And I'm not here to criticize Quest Watch except for one thing, and I'm mainly here to criticize Overwatch 2. And so this will come under the umbrella of Quest Watch, which is what caused me to write this paper that you're about to hear me recite. And, I'm just trying to register my opinion in this modern age. That's all. And so, hi, I'm Skycat Live, and it's nice to meet you guys. I haven't done a lot of stuff like this before, so, anyways, so here is my 4-page thesis paper complaint entitled "Dear Blizz Why," a response to Quest Watch, right? And the TLDRs don't read, but that's a joke. Please do. Quest Watch. I look at this and I think, how much time did this even take, and why? Who's the market, and why? What does it have to do with the game? And I think a 30-second enigmatic cinematic for some other content would have been better content for less time and work, in my opinion. 5 years, and this is what you spent your money and time on, rather than ever rebalancing without ever really touching Junkrat or his alt in 5 years. And I suppose I'd like to edit here and say, or the other one-shot DPS, right? So I and every other healer in the game and every other player, DPS included, get one shot at spawn from their spawn, and this is a joke, it's like halfway across the map, from minute 1 of every single game of Overwatch that has ever been played. And I feel like, I feel like I'm gonna add something here. It's not just like tire. It's grenades being lobbed, over walls and stuff, kind of like knives in Call of Duty, where remember how people used to chuck knives over buildings and it would land in their head and stuff like that. Like it's just a little bit crazy. It's like one-shot DPS that doesn't even require LOS is kind of what I'm getting at here. Or if it does, it doesn't require much risk from the DPS. This is the complaint that I'm making about Overwatch, that I'm couching under Quest Watch, because Quest Watch is what people are paying attention to, I think. But also, like, it's like, why did you worry about Quest Watch when the real issues are still really, really apparent, right? So I get one shot at spawn, no lie, no exaggeration, no joke, and this is sarcasm, guys. I'm sorry, case in point. This is sarcasm. Thousands of hours, and I have never ever, and this is sarcasm, and I'm just writing it out how I felt it in the moment, right? I feel like I've never ever really truly played a match without a Junkrat or some form of one-trick riding, one-trick, one-shot DPS riding your lazy imbalance once in 5 years. Now, I know the game is sort of designed around that, but it's still sort of hard to stomach the one-shot gameplay. It's a little bit bad. 10 people in a match, 12 people in a match, doesn't matter what game, what mode, there will be at least one quote-unquote Junkrat. It is usually Junkrat, but not always. Not, of course, it's not 100% of the time. It's maybe, it's like 92% of the time or something like that. It's not always Junkrat. It's going to be, soldier with a visor, or a diva with a bomb, or people doing their jobs. It's not that one shot shouldn't exist. It's that I am a victim of it all the time as a healer, and it feels incredibly unfair. And I know fair is a construct in a person's mind. There's no such thing as fairness or unfair. But I shit you not, I'm a streamer. I've been streaming Overwatch for 14 months now, and we have an inside joke when it comes to this. I ask my people in my stream, okay, let's see who the Instalock Junkrat is in every single game of Overwatch. Always, it's like pretty much a given. It can't be 100% of the time. That's just not how life works. But it feels like it, and this isn't important, and I'm gonna really the problem is, it feels like it. It feels like every game I'm coming up against basically Junkrat, like Widow, Diva Bomb. They might not start Junkrat Tire, but they end Junkrat Tire. These days, it's worse than Junkrat. All you ever see is classes capable of one-shots, primarily Junkrat and Genjis, Divas, and Widows. All classes able to either one-shot you, and by you, I mean the royal you, meaning every healer, and this is kind of selfish here, I'm going to say, healer, who gets one-shot, right? I think about this like Stylosa would, logically. Healer, who
coming
gets
in
one-shots? Shout out to Stylosa.
It didn't take my first
if I'm going to drop another
click.
I'm going to say hello, I don't know you, but I'm going to drop the Stylosa.
Looks like you're here now.
It's kind of like who stands to benefit kind of thing in a conspiracy or something.
I can't believe I went an hour on this.
The kid diddler. And no, he doesn't actually diddle kids, but he does bad things to kids.
Whoa, sweet. Oh, gotta do one thing. Hold on. Just gotta fire up my game capture instead of my display capture. There we go. And I believe I'm all set. Let me just run one more thing. Gotta run a sound check.
Nowhere else to go, you heartless sod.
Please open the fucking tablet. Please open it. Jesus Christ. Can't you fucking work any of these pieces of shit? All the software and all the hardware in the world is a fucking entire scam. Please do something. Please do something. I can't make this fucking tablet work. I can't do it. Why are you upside down? Why are you fucking with me? Why are you doing this? Stop this. Stop this now. Oh my god. Stop this now. Why are you doing this? I cannot get this off my screen. Yeah, no.
Stay back.
What the fuck?
You're in my house.
What the fuck, man?
House was
Fine, close
empty.
again.
And
Piece of
cheerful.
shit.
Refugees for hire. Catchy, right?
Mate, there is so much wrong with that name.
Enough to clean crimson.
Oh, damn it. Fine. Fuck with me. Fucking piece of shit. Check. Fine. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay, all set. Sorry.
Dogs to butcher my wife and
Okay.
kid, are you? That's not what I meant. But
Fucking piece of shit. Fucking tablet. Fucking piece of shit. Oops.
the place was empty. Keep those thugs away from my family.
Please get this off my screen. Please get it off my screen.
Get us out of my house now.
Get it off my screen. Get it off my screen. Get it off my screen.
Sweetheart, you paid me and my boys to be caravan guards, not
Come on.
cattle wranglers.
What did you do? What did you do? Why is this tablet fucking out like
I
this?
just want to remove
Settings.
these unlawful interlopers from my property.
What? What are you doing?
What
What
do you
is
mean
this
by
tablet doing? It's like off on its own. Like it has removed the screen and forced the fucking video on me that I didn't load.
Enough of this.
And it's in some app and I can't minimize.
What's your
Oh my
proposal?
god, just shut off, you piece of fucking living shit. Fucking worthless ass software and hardware now. Barely works ever. Goddamn fucking tablet fucking with me. Yeah, restart, you piece of shit. You're
Old family
broken.
motto. Never
Piece of
trust
shit.
anyone who
Fucking
works
Amazon
for
Kindle
free.
barely works.
What's in it for
What
you?
the fuck?
A vigilante, eh?
I like his hat.
But you definitely have your head
That's a
screwed on
pimp hat.
straight.
I would turn the feathers 180.
Yeah.
Get those criminals
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
my
why
house
would-
and
why would
you'll
they
have
ever be
my
going forward?
profound
Final Fantasy 11 did that too. They do these feathers on hats wrong.
Is the little dog trying to intimidate us? If it continues to
Oh,
bark,
Minthara, best character.
Man, it really seems like she could get shot in the head just fine. You know, pan shot, you know?
In the city under one collective rule, from cut purses to contract killers.
Well, we know Minthara's not getting shot in the head with an arrow unless it's in the face, you know?
Oh, you know, it's shocking how many people opt for the hard way when the easy way's right there. Any last words?
Yeah, your face looks fucked up.
Vagina!
Or that.
She asked for my last word.
That's an intimidator. I don't actually want to piss off the guild. I don't know if this actually affects our rep with them.
Man, they should give you money when you roll
You're
33.
serious.
Like, here's 2,000 gold.
Let's forget this unpleasantness ever happened. Come on, boys. We've got places to be.
Yes, you do. Ooh, level.
Ooh, level.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Ooh, squirrel. Let's see. I got class features of... Oh, yeah, I got to fire up my Discord here. Not that you need to watch what I'm doing. I'm just going to make it available to you.
Okay.
Having eyes on what your friends are doing is a good thing. Now, Level 1 spell slot unlocked. Level 2 spell slot unlocked. An extra attack. Oh no, an extra attack. Uh-oh. And then, oh wait, yeah, that's if I go Pally. Do you care what I do?
I think you're just going Paladin with all the rest of your
The
levels.
rest of it, huh? Alright. Aid, Branding Smite, Lesser Rest, Magic Weapon. Oh, I got Magic Weapon. Oh, no, that's not the right... what is it? Summon Magic Weapon or something? And I got an O spell of Misty Step and Hold Person. I can Hold Person now. Wow. Maybe I will jump in and run Hold Person on the boss or whatever. Not the boss, but humanoids. I guess I do go Paladin, huh? Alright, that's where it works for me. Gonna get rid of command and take Hold Person. Never mind. I don't have Hold Person, I guess. That's just baseline. That's cool. I guess, I don't know where this comes from, but I have Troubadour's Wonder, which I believe gives you another bardic inspiration use. And I don't know if that's... Oh, those are my gloves. The gloves give me that. I see how the system works.
Yeah, I don't know that those gloves are even that powerful.
Wow, yeah, like I don't think so. I just didn't know you could see all of the buffs reflected in the character features. That's actually really cool.
My wife is texting me for a bottle of milk. I will be right back.
You're good. Yeah.
This takes like 2 minutes.
I don't care, man. You're good. I'm gonna read my oaths. Oath of Vengeance tenets, right? Oath of Vengeance paladins abide by the following tenets. Fight the greater evil, exerting your wisdom, identify the higher morality in any given instance, and fight for it. No mercy for the wicked, chasten those who dole out their villainy by wiping their blight from the world forever. Failure to abide by their tenets will result in a paladin forsaking their oath and becoming something very different, an oathbreaker. Martial Prodigy, a lifetime of relentless training gave you armor proficiency with light and medium armor, as well as proficiency with the short sword, long sword, and great sword. Devil's Sight, you can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical, to a distance of 24m. Repelling Blast when you hit a creature with Eldritch. And then I guess my game froze. I guess my game did freeze. Yeah, my game froze. Oh no, there it goes. Something about Pact of the Blade screwed up. Something about the Pact of the Blade tooltip like froze the game for a minute. 89 health. Man, I'm like a chunky boy. Chunky girl now. 14 strength, 10 dex, 16 con, 8 int, 11 whiz, 17 charisma. If I go Warlock, I could get Misty Escape, which would be pretty fun. And I could gain a spell. But there's nothing...
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I am going to do something quick in camp, so you can stay there, though.
You know, if I go Lock, I get Misty Escape, which is more powerful than what the Paladin level is offering me. Does it matter?
Let's see, keep going the Paladin level, you get much better stuff.
Okay, okay, I see what you're saying, right? Yeah, you need the progress forward, okay? And the extra, no, never mind. Extra attack is much better. I'm tripping. Never mind. We're good. Yep, except...
Well, I'm glad someone does. Perhaps I'll get used to it.
Extra attack.
I have a lot
That's
to
just
get used to right
insane.
now.
That's like level 50 warrior in Final Fantasy 11, or sorry, 25 warrior in Final Fantasy 11, because
All right.
yeah, you're like 1/3 of the way at level 25, right? Or at least old Final Fantasy 11. So they would give you double attack at level 25. So suddenly you're swinging twice with this great axe. So what was normally 140 damage suddenly becomes 240 or 280 every 4 or 5 hits. So powerful. It's still basically the most powerful thing in Final Fantasy 11 that I can think of. Double and triple attack. Or there's another one that's worse, or better, I mean. Occasionally attacks 2 to 4 times. That's the best stat in the game. The Kraken Club had it. It was worth $30,000 on eBay for about 10 years. And there was only about, I don't know, 60 of them in existence or something. There was less of them. There was less Kraken Clubs in existence than, say, Law Dog was. Law Dog got our title for opening the gates. Our friend Law Dog got Scarab Mount in World of Warcraft for help. Well, we helped him unlock the gates, essentially, or whatever you want to call it. The entire guild worked towards it. But there was only maybe, I don't know how many servers in WoW there was at that time, 300 or something like that. But there was only like 300 people in the world who had that mount or something like that. I don't know what the numbers were. It's more than that, I think. 600 something, who knows. But like, the only other thing in existence that valuable in MMORPGs that I can think of is the Kraken Club, which gives you occasionally swing between 1 and 8 times. 1 and 8 times the Kraken Club, which made it the most valuable MMORPG item of all time, bottoming out at only about 60 of them in existence or something. At $30,000 a pop on eBay for 10 whole years, it was like that. It's still like that. I don't know what a Kraken Club would go for in the scene, but at least $3,000, I would imagine. And it takes camping 24 hours a day for a solid week to get a mob that only spawns once a week, the Lord of Anzozo, which is why that's worth $3,000 American. Is you have to sit there an entire solid real life week just to have a chance at it, and it still might not drop the club for another 20 kills or something. So you got to camp there all week. You can't leave because it could pop at any time. And then, you know, at the end of it, you have a $3,000 club that the entire world like jizzes their pants for, but you had to spend many, many weeks of your life on a chance. So, which is why it's worth $3,000 or more.
You see, those animals are out of the picture.
But occasionally attack 1 to 8 times is the best stat I've ever heard of.
You going to turn us next? I don't want to take charity from some stranger. We'll get going.
11. The more I play D&D, I realize how much of a ripoff Final Fantasy 11 is of D&D. It's actually pretty much like the 3.5 tool set. There's no difference really.
It's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's not a bad. I'm saying it's a good thing. I didn't know what made FFXI good, and it's because it's pretty much a straight up Dungeons and Dragons ripoff. The only difference is auto swinging. That's it. Are you ready to depart?
I already departed.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry, you didn't tell me.
I went back to camp to get Shadowheart's mace. Inthara now has 2 legendary weapons.
Stupid enough to leave camp. Remind them that this is our city, and we don't take kindly to parasites.
When you see a Kraken Club in the wild, it's like seeing 10 what's that called? That priest in Molten Core, priest staff in Molten Core, benediction, right? It's like seeing 10 benedictions in the same place at the same time. It's like kind of crazy. When you see it, you're like, oh my god. Why can't I get up? Oh my god, I came the wrong way. Really? You could tell Yoshi P was a D&D addict because he made the Kraken a club And clubs suck dick.
Let's go around looting everything.
Okay.
We kicked the bums out, but now it's time for us to steal everything that's not nailed down.
All right. I don't think there's anything left in here. Like, one of the funny things about Kraken Club is along with it comes the only weapon skill that's good, which is Hexa Strike. And Hexa Strike is okay at best. It's still the worst weapon skill in the game. So along with Kraken Club and that nice $3,000 or more, you know, distinction is the worst weapon skill in the game. And it's the only skill you can use. So it's kind of funny. He wrote it very funny. Clubs suck dick, you know.
That might be worth a look.
All right, let's go into the danger zone.
Oh yeah, there's a zone.
There's a fuck ton of traps. So it's good I have advantage, because otherwise I'd be guaranteed to mess up on a few of these. Come in the basement when you can.
Yep. Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry. The way the camera angle it took me a while to find it. There we go. Sorry.
So there's just an ass ton of fireworks and tripwires for the fireworks all over this room.
Alright.
We gotta get to the far end.
A trap. Someone doesn't like.
But here's where you find out why that guy was so especially eager to get the squatters out of his hut.
Why?
Oh, since you asked, I mean, all the lore books are just at the end of this room. He's been working with the cult of Baal.
Oh.
The cult of Baal actually owns the fireworks store that's in the main Baldur's Gate area. And they've been sending him shipments of fireworks for him to put into teddy bears and then donate to refugee children.
Oh my
the children
God.
get blown up by the fireworks he's stuffing in their teddy bears.
Yeah, that sounds like something humans would do. Yeah, this is why I don't like the human race. Yeah.
Well, it's the cult of Baal. It's
Yeah, but I'm sure this has been used in war before. Where do you think they got the idea from?
I don't know. I haven't heard of that story in particular. I've heard it's
roadside
pretty
bombs,
big stuff.
or I've heard some Vietnam stuff like they would send kids strapped with bombs right up into the fucking American platoon, and the kid would come up to hug the GI, and then you got nothing.
I mean, that was happening in Afghanistan too.
Afghanistan was the other thing I was going to say, but I was scared to say it.
Should be scared to say historical fact. In fact, you should be proud to, because people shouldn't forget that shit happened.
Shouldn't forget it happened, yes, but it's still like child murder, and it's an unpleasant topic.
Well, like in World War II, the Japanese government had taught their people that Americans were such rapacious monsters that they were, like, as the Americans were getting on some of their islands, the civilians would all just take hand grenades and pull the pin.
Yep, that's don't fuck with me. Yep.
It's crazy the stuff people subjected
it's a
their
simple
own people to.
it's a simple concept to understand. Don't fuck with us, and they'll do anything. I can relate. I watched that thing you linked me, most of it, like 4 hours. Or I listened to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History. I am 4 hours and 28 minutes in. Exquisite, Begon, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for stimulating my mind. Most people don't do that. You know?
I'm glad you like it. I didn't think you'd actually have time to. I play. It's long.
I play 14 hours a day, 105 hours a week, 400 hours a month, and I got to listen to something. You know.
Well, so he has like Spotify or something if you really want to get into his shit. But on YouTube,
like it.
He's got 2 series that I've actually listened to on YouTube. One is the Supernova in the East, which, like I said, fantastic for giving you information about World War II. It's so wide scope. The other one, he talks about the rise and fall of the Syrian Empire.
I love Syria. Yeah. I don't I love Syria, but I don't. It's not like I have many Syrian friends because Denver has a very strong Syrian neighborhood in Platt Park where I grew up. So I have many Syrian friends, but I don't know anything about Syria. I know about Assad, and that's about it, you know? So I would like to learn further about Syria. I didn't know he did one on Syria, and I'm gonna listen to that too.
Yeah, it's maybe
Is it Siberia or Syria? Because it's probably Syria.
I think it's like the Persian Empire.
It's the Persians, yeah. It's kind of the Persians.
Or yeah, sorry, I'm like playing and trying to think of stuff.
That's okay. I know I'm.
But like he goes into a lot of shit, like Rise and Fall, but he also goes in like for example the conflict with the Greeks. He does a really good job of going into all that stuff, and I was interested in so like their empire would go around just enslaving all of their neighbors, and then they would go and enslave the neighbors past the neighbors, and they just had this gigantic war machine built up.
Yeah, the Holy Roman Empire. I mean, well, not them, but later on, yeah.
Well, so they actually got into trouble with the Greeks because they enslaved a Greek colony, and of course the Greek colonials didn't like it. They managed to send emissaries to Athens, I believe it was specifically, and they got the ear of the Athenians. The Athenians weren't willing to go to war, but they did manage to get like 2 or 3 ships full of soldiers to go help try to liberate the colony, which they did. But then the Persian, I can't. I'm literally blanking on the name of the empire. It might be the Persians.
It's
anyway,
the Ottoman Empire, I believe, isn't it?
No, it's not Ottoman.
It's Ottoman. Oh, that's the German, isn't it?
Yeah, no, Ottoman was like shipmasters and. Anyway, no, I think it's the Persian Empire. But anyway, they sent like a reprisal force that completely fucking squashed the Greeks. Like they completely murdered the colony and all the soldiers that were sent. But they saw the Athenian banners. And it took him a while to get around to actually.
It is the Ottomans. No. We are speaking of the Ottoman Empire in 1458. The Ottoman Turks took over Athens in 1458.
I'm talking about like ancient Greece.
Oh, you're talking about ancient Greece. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about like 1500s or something.
Yeah, I was like, no, there's.
You're talking about the Holy Roman, Christ. Like before Holy Roman Empire, even. Yeah.
This is before Christ. This is well before. We're talking. Before. Yeah, like the 300.
Yeah. I just remember the only time I ever heard of anybody sacking Athens was the Ottoman Empire, which is why I got it screwed up. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, it's large periods of time, but like the events that were triggered from that colony trying to revolt are what led to like the Battle of Thermopylae and all the rest of that stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's cool hearing how that all went down. He covers a large period of time and he tries to get into the mechanics of the empire and how it functioned.
I love Empire stuff. It's my favorite subject, I would say.
So anyway, I've listened to those 2 series and a few of his like odd bits and bobs kind of podcasts. He doesn't have a lot of stuff on YouTube. Most of his stuff you have to go like pay Spotify or something for.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to pay for podcasts. I feel like they should be free on YouTube because they're not really that much entertainment. It's all audio. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, they're always trying to sell me coffee or some crap I'm never gonna buy anyway.
Yeah, like that too. It's like, who buys your coffee from your podcast or whatever? I always wonder about that. I'm like, who does buy that stuff? You know.
Well, people do because
they want to support the guy.
If you go on YouTube and send someone a super chat, YouTube's taking like what 40 or something percent of that super chat. Mm-hmm. If you're gonna support someone, I know you do the super chat because you want them to read your shit, but if you just want to support the guy, you might as well get some coffee out of it.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'm gonna take him down because he's putting bombs on child toys.
I heard a funny racial comment on Fargo season 3 last night, where, sorry, it was season 4, where they make this Italian makes this comment: "We went from the Holy Roman Empire to the mafia." And I was like, yeah, that is kind of true. Like, that is actually kind of a far fall, you know?
The Mafia is not entirely bad. It like many things, there's good and bad, and there's a reason why it came about in the first place. Like, in a lot of areas, the Mafia would result from the breakdown of law and order.
Yeah.
I mean, we have it happening right now in America. The causes of it, there's a breakdown of law and order. The police won't enforce the law, and there's thugs in the streets burning down businesses.
Do you know what mafia
Eventually,
means?
Some of the thugs think, I'll get the business to pay me, and I'll protect the business, and then they just expanded and expanded, and that's how the mafia gets born.
PMCs. It's private military contract, essentially.
Yeah. It's usually like thugs and slumlords, but yeah, it's in a way it's a private military.
And in the Latin, what does mafia mean? It means la familia, which is all it really is. It's a family, and man, the U.S. government really doesn't seem to like you doing that. They think you're a gang. Like the U.S. government thought Juggalos was a gang. I mean, they kind of are, but I mean, they're not organized.
The U.S. government just doesn't want competition.
They don't want competition. You can see it. Yeah. I mean, they are organized. They show up during the gathering every year. I suppose you could call that essentially a terrorist meeting in the eyes of the FBI. I think that is kind of them meeting. It's kind of funny.
So right here is the third time we run into that strange ox.
Yeah. What happens this time? What's up with you, ox? I like you, ox.
I mean, I'm talking to him.
It's a Capricorn ox.
Not for you to know.
It is a Capricorn. It's a Capricorn ox. I love it. That sounds like me. Not for you to know. 17. Go big on.
Well,
I don't want to re-roll 4 times.
come close. Your mind to mine.
What are you really? You're a demon, aren't you? You fucking pig fucking demon. I'll kill you. What was that you just showed me? Is that your confession? I'll take your confession and absolve you.
To use me as an example, or you might get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, like, what are you?
All I wanted was a bit of hay, a good brushing, and a clean stall.
I can relate.
A simple life. Is that so much to ask?
Yeah, it's never that easy. Yeah, he's a fucking, what is he? He's
like a prismatic ooze.
He's an ooze. He's a strange ox ooze. He's level 9. He's got 12 AC. I'm going to switch on the old, what's that thing?
So he's resistant to slashing. That's half damage. So if you can't slashing.
I forgot we did a long rest. Son of a bitch. Oh, well, you want me to just kick his ass? All right, whatever.
Yeah, he's got a lot of health, so we do want to just blow the shit out of him.
10 damage. Great. I need to turn on...
I told you he's resistant.
Can we reload? No, it's fine. Nice, you do 20 at least. I forgot to do my stupid buff again. Oh, never mind. I'll just go... Are we long resting after this? Probably?
I wasn't planning on it.
You weren't planning on it. Okay, never mind. I won't burn my cooldown unless I need to.
Man, look at that Minthara damage. She's rocking those maces.
Yeah, because you're set up. Oozes get their ass beat by Holy.
No, it's bludgeon. She's bludgeoning the shit out of it.
Yep, bludgeon. Yeah, monks are really good at killing oozes.
She's a fighter.
Well, yeah, but I meant, like, hand-to-hand is good at killing oozes, even though I'm not saying she's a monk, I'm just saying. Oozes have a particular weakness to a certain type of damage, usually magical.
Well, right now, I'm more impressed that Asterion just did an arrow for 49 damage.
I think you are a better asset to this team than I am. Jesus.
I mean, we got the spear if you want to swap the thrower.
Nope. I like my beautiful greatsword when I remember my buff. I just hit for 3 attacks, by the way. And had I turned on my buff, they would have been 100 damage. But instead, it's only 25. Nice.
I don't think I'll ever
1 round.
quite the same.
1 round.
There we go.
Packed
So he's got a shapeshifter ring that buffs you if you're shapeshifted. You might want that even for your demon form.
All right, I will take it.
And the other stuff.
Witch hat. Witch hat. Whenever you deal fire out, cool.
That might be okay if you're like a pyromancer sorcerer that has self-immolation.
Yeah, what's wrong with fire buffs, you know? Yeah.
There's got to be some kind of build that uses self-immolation because I see so many items that support that kind of niche.
Yeah.
But I have never seen a YouTube video with anyone advertising that kind of build.
You could go greater planar. Oh no. I'm sorry. Isn't there a fire summon? Right? Couldn't you pack summon? Can't you pack bind to a summon or something, and gain its elemental properties? Or is that not a thing?
Druids can shapeshift into an elemental.
Yeah, so when they turn into an elemental, do they gain the elemental's resistances? Like, can they become a fire elemental?
Unfortunately, no, they don't. I tested that because I had my druid turn into, what is a fire myrmidon and walk into a wall of fire.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he took damage.
So you got what I was getting at. Yeah, so you answered the question. Yep.
So, like, the big difference is if you're a moon druid, you get 3 attacks per turn when you're shapeshifted, which is neat. If you do the Myrmidon summons, those are the level 5 summon spell for elementals, but you level increase it to 6. So once you unlock 6th level spells, you can summon Myrmidons. They're very powerful summons. But when you summon a Fire Myrmidon, for example, it's immune to fire. It only gets 1 attack per turn.
Oh, yeah.
But a druid shapeshifted has the same attacks as what the NPC Myrmidon gets.
Right.
You just don't get the immunities, but you do get the bonus attacks.
They should have let you have the immunity, in my opinion. I think that's a...
Myrmidons can freaking teleport across the map, though.
Yeah, so they had to balance it.
Oh, so Myrmidons get a teleport ability that's similar to Misty Step. It doesn't use any actions, though. It's just a bonus. It's not even a bonus action.
Oh my god, that's overpowered.
So they get a free Misty Step every turn, and they also have the fly ability. So, if you can Misty Step and fly, and it doesn't even use your action every single turn.
And the elemental resistance to fire with the self-immolation.
It's flat-out immunity.
It would be, it would be too overpowered.
Excuse me? I was born inside the city walls.
Well, we thought about it, didn't we? You and I thought about this, didn't we? We looked at a possible power game that might be superior. It's impossible.
I'm not paid to debate.
It's not impossible. We just don't know what it is. We don't know what it is. How would they pull self-immolate? It would be... something mage?
Are they gonna see it? What happens
Well,
if they don't?
so the only buff I can think of that you get from self-immolating, there's one like where when you're in a pool of some kind, your spells get an effect.
Oh, yeah. That might be it. So what about a particular item that morphs that?
There's also items that add like a burning kind of debuff. That hat that we just looted has something to that effect.
Yeah, but we're looking for immunity to fire. Where the fuck would you get that?
That a player can get?
No, yeah, a player how would a player get immunity to
kind
fire
of,
so you
You
can
kind of
self-immolate?
can.
Yeah.
So if you're a ranger at first level, I believe, you get one of 5 different things you can pick. 3 of them are elemental resists.
Wow. There it is.
So you get fire, acid, or cold resist, and later you get, I think you actually can take 3 of those 5 bonuses eventually, so you can get resistance to 3 different elements later if you really want.
Can the ranger self-immolate?
No, but you only need 1 splash, so you could fit it into any other build.
Okay.
Yes.
There's your self-immolate immunity
I am a good dog.
cheat.
Fantastic stuff. Oh yes, you're lovely. You can come back.
But that's not it. There's going to be some better form, I think. I just don't know what it would be.
Yeah, I don't know what the game is, but regardless, they put items in for that kind of build.
You're right. I thought that.
Alright, so we're looking for the Refugee Donation Center, which I think is right here. Yep. Here we go, Nestor.
I would like to donate a refugee.
Donations.
We used to make fun
Do you
of
know what,
this
If you
shooting,
don't have anything to donate, you can get going.
this gun range that we used to go to in Denver called the Family Shooting Range. It's the family shooting range, you know, where you go with your family to shoot at things, right? But we used to think, man, family shooting range is a really bad use of the language.
All right, so I passed the check. He's looking for the explosives. The explosives are right over here.
Okay, so should I go get them?
No, hold on. Let him chit chat. He's going to talk to the guard here and say that we're allowed to loot.
There's been a report of dangerous contraband in the donations. We're going to check it out.
Why?
Cool.
All these goods have already been checked in.
This is a good quest.
I didn't ask for your opinion, Fist.
I want your fucking, I want the knowledge. Yep. It's a bomb. Fucking act accordingly. I mean, they don't know that, do they?
Yeah, the one dwarf is barely even willing to humor us, but he also knows it'd be dumb to not follow up on it.
Yep. Careful. There's a trap here.
We can loot most of this stuff without penalty, but of course, like that chest in the corner will make them angry.
Okay, the chest in the corner. Yeah, yeah, I see.
It's all if it has a red outline.
I see.
But like all these crates and barrels you can loot. There's a lot of food.
Down, down, down by your butthole.
Can you please give me a hug?
Yes.
Your arms would be so snug.
No, you have a bomb inside. No. The answer is no.
Oh, I found one of the people responsible. He's already dead. So the thing is, I think the quest is bugged out because investigate the suspicious toys. It says search the requisition barn for dangerous toys. We persuaded the guy to look. So maybe there are other dangerous toys.
I see a music box here, but I don't think that's it.
Yeah, that just plays music. There might be explosives somewhere else. I don't know why else the quest isn't complete. Because last time I did it, I just did that one part and then I moved on.
Yeah.
But I don't know why the quest wouldn't be completing unless if there's more explosives somewhere.
Can you hear this, Begon, the music I'm playing?
I hear it through your stream.
Through the stream, but not through the game? Okay. I just wondered if it was annoying to you.
I'm not next to it.
The music box is my favorite item in the game. As usual. You want to know what my favorite thing in World of Warcraft is? They had this music box thing in the garrison. The fucking garrison of all places. And you could play the lament of the Lady Sylvanas song. What is that?
Lament of the Highborn.
Lament of the Highborn, right? Yeah, and you can play it all the time in your garrison, and I thought that was the best thing that Blizzard ever did. Aren't I a weirdin'? But I think that was my favorite thing that Blizzard ever did. Yeah.
My favorite thing they ever did was the original Ghoul Plague event.
Yeah, the Ghoul Plague was really interesting. Yeah.
It wasn't so fun in the relaunch thing for Classic WoW.
I remember you.
Everyone already knew about it.
I remember you kiting a named mob. I think it was the something all the way to town on your hunter.
Well, there were several, but
there were several, and that was really cool too. That was like a lot of power game for somebody like Begon, who was like 15 at the time. You know, that was insane.
I never did the big one. The big one you want to do is the Shadow Drake that's in Blast.
Shadow Drake, that's right, the fucking Shadow Drake. Yeah.
It's Teramis the
Teramis. Fuck Teramis. Yeah, fuck Teramis. The what did Piero used to say? He would say
he's not that powerful, but he does a breath, and every time he kills anything, he gets like all of his health back, and the breath will one-shot lobies.
Bow before my retardation or something. Piero used to yell it every time because he would do the call and everybody would die. I hate Teramis.
Well, back when we played, we saw stuff like people would get those servants, the ones that go invulnerable when they're low health because they're quest mobs. They would kite the servants to Bolvar, and Bolvar would get into a never-ending duel with the servant. They're vulnerable, and he's a paladin with self-healing, and he's a raid boss. That's it. And there was Kazakh, but that got fixed quick because that was literally a server capture.
Yeah, Kazakh was the common one that you would see a lot. Yeah.
The one I would do all the time, there were two of them. There was the rare spawn molten giant that would be in the burning steppes. I'd grab him, the one that patrols around the mountain. And there was also a flame drake that would spawn like on the western side. It was a named flame drake or named black drake. I mean,
Yeah, who was he? Yeah, there was a bunch. I think you could do one in
it was Hematos.
Hematos, yep.
But I would grab Hematos and the fire giant, and I'd bring them over to Goldshire to play.
Yep. Which
There'd be all
is
these role-playing lobies that would come up and hug them.
yeah, which is one of those major power things. Like my favorite thing to do in World of Warcraft in that age was go to the top of Thousand Needles as a priest, go Shadow Melded because I was a Night Owl priest, and then fucking mind control people off that Thousand Needles who didn't have Levitate or, you know, Slow Fall. And that was my favorite thing in the world to do for 10 years. It was something favorite. I liked it more than sex. Getting that guy to walk off that fucking edge was like Nirvana completion for me, you know?
Well, so my ultimate power grief that I did was I might be one of the reasons why they changed the guards, but in Silithus,
yeah,
in the main town there, the Cenarian Hold, for a long time, the guards didn't have teleport abilities. Now, if you aggro something,
I remember this.
They immediately teleport you and just murder you. But anyway, so what I would do is I was Alliance. I had a dwarf priest. In fact,
we were Alliance
priest specifically to do this. But I would get my priest on top of the Hunter's Lodge because it directly overlooks the Horde Fight Master.
MC and then let the guards kill them.
I would MC. So the guards, because the way MC worked at the time, the guards would go hostile to the mind control because it's my minion technically. So the guards would turn around and murder this horror guy that just flew into town.
I did that so much. I did that so much. I spent months doing that. Oh my god.
The best part was, for that one, they take durability damage because it's an NPC kill.
I was like, get out of our fucking city, Horde. This is our city, you know? Yeah.
So I had lots of fun, but they fixed that several different times, several different ways.
Another one I used to do is I would go down to, there was a log, I think, or a cliff. It was like a log or a cliff. I think it was a log that you had to run across on the road to, what's that one dungeon with the trees and the poison boss and the orcs? Or sorry, the, oh god, what is it? It's Southwest Kalimdor is, god damn it, I gotta look at the map. What I'm thinking of course, is in Southwest Kalimdor. God damn it, pull the map. I can't get this. Oh my god.
I'm just talking to the gypsies here.
Oh, are you doing RP? I'm sorry. Let me know if you're doing.
They want our help killing Cazador.
Okay. Yeah, I want to kill Cazador. I think they've been teasing that all game. I want to kill Cazador. Fuck Cazador.
It's good to work with these gypsies because they help us in the final battle if we do help them.
You could save the
children.
You damned.
The grr.
You don't know Cazador like I do.
Nobody knows Cazador like you except vampires.
You want me to march into the lion's den and save your children?
Constantly do that.
But I
Stop.
They're not Astarian.
Open image in new tab. So why can't you open this image? Google is so bad at images now. Why are you this bad at this? Jesus Christ, can't you like open the image in a new tab? Please just open the image. Please open the image, please. Jesus Christ, man, look how bad fucking Google has gotten. It's just like, how do you even sleep at night? You let this get so bad. God damn it. What is that called? It's not Silithus, it's in Feralis. There is a long dungeon with 5 different instances. What is it?
You have
Dire Maul?
Dire Maul, thank you. So on the way to Dire Maul, there was a cliff, and I would sit there, shadow melded, and they would be running on their mounts. And then I've got them while they're on their mounts. And you just run the mounts off the road, off the Dire Maul road, and they fall like 450 feet on their mounts.
Yeah, I'm sure I know where you're talking about.
Yeah, like there's a little area chokehold in Dire Maul where fall damage was actually a thing, and they had to pass it to get to Dire Maul, so I would sit there too. Oh god, I'm a bad person, aren't I?
Griefing was fun. That's one reason why Classic WoW wasn't as good, because everyone knew what was going on, and there weren't a lot of newbies stumbling around.
Right, remember the chain? Before anybody knew what Molten Core was, the chain was a thing. The rogues would sit on it and distract you off the chain into the lava, and nobody knew, so that you would... Damn it. What happened here? My camera died. My camera died. Why? Oh my god. Stupid ass USB shit. There you go. Why are you not turning on? My camera died and I must fix it. 1 second. Why are you why are you doing this? I need you to stop this. You need to like stop doing this. There, see? Yeah. Then God damn, it's so annoying. There, better, but still annoying. There you go, better. Okay. Okay, back, sorry. Where do I go?
Windmill.
Okay. Is that north?
You were just at it.
Oh, I was just at it. Oops. Sorry, it's a long story. Okay, sorry.
Look at that thing on the ground.
Final warning. No. Ball?
Nope.
Oh, this thing's sleeping the Mind Flayer, yeah?
It's a brand new Mind Flayer.
Ooh.
Before you lies the unconscious body of a Mind Flayer, glistening and...
Can we rob it?
Unattended.
Pick his pockets. Ooh, sneak away.
Oh, but it is. This one has only just transformed. It is weak, vulnerable. Its potential ripe for harvesting.
Oh, we're gonna eat his body?
Kill it. Absorb its power.
I agree.
Just like you did before.
Attack the creature before it wakes up. It woke up. What are you talking about? What do you mean before it wakes up? It woke up.
What? No, I've had so little time.
Oh, we got a surprise effect on it, so that matters. Man, that starting attack is so good.
The creature was born recently. can absorb its potential.
Ring that gives advantage on insight checks.
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day?
I'm starting to see these spell combinations, like when I could use blindness or darkness, I mean, and when not to and stuff. I'm starting to see like a lot of the depth.
If you have 2 warlock levels and you took the bonus for it, then it's great because you get advantage in blindness. In darkness, and you don't lose anything.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's good because it stops archers and spellcasters from casting through it. So you can cast it on archers, they can move. You can cast it on yourself to create like a. Or you
Like
can't
a safe-
shoot through
a
it.
safe
So like,
spot.
if you have to run, if there's archers down a hallway, you can cast it in the hallway, and they won't be able to shoot at you anymore.
Yeah. We could drop the cloud at our feet and run the characters out to make their range attacks and then back in.
It's locked. From the other side. I wonder where it leads.
And then would have immunity to ranged a lot of the time. But if something bad happened, like you got stuck in there, it would be an automatic loss. I used to use Rogue in like 1800 RPGs, and that shit's so fun because they call the smoke bomb and you run it, and then they killed all 3 healers. Right in the smoke bomb too. Well, really, it was you would death grip a priest, kill the priest, right? And then you would smoke bomb the other 2 healers to kill them. So nasty.
That doesn't sound very nice.
I'm sorry. You would smoke bomb the priest so the other healers couldn't heal the priest. And that's how you would set them down a healer in the first 10 seconds. And that's how you win 2K RPGs. Hey, you have to have smoke bomb. You have to have death grip. You don't have to have it, but you should. I mean, you really should. It's almost the only way you can really kill a healer in any real way. You have to have death grip, smoke bomb, probably killing spree. The high damage stuff. Arcane mage. High, fast damage. Arcane missiles, that kind of thing.
Just selling some of the junk I've got stacked up here. I have a lot of junk.
And that's how I learned. That's how I learned what 1800 RPGs were. It's like stuff like death grip, smoke bomb, and life grip. That's it. All the rest of it was just, okay, kill the target now. Yeah. Druid trees. Oh, sorry, not trees. Cheetahs. Druid cheetahs kind of ruin WoW PvP, in my opinion. Everyone's got a personal bias against Druid. Usually it's the hybrid tax. For me, Cheetah was just too overpowered for that particular game.
Oh, the druids like shift spamming was
that too. Yeah, that shit was so like they also got freedom for stance dancing. I wish I got freedom for stance dancing, you know?
She had some alright loot. Nothing worth spending my time stealing for, I guess.
One thing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying I kind of want this heavy armor she's holding onto here.
Yeah. I
realized I need to swap something. Asterian's got gloves of thievery on, which are fantastic.
One of the things I think Ghostcrawler did right was he didn't make 2 separate health bars for Druid. I mean, or did he? I don't know. Maybe he did. But I don't think so, right? I think they always had one health bar. One health bar, yeah. And that's superior, I think, to D&D. I don't know why a Druid would have 2 health bars. I don't really see how that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's kind of broken.
It's broken a little bit. Yeah. Not bad. I'm sure Druids love it. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just it appears broken from the outside, you know.
I always feel the animals themselves are very underpowered.
Yeah, why are the Druid animals underpowered? Bears are not underpowered. Bears are more powerful than, let's say, a human with a gun most times. The bear's gonna get you. The human with the gun, if he misses and empties the mag, he might not. But the bear's probably gonna get your ass, you know, if he really wants you. Even if you're shooting him, maybe.
Alright, I'm gonna do a sneaky steal here. So just heads up.
Oh yeah, so we're running out. Which way do you want to? Which way do you want to egress?
Oh, we're not running out yet, but we'll go out the door.
Out the door. Okay.
She's got just enough stuff on her that I want to steal, actually, because I need some armor pieces.
Yeah, we should be stealing potions. We don't have that many. Definitely low on potions, I think, kind of, in terms of graders, anyways.
Oh, man. I need a high roll to get this chest piece.
Well, that's okay. We can cheese it.
Wow, I rolled exactly 18, which is what I needed.
Nice, yeah.
Let's see if I can steal the gold, though. Ah!
Like, I thought so I never told my warlock, my funny World of Warcraft joke to beg on here. How are a noob and a rogue alike? They both pick locks.
I don't get it.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, let's skedoodle. Oh, okay, I got it now.
How are a noob and a rogue similar?
No, I said I got it.
Yeah, I know. They both pick locks, but
yeah, it took a while to realize lock meant warlock.
It's an old classic joke, but I really like that joke. I think it's a very well written one.
Oh, in vanilla, they literally just hit Shadow Bolt all day long.
This is an old classic, like really old classic, like PvP joke. How are a noob and a rogue alike? They both pick locks. I think that's very clever and very funny.
All right, so I just accepted a quest from this guy. It's a messenger pigeon business, and their pigeons have been getting murdered. So he's trying to figure out why they're getting murdered.
Like Ghost Dog.
I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
Ghost Dog was a badass.
I know where they are.
It had the Wu-Tang Clan. It's, what is it? It's like one of these. It's not that. It's this one. No, it's not that one. It's gonna be. Is it that one?
Uh-oh.
There it is. It is that one. It's that one. There, pull it. There. And then where is that going? That doesn't need to be in. Get that out. This one is. Where are these going? This one is. Okay, so this can be pulled out, I think. Yeah. There you go. Oh my god. What the fuck, man? So annoying. Fucking.
Are you back?
Yes, momentarily. Just almost one more second if I can get my camera to load. I have a USB issue and somebody joggled my cords today and it's like causing all of my USBs to disconnect. Like, I don't know. I pulled like 3 more cords there because they were all extensions, and I'm guessing one of them died, but I don't know which one. And what she did, like, she joggled the cord today, and it's causing a stupid problem where all of my USBs disconnect for some reason. Maybe my USB driver's just dying. I don't know. Or not, the hardware might be dying. What happened here? I hate Windows so much. I can't get this to fucking work. Wow. Okay, so that makes more sense now. Okay. So this one. There.
Well, you can always switch to Temple OS.
This one was not Windows. It's unfair to say that it was Windows. It's not Windows. It's a dead cord, and I think I've finally fixed it. I thought I had fixed it, but I hadn't.
Oh, I mean, Bill Gates named his company after his penis.
Yeah. You know, Bobby Kotick can't get dates because you guys keep, you know, painting him as the devil, making memes of him as the devil.
Time to talk.
I'm trying to move. It's taking forever.
Talk.
Oh, time to talk. Oh,
No,
I'm
move,
sorry.
move.
Oh,
Talk.
like talk. There we go. Ooh, pigeon.
It's a
There's a
British
war
pigeon.
on. Ah, sure, I know. I'm fighting in it.
At ease. I am Commander Lightfeather, leader of the finest aerial communication regiment this side of the Triumph.
There, finally. Stupid ass thing.
Intelligence
Like,
is in short supply, but we know our enemies flanked us on
one
the
of my
right
cords was old from like 7 years ago, and I didn't know, and it died. And it's really hard to diagnose which one, because with the stream, all the streamers set up, I've got like 11 USBs or something. It's so stupid.
If you pass that way, beware the sign of the featherless wings. From that rooftop, none return.
Something nasty on the rooftop. Is it a skeleton?
To the west,
West?
and featherless wings.
I
This is
love
actually
Baldur's Gate.
about to have Gale. Gale knows who the murderer is.
This does not bode well.
Oh, I like the banners with the hands.
The crying one weeps today.
They're freaking out because their pastor or like head priest got murdered.
Murdered.
I think they could have done the ear better, where you listen to someone else's conversation. I think they could have made it stand out more.
I think there should be a toggle to make it automatic.
Me too. There's like they could make a few fixes there. Because honestly, I've never played a co-op like story game that didn't force me to watch the dialogue, and this one's kind of cool that it doesn't make you do that, but it's still. I would like a default to be let me watch the dialogue, you know.
Look, investigate.
Aww.
Brilgor might have been a criminal.
That is an
He was
inspired
not a
beast.
You're missing something.
It's a divine entity.
Yeah, and I love him.
You are defending a man who ritually slaughtered your high priest.
Yeah.
The evidence speaks for itself.
Yep.
He's a bumbler and a retard.
Is he really?
Be it
Yes.
shame or profane duty, offed himself with the
You get the
same
opportunity to kill him later. In fact, you're probably going to want to murder him later.
Okay. Well, I like him, so I'll kill him and like it.
Shitey little elephant. Oh, I apologize, stranger.
Yeah, it's some kind of like
It was like that Harley
fae or
Davidson
fairy or some kind of divine beast. I think it's a celestial, like a minor celestial. But
Yeah.
it likes to play Sherlock Holmes, and it's basically the Flaming Fist's chief investigator.
Oh yeah, no, fuck him.
But the problem is there's been a murder that very poorly was staged, and he just swallows it up hook, line, and sinker and goes to the fake story. He's a fake news.
Did you play Pentiment?
Content to blame
No.
Brilgor,
You should.
the politically convenient target.
It's an MMM, a monastery murder mystery. That is how Obsidian labeled it, and that's exactly what it is, an MMM. And you can turn on the voices so it plays like Skyrim. If you can stand voice to speech or speech to text to speech. Pentiment is one of my favorite games. It has so many different endings and so many different ways to do it, but there's no combat.
Oh, I like murdering stuff.
I know. There's no combat in it, though. It's entirely a it's the most intelligently written game I think I've ever experienced. It'll teach you a lot about European history, a lot of it.
All right, so I'm kind of jumping over this because I don't want to spend all day. This is a very interesting quest. So the father's been murdered. Everyone thinks it's a refugee he let in.
Paralytic poison.
We're gonna find out here that it was a dwarf in a red shirt that like did the murdering.
Why did the dwarf murder somebody?
Well, so this is a trendsetter, is that I think it's his left hand was cut off.
Ooh.
He was paralyzed, and while he was paralyzed, his left hand was cut off, and he was murdered.
Yep.
So, like I said, we're going to kind of brush through this because I don't want to take too long on a minor side quest that has a lot of verbosity to it, if that's even a correct word. But
verbosity is not the correct usage. Verbosity is how deep your language is. If that makes sense.
There's a lot of chat. Anyway, use your fly ability down here, and we'll find out. There's a Tressim down here, and as we're finding out, the Tressim is the bird murderer.
Very good.
Meow. Tressim seems nervous.
What do you want?
Why.
Yeah, if you have Gale with you, he recognizes the Tressim, and they strike up a conversation.
It's good to have a mage.
Kitty? How vulgar. You can call me... Actually, it's better if you don't call me at all. That'll be all, thank you.
Correct.
Please. I don't dirty my paws for anything less than pheasant. Now, if you'll excuse me...
What the fuck? Kill it with fire. I didn't know it had wings.
Solitude.
Yeah, she's saying that while she's covered in pigeon wings.
Ugh.
Like you'd be able to lay so much as a finger on me. Still, I've no desire to watch you flail about in the attempt. I ate the pigeons.
We would stomp you in, no problem.
I'm satisfied. I prevaricated before. Pigeon is my second most favorite meat.
Pheasant.
Importance is relative. A letter may be important to one. A growling belly
It's true.
may be more important to another. But let's not get bogged down in semantics. I believe you were just leaving, weren't you? Ta!
He's threatened to eat the cat.
I'd actually enjoy watching you try.
I got an Eldritch Blast that says that I win.
Natures to prevail. In truth, I've grown tired of this rooftop anyway. I'll be on my way then. There are a few places in the city I'd like to visit. I might have sussed some interesting items I'd rather like to get my paws upon. If I find anything interesting, I might even be willing to barter.
Cool.
Might.
They seem to have this reoccurring theme of later in Baldur's Gate, you'll see me and I will help you. Right?
There is actually a lot of stuff that's later in Baldur's Gate. All right, we got some bundles of letters. And then here's an inquiry.
But I don't like this because it implies that everybody's here for you right now, But everybody eventually sees you in Baldur's Gate when you're there. It sort of breaks the continuity for me a little bit. Like, are we all going to the gate slowly? Then why not come with me? Then why not walk with me then? You know?
Because we are murder hoboing all the bad guys.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't want these people with me. Yeah.
Isn't fly such a great ability?
It is, except I forget that they switched jump to fly on my Z button.
Alright, so we have to go over here, and we need to go down the hatch.
Alright. Please stop doing that. I zoom in, and it shoots over 15 feet west, and I cannot get the camera in this door to, like... There we go. So where did you go in there? Oh, okay. Oh, damn it. Fucking camera.
Yeah, I'm just looting food out of barrels right now. Nothing fancy yet.
I really don't like how it shucks over like an entire room sometimes. That disorients me really bad.
Yeah, I would never be able to stand playing up close camera like you do. I always do bird's eye.
Yeah.
I don't do the press O key bird's eye. I just scroll it out.
Yeah. I want the details of the thing because for me it's about entertainment. I do this on all my games. I zoom in super close, so it feels like I'm really immersed in it. But it's also dangerous. Like anytime that there's any link or anything, I just zoom all the way out.
Well, here's an old quest we picked up a long time ago.
This must be where Shira Clawin is buried.
If I can find it in my bags. Unless if I gave it to you. Yeah, we're looking for that monk's amulet.
Okay.
With a sentient one.
Yeah, I don't have it. If you sort by type across all 3 characters, you will be able to find this stuff much easier.
And maybe I had a stereo and pick it up.
Maybe we didn't pick it up?
No, of course we did. We have the quest.
Oh, yeah, I guess we did.
Yeah, it is on a stereo. Hold on.
Oops. Ooh, Potion of Supreme Healing. Sweet. Ooh, you have white and scarlet dye. Where'd you get that?
We're doing Taki.
Oh, we are. I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Thou shalt return to me. Thou shalt
Ho, ho.
have my blessing.
This is his granddaughter's tomb that he sent us to.
You must open her tomb in the open-hand temple post haste. She may bless us, even beyond the veil.
You feel a chuckle.
Oh, okay. His stuff's supposed to trigger here.
Here lies Sister Shira Clawin. Date of birth unknown.
Maybe we have to open all of them. Oh, no, there we go.
Darling Shira, faithful to the crying god, long didst I wait, only to find thine empty flesh. Honored Shira, her spirit hath fled, and her body but merely a husk. Swear I did to shed this foul mania and bestow it upon Shira.
That's like Fallout.
She was to endure, to suffer, as was her god Ilmata's wont. Who now shall bear the madness Shah has wrought on me, so I might no longer suffer?
Illusion.
Shall it be thou?
Ponder what you know of the monk's affliction. What are the consequences of accepting it? Fox's cunning.
Oh, come on, that was a bad roll.
Yeah, it happens. You got four more tries.
I'm not gonna burn all my inspirations on this.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it's Asterion. So actually, I can.
Yeah, who cares?
The monk himself holds your answer. Tasha's hideous laughter is a powerful skill, but earning it may come at the cost of wisdom.
What? So you lose some wisdom bonus, but you gain Tasha's hideous laughter as a spell? That's what it sounds like.
Where can I find the Dungeons and Dragons movie, Bagon? Is it on one of the platforms?
Oh, I would not be surprised if Amazon had it on Prime.
Amazon Prime? Okay. Thank you.
Well, I don't want his curse. Oh, nice. Bintara approves of not getting his curse. Let's do that.
Let our alliance end on a lark.
Well, if I must, let me murder you right now.
You don't have much health.
Yeah, it's not a hard encounter here. It's just the fact that we start off surprised and they're all on top of us.
I say we fairy fire all of them. I'm gonna do that.
Let's start by making them all fuck off. Very well played.
What's their AC?
Zombies are very low.
Low. Yes, thank you. Oh, I should have moved. Oops. Oh well, I can teleport. Oh, I can AoE all of them. I'm gonna kill them all. Sonic or Mind Blast. Mind Blast is so strong. Oh yeah, look at Bagon. Fucking 80, 90, 92 or something. There's another fucking 20. Where do you get all of these beautiful toys? That's Jack Nicholson in the Batman. Joker. I think the Fairy Fire was a wise move, yeah. We're not miss. Oh.
I don't know how I'm critically missing, because that means I literally rolled 2 1s.
Yeah. Snake Eyes happens in nature. Counterspell heal. Yeah, I'm gonna counterspell that, yes. I mean, I guess I could have just let it through. I should have.
It's no. Morning Lord, I call to thee. Lend your forbearance. No.
Glad that quest is over now.
I hate it had to end like this.
I don't like it when that guy talks.
By any measure.
But hey, that's the quest. Let's pop a shorty just because there is a fight up here that's a little trickier.
Popping a shorty. An old-fashioned.
Oh, are we not going to find the secret?
Oh, I haven't done my check. Yeah, I don't see a check.
One of us hasn't.
Oh,
okay,
there
all of us failed it.
Sorry.
It's not you. You just failed it.
Yeah,
anyway, up here, there are multiple ways to get where we're trying to get, but this is, I would say, the easiest. Alright, there's some bad shapeshifter dudes up here.
Don't open, don't open. Oh.
I didn't, he turned around and just saw me immediately.
Okay.
Oh well.
I'm gonna open. I'm gonna open in the back. I'm gonna smoke them. Or excuse me, blind them. So you can just kill this guy up front by yourself.
Okay.
Someone was arranging these corpses. What for?
Kill one.
Well, there we go.
Nice. Yeah, he ran. Pussy.
There we go. Yeah, these are not the
Flowery
shapeshifter
pea.
that killed the dude, but these are related to him. Oh, is that the clown piece?
Clown, what was it? It was clown, severed torso.
Remember I said there's like a side thing to find all the clown parts? So they're very heavy though, so right click, send it to camp.
Oh, yeah, okay. Give me
Yeah,
just a
it'll-
second here. I gotta reset.
We're not going to find the rest of those parts for a long time anyway.
There we go. And now I'm gonna send that to camp. Okay. And now I'm gonna loot.
Oh, there's a whorehouse very near to where we're at. There's the biggest fucking debate ever.
Okay.
There's
Proved to be a poor sanctuary.
2 drow siblings, a male and a female, both working as
Scroll of wall of
prostitutes.
ice. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so again, male and female drow, both working as prostitutes. For 500 gold, you can bed one or both of them.
Ooh.
What happens is the drow will lead you all over this fucking whorehouse to get to their room, and then then the debating happens. The drow casts a darkness spell,
Oh, no.
and you get an ERP text chat.
Okay.
There's no visual because you're in a darkness cloud.
Okay.
That's literally the whole thing. Is
Sure.
we're gonna type about how you're having sex, but you're in a darkness cloud. You can't see anything.
I'm fine by that. Is there some way we can get around the darkness?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm a bit busy at the moment.
Are you
I
totally
am-
sure?
Later.
I'm fairly sure.
Okay.
All right, there's a chest down there that I won't.
I'm gonna have to pee at some point, but I'll wait for like combat or something.
Oh, let's go pee quick. I gotta grab the chest.
BRB.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Stillmaker, epic piercing dagger with whole person on it.
This blade's
Wait,
wicked look matches its
there we go.
deeds.
And then I'm gonna put this on you. Wow, you are full of all the world's riches. So, oh, you went that way, okay. Wait, is that right? Am I doing this right? No, that was not right. Oops. God damn it, the minimap disorients my brain so bad. There we go.
That just basically puts us out in the middle of nowhere in the outskirts, but it's good because I wanted to go over here anyway.
Another quake. What's going on?
It's the element. There's something happening to it.
There's a heavy chest here. Go get it. Nice.
Someone doesn't like visitors.
Watch how you go. There's a trap. Be wary. This place is trapped.
I think they kind of overdo it with these damn traps.
Be careful.
I think it's okay.
Well, there's like 10 of them in this tiny little strip here. I'm just trying to walk by.
Yeah. That's not good.
Come to finish the job.
Depends. Got anything? Info?
Finish this.
Money?
I can't stand the pain any longer.
Mercy, huh? What do you got?
Blade out of me.
Money? Info?
Use
Blade?
it. Kill me. Kill me now.
Is the blade good? Sure. Yeah, I'll stay with you, but
Historian and Minthar both approve.
All right, well, Big On went with the math.
What are you doing? Stop.
Mm-hmm. You have chosen correctly.
I already know this guy's secret, so.
Of course you do.
Stop it. That tickles.
Oh my god.
Still rolling in the muck, I see. Good.
You're the one who looks like you're covered in muck.
Yeah, she's a crab person.
Mm-hmm.
She's covered in crab.
Do not let him hiss hot air.
I don't
into
like
your
garbage crab people.
weakened brain.
He will try to bind
Deal with them all the time.
brutality, to make you spin the suffering for his noose.
Like her.
Remember, his throat spits lies, but my blade carves the truth. You will read it on your skin soon enough.
She's toying with me. What does she want?
Oh, god damn it. It kept saying I can't do this right now, and then suddenly it just blows up on me.
Long rest?
Yeah, we're gonna need to do something here. Might as well do a long rest at this point. Long rest.
You want me to do it? Oh. I didn't get a prompt, Big On. I'm sorry, I did not get one. I didn't know. So there's a bug, Big On. If you're waiting for me on the long rest, it may be a bug because I did not get a prompt. I swear to God, I didn't.
Oh, I haven't seen this.
Not until the end.
Queen Vlakith. Skra.
You are Hasharlok, and still you speak my name.
I've seen the captive Orpheus with my own eyes. Spoken to Shestil Kithrak Voss. You lied to
Naked.
us. Enslaved us.
Boobies.
Betrayer Voss lies!
Oh. Woo. Woo.
I have only a moment, and you, Hasharlok.
Man, you're just killing the moment.
We are Githyanki. We move mountains. We snuff out stars. We shake the plains. The traitor Voss has lied to you. The heretic prince would shatter us in an instant. The great dominion shrunk to the head of a pin.
Can't have that.
Can this be true? Is the Githyanki prince really a threat to his own people? Or simply a challenge to Vlakith's rule?
Return to the astral prism. Slay Orpheus the Pretender. Serve me, and I will ascend you.
Bot Vlakith.
You will be no mere warrior, nor Kithrak. You will be Barta Vlakith, commander of dragons. My only, my chosen. A final chance.
I wish to help the Gith.
Kneel before me. Make your promise.
They've been trifling.
The sight of Orpheus looms over her mind. Voss's words echo within it. She means to forever turn her back on Vlakith.
I don't know. I could only imagine it being bad to help Vlaakith.
Save it.
I mean, she's already shown that she wants to murder the shit out of us, and I don't think that's going to change because we just killed the one thing that keeps us from turning into mind flayers.
Yeah, are we gonna get this out of our blood? I don't know.
I gave you my faith, and you called me traitor. I gave you my
My
life, and you ordered your knights to hunt me. I have witnessed too much, and you have given me too little. Finally, I can see. Orpheus will live, and I will hear his creed. This is my word.
Your word is nothing!
You are nothing.
The Kithraki will bring you. I will tear your flesh from your bones and devour your skull's marrow. While you
Does your skull even have that much marrow in it?
Yeah, you could probably make a meal off the bone marrow and the skull, I would say, yeah. It wouldn't be a very good meal, but it's probably enough of it.
I was like, your arms and legs, sure, I understand they're full of meal, but
yeah, but
or marrow, I mean, but your skull, there's not a lot of room for it.
Not too much, no. But I think if you were to shatter the skull, there would be marrow, yeah.
I'm sure there'd be a little bit, but I don't think we'd have to.
Not enough to eat. Yeah, I don't think you would have enough to eat. What a lovely conversation.
It's kind of out of nowhere.
I really could just go like crack some skulls and eat them right now. Really could go for a skull right now.
Why, we already learned that ascending means she just eats you to become closer to being a god.
Oh, so I was gonna say, I keep getting interrupted by the dialogue, but
to make poor choices, we will soon have every god in this plane.
yep, and that's what's happening too. That's what's happening. Uh-oh. Many choices.
I am not on edge. I am alert, as you should be too. Orin could be anywhere.
You could be Orin. You're Orin, aren't you? Nithara's Orin, bag on.
We need to watch over each other, now more than ever. Yes.
Oh yeah? Cool.
I only know it through history books and hearsay. A city of murder and grief. It is already living up to the legend. From the still, dark waters of Lake Donegarten to the black academies of Tierbresh, it is a city of wonders and terror. But it is not my home anymore. If I were to return, I would be denied all of its wonders and shown only the terror. I am a daughter of Menzoberranzan's most ancient and powerful house, the Bainray. I lived a life of privilege and danger. My home was at the tallest point of Cuel Arzol, the place of the nobles, a plateau high above the city's sprawl.
Oh, wow.
I enjoyed every luxury, whether harvested in the Underdark or stolen from the surface, and I survived my first assassination attempt while I still suckled at my mother's breast. I tasted her blood that day. She covered my body with her own, and a blade bit deep into her chest, almost puncturing her heart. When I came of age, she tried to take my life herself, and I gave her fresh scars to match those she earned protecting.
Jesus.
Yes. My house trained me to be a soldier in Loth's service, and my mother showed me how to survive the perils of society. She taught me to be resilient and to guard my heart from those who cannot be trusted, literally and figuratively. When I choose to let somebody close, I do not do so lightly. That gives a great depth of meaning to the bonds I do share.
All right, well, that's all she's got to say. Someone wanted to talk to me. I figure who it is.
So I had this like thing I wanted to say. So in a perfect like, okay, if I had my druthers and if I had my choice, I would ride the Illithid powers all the way until the last fight with Ball, and then forsake it there and cleanse the brain worm. Is that a ignorant sort of aspiration to have?
That's something you can do.
Okay, so it only affects the ending, because my fear is what ooh.
What do you think of the
sorry.
new look? Well, I'm glad someone does. Perhaps I'll get used to it. I have a lot to get used to right now. I hope so. So long as I'm willing to stroll right into the Mother Superior's trap, they have no reason to not tell me where to go. If by warm you perhaps mean a flaming arrow. I doubt they'll attack in public. No, not quite. Above all else, we should look for someone to point me in the right direction. Worm's Crossing is a choke point. If I wanted to intercept a new arrival, I'd find somewhere before the bridge, blend in amongst the crowds, and wait. Most people seeking entry to the city will be refugees.
And so, from the old battle cries is birthed another. Orpheus's freedom is my want and my need. To deny his freedom would be to deny my own. There will come a time when I can think about myself beyond the Lich Queen who enslaves the Githyanki and the prince who would liberate them. But that time won't come until the Prince of the Comet flies again. Vlaakith's left hand and her right. Commander of all dragons, chosen of the Queen Regent. Not since Vlaakith I has a Bart of Vlaakith been anointed. Another empty promise. Only a naive fool would believe otherwise. The kind of fool I was not so long ago. We find Voss at Shares's caress and retrieve the key to releasing the prince. Orpheus Tufki Narsin.
Orpheus must die.
Okay, I think that's the last chit-chatty here.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. We've hit our quota.
Yes! You've got a fire and...
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically. Camp life seems to suit the young owl there. His coat of feathers seems fuller.
I brought my own paring knife. Now I just need some ingredients and...
Uh-oh. Ooh. Wow. I like that opening.
How did you? Oh. It's you. I must have let my mind.
Hi, I'm butt naked.
Enough for you to wander in. Forgive me. I am drained. Ever since you killed Ketherick and took his netherstone, the Chosen's control of the brain has been brittle. It's rebelling against Orin and Gortash, fiercely. I suspected that when we took Ketherick's stone, the brain would begin to break free. brainquakes confirm that my suspicion was correct. I do not know what happens now when it receives their orders, and I do not dare guess.
Oh,
you feel
shit.
the Emperor's fear as if it were your own. An elder brain enslaved is one thing. An elder brain unleashed will be the end of everything.
Beautiful, isn't it? The mighty Prince Orpheus, contained in submissive slumber.
Yeah.
Come. You may as well sit a while, now that you are here.
Oh, make sure you select number 2 when he first gives you one.
Okay.
Unwelcome.
You seem troubled.
Or I think it's 1. Hold on, let me do a quick save.
All right.
Okay.
You said 2. 2?
Yeah, I think 2 is what you want to do.
An accurate summary. I have found myself distracted of late. I'm haunted by memories. They are relentless. I can think of nothing. No one else. Duke Stelmane, or Belin, as I knew her. I wasn't ready for her death.
How would
You
a
thought
Duke
you
be
were
a
my
her?
first ally. Far from
Oh,
it.
her name is Duke?
I
Okay.
have long sought the allyship of others. It is the only
Yeah, he's talking about his love when he was like the Shadow Emperor of Baldur's Gate.
So it's not like
from my relationship.
The title Duke, it's the name Duke, I guess.
No, she was a Duke. Her name was Stelmane.
Yeah, but can females be Dukes?
Females can definitely take Dookies.
I had no idea. I had no idea.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Duchess is the
Duchess.
correct term.
Excuse me,
but
Duchess. Yes, yeah. Duke
this
is the
also
title.
a
but-
different universe.
Yeah, I see it. Any suggestion here? Does it matter?
So I go with 1.
That's what I was thinking too.
But not the way you're thinking of. In life, she was my business partner. Duke Stelmane trusted me, and the city trusted her. It was she who met with the merchants, politicians, and patriarchs. It was she who negotiated deals and signed off on agreements. Her rooms played host to the most important conversations in the city. Together, we brought order. I could not have done any of it without her. Just as I cannot do any of this without you.
I'd go with number 2.
I would say number 1, but okay.
I wonder
I appreciate your understanding.
Just don't pick 5.
What I feel is deeper than superficial cures can reach.
You just don't want to mock him and tell him he doesn't have feelings.
Most people think that
I wouldn't do that to
mindflayers are
anyone.
soulless husks who feel
When we get to the next area, there's going to be a massive lore bomb about the Emperor.
Okay.
Do 1.
Ooh, the implication.
Give his noodly little fingers a squeeze.
another quake. The brain is rebelling again. I need to focus. And so do you.
Focus on hentai, weird, like Githyanki bug tentacle mind flayer sex. That's what I'm going to focus on.
So
You
if you
can think
haven't
I'm not
noticed-
focusing on that, but I'm focusing on that.
When you're closer to death, you've got bruises all over your body. So you got some kind of like white trash boyfriend beating the shit out of
Oh
you.
my god. Wow. Hey, Begon.
Yeah,
Would you
what's
be
up?
willing to share one of your white dyes? You have 5 of them? 5 of them. Can I get
I don't
your...
care about my dies.
Okay, but okay, so I just didn't want to steal from you, you know? I gotta find it here.
You gotta pickpocket it out of me.
No, I'm not gonna pickpocket. I just need to find it. You have so much stuff, that's gonna be way harder than pickpocketing. Where is this? Oh no. Oh well, fuck it. Well, I'll worry about it later. There, white and scarlet dye. Thank you, thank you. Now, I take out the chest and then I combine. No, I use the... Yeah, there we go. Combine and then chest. And then combine. Cool. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you giving me one of your limited supply dyes. I have returned the other 4.
I literally don't care about dye.
I don't... Not saying that you should. I just, you know, I do. I just
mean,
want to see what it does. That's it.
It's not a thing for me.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. I will. Yeah. Yeah. It looks cooler, but not very much. Oh, well. I don't care about vanity very much. I just want to know what the content is. Oh, did you leave? I don't see you on the mini-map. Where'd you go? Oh, we were in the campsite. Right. Okay, now I gotta do my buff. Then, is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. So... Wait. That. Oops. Now I have it right. There we go. It's like something's wrong. Now I figured it out.
So I think my favorite range damage build is definitely 6 Bard, 3 Rogue, 3 Ranger. And your feet goes to Sharpshooter.
Yeah. It's good. Pure damage.
I mean, since you only get 1 feat, you can't get your dex above 18, but it's still pretty nice.
Mm-hmm. Ranger in FFXI is a really beautiful thing because it has this resource cost of wood.
Ninefingers sends her love, arsehole. Your Stone Lord's a dead man walking. You help me kill these asses. The girls will sprinkle you with gold.
You picked the wrong side, cock.
Slice them! Slice them!
I was thinking Cuck's a little bit too topical for Forgotten Realms. I as much as I enjoy the term's usage normally, I feel
don't
it's out of
believe
place in this game.
you would find that in D&D. No, that is a very modern usage of it.
Yeah, I don't like when the California creeps in my fantasy game.
When if they were to be like, yes, the king is a cuckold, that would be appropriate. But cuck, that's a 20,000 or sorry, that's a 2000s thing.
I mean, nowadays it's definitely a more modern thing to be just calling someone a cuck.
Yeah,
And it's
cuck
either-
is a slang term from the 2000s. Cuckold is a word you would see in D&D, but not commonly.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's commonly an insult to someone's masculinity, but there are people who actually are cucks, like Jack Murphy.
I don't know who Jack Murphy is.
Ooh, there's some deep lore about Jack Murphy.
I'll do a deep dive, I guess.
He likes eating assholes. He invented the term flexibro, as far as I know.
Flexibro, is that what you said?
There's a lot of history on Jack Murphy. It's hard to summarize it briefly, but I learned about him watching Tim Pool's Timcast show. He would show up there as a guest every once in a while, and he'd act as like a men's right activist, and he had this cult thing he started too called the Liminal Order, and you'd pay him a bunch of like $200 a year and he'd lodge out of the middle of fucking nowhere to hang out.
Sounds about right. Let's see, Psionic Dawn. Or no, he wants to Hunter's Mark you. I'll let that through. I'm not wasting a spell slot on that.
Eventually, his history came out. It turned out he was at like 10 years ago. He'd been very radically left wing, but he also had a lot of sexual escapades because he's trying to portray himself as like a right wing libertarian kind of type.
Yeah.
And then you find out he's basically a BuzzFeed writer in terms of his politics. 10 years
Basically
ago.
a BuzzFeed writer is actually very funny.
Anyway, I first learned about it because someone that actually knew his history before he redefined who he was.
Yeah.
Started asking him questions on an interview he was doing. Or maybe it was a podcast. Yeah, I think it was a podcast.
That was a lot of damage on them. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the rogues are outclassed by these Stormlord
What
dudes.
just hit us? That was a...
I think that guy's a Tempest Cleric, and that was the Tempest Cleric ultimate.
That was the Tempest Cleric. Oh, yeah, I see it now. Ice
forget
Knife.
it,
No,
level
not
5
Ice
spell.
Knife. It was... Spike Growth? Spike Growth, I think.
No, Spike Growth's what hit them. It's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn. I'm so sorry. Okay. We'll get to murdering. Sorry.
It's so nice having that free movement thing. I mean, it costs movement, but it doesn't cost anything else. It's so powerful to get those crits. You just killed, what, 104 HP in one turn?
I did, yeah, something like that. All due to you, you know?
It's like your damage is just until you crit, and then it's the most powerful class in the game.
Like that?
Yeah, like that. That ring is specifically good for your class.
I could have all-in'd and gotten further, but I didn't want to wager, you know? I want the real damage. Yeah, I feel very blessed to be able to play this class. I don't believe I would have built a class like this on my playthrough. I would have done the ranged bard.
Oh, the ranged bard's incredibly powerful. In fact,
know.
for my harem run, I'm going to do either 2 or 3 of the ranged bard build.
Yep, I played Bard on Final Fantasy XI. I was one of the I was the best Bard in North America for about 6 months in 2006, something like that. So Bard speaks to me, but it's different than this game.
They wouldn't earn the gratitude of the guild.
That Bard is a combat Bard. What do they call that? Scald. Like Final Fantasy XI is a combat Bard, pretty much.
In on our business. Agents of the Stone Lord. Lucky you. He's a newcomer to our delightful underworld, and he doesn't play nice with others. We think the Stone Lord and his cronies are in league with the absolute cultists. This little operation here certainly suggests so. They were shifting something valuable by boat, but that something belongs to the guild now. Of course! The guild always now.
I deserve a little something as kind of gauche as shit.
We just got 600 gold, so that's definitely.
That's yeah, like, but I don't want to say that, you know.
But we are going to that boat, and we are going to loot it, and we're going to kill them if we have to get it.
All right.
Because there are Mind Flayer tadpoles on that boat.
Oh, that's no good. Kill it with fire.
No, we want them.
We want them.
They give you talent points.
Oh right, never mind. I forgot that. I didn't know that was how you get these powers.
Yeah, it's the. Okay, I already looted them. They're just in this little storage trunk thing here in the middle of the boat.
Oh yeah, the little Elitha powers. They got 3 of them. No, we share. We share this all. Yes, okay, so then I should not be in that menu until you are ready.
No, I have literally 3 talents I haven't taken yet. I have the whole tree filled out minus those.
Yeah, so I mean,
I've been using them up until now. The last 3 are useless to me. I would only take them because it increases my threshold for the insta kill. Yeah. Oh, there's a 4th one right over here on the barrel.
So do you wish me to spend points then?
Yeah, you should spend them. I don't need them anymore.
So do you care what?
I already had to get the most important ones. Just take what you think looks nice. Ooh, Corpse Grinder. This one's a really powerful weapon.
Nice.
In fact, I'm going to throw it to you. You should keep it. And whenever there's a bludgeon fight where like your sword has resistance, you should pull it out.
Wait, I missed all that because I was reading tooltips. What about the sword? I should what?
It's not a sword.
I
said you should keep it because Corpse Grinder is probably
Corpse Grinder. I see it.
I think it's the best bludgeoning weapon you can get. There aren't really a lot of good bludgeoning weapons, but you can use it next time you run into a boss that has a resistance to slashing. So you can swap to a better weapon.
Oh, thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah. All right.
It's not as good as your sword, but it's better to use that than have half damage on all your attacks.
Now, in order to get to Mind Sanctuary, I have to buy the consecutive ones.
Yeah, it's the Psionic Backlash. But okay. Mind Sanctuary is definitely good, and it buffs everyone. It creates a bubble.
I know, it's to me, it's the best thing in the chart.
It's good, especially.
I mean, it's not the best thing in the chart. It's just it fits my playstyle better, which is buffing others. Free cast. You have discovered a marvelous ability. Spell slots charged as a similar resource cost for your next section or spell are removed. So it's good, but I don't know. I don't think I want it. I can heal wounds with Absorb Intellect, which is a strong thing for me, but the damage is weak. Stage Fright. Your tuggers have disadvantage on attack rolls. Nope. Ability Drain. Once per turn, when you make an attack roll, the attack reduces that target's corresponding ability by 1. For melee, it's usually strength. I'll take that, yeah. Any passive is fine, yeah. Illicit XPs. You have deepened your sense of self, gaining expertise and persuasion. Nope. When you make a successful attack roll against foe, you can change that hit into a critical hit. Yep. Luck of the Far Realms.
Really good.
Yep. And then, is that it? Yep, that's it. So, good to go.
Yep. So definitely, the Far Realms is the restores on rest thing, but it's so good if we're gonna go into a boss fight, you can proc that into your super smites. That kind of stuff combined with being a half orc, I saw people are doing the 1 round on bosses. It's just so good.
It is. It's clearly good, you know.
Oh, but Paladin is is literally the crit class.
It's the FOTM.
As far as I know, this is just treasure over here. I don't think there's anything important, and this is a dead end too.
Actually, I bet FOTM is Bard.
So for my harem run, I'm trying to do some other metagamey shit. So I'm doing 2 of these ranged builds that I'm playing right now, where it's a rogue, ranger, bard split. I'm gonna like respec it as I level because at certain points, different variants of it are better. These are the super boots, by the way. +1 to armor class and saving throws.
Ooh.
Oh wait, but it's only if you're not wearing armor. Never mind. You can't have armor or a shield, but it also gives you super jumps, so that's kind of neat. If you are a monk, this would be really good. But anyway, I'd say mediocre if you're not specifically a monk.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was I talking about a second ago?
You were talking about Bard Harem run.
Yeah, so I'm going to do 2 characters, I think, are going to be the Bard Ranger Rogue split that I love so much. The 3 Ranger, 3 Rogue, 6 Bard. And like I said, I'm going to respec them as I go. At certain points, different variants are a little more viable for what you're doing, depending on what level you are.
Right.
Anyway, then I'm going to do a Thrower Barb, because Thrower Barb can be a pretty good tanky character, but
and AoE too.
Throwing shit's nice.
Yeah, that thing we have, that one item
that's
we have.
only in Act 3, though. Until then, you're using a +1 returning weapon.
All right.
Anyway, and then the third one is going to be a light domain cleric. Now, there's a build I looked up. You can get sustained, like, for long rest, 34 armor class.
What?
On a fucking light cleric.
34? That's insane. Yep. What?
And to top it off, you get a reaction where I think it's once per turn, I might be wrong though, but you get a reaction for even if an enemy does get his 5% chance to fucking hit you, you can force it to be disadvantaged.
No way. On top of it, she has like Wither. That's insane.
So 34 AC sustained, and even if they hit you, you can force it to be a disadvantage roll.
Disadvantage, yeah. Like, and also, and if you do try, it'll fail. Yeah. All right.
So it's a build that's designed to be impossible.
Invincibility. It's invincibility. It's Pally Bubble, or whatever.
Well, I mean, it's so good because 34 AC is broken.
34 is
good armor class is like 24.
Yeah,
I mean, let's make it top end good armor class.
34 is like ball, right? Ball. You need those kind of numbers for ball, you know, or whatever.
Oh. Anyway, so you do that spec, and one of the cool things is light clerics get a lot of powerful arcane spells. You get Fireball, Flame Hands. Later, you get Firewall. Now, what Firewall is neat. So a lot of enemies won't want to go after you if you're a tanky cleric. The game is designed so the enemies have a little bit of discernment on who their better target is.
Right.
What you can do, let's say there's a big hallway. Your guys are on one side, bad guys are on the other side. You can take your light domain cleric, charge it into the enemies, and then cast a firewall behind yourself, separating your party from the enemies. You do that, the enemy AI will only target your impossible to kill cleric because it won't want to run across the firewall to get to your allies.
Okay.
So anyway, it's pretty fucking broken. I have the video I mean, if you really want to see it, I can link you the video on YouTube, but I've got it saved in a tab right now because I'm copying the shit out of it.
Okay, yeah.
How's that? It's oh wait, fucking hell! I just remembered my computer. When I woke it up like yesterday, I was every once in a while my PC fucks up like most people's computers. For some reason, my main monitor wasn't working, so I just hard booted my PC, and I'm just now realizing it was an incognito tab, and those don't save when you hard boot.
Yeah.
I can probably find it again though.
Yeah, you can find it. It's okay. Just run a query.
But yeah, it was like a 34. I think with a haste spot it's 36, but it's a sustained 34 AC light domain cleric. So freaking broken.
Right.
The build also does some cheesy shit. Like, for example, clerics, they get a spell that it's like a bond pact or something like that.
Yeah.
You give an ally a +1 AC and +1 saves, I think it is, and also you split the damage they take with them.
Ah.
It's for long rest too. But the fuckery is you can have a mercenary in your camp that's a cleric, swap the mercenary into your party, cast that buff on your cleric, boot the mercenary from your party so it's back in the camp, and then fill your party up with who you actually wanted. And even though that NPC is no longer in your party because it gave you a full duration until long rest buff, it stays. You keep the buff.
It's huge.
Now, it does mean the NPC in the camp is taking half of your damage while you're in combat, but you can also you can give that cleric like toughness and goofy shit you'd never do normally to make it tanky. And on top of that, remember, you have 34 AC sustained. You're not taking damage.
Right.
So
you're not taking any damage at all, no.
Yeah, it's basically a bunch of broken ass shit.
AC is such an interesting concept to me because I've always had the distinction between magical and physical damage, but I don't believe AC does, right?
Yeah, magical is going to be based on your saves. Armor class is purely getting hit with weapons and other attacks.
Oh, so it is different. So AC doesn't help you with spells at all?
Oh, wait, no. So, sorry, there's two kinds of spells. There's spell attacks, which are treated like actual weapon attack rolls. Those use your armor class. But then there's other spell attacks where, like Fireball. So Fireball is going to be a dexterity save. Fireball does not care what your armor class is. So it's great for chunking characters that are not mobile, like a sword and board fighter or like a wizard or something. It's good at chunking them.
Right.
But there's other spell attacks. I mean, like Flame Bolt or whatever it's called. Yeah, Firebolt, like the basic cantrip that all casters get.
Yeah.
Firebolt is an attack roll, so that is affected by enemy armor class.
Oh, wow. So that's tricky. That's where, so like where I come from, which is FFXI, there's always a distinction between M accuracy, which is magic accuracy, magic attack, which is M mat, you know, and then there's attack, which is not magic damage.
Yeah, this I mean, it's all 5th edition. That's not a gamified thing anyway. That's how it actually is on tabletop.
And that's how it should be. Yeah, for D&D makes sense. Yeah. I just wondered. I like, yeah.
Okay, I don't know if we can. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm glad you found the dagger because I never found it when I was playing originally, so I had to work around it without the dagger.
Oh yeah, the dagger. Good.
Proof that Valeria missed something. I'll have to listen to you.
Well, that's good. I'm glad I did something right. That's good.
Grilgo's innocence, then perhaps Ilmater could shed one less tear this day.
All right, so she wants us to go find the elephant who's at the horror house having fun, and we need to show the elephant the dagger.
Okay.
If you don't show the elephant the dagger or pass a really high DC check after reading the letter those changelings had, then he just will basically tell you to fuck off. That's all he'll tell you. Right. Okay, before we go into the street, I want to go down this cliff over here to the east. This is where the Iron Hand gnomes, you know, the gnomes where I forgot to save their leader from the prison.
Yeah.
It's where the Iron Hand gnomes have their little base. I want to see what happens, even though they're probably not going to be there to help us. Actually, I think we might have already... I think it's right there is where it's usually at, the cave entry, but I'm not seeing it. Let's still go down, though. I'm sure there's some loot hidden around here. But yeah, I think the cave literally won't be accessible, or there will be nothing in the cave if it's accessible, because we didn't save the correct NPC.
Gemless ring.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything, so I'm gonna... Oh, wait, hold on, we can't go down. Never mind, let's go down.
It's starting to remind me of an old game called Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Something over there.
A little bit. That was a great game. I remember it pulling like 9.5 in the mags. People really liked Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 on the Xbox 360. We liked it. It was a great campaign co-op game. And for a Marvel game, that game had a lot of abilities and shit. A lot of stuff going on. It's the only time I've ever really liked Marvel beyond the X-Men show on Fox. That was a really good show. A lot of racial tense stuff in that show for a kid's show.
I haven't enjoyed anything in that universe in a long time at this point, but I've checked out of Western entertainment for the most part. When something exceptional comes up, I'll watch it still.
Yep.
But I firmly believe that right now, the Japanese really have the market corner in entertainment.
Yep, I believe that is true.
And if you don't like Japanese manga, I haven't partaken yet, but I understand the French comic industry is actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's got some weird ass name I can't remember. I think it starts with an M.
I don't know the name, but yeah.
It's like, bande dessinée. That's it, I think.
That's it.
But yeah, from what I've heard from people that actually read it, it's actually pretty good if you want a
Great headline.
change of course from Western shit comics, but you don't want to do manga, or you just read all the manga.
I had a subscription to Shonen Jump for about 7 years when I was a teenager, and I read, oh god, Black Butler, Trigun, you know, all that era stuff, and then I kind of got out of it.
Our readers will be outraged.
I love manga. I read it regularly.
A lot of my friends do. Yeah. I'm more of a Western guy. I would rather read Tolstoy than manga. I mean, I guess that would be more Eastern actually, but it's still sort of like I'm more of a traditional literist than say modern contemporary. Usually, I tend if it's high fantasy, I'll do contemporary, but usually I like stuff from before the year
Article 30.1.5 of the Council's decree on extraordinary wartime measures. I am confiscating that. The city thanks you for your
My
contribution.
name is Bagon. Remember the name. Just so you know, my name is Bagon.
Daisy Dewdrop Fluffington.
Daisy Dewdrop Fluffington.
Well met, citizen.
Whoa, she looks awesome.
Your parasite stirs. From the construct you feel
Oh no,
connection,
it's some kind of true soul thing.
resonance.
Uh-oh.
It is, but it's complicated, and you
What in
won't
the
know
hell
until
is
later.
that thing? Yeah, what in the hell is that thing?
A steel watcher, citizen.
Okay.
Here to serve the people of Baldur's
Oh
Gate
yeah,
in
okay.
the name
Gortash's
of Lord
fucking
Enver
army.
Gortash.
State your business.
Artificer army.
Yeah, I talked about them last night.
Yeah, artifacts are so cool.
Oh, they're not artifacts. He has a
Excuse
factory
me.
in the city.
But what did they call constructs? I don't know what it would be. It's
They're definitely constructs.
construct is the name of the phyla or whatever you would call it, the bestiary. Yeah. Ranger deception. That's an interesting role there. 19.
Uh-huh. Eyes open, body still.
Douchey says stand still. Yeah, don't fuck with this thing.
Behind the watcher's
That thing will
gaze
chop
of
your party in
presence
half.
await your party's prior transgressions.
I mean, I'll fuck with this thing when it's time to.
As witnessed by the cult's ever-alert, scrying eyes. It has seen the deep shadows of Grimforge.
Oh shit, are we about to get in a fight, Bagon?
The watcher speaks.
I don't think so, but maybe. I didn't get this conversation when I was doing it.
Oh, this is new to you? Sorry, I didn't mean to talk
For
through it then.
special treatment. Not simply an enemy of the people,
but an enemy.
Oh yeah, I never had this thing trying to kill me when I came here.
Cool, let's kill its ass. I doubt it can tank me. Anyways. Consent to arrest. That's interesting, Bagon. Wait, save it. And then think about your decision here, because it's like a crossroads for Rivington. Oh, okay.
Oh, we're not going to let them just arrest us.
No, fuck no. Well, it could be interesting, though. What's inside the jail?
Oh, we'll get to the jail anyway. I know where it is.
Oh, you know where it is. You got all that
everything about
covered.
the jail.
Yeah. I bet you know everything about the game, really. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just surprised I never had to do this fight.
Fist Kepso, Fist Selena. This is a 5-6 man fight. All of them are 64 health or so. The AC class on the smallers is 16, kind of higher here. Yep, 16 across the board. The big guy is 16 as well. 16 across the board. The fairy fire would be good here, and this will be lull. We'll stomp them. I'll open fairy fire if you don't want to. Oh yeah, big shit. I'll do that too. Fuck that. I'll do that the minute they all break up again. And we'll keep them all clumped, and I'll fucking AoE this entire pack. Time to AoE farm a pack. Exactly.
Fairy fired, black hold, and stun. That is
King shit, Bagon. Motherfucking awesome.
Alright, then Asterion.
Look at these bitches, 4 stunned. All 4 stunned. Look at it, like a quad stun. This guy's pissed off.
I was thinking about doing my spike growth, but if you're running in there, I should not.
I'm gonna run in there, but I won't be in them. I'm gonna do the same thing you did. Yeah, run the spike thing, and then I'll black hole them and AoE. Or no, I can't AoE both. I can't do both, so I'll just AoE. They're stunned. This is over. I want to stun the big guy, maybe, actually. Oh, there's a crossbow in the back I didn't realize. Maybe you want me on him?
I'll be fine.
Okay.
Focus on the big group.
Alright. Charm. When he shoots, it could proc a charm.
No.
No? Why did I see the word charm here? I didn't read the log. Hold on. What did I see? I guess I must have misread. I guess I misread, so. Oh my god. Look at this massacre. Bagon is like quite literally Vlad the fucking Slayer. I've always thought so. Even day one on Overwatch, Bagon was like catching like 14 zeros with Reaper and shit like that.
Did you play Overwatch with me?
Yeah, you showed me. I'll never forget, man. The first time I ever played Overwatch was at your behest on the open beta, and we ran Mercy, Reaper, and I sucked dick because Mercy sucks dick. You know, it's really hard to be good at Mercy. You gotta.
I remember doing that. I couldn't remember if it was with you, but
yeah, it was with me.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
I did games with Reaper. I remember that, like just totally clearing them.
Yep, and you were like blue beam me, and I was like okay, but see, Mercy's tricky because she dies in one hit. You know. So, anyways, I gotta pay attention. Gonna jump to them. No, should I black hole again? No.
You should do your AoE shit on them if you can.
I am gonna do that. Yep. Mind blast, correct? Yep. Mind blast for.
So,
shit.
Black hole and then mind blast.
Okay. Should I get back out again then?
No.
Okay, just black hole. Oh, it doesn't hit me. Okay.
See if you can get the archer guy in the black hole too. That would be helpful. Like probably about there.
It's gonna hit us. Does it hit us? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So yeah, right about there, right? No, a little bit more. How about that?
You got them all in it.
Okay.
And then do a mind blast that does not hit Asterion or Binthara. Oh wait, can you do it still?
No, the black hole was my action. So.
No, do a mind blast. That's a bonus, I thought.
No, that's an action. So.
Huh? It was a bonus action for my guy.
So what else can I do here? I can pommel strike, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
I want to
Mind
catch.
blast is definitely a bonus action for me.
Yeah, but it's not me. It's an action for me.
Yeah, I don't know why that is though.
I don't know either. So good luck. It's okay. We already won this.
Oh, I know.
Yep.
You know what? I'll use this spell again.
Oh, yes, but 90 damage. That was very good, Bagon. Look at the blood on the ground. Offhand attack. Oh, yep, that guy's out. Bye.
Just the Watcher now.
Now the Steel Watcher. I will stun him. I will stun him.
Alright, so one thing with the Watchers, when they get low health, they explode.
Oh,
And
yes, so I gotta get out.
It
Okay.
does a lot of damage,
I
like
will
60
get out.
damage or some shit like that.
Yeah, I'll get out now. Well, I don't care. If my health bar's full, I'll stay in, but if I'm low, I'll get out. You should get out.
I think you get a moment to get away from it, but yeah, there's not a lot of time even though.
Nice opportunity. Yeah, 15. Nice, another 29. 28.
The problem is he just prone to Styrian, so Styrian might very well
That's
get knocked
okay.
out.
No, I'm just gonna stun him and it's over. Watch. Nope, he's saved. Fuck. Oh well, that's okay.
Okay, he's blowing. Yeah, he's gonna nuke Styrian probably. If you kill it before the detonation, he still blows up. And unfortunately, you cannot shove these things. Oh, good, he didn't actually hit me.
Detonation is next turn.
I just saved your ass.
Thank you, by the way. Yeah, like I couldn't do anything. I didn't have the movement.
100 fire damage on that wall.
Thank you for saving me. Good looking out, Bagon. Good looking out.
Oh no, some random tiefling doesn't want me to loot the frickin' robot.
That'll make a great headline.
Okay, great. I'm about to murder you because you're staring at the bodies I want to loot.
Fascinating.
You could barge short.
Or I can just kill the journalist. That's more fun.
Not for communal use, it seems. Best show some respect. Or some more cunning.
I'll just tell myself she worked for CNN.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting some bad stutter lag all of a sudden.
You want to restart?
Uh-oh.
Being
Fistman.
arrested for theft. If you have a defense,
For what? I didn't steal anything.
For theft.
What did I steal? I didn't take anything.
They believe you. For now.
Oh, I thought you passed the thing.
Temporarily hostile. Should we reload?
No, these are randoms. It's okay if we kill them.
Okay.
We don't care about randoms.
Oh yeah, they're flaming fists. So maybe it's a good thing. We got more XP out of it that we normally wouldn't have.
Well, so the Flaming Fist are overall good guys, but they've basically been lied to and co-opted by Gortash. Gortash runs them.
Yeah.
Okay, well I got the wizard. That's the scurriest one of them.
Oh, that's a mistake, my friend. Sure.
that works.
Oh, I have this bonus action for the bonus attack. I keep forgetting. Yeah, okay.
Well, hopefully now we can loot the bodies.
It's still red, should I not?
No, we're gonna just murder anyone that says we're not allowed to loot these bodies.
Okay, alright. I'm down with your philosophy, Begon. Absolutely.
I mean...
Ooh, this shield has a cool, like, fist thing on it.
I got robbed and then an attempted murder from these fucking city guards.
Yeah, so we're real men more so than the city guards. I mean, I don't take shit from Paul Blart, and I doubt you do either.
Being arrested.
Oh, there's more flaming fists.
Make it now.
These are randoms though, so it doesn't matter if we kill them.
I'm gonna take the XP from the rolls, I guess. Oh well. Nope, I failed that one. Oh well. Does it just keep happening?
I don't know.
This might be very bad what we're doing, but you have a save.
These are guards that keep like there's some amount of spawning that happens, but I don't know if it just keeps going.
If it keeps going, it can't keep going. Because, you know, we could just power level to 20.
No, it's 12, and
12,
the game doesn't care because you hit 12 in this act.
Oh, yeah.
We got a guard to the east that's also angry at us. Actually, we're at the point where I need to get off anyway, so...
Oh, yeah.
I stayed up way too fucking late last night.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, we ended up talking about politics way too late. Yeah. I'm not trying to lower your quality of sleep, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's fine. I like talking about that shit.
So do I.
I get talking, and then it's really fucking late, and then I can't stop thinking about it just as I went to bed, so I'm thinking about it for like the next half an hour while I can't get to sleep.
When you're 60, you won't have to do this kind of day anymore, and you can play your video games.
We are getting into we need to get out of here territory, because we are taking more damage each time this happens.
Yeah. I can just teleport out or fly out, yeah, the minute.
No, we're gonna fight. We just need to get out of this area as soon as the combat's over.
That's what I mean. I'm gonna like teleport out like the minute it ends. Which way do you want to go?
Oh, we need to go north.
Yeah.
Now that the bridge guards are gone, we should be able to just go. I will say I really get the feeling that 2-weapon fighting builds are disadvantaged, where I'm doing the Minthara thing. It's like these weapons are real chunkers, but I'm comparing the damage I'm doing. Like I'm getting a base damage of like 12.
12 every time.
Yours is in the 20s. So sure, I get my bonus action attack, but I don't think it competes. I don't think it keeps up with what you're getting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm afraid of running into more of those random packs. Let's just move forward real quick past the checkpoint. Oh, Except all these Flaming Fist guards are hostile to us now.
Not to me. They aren't hostile to me.
Yeah, they are.
Oh wait, they are. Oh, they are. I'm sorry. They are. I'm sorry. I didn't see him at first.
Hold on, I want to see if all the Flaming Fist are hostile to us. I'm gonna keep running because there's other checkpoints past here. If all of the Fist are hostile, we may need to reload ski. Because I don't want that, and that's gonna make things a lot more difficult if like the entire Fist faction is hostile to us. Okay, good news. They are not all hostile. It's just the ones at the gate, apparently, the checkpoint. Because the ones at the far end are not hostile. I don't know what we specifically did that messed it up and made that guard go after us.
I didn't steal. They accused me of stealing, but I didn't take anything. I swear to God, I didn't.
No, that's not it. It was the dialogue with the Robo Guard after we paid the bribe. The Robo Guard just was like enemy detected and decided to murder us. All right, so there's lots of vendors and stuff here, which is good, but I'm chunking real bad on my frame rate. So yeah, let's call it a night here, and then tomorrow you can play Starfield and tell me if you think it's worth playing.
All right.
And
no,
then...
I mean we can do the session tomorrow if you want. I can play Starfield after. Man, I don't want to be rude. I prefer Baldur's Gate 3. I'll just be honest over Starfield. So if you would like to do the session, we can. I mean, you know.
I don't mind if you play Starfield for a day. It's really not a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I don't know if I want to spend 30 extra bucks to get the digital premium edition because I'm looking at it and it's like some cosmetic shit that I don't know matters.
I don't think it matters. All you're paying for, I knew what I was paying for the 5 days, which is not worth $40.
So the only thing that's substantial is the Shattered Space story expansion. I don't know what that is or if it's something that I care about.
Oh, there's an expansion with it? Shit, now that I didn't know.
Well, it might be. I'm looking at the Steam page. You get the base game, the Shattered Space story expansion upon release, though, so that doesn't come out until the official release day. And then you get the 5 days early access. You get a skin pack, a laser rifle spacesuit. You get their digital art book and soundtrack, which I don't care about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what you're getting with $30 is 5 days early access and whatever the Shattered Space story expansion is.
Let's go see that. Let's go see what that is.
Yeah, outside of like Googling it, I don't know how I'm going to find that because they don't have it listed on Steam as far as I can tell.
The Shattered Space Story expansion is a DLC revealed as part of the premium and Constellation editions of Starfield. It is exclusive, so it is worth it, I believe.
Well, no, that literally just said what I had already told you.
You already told me, yeah, but
I
I mean,
know what it is. Like, is this something worth buying? Like, for example, Dragon Age, they had a few minor DLC packs where it basically just had like a vendor in a camp, but the vendor had fucking game-changing unique items on his bags. So that's the question. Is the Shattered Space thing something important? I mean, heck, even what's the fucking KOTOR? KOTOR, the first KOTOR had a space station you could get through DLC, and it was literally just a derelict space station with this traitor guy in it, and he had some amazing fucking unique items.
Sometimes that's good enough if that's what you want. If that's good enough, then you're happy, aren't you?
Oh,
you know?
that's what I'm saying. If it's that kind of thing, and there's game-changing unique items in some bumfuck nowhere place, then it's worth the $30. If it's not, unless if you're like a streamer or something where your career is on it, I don't think it's worth paying for the early access 5 days because I have other games that I'm playing. It's not like I have nothing else to play. If this came out a month ago before Baldur's Gate 3, I would have bought it in a heartbeat because I had nothing else to play.
Yeah, honestly, like I'm loath to interrupt the campaign, honestly, for Starfield. So if you would like to play tomorrow, I actually don't mind. I'm like 50-50 on it. So you tell me. If you want me to play Starfield, I will, you know. Otherwise, like I'm loath to interrupt what we're doing. Honestly, I think it's actually higher value.
Hold on, I did a search here for what the hell that thing.
I have a video for you, maybe, but I don't know what he's saying. I don't know if he's saying anything though. I'm gonna link it. Gonna come to your chat.
Well, according to Reddit, there's no information about the story expansion other than it exists.
I read that one already.
Stream packed with gameplay. The game uses access.
Oh, you messaged me on Steam. Hold on.
intends to develop.
Oh, I
content
did it on
of
Steam. I'm
varying
sorry, I should have
sizes,
done Discord
not
here.
unlike how post-launch content has been handled with
Yeah, the dodo that you linked the video from type out the word
mission
future
is
somehow.
of various
I think it's
sizes,
clickbait.
and
This. I
says,
don't think
"We've
it's.
done a lot
I don't
of
think he
that in
knows
our
anything.
previous games."
Okay, yeah, because it seems like they've been tight-lipped, which is the worst thing because
Right, it is the worst thing.
Literally,
Why is this legal? What am I buying? You know, what am I buying? Why is this legal? You know.
Yeah.
It's called shenanigans, damn it. In America, if something sucks, you should be able to get your money back, you know?
Well, I get why they do the special thing with the 5-day release, and I support it in a way, because I know games are fucking expensive, and you're basically getting 50% more money for your game because people want to play it a week early.
Right.
So there's sound logic to it. It's not... I don't think it's obnoxiously cheesy that they do that. I'm willing to call it permissible because it does help the developers out with funding. But I would like to know what the fuck this expansion is.
On my channel, it will be something I am playing, and if people are interested, it will be something that I will cover with videos.
Yeah, I'm literally just finding speculation.
It's a bait. It's like a bait, I think. I mean, I didn't know. I wasn't even aware there was a DLC bag on. I bought this for the 5 days, frankly. I mean,
Well, and the worst thing is it says upon release, which means, because right now there's the NDA. All the early access people are not allowed to talk about anything in the game. They aren't even allowed to say if they like the game right now. But it says upon release, which means I can't wait until tomorrow when all the YouTubers put their shit out and then get their take on it because it's not even available yet.
Right.
I mean, tomorrow I am planning on watching like 1 or 2 videos probably from game reviewers and figuring out what they think about Starfield. I'm sure it's going to be worth playing. It looks like it will be a fun game.
The streamers don't have some kind of NDA. I can stream it tomorrow, and I'm definitely going to.
Oh, once you buy it, yeah. And I'm talking about people that got access to the game like months ago.
Right, months ago. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're talking about like the pre-releases. Yeah.
Yeah, like the journalists and YouTubers and stuff like that. You know, people on the nice list. But anyway, so that's the problem. Is I'll be able to get a good idea of what they think of the game. And anyway, I'd be skeptical this game is going to be as memorable as like Skyrim, but I'm sure it'll be a fun game still.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be fun. I plan to play it for like a day, and I've been waiting for this day for like a year, so I wasn't going to like play it down.
Well, some of the complaints, like, because Todd Howard said that all the planets would be fully explorable, but one of the testers was doing his thing, and he just landed somewhere on a planet and then just kept walking in the same general direction, and he hit a wall eventually.
That's like No Man's Sky. Yeah.
Well, so the problem is then they start bitching. Oh, Todd Howard lied again because you actually can't explore the whole planet. No, you can. It's where you touch. This is what I understand. I might be totally fucking off base here, but what I understand is the planets are fully explorable. It's only explorable in a certain radius from where you touch down. So if you want to keep going past that invisible wall,
you have
get
to
back on your ship
re-land?
and re-land. Yeah,
Re-land. Okay.
Well, because think about it.
About the render. Yeah, how do you render a planet-sized planet all at once?
Exactly.
You can't. So you got to render wherever you land, which is fine.
So that's the
fine.
load screen. That's the load screen. Is you just need to go re-land at some point.
That's how video games will be for the next 100 years. It's never going to be load the world, you know.
Well, like, have you played RimWorld?
Yeah. No. But I've watched all the videos.
Okay.
No, I've not played RimWorld yet. No.
Well, that's why when it generates the world for you, like it makes the new
like
scene.
Minecraft. Yeah.
By default, it only generates 30% of the planet because if let's say you want to see the whole planet, instead of taking 10 seconds to like generate your planet, it'll take like 2 minutes. You'll just be sitting there staring at your screen. So yeah, it would create horrible load issues if they were doing whole planet loads. Because what if you just wanted to touch down to do a quest quick and then hop off? What if you're not exploring? I don't want to sit there for 2 minutes while it loads a planet.
No, this was a real problem in the 360 era on Fallout New Vegas. I had a friend my best friend did completionist New Vegas and Skyrim. And the problem with those runs on 360 is it just did not have the memory to keep 200, 300, 500 hour run worth of loot in a single place. And it would make the load 25 minutes, 40 minutes long. Something like that. So just for him to go to the mage college or whatever would have been a 25 minute load, and he quit the game over that, but he did get completionist even during that era though, which means those 25-minute loads every time he would get home from work, he would do a 25-minute load just to play Skyrim. What the fuck is that? That's just, the 360. Imagine something like this game, Starfield. Oh my god. You know.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm sure it'll be fun. I'll wait to see how it is. But if you want to take a break tomorrow, that's totally fine. Otherwise, I'm sure I can be available.
No. Let's do the campaign because the game launches at 5. You're not available till 8 anyways, right? So I'll get my 3 hours of it'll be noted. It'll fit the schedule, right? I thought I would have to cancel on you, but I don't. I can do 3. I can do my Rust wipe. I can do all of it. I can do Rust wipe, and then I can do my 3 hours of Starfield from 5 until 8 or 7:30, whatever it is your time, right? 7. And
I can start with you late too. I am doing a side campaign. It's not like I'm just sitting here waiting for you if I can't get you to play right away.
No. I would prefer to do the campaign. It fits the theme of what we've been doing more. It's like for the stream, I would prefer to do the campaign if you're okay. I realized tonight, I was like, this is a mistake to cancel. I don't think I want to cancel. So
I'm not offended by it, but if you want to play it, I'll be around.
Yeah, no, I'll play it from 5 till 7:30 or whenever you're ready, right? 7 whenever you're ready, right? Something like that. 8, right?
Baby's bedtime is variable, but yeah, I mean, like today I was 7:15.
No, it's perfect. I get the KT to too. I'll get all 3 games. I'm happy. I'm a happy camper. I'll get all of it, dude. We'll do the campaign. I would like to do that if you're okay with it.
Yeah, that's fine. And the big question is, because right now once we get past our meeting with Gortash, there's going to be 2 things we got to do right away.
Okay.
Well, actually, one thing.
Do we subvert him or do we fight him?
Well, if you can choose to side with him against Bale, the Bale cultist chick, and I don't know. I didn't side with him because he's an evil bastard, and it makes more sense to kill him.
Okay.
But anyway,
okay,
it's not a huge spoiler. You already know he has the Duke Ravengard or whatever, like the big leader of the Flaming Fist. We saw him get tadpoled before we fought the big undead champion guy.
Yeah, I remember the fist. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's going to be something where he makes a public show of the Fist dude, crowning him like King Regent of the city, some shit like that, and then magically Duke Ravengard just disappears.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you have Will in your party, Mizora will show up as Demon Master, Devil Master, and she'll say she can save his father if he sells himself to her for eternity, like basically upgrades the contract to fuck him over even harder. You can turn it down, and then she's like, okay, well, I guess bye-bye, daddy, your dad's fucked. I think it's just like when you try to save the gnomes from the gas chamber that the dwarves have set up in Grimhold or whatever. If you take like 2 long rests, then Ravengard dies. I don't know, because the wiki has fuck all for information when I look it up. But basically, Duke Ravengard's going to be in a secret prison, and I know how to get to it. There's like 2 or 3 ways, but if you get to the prison and save him, I think it's time limited. Like you have 2 rests or something like that. But anyway, you want to save Duke Ravengard.
Okay.
But past that, we could go straight for the Bale people and try to conclude your storyline. I think that's probably a good idea because you get some really neat daggers. I mean, your character and Minthara are both like their personal quest is involved in going out there and fucking that shit up.
Okay.
I also will say, as soon as we hit level 12, we want to go fuck Raphael.
Okay.
And I don't mean sexually.
No, I know you don't. Yeah. I don't like Raphael. Yeah.
So Raphael's place is that vaunted House of Hope. It is accessible in Act 3. That's where the items that give you 23 con, 23 strength, those both drop there.
Okay.
So you can get a necklace that gives you 23 con. Flat out. You can get I think it's gauntlets that give you 23 strength flat out.
I want that.
There's a legendary chest piece that, as far as I'm aware, is the best heavy armor chest piece in the game by far. So anyway, there's some really neat shit from doing House of Hope. Highly recommend. Also, if you want to free Orpheus, the Gith guy in the prison, that's what you have to do.
Okay.
Raphael, we're about to hit it actually, because Raphael's going to be at the whorehouse, of course. But he's going to offer to give us the hammer that will break the prison if we promise the crown they're using to enslave the nether brain, or the big brain thing. Okay. If we promise to give him the crown after we kill the big bad, he'll just give us the hammer. If we don't want to do the deal, we have to go steal it from his home.
All right.
Anyway, I love the Raphael fight. I think it's the second hardest fight in the game for sure. Only the final fight even compares to it. But Raphael's the hardest boss, the single hardest NPC in the game to fight. But I love the music.
Okay.
The music is incredible. If you look at the soundtrack, it won't make much sense because there's actually some dialogue going on in the music. But when you're doing the fight, the music
I hate it.
Plays to the fight, and it sounds really fucking epic. I love the Raphael fight song.
No, I love it when they do this, when there's one that stands out. I love it when there's a track that stands out. Yeah.
Well, it stands out because it's him doing like his mockery stuff because he's very quick-witted. I love Raphael's dialogue. He's a very snarky character, but he's doing his dialogue and saying how fucked you are, basically. And there's this NPC you save in his house if you're trying to do the good stuff, which you should. She gives you a legendary item if you get her through it alive. But it's actually him talking down to the party, and she's like talking back to him. Snarky character. And it's just a back and forth dialogue thing going on while this epic fight music's playing.
Oh, really? So it's an actual like it breaks the third wall, basically.
No, it's two NPCs having a verbal sparring match while battle music's going on.
Oh, so the battle music, okay.
No, I'm saying the battle music
is the
battle
talking?
music has the dialogue in it.
Yeah, that's like breaking the third wall. That's actually very interesting. Yeah, that's cool.
If you just listen to the music, like if you go YouTube search Baldur's Gate 3 soundtrack and listen to it.
Okay, what's the name of the song?
Raphael Fight Song.
Raphael Fight Song. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as cool because you're not in it in the battle, but they match it to the fight so perfectly.
Oh, I don't want a spoiler. I'm not going to spoiler this.
Yeah, you're gonna get rid of the magic of the first time you see the fight. If you do that,
I'm not going to do that. No. Yep.
But it's cool music. I really it did stand out to me. Anyway, I think the Raphael fight is by far the coolest fight in the game. It was definitely the most difficult fight.
Ooh.
I mean, the last fight, the final fight, where you have to take out the brain and all that shit, it's not that hard if you have a lot of allies. If you have allies, you could just fucking pop an army on top of the boss.
Right.
And you let the army really handle the hard parts of that fight. If you did it with 0 allies, it'd be a hard fight for sure. But
cool,
anyway.
It's an ally fight, huh?
Yeah, it's what gives like lasting meaning to try to help people out and do all this ass wiping for everyone.
Right, yeah, it's like our unity of friends defeats you, game boss. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you can get to the last fight and have like 10 different reinforcements you can call. The reinforcements are going to be anywhere from 1 to 3 NPCs. Like you call the tiefling guy and he'll come with 2 paladin allies, so you'll have like 2 smite bashy paladins and then a healer paladin.
Is this the structure of how D&D usually works? Do you eventually get the help of the people that you socially liked throughout the campaign? Is that kind of a common thing? Or was that something they only did for BG3?
That's too broad scope of a question.
Too broad scope, I guess, yeah. Okay.
But, I mean, every game has something.
Well, I just wondered if it, like... I wondered if the tabletop had a propensity for having you form alliances throughout the campaign to beat the final boss. Is it like something that they do all the time?
Tabletop is freedom. Tabletop can be anything. You can go make a furry fuck simulator out of your tabletop game. Mm-hmm. You can go make a mining enterprise simulator. In fact, I like listening to a handful of YouTubers that got together and they called it D&D Crusaders was their campaign they did. And it went on for quite a while. I thought it was pretty fun, but eventually they actually made the mistake of getting bogged down because their characters were supposed to, it was like a low magic setting. And their whole thing was they wanted to go to this town and join the crusade. Like the crusade was all forming up at this one city. And they were going to join the crusade.
We're all going down to the crusade. Yeah.
I don't know that it was a real life Christian versus Muslim thing, but there was some kind of crusade going on that they were trying to join. But while they were waiting for the crusade to happen, they wandered off to some islands on the side quest, and they killed some fucking what was it, like vine horrors and shit. They killed a bunch of monsters, but then they found out there were silver mines on these islands, and they decided to fucking do like a Tropico silver mine kind of simulator. And the problem is they basically derailed the campaign and it fell apart.
Oh, that sucks.
Which sucked because it was a really fun campaign and they had quite a few like 6-hour episodes where they've been playing. So anyway, I liked it, but what I was getting at is D&D is very free form in what you can do.
Mhm.
Like I said, it can be a sex simulator. You can do intergenerational shit. I mean, I played a D&D campaign where we had a dryad that was, like dryads are tied to a tree. Well,
Yeah.
we had a ship, and the ship, because it was made out of wood, was the dryad's tree. So we had like an elder dryad bound to our ship, and then, well, my character wanted to procreate with her to make like half dryad, half elf automatons to like defend the ship and do menial tasks for us.
I love this. My favorite writer wrote a book series that kind of like this. Yeah.
So it really, there's a lot of freedom, and a lot of it comes down to what is the DM willing to put up with.
Okay. Well, I mean, I knew this, but I just wondered if most DMs had like a propensity for building social relationships that helped you beat the final boss, if there is such a thing. But I guess like it would be so free that you decide if there's a final boss, right?
Well, there's a lot of shit. Like, hell, my tabletop I'm doing, my character got captured. I can't remember if I talked about it all last week,
I
but
think you did. Yeah.
we all got captured. I found out the two other people that got captured, they accepted like a deal to basically work for the carnival. And
Yeah, what happened with this, right? Because two of the members weren't going to be there that day. What happened?
well, I guess the DM must have talked to them in Discord privately or something to kind of figure out what they're going to do, so we could have a mini session with myself, because myself and my wife were the only two out of the 6 people that actually made it last week. But so we had mini sessions, and then we just went home early. But I think one of them had to go like catch something in the ocean, but basically it's a gnome that can't talk that's floating on a leaky dinghy and basically might drown.
Okay.
And the other one got forced to be a cat burglar and hop around rooftops stealing shit. But my character was locked in a room. I'm a dwarven life domain cleric, but I'm an urchin, so I have sleight of hand as a proficiency. And they locked me in this closet and were like, well, we don't like you. What can you do for us? And I told them to fuck off, and they threw me back in the closet. Basically, I'm just trapped in the janitor's closet. And there's a guy sitting on a bench with a crossbow just watching the door. And with him is this ghost, because they have a ghost barkeep that makes all their alcohol for the carnival.
Okay.
The ghost is CR4, which is actually really scary. That's like a group challenge, and you'd already have to be like level 4 to adequately take it on. Anyway, so there's these 2 NPCs sitting out the door. I was able to break a bucket that was in the broom closet, break off its handle, and then fashion the handle into a crude lockpick.
No way, you rolled all the way through that? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I rolled through all of it.
Oh my God.
He made me roll for disadvantage to break the bucket and make a lockpick.
Because what if you can't? Yeah.
I rolled a 13 and a 14, so that
Beautiful.
worked out well enough. Anyway, so I broke the lockpick. I broke the handle, fashioned it into a crude lockpick. I picked my restraints because I was bound by the hands and the feet.
Ooh.
And then, as a cleric, we did not get a long rest. In the previous session, I had used all my level 2 spells, so I'm a level 4 cleric, and I've got 4 level 1 spells left. And other than that, I'm fucked. And also I'm naked. I have no gear.
No gear, nothing. You're naked in a closet.
I've got a crude lockpick in my loincloth.
It's like the Sky or the Oblivion start. Yeah.
So what I did is the door wasn't locked because they have 2 armed guards and I was already restrained. I cast Sanctuary on myself because I happened to have that was one of my ranked 1 spells. So I did Sanctuary in this game. In Baldur's Gate 3, Sanctuary makes you just immune to damage if you don't attack. In D&D, it makes it so whenever a monster wants to target you, it has to make a will save to even be able to attack you. And it makes them prefer other targets. But if you're the only target, they can still hit you. They just have to pass a will save each time.
Yeah.
So as a cleric, I have a pretty good will DC. They had to roll like a 17 or something to be able to attack me still. But anyways, but the thing is I'm naked, and for some fucking reason, the DM, all he did was roll 17s that whole damn night.
Oh.
So they got most of their attacks off, but I bust out of the door. The ghost and the guy with the crossbow both start attacking. I run left because I can either go left or right down a hallway. I'm in the middle of the hallway.
Yeah.
So I run left. I'm a dwarf, so dwarves move slow. The ghost moves 40, speed 40 per turn, and it's flying type movement. I move 25 because I'm a fucking dwarf. So the ghost gets ahead of me in the left hallway and casts a fear spell on me.
It's like a Dementor. Yeah.
So he casts fear, which Baldur's Gate, it makes you unable to move. In tabletop, it makes it so it's like Turn Undead. You have to move away from the thing that feared you. You can't move towards it. You have to run away from it with your action. So I this whole I broke my consecration or my sanctuary. Sorry, I broke my sanctuary
Okay.
to cast because I still had Turn Undead.
Ooh.
And there's this fucking scary ghost in front of me.
3 turns to be good.
I tried turning it, but the fucking dungeon master rolled a 17 on his save, so he didn't get turned. So now I'm vulnerable and getting my ass reamed because I don't have sanctuary on anymore. So they're not even.
And you're alone too. Yeah.
So I recast sanctuary, and then I ran the other way down the hall, and then I popped a dash action to keep running down the hall, and finally I'm down to not much health. And then I get to an opening in this hall, and it's just like an open room, but with a teleportation circle in the middle of it. And I recognize it because that's the previous session we got trapped by a teleportation circle. So I make a last-ditch effort to sprint to that teleportation circle. I'm almost dead in my underwear, and there's a ghost about to eat me. And I cast Healing Word, which I wouldn't have thought to cast if I hadn't played Baldur's Gate 3 so much, but that's a bonus action.
Yeah.
So I healed myself up to like 17, and then the fucking ghost hit me again. Like it did a last grasp, try to kill me. It hit me down to 4 HP as I ran through the portal, and then the DM made me roll a 1d4.
Oh.
If you roll a 4, you go where the teleportation circle is set to go. If you roll a 1, you wind up somewhere random, missing at least one body part.
Oh my god, that's like okay.
If you roll a 2 or a 3, you just wind up somewhere random.
I want to do Skyrim random, yeah.
So I rolled a 2, so I wound up dead of night. It's like 2 a.m. in the middle of the woods. I don't know where I'm at.
I don't know.
And there's a fucking
Is Blair Witch? Oh no.
Quiet. So middle of the woods, and there's a fucking hungry wolf looking at me, like directly in front of me.
Oh,
the fucking wolf was a MacGuffin. I thought the DM was actually trying to murder me because I have 4 fucking HP, and he spawned a wolf in front of me, and I'm naked in the woods at night. Anyway, I had, I think, 1 spell left, 4 HP, and I cast the, what is it, Guiding Light? You know, that nuke spell that Shadowheart gets that does advantage on the next attack. I cast Guiding Light. I somehow rolled like a 19 or something on my attack roll, so it hit. And I rolled really well in the damage, so I just vaporized the wolf.
Oh, yes.
And then I used my last spell slot to cast a Healing Word on myself, and then I climbed up a tree and went to sleep for the night to get some health back. We ended the mini session on I am naked, making my way back to town, and I'm gonna probably role play as a homeless beggar until I can get home because I don't have any gold, so who's gonna steal from me, right?
Right.
I just gotta dodge the carnies, but they don't know where I am because I teleported to who knows where the fuck in the woods.
Who knows what you're gonna find either.
So anyway, like that's like a tabletop adventure. I'm locked in a broom closet. There's guards outside.
Yep.
What do? I could go suck their dicks and say I want to be their helper, and maybe they'll give me some job, or I could just book out of this door and somehow survive an encounter I shouldn't be able to survive because I happen to have Sanctuary and a few other useful spells. So anyway, just interesting stuff. D&D
it was very entertaining. Yeah.
D&D is pretty open. Like I said, a lot of it comes down to what the DM's willing to do. So some DMs are more tolerant of some things. Some DMs have more of a linear path in mind and won't let you stray too far off it.
Yeah.
But yeah, tabletop's fun. It's a lot slower, especially if you have a lot of people in your party. I really think like a 4-person party is the most you should do. 5 is a hard max. Unfortunately, we have 6 in my party. But anyway, it's just the more people there are, the longer you're waiting between your ability to do anything, be it roleplay or combat.
Yeah, that was my initial turn off with D&D tabletop, was how long it would take.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you really don't have a lot of patience, do a 3-person group.
Yeah,
and you'll be moving pretty quick if it's 3-person.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm gonna go to bed before I talk for another fucking hour.
Right. We don't want to repeat. Good night, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just tired. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. See ya. Yeah. Good man. Very entertaining. I now I realize that I kind of want to hear D&D stories vocalized and I didn't know this. I didn't know how interesting they could be. And I find that story so much more interesting than Marvel Infinity Adventures or whatever the fuck. And so we're going to go look at that. I want to hear somebody narrate a D&D story, because I wonder if D&D is my favorite game and I never really knew it, because I like freedom. I like freedom. I've always liked freedom. Hey, I'm up. I'm double the subs I was like 2 months ago. I am up. I'm doing so good. Yeah. Good job. I'm doing so good. I'm doing so good. The content's better. I'm not raging as much. I'm doing good. I got an old friend in my life and all this stuff. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so we come through and we look for D&D, interesting D&D stories, right? Here, that's probably good.
One Brian Von VA here, back at it again, doing what I do best, delivering you guys and gals, ghouls and goblins, specters and zombies, a little bit of wholesome D&D content. So today, we've got What Are Some of Your Wholesome D&D Stories Part 2, featuring Doodle Poodle. That's right, we have a special treat for you today, and this first story comes from the D&D comic artist and friend of the channel, Doodle Poodle. You may have seen
Doodle
his
Poodle.
Tales from the Tables comic, starring the fighter turned
I have
paladin,
may not
Angela.
have seen that.
What you may not have known is that Doodle Poodle also plays Angela in a real D&D game as well. When he
Nice.
found out we were doing another Wholesome Moments video, he threw a couple of their group's Wholesome Moments our way to share with everyone. We sure hope you enjoy his stories, and be sure to check out his webcomic and follow him on Twitter. All the links are going to be in the description below. Now, let's get started, shall we? Our
Indeed.
awesome Forever DM trademark completely caught me off guard with this little gem once our party hit level 5 and was about to start Dungeon of the Mad Mage. When we were at the Yawning Portal, my fighter, Angela, daughter of a Waterhaven officer of the city guard who went missing in shady circumstances, received a note urging her to come over to a blacksmith's workshop. The blacksmith turned out to be an old acquaintance of her father's, and he's recently finished what Angela's dad asked him to do, to rework his old suit of plate armor to fit his daughter, and present it to her when the time was right. Angela, now a full-fledged adventurer, was naturally quite taken aback to receive such a precious memento. One detail caught her attention, though. The pale blue tunic that went under the plates extended under and past the tassets, where it formed what clearly appeared to be a feminine, pleated skirt. Wait, why does it have a skirt? What's that all about? Angela asked, pointing frantically at the garment on the armor stand.
Isn't this exactly how you wanted it?
The blacksmith replied, showing her an old yellowed piece of parchment. On it was a childish doodle. The cute, smiling charcoal depiction of a little girl was holding up a little sword and clearly wearing a suit of armor with a cute skirt. The fighter's eyes welled up with tears as she easily recognized the doodle she'd made about 10 years before, when she was just a child tagging along with her dad to see the smith.
I've been slowly hammering away at this armor for several years, resizing it. I remember you were excited
I
when
don't
your think
this
father
is going to
brought you
keep me
along to my-
entertained. I'm terribly sorry. It's too slow. We'll go back to the history and finish that one I was listening to yesterday. This one.
One of the things they agree upon is that the country is dangerously flirting with radicalism. But of course, when you're one of the most traditional great powers in the world, if not the most traditional, your definition of radicalism, might be a little bit different than most. Here's what historian James L. McLean writes in his A Modern History of Japan, quote, "Feisty tenants and disgruntled labor, intrepid feminists and radical students, seething minorities and outcasts, moga and mobo, anarchists and communists. To many within the governing establishment, it appeared that the country was coming apart at the seams. In the 1920s, the disruptive consequences of modernization, the competing attractions of new visions, the dislocations inherent in industrialization, the tensions associated with new modes of living, and the stresses that accompanied imperialism were imploding on one another. The tumult of the 20s alarmed many bureaucrats and members of the mainstream parties who sought ways to restrain the more extreme forms of radicalism that seemed at times to threaten the very existence of the state. End quote. The Japanese state will always be more paranoid and more repressive against any perceived threat coming from the left side of the political spectrum. And in Japan, that includes like bomb-throwing Bolsheviks and anarchists to liberal writers who question the divinity of the emperor or militarism or women's rights activists. It's a broad group of people that sometimes gets thrown into a similar breadbasket. I mean, there will be a sort of police force, a thought police inaugurated during this period that will go after like liberal writers and thinkers who will be jailed and sometimes tortured to death in prison. It's a tough time to be questioning the status quo from that political side of the ledger in the 1920s, 1930s, and certainly 1940s up till 1945 Japan. The other side's extremists didn't have that kind of problem, in part because some of them were in government already and in the power structure, especially when you got down to like the junior officer level of things in some military circles. So they weren't really outsiders, they were kind of insiders. The other reason why is every time the government tried to deal with one of those, super patriot type societies or groups, those groups would basically wrap themselves in the imperial flag. You couldn't use a "they don't love the emperor" excuse on them that would get a lot of the public behind you, because their response is, no, we love the emperor. We love the emperor more than you love the emperor. And our extreme actions here and our willingness to lay it all on the line for the emperor proves that we love him more than you do. I mean, that's a tough one. And you will see a lot of the things that are done by these ultra-nationalist groups. They will get off with sometimes little hand slaps. These groups, by the way, have some of the greatest names you will ever run into. These patriotic groups that start off as kind of like pseudo-secret societies, but more and more, come out in the open. I mean, there's one called the Black Dragon Society. There's another one called the Dark Ocean Society.
Lone Wolf Shadow Dynasty.
The Cherry Blossom Society.
That's I knew. I named my corporation in Eve Lone Wolf Shadow Dynasty LSD. It means like somebody who moves in the shadows, who is a lone wolf, who doesn't need anybody else, who doesn't really like who can make it naked, like that story that Begon just told, who can be stripped naked and left in a fucking bathroom or something. Somebody likes adventure in a fucking prison cell. It escapes by tricking the guards and stuff. And yeah, I am here to sell stuff. Shit, I should have waited and just dumped some of this. I'm learning now there's like trips back to town that I must take. But before I can leave, I'm going to turn the music up now for a minute while I'm in town. Mary Lou Slutsky. Wow. Boomers. One of the things that I don't like going to this crystal because it's actually not that convenient to reach the auction house. You have to do this stupid spinny run around it down a stairway and shit. It's so annoying. Like right here, right? Like stupid spinny run like this, like around this corner, and it actually really annoys me kind of. I wish they hadn't done that. They could have just put the fucking crystal right here. So dumb. I don't know. What can I sell here that they'll buy? I mean, I don't believe I'll ever need these again. I could sell those, but I mean, will they sell? No. So I guess I can now just start vendoring some of this crap because it doesn't really seem to matter. I'm making more, like I'm beginning to understand ROE will provide. ROE will provide no matter what I do. There'll still be more money to be made if I want to spend the time. And honestly, if I want to make any money, I could just go fishing. Or honestly, what I used to do for money is go for Antiquan Auxiliaris in the desert, and that's really good money because it drops Antiquan pauldrons, and stacks of those usually go for like, I bet here it's like 200k. I bet I can make really good money doing that. If people like, their problem is they're not willing to do it, but I am. I'm like really. Now I don't know what these are. Oh, increases one's dagger skill. Okay, I can't do that on anything but thief though. So yeah, let's take a look at selling stuff. Right, I gotta sell now. I have too much stuff. I gotta reduce now. Anything that's, yeah, like that's a good weapon, but this weapon I'm done with it, I think, and it doesn't matter. I'll take the gil for it now. Yeah, like I'm fairly done with these weapons. I'm fairly sure. If not, I'll buy more. Yeah. This willow fishing rod is garbage. I don't want it anymore. Rotten meat. See, I have a lot of crap that I just haven't sorted, and I'm going to now. I'm gonna pull like all the crap out. I mean, I would prefer to disenchant that, so I probably will. Yeah. That's a good disenchant, but I'll fail it. But if I get a skill up, it's worth it. I'll fail this. It's beyond my skill. So it was honest about it. It actually could have stolen my mats, but it didn't. See, that doesn't sell much for here, but I don't want to put it on the auction house. So, you know, whatever. Fiend blood is good. You know, it's not like this is much money, but it's still net profit, just like EVE Online. So, yeah, and this is all good. So then we want to come to the Mog sack, and we're going to start pulling out stuff that I wish to sell because I just don't have the room for it. Yeah, like I feel like there's no way now. I guess I could get a stack of ram skin and it would sell well, but pugil skill, like anything that won't sell well, even in a stack, like any of this stuff, like that stuff is worth keeping. Seashell will sell well if you have a stack, but no, it won't. Batfang will not sell. Ram horns will sell well in a stack, but bat wings won't. Fiend blood won't. Beastman blood should be sold anyways. Rock salt should. I mean, rock salt might sell, but I mean, I don't honestly care. I don't care. Revival roots is always good. Revival roots should stack. Revival roots always good. So, yeah, the pumice stones. I don't care about those. I mean, I'm not totally sure what they do, which is why I don't care about them. And then, yeah, the scorpion claws. Now I'm full. I got a vendor again. I've been keeping all this, like, instantaneous stuff. Like scorpion claws will stack when you're killing scorpions, but you don't want to stack them before that. And I'm learning now. There's like, a new style of item. Honestly, I don't want to wait to... Yeah, I'll take the 250 gil, honestly. Yeah, because it was free. That ring was free. Oh, I got a new cipher for some reason. Adelheid. I don't know who Adelheid is. Okay, well, let's go unlock that. That's cool. Pumice stone, rock salt. Just sell the rock salt and the beast blood. Hey, cool. That's some money. Yep. Some of the stuff is good money. Yeah. Batwing, all that crap. I don't care about that. Scorpion claws stack, and they sell well. A stack of scorpion claws will sell well, but like honestly, I don't need to save it. That's something that I would do on Horizon, but on retail, the ROE system holds your hands so much. I don't know why they made it so powerful. That money is not this thing that matters. Like right now, I can dump. I think I probably will. I can dump another 100k, and I kind of probably should to buy earrings because I don't have any earrings. It's like I don't need earrings, but it's kind of dumb to have the slots empty. I would like the dodge earrings, and I want to sell my ROE to do that, but I've got to level more, and if I want to level more, I've got to clear out my boxes. If I want to clear out my boxes, I've got to remove everything that isn't stacked up right. So another thing that sucks is now I've got to consolidate boxes. All the rest of this work is best done now that I've got a bit of room to work with. Now all the rest of this work is best done in the Mog house because oh yeah, good. There's a crystal over here too. It's best done in the Mog house because then I can consolidate everything to the main box with my inventory and stack all of it, and I can condense my boxes so I can dump in the wild till the 2 boxes that I can reach in the wild are full, but all of it. And also I want to spend some money on the most effective storage right now, the most effective storage, which I'll go take a look at the auction house, but I'm sure there's a good cheap storage item. I'm sure of it. So let's go take a look at it. There's going to be something some woodworker wants to do. Where do I want to go to an auction house, right? I guess I could go to Rebeo. I could go to Rebeo. That's an auction house. I could go to Kazam. Oh, wait, are all those connected? I don't think they are on retail. I don't think those ones are. Or the, like, I don't know. Anyways, I'll go to Bastock is my favorite music. We'll go to Bastock Mines. Yeah. I love the crystals because no matter where you live, you can live wherever you want. If you want to live in Norg for a month, you can live in Norg for a month, and you can get all the quests done, and you can read all the, you can like bumfuck around the town when you're drunk on a Sunday night or whatever. And you can read all of the NPC dialect and stuff. The crystals are something that I think like Yoshi P was gave to the world as a gift. Kind of, and he divined it out of like the Skeksis and Dark Crystal and all that. But really, like, the crystals are a gift that I think every game should have. I think all hubs and all places and all zones should have a unique unifying travel thing. And if you want the Griffin Master, you can take it, but you shouldn't be forced to do it. That kind of time sink should be considered criminal these days. I think it should be considered criminal. You shouldn't be able to steal that much of somebody's time for repetitive travel. I don't think that should be like a trope in video games like it was for the last 20 years. And now I feel like what makes, like I said yesterday, now what makes me a better player than other people is I'm willing to do the repetitive runs more than they are, you know. So now we go back to the auction, to the Mog House, which is a crystal that I haven't got yet, so I'll go get that, or I would have warped there in the first place. I like Bastock Mines the best in the game because it is the best in the game. It's the least amount of running between an auction house and a Mog House, and it's like the music's superior to the other two towns. It's the track that's least repetitive. It's the one that has the most variation. Some parts of the song are totally different from other parts of the song, but much of Windurst and Sandoria were very repetitive, but Bastock was not. This is a song that I could listen to over and 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 over again. Now I kind of want to go unlock my favorite place of all time, which is Western Adoulin. That music is some of the both the music in Western and Eastern Adoulin is some of the best music in the game, and I think you have to be level 50 to go there. And I might go unlock that because I would prefer to live there. So let's go look at how to get to Adoulin, right? I forget. FFXI, how to get to Adoulin, right? I forget. How do you get to it? First, go to Lower Juno and complete the mission, the Geomagnetron. You may find Darcia within the building across the AH. After completing this mission, locate the waypoint at H7. A blue teleporter is to teleport to Adoulin. Okay. Started quest in Lower Juno with Darcia, set home point in Lower Juno, ran out to Crawler's Nest with silent oil and prison powder, and touched the geomagnetic thingy inside Crawler's Nest at the end of the tunnel. You can chocobo out, skip the running. Death warped back to Juno to finish the quest, went to Adoulin. The Unity Warp Embassy can warp you to Wajeom. The Adoulin quest is also easy to do. Okay, so I have to do a quest here before I do anything else, because I don't wish to do my auction house stuff anywhere but Adoulin, so that's what we're gonna do. Nope. Oh, this is easy. Okay. Oh god, I don't want to do that, but it's time to do that. It's the natural progression now. So it'll be good to finally hear the Adulin music again. I am happy about that. Adulin is superior. Adulin is like the best town. It's better than Juneau. It's like, in my opinion, definitely. So oh, there was one that I needed to do. I was hoping for Kuftal Tunnel, but it's not there. Rangemont Pass would not be bad. Let's go get that one. Shit. Alright, well. I should go on Thief just for Flea. Cora Loca would be really fast. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, like Cora Loca, I believe it is actually the fastest one. So I'll go do that. Screw it. Or no, all the way deep in Cora Loca would be really slow, actually. Yeah, the lower map, no, that's bad. Yeah, Crawler's Nest is... Crawler's Nest is the easiest one. I went the wrong way, but that's okay. We can... Oh, no, I went the right way, so... I'm gonna have to do this one twice, and it's the easiest one, so this is the one I want to do. And it's also the one that I can most likely make the most money from. So, On the way, I get to do something I've never really done very much before, which is chocobo digging. I have this set far too fast. I want it to be every 10 seconds, I think. Yeah, I'd probably go about like 10, like 10. Yeah, that's gonna annoy me too much. Let's drop it down. 15. So around there. Yep, 15's perfect. That was cool. A pebble, a little worm, and 6 nothings. I love this game now. It constantly keeps you entertained, I would say. Feels nice not to have to dual box like all the time. I don't feel like playing EVE Online tonight. I feel like getting a lot of stuff done on Final Fantasy 11. Ooh, Ochus. I like Ochus, and they vendor for pretty good money too. Their vines, their Marlboro vines. You have to come back here for the dagger trials, and you actually do spend like a couple of days here. I mean, like real life days here, right here, by Crawler's Nest, where you hunt a bat called Triple Stars. That's really annoying. But I want that occasionally attacks 2 to 4 times dagger. I really, really want that, you know. And then I want the best dagger in the game outside the game for that. Because that will fit up Dancer, it'll fit up Thief, it'll fit up anything that uses dagger. Bard, it'll do Dancer, Bard, and Thief. And those are all, incidentally, my favorite jobs. So I was a Dancer, Bard, Thief. I mean, that's what I always was back in the day. That's what I am now. They were the natural progression for me. I was either always a thief or a bard or a white mage, or that's it, like a thief, a bard, or a thief, a bard, or a white mage. And then later on, dancer, Sam, thief, dancer, dancer, thief. Or sorry, Sam, dancer, dancer, Sam. Later on, I evolved to Dancer Sam, and I know Dancer Sam is the most DPS in the game, but also the progression to that is kind of slow. But it is I mean, I will run Thief into the ground until I'm like really well geared or whatever in eye level gear. And oh, I had that trust that I didn't turn in, which is kind of annoying. Oh well. And so I could say, but the problem with Dancer Sam is, while it's the most AoE damage in the game, I would say, because you can just pump meditates and second Nokis and like all kinds of crazy dancer stuff like trance, so you can just keep dumping, like you can trance, which is like insane, which means that you not only can you cast like spells forever, but it also pumps your TP meter to 3000, which is the same thing that Samurai does, but it also lets you use all your abilities for free for like 45 minutes. It's superior to Samurai in some ways. So, you know, and Samurai is superior too. Samurai's got the damage, the single target damage, but the problem is, like, you know, Dancer Sam is the superior AoE, but the problem with Dancer Sam is when you're AoEing, you can't get Treasure Hunter on AoE anywhere but Thief Dancer with Cyclone. So it's either be a Thief Dancer with Cyclone all your career, or be a like a Dancer Sam with Aeolian Edge. Well, really, I mean, Cyclone till Aeolian Edge. Thief gets Aeolian Edge too. So either both of them get Aeolian Edge, but the difference is Dancer Sam will pump out 15 Aeolian Edges. Thief Dancer won't. Thief Dancer will only do it every like 45 seconds or something like that. It is way, way, way less damage. But in return, you get the Treasure Hunter 4, which is so much better. It's faster in the end to have the Treasure Hunter 4 and not do 50 hours of bad drop rate than it is to and only do an Aeolian Edge every 45 seconds than it is to do 4 Aeolian Edges a minute, and it's still but then have to kill 4 times the amount of mobs just to get a drop. So Thief Dancer in the end will be my main. And that sucks. I'm not happy about that, but it's I mean, that's how, I mean, there will be this point where I'm mega rich and I don't need anything else. And that's when I'll switch to Dancer Sam and get the real AoE damage that I want on the real end game stuff like MMM and you know, like all that other stuff, like whatever it is, fucking Omen or whatever. And it's been so long since I've done a dueling. That was back in 2015, so that would be, or longer than that, like 2012 something. It's been 11 years since I've done a dueling, so I really don't remember it, you know. One of the reasons I came here is I knew I would get the survival guide, and that's very helpful. Also, this is a GOV, so we're actually going to be able to make some XP here, some really good XP. Right, the survival guide, right? But I want the GOV, which is the grounds tome, and we're gonna cancel the current regime, and we're gonna look at a new regime. The most common thing we'll see in here is crawlers. So anything crawler B or whatever. There's death jackets and crawlers, which for me kind of ends in the basement, so that one's okay. But we want to start with something that I can keep going with, which is 3 soldiers and 3 nest beetles. That's no good. There's Lizzie's and witch hazels, which isn't actually that bad, but it's not the direction I'm going. There is exo rays and horn flies, which is something I do have to do here while I'm here anyways. So, but that one isn't a good GOV target. I believe the good GOV target is page 1, the death jackets and the worker crawlers. We'll see a lot of those. Yeah, on the way in, and we'll just do the extra rays we need to get the mold. Actually, no, I don't want to do extra rays right now. We're just here to grind our way some levels as we go in to oh, and I'm gonna turn that off. That is unacceptable. Their battle music is sometimes really not okay. Their battle music is so not okay sometimes. It's unfortunate. Sometimes it's exquisite. Sometimes it's horrible. We're like, really, I'm talking like an abomination on the game's record, you know? Yep, hey, look at this. This is a real mob that won't die instantly, which is nice. What else have I got? I don't know. What level am I? I'm 33, so did I get something else? I got Berserk. That's cool. Yeah, run that. And then flourishes and steps. Box step, huh? Oh, yeah, defense. Hey, defense is really good. Evasion's better, maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, like, run the evasion down. Yep. Sluggish days. Lethargic days. It's kind of wasteful on the TP, but it doesn't really matter. We killed them fairly quick, and each crawler is going to be a little better. My XP buff will wear off in 25 minutes, of course, the minute I begin leveling. Pretty much almost to the minute of when I begin leveling, my XP buff wears, and you'll begin to see the barrier curse in its reality. Even in small things like buff timers, it'll be like that. It's always nighttime when I log on Rust. It's always my buffs are always running out right as I get to the zone. I will begin to have to do my job here and protect the tank, but I have an ability to do that. It's much more entertaining to me when the mobs don't instant die. In past level 30, they stop instant dying, which is good, and I kind of like that. It begins to be a much more fun game where you can predict how things are going to go. And here I'm healing that guy. So, like, I'm doing my job. I have Curing Waltz 2 now, so we're going to definitely slap that up there. So we go, hey, I got to level off him. Very good. Get to work on this guy, however. Yeah, get to work on him. Go. Yep. No, see, that's too myopic. We want, like, that. That's probably about right. Yep. So now I've got Curing Waltz 2, which is good. Waltz 2, and then Curing Waltz 2. You'll see me bust one of those right now. Here goes, right? Full heal the tank, right? And I can do my job, right? I'll get me some good skill, sword skill. Well, not sword skill up, but I'll definitely get some good skill. Well, I won't get skill up here. I should be on daggers, actually, now. But, I mean, yeah, oh, yeah, do I have, like, level 27 daggers or whatever? I don't know. I have that poison dagger, but, frankly, I don't think I need to level daggers on Dancer. I would prefer to level swords on Dancer. Swords is a better throughput weapon for Dancer. Let's go look at what the state of Dancer is in, like, 2023. So I can expect to see at 40, I get Flourishes 2, which is like better foot rises and stuff. Climactic Flourish, Striking Flourish, and Ternary Flourish. Finishing moves, right? There is Contra Dance at 50. Next waltz used while under the control will restore an increased amount of HP. That's like Dancer's Divine Seal, because Dancer is very much so like a healer. Here's me healing the tank for half his bar, and then another one too. Another one after that. See it? And I keep the tank up. The White Mage is out of mana, so I'll resummon the trusts after this. And while I'm resummoning, I'll go to the bathroom. Is that to pee? Hi. I'm going to put on some ambient for the grind, I think. It's all about the feng shui, you know? The feng shui. Why can't I land a hit on this fucking thing? Why can't I land a hit? It's like, land a hit, goddammit. My tank is going to die, but that won't matter. That tank sucks. Yeah. Alright, guys. Go home. Go home. And then come back out again. And I'll BRB. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Sorry. I've made a mistake and I've come here with weapons that aren't good enough. So I will go fix that. I didn't get swords that, well, I might even have them. I might have the swords. Let's go see. Do I have the swords? I don't think I sold any. Iron sword, which is 18. No, I don't have the swords that I need. That's all like low stuff. Yeah, like where there's a Gladius and a Tuck and a Degen, an Inferno sword with 4. Oh no, that's a great sword. Great sword, axe. So these are the swords that I have, a Gladius and a Tuck. Yeah, Gladius is better, but it's still not good enough. I don't think. It's unfortunate. Hell, it's still an improvement. Oh no, Gladius cannot be used by dancers, so yeah, this is like what this is the damage that Dancer does for a while. It's kind of funny. Cypher Adelhide. I can't go further, but boy, these guys do pay 800 XP, which is not bad. Got to get the XP buff on. That's so crazy. You get 2 buffs. That's actually very good. So then we got to equip the Excalibur ring.
Your skill has increased.
Train quick. $2,400 off that one. Let's keep going. Why did that crawler give me 2,400 fucking XP? That's insane. Oh my god, they made this easier, but I like it. I actually like it. It's still slow. It's still slow enough where it feels okay. It feels like WoW or something. These death jackets, getting 2 of them might be really bad news. Or 3 of them, I don't know. He's gonna pull them all, and that's fine, but... Oh god, I don't know. I might have to transfer this. We'll see. While we're fighting this, since she has mana, I'm just gonna let her do her job while I gather TP. And I'm gonna go look at my quest menus for what it is I need to do here in this region. There. Wait, the Crawler's Nest. There it is. Demonic Tifia. What is that? Well, whatever it is. I like stacking 3k TP on my Dancer because it's a way to pretty much purchase a, like directly purchase a way back to, wow, the way they did the staggered Dancer healing, I love it. Maybe I will go Dancer Sam, but not until the end. Not until I've done the big grinds. See, now I can heal. I'm going to lose this fight, so I'm going to leave. When the tank dies and I have 3 mobs, I'm going to straight bite it, so time to run. Oh, they might get me even. We'll see. Nice thing about this is, though, I just resummon, come right back. Totally fine. There's even more worker crawlers, but I'll go right back to the bees and I'll try that pull again. I'm not really getting too much. Oh, I could have gotten prowess as like food. I should have bought sushi by now because that's part of it. So I think I will take the grounds food buff. Yeah, that load took a while. Yeah, I don't want Link of like 3 of them, just one. Look how bad he hurts me. God damn, man. Well, also I'm wearing really crappy armor from level 1. Maybe I should fix that too. There, that thing's dope, but it's still too low. Hi guys, I love you. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday night. Yeah, 2000 XP. Oh yeah.
Your skill has increased. $169, not bad.
2,400. My God, I'm going to get through these levels so quick. 35 already. Did I get something new? I'll look at the dancer page. Screw it. I can't pull these 3. They're too much of a waste of time. And they're too deadly. Got to keep making my way all the way to the basement, I think, for geomagnetic found to... F7 on map 1. F7 on map 1, which is down the west tunnel. That's cool. I can jig if I need to, but certain things, certain K-berry links and such, witch hazels and stuff, the link can be very bad. Wow, they changed the way retail, or well, they didn't change it, excuse me. Once you see retail, you begin to understand, like, they did make some changes. They definitely did. In private, they definitely added some crawlers, you can see. Here's somebody doing something. Is he leveling? Yeah, he is. Nick Rain. What's up, Nick Rain? Wave. Doing horn flies, huh? Cool. What's up, Nick Rain? Okay, worker crawlers. A whole fuck ton of them. I don't need to grind through these, I don't think. Yeah, like I don't want to pull that room. That room will get me killed. One of the things about Dancer is it really doesn't have any CC at all. Now I'm beginning to understand why. I understand why you might see a Black Mage alt. Black Mage sub on a Thief, because you get the CC that you wouldn't normally have. Every 10 minutes you can do an Elemental Seal sleep the entire room for like 90 seconds while you kill the boss or something like that. It's a very powerful thing. The K-berries will waste me, and they also link. So now I'm very scared that I'm running in the danger zone. So now we special jig. And we go through. All the way to J7 of map 1, which is not far now. Also, I don't know if there's like a survival guide or what. I don't know. I can't remember. I should look at Crawler's Nest, but can I get... No, I can get back to the entrance, which is good enough. That's good enough. So we keep going. Nothing special in here. The nest beetles, check. IT. Just IT. Which, oh, the Doomscorp. I've got 2 minutes left on the Hecon's IT. I want to kill him because as a single target, as far as single target goes, IT. I wonder if the trusts have enough power to kill an IT. I think if we had six trusts, I think we could. There's the geomagnetic fount, but I'm fairly sure that the soldier crawler's aggro sound. So I got to be very careful here. But even if, I mean, I'm going to get out, or even if I die, it really doesn't matter. So, oh yeah, I got to switch back to my other ring, vision ring, right? And we are pretty much done here. We're going to break the... This is really scary, honestly. Very good. Now I can warp out. Very scary to show up by those guys. Yeah, very scary. So, looking at job levels, my combat skills in Dagger has still not caught up yet. But when they catch up, I can dump these Dagger skill ones. Okay, so good. And now we're out of it. We can go get a new scroll. And I unlocked a duelin. And now I get to listen to some really happy music that I haven't heard in like 11 years or something like that. And I'm very excited. I very much so am looking forward to that. So what's the other end of this quest? I go to the Geofount. And I say check a geomagnetic found, return to Darcia, and that's it. So go back to Lower Juno. Okay, so now must Oh, good. So now I have a series of ROE things, I think. We look at ROE for not combat, but tutorial. Missions, Adulin, Secrets of Adulin, Chapter 1. I just finished this one. And I had to go to RCL, it appears again, which is like kind of crazy. So that's good. Okay, now we go look at the best swords that Dancer can use. Well, let's go to the page and look again at Dancer. What's its best weapon? I suppose that's maybe what I should get used to. Ooh, if order I get stutter step. 35 I get healing waltz, which is good. That's the curing one. So now I think I've got healing waltz, which is good. That's the one that can cleanse myself from stuff. So yeah, dagger is its best. I guess dagger is what I mean. Yes, it's not very good at sword, frankly. I didn't really know that. So I guess I stay dagger. So we go yep, we go sorting by level. And we go look at what I can wear, which is a Mithril Kukri 15k. I believe I can get my hands on that at the vendor. Mithril, I'm looking for the Kukris, right? Mithril Kukris, and I'm going to go get those right now. Well, wait, so now I have this. I need to follow through the next quest, but now I understand what weapons I should be using, and before I leave, I'll get Kukris. So then activate the waypoint and to be teleported to Czech Battlegrounds for a cutscene with RCL Tiana and some Heart Wings. And then head to Czech Battlegrounds and enter Western Adulin. Okay, cool. So here we go, guys. It's through the portal time. It's through the portal time for me. I haven't been to Adulin in 11 years. This is a beloved treasure place with a lot of really good fucking music. So here we go. We're going to listen to some really good fucking like Final Fantasy music now. And here we go. Oh my god, I love that song. Oh, the battle music's so much better in the dueling. Yup, there it is. Listen to that bass line. Nabuo! Stay away. Fiends. God damn, she's hot. A duelin'. Tiana. Pioneer. Seekers. Seekers was the best by far. It had much more of a mission, much more of a vision. It was like the correlation of all of it. The graphics were the best, the music was the best, the fighting was the best, the content was the best. It was in its own way. It didn't do better than the original game. It's just, like, I would say, brought it to its fruition. These things are probably 70, level 75, level 100. Jesus. Well, so lucky than aggro. This thing is literally 70 levels higher than me, which is no joke. That shit'll push your shit back. One hit. He'll just level 70 will just one shot me straight up. I will be lucky to live through one hit. It'll do 650 damage on a melee hit. This shit's real. This game was real in its own way. They wanted to bring Dungeons and Dragons to the masses, I would say. And they fairly did it. They fairly did. Most of the stuff that's in Dungeons and Dragons is in this game. Or EverQuest. I kind of want to mute the Unity thing. I want to turn Unity off. Yeah. Yeah, she's kind of spammy. I just turned you off. Come on, man. I just turned you off. Whatever. Very good. So now I can just warp to here from Juno. Yeah, Western Adulan. Go to Western Adulan, accept destination and all that. Yeah. Welcome to the frontier. This station has already been built, but you can always help construct some bivouacs or keep them supplied. Frontier stations are self-sufficient, but the bivouacs are sadly not. We'd be extremely appreciative if you could undertake some assignments to make sure they stay in operation. She's just a helper. Seajak Battlegrounds. My Hardaru goes out to all you pioneers. As if the dangers of the jungle weren't enough, you've also got to contend with the foul beast within. It's a position I certainly do not envy Wemby. A warm smile and a pataru on the back is all I'm able to provide, but Elmric at the south side of Tentwen may be able to give you more. Normally I would play EVE Online in the background, but there's a lot that I need to focus on for just today if I wish to get through the next few days. So unlocking a Duelin, moving forward, getting levels on Dancer up to 50. I don't have to go that much further on Dancer before I can go work on my main all the way to level 100. And it's frankly slowed down by the limit break almost more than anything else. Limit breaks are level breaks from 50 to 55. 55 to 60, 65 to 70, 75. Shit. Why I didn't get my fucking X-ray mold while I was in there, and that's so dumb. I was ready to do it. I was ready to kill. No, I'm not sure I can kill an X-ray. I'll have to come in there on my thief. That's okay though. But that's one. That'll be. And I also need to break my level, my limit break. Pretty much the moment I hit 50. As the 8th century came to a close, so did the island's old regime. The royal family, in partnership with the 11 orders, agreed to abolish imperial rule, from which arose the sacred city of Adulan. The rate at which it developed astounded all. In the blink of an eye, Adulan had become a maritime metropolis, its mercantile prowess to the refined stoic castle in the east. I love Adulan. Yep. It is upon this Opaidan landscape that adventurers will first leave their mark in the next chapter of Vana'diel's history. There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've needed that harmonica in my life. And the banjo. Harmonica banjo. Skycat Live, you're such a slowpoke. We've been waiting forever, Teehee. Yeah, Archiella was already niche and helped me find the perfect herbs right away. She's so brave. We kept going deeper and deeper into the woods and never got scared or lost even once, even though no one was around. We knew a lot about all the different types of herbs, too. Not just the one my grandpa needed for his cough, but ones that make you healthy and stuff. She taught me a lot of new things in that forest. Then she came home, some magic, and we went all the way home really fast. I never knew how powerful magic could be. Don't you think it's amassing, too? Whoops, I forgot I still have to give my grandpa his medicine. Thanks for rescuing me from those evil pioneers helping to colonize our continent. I'm sorry, I missed. Does that also mean you're one of those pioneers? Yes. Oh, I truly hope you are. How incredibly grand it would be to see our daring and capable frontiersmen swell in rank. I can barely contain myself thinking about adding an extra member to our cause. Ahem. Despite my outbursts of enthusiasm here, I'm not actually part of the colonization movement. If you want to sign up and make Adoulin a safer, more habitable place, head on over to the Pioneers Coalition and speak to Brenton. I am not ready for this, but what I am ready for is the auction house. And better music than this even. This is the most happy song that I can think of. Not the happiest song I can think of, but one of the happiest songs I can think of. And I kind of needed it in my life. Adoulin got severely underestimated, and I hate it. Yeah, geomagnetons, or whatever those things are. Those are always good. I can even go back to Juno at will, which is good. Now, it costs Magnafont, which I'm not sure how I'm going to get, so definitely need the Crystal. Crystal's good. Crystal's just as good, but cheap. It's like free, so... Yay, I can travel for free. So now we need the other crystals. There's one south. We'll go get that. And yeah, that's it. There's only one other crystal in Western Adoulin, which is south. So during the day, one of the things I really love about Western Adoulin and Eastern Adoulin, and I love this kind of design. I view Western Adoulin, which is where I currently am, as the daytime city. When you're out and you're grinding with your friends and you're looking at the world and you're going places, you're doing things, and then you retire to Eastern Adoulin, and Eastern Adoulin is as peaceful and as nighttime as this song is daytime and jumpy. There's a nighttime Bastok song in Eastern Adoulin, and I must have listened to it for like 2 years. I used to love living in Adoulin. I noticed that the music itself was constantly keeping me happy. I would say happy. Like, it's a very happy music that, while repetitive, it's still unequivocally happy, and it brings tears to my eyes to be back here again. I thought I might not ever see it again. There was times when I would cry, thinking of when Final Fantasy XI just wouldn't be in my life anymore. The fountains in Adoulin and the music. People wonder why I do this. They don't have the patience to come look. My mother doesn't have the patience to come look. I have reasons. I knew what response it would elicit in me. I knew it because it happens to me every time. Happens to me every time. Like when I stay away from it too long, I get sad. I'm like, yeah, I miss Adoulin. Just relentlessly ska happy. It's like a ska song kind of. It's like it's almost a ska riff. It's such a happy ska song, but it's such a beautiful mix of harmonica and banjo. One of the most creative songs I've ever heard. I should buy a harmonica and a banjo. I can see strumming on a banjo and playing a harmonica at the same time. Like Tom Petty went through a whole album phase of that. Maybe I should sing happy songs on my YouTube channel about how I love my video games. I don't know. Very good. So Do I take the ride back? No. No. I get to go east. Yeah, cool. Small Taru in the big city. Oh, wait. You can't go that direction, huh? Oops. Wow. Oh, Eastern Adulin. This is one of my favorite songs of all time. One of the memes about Adulin was we knew that a lot of the community just had left to WoW completely. It just wouldn't come back. And there was only about 1.6 million of us left or something like that. The community used to be about 6.7 million something. And then it dropped to like 1.6, and we knew where they went. Like, I was one of them. 4 or 5 million of us just disappeared overnight for World of Warcraft. And this kind of broke Square Enix's heart and made them abandon the Final Fantasy XI project and cease development after that. They just saw that they were going to have to compete with WoW, so they made Final Fantasy 14. And 14 was a very emotional thing for me, because when it dropped, it failed us, and it was dead for 4 years or something. Nobody sat on there. I'm talking. It didn't even have like 5,000 players. It dropped for 4 years when Final Fantasy 14 hit, and so we had all gone to WoW at that point. I was one of them. And so I came back to 11, though, from like 2012 to 2015. I did play 11 some. And what I did with my friend Thayet on Fenrir. And we did all of Adulin and all of Abyssia ZNMs and all that stuff. And it was very fun. Often they would ignore Adulin, but it was still a really good place to go. I'm sorry, they wouldn't ignore it, but that was before Adulin. We rode Abyssia into Adulin. And I was there day one when Adulin hit. And by that point, I had seen my community die from 6.5 million to like 1.6. And Fenrir fractured. And they merged the servers, which pissed off our friends. Fairy and... I forget the other server. I believe it was... Fairy, I forget. It was Fairy and another server. I forget the name of the other one. I think it was like Afreed or something. It was like Afreed and Fairy. Sorry, it's a little loud, but anyways, and so those servers were forced merged with us, and we were the superior server. We were the number 2 server underneath Ashura. We were the second in the world, and some 4.5 million people dumped out overnight when like Wrath of the Lich King hit. and it was clearly evident that WoW was a superior game in every single way. And like 4.5 million of us or something just dumped out for World of Warcraft. And Final Fantasy XI was never the same. But as you can see, it has very high value. There was a lot of content in it. You can go for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. I probably have gone like 20,000 or something. It's something disgusting. My second account has 1,750 days when they essentially locked me out of it, and because I don't know what I did the birth year security question wrong, and now I don't know what the answer is, and I just locked myself out of my 1,750 day account. So one of my favorite, well, really, I think it's like my favorite quote is Rumi, and I know it's trite and it's common, but my favorite quote of all time is Rumi. He said his quote about where there is ruin, there is hope for a treasure. I experienced the ruin of my 1,750 day accounts. I'm not talking hour, I'm talking day. 24,000 hours or something. Whatever it is. Yeah, it's like 24. It was like 24,000 hours of Final Fantasy XI since 2003 or something like that. I did just as much, or I did jump out as much. Well, a lot less on WoW, but more on Final Fantasy XI. I picked up 11 before I played WoW. And so with the ruin of that account, I found great treasure. With the ruin of that account, I found great treasure in other places, like Ashura, like Nasomi, like Wings, like Horizon, like the people that came in my stream. It's reminiscent to me of there's a very reminiscent video about this kind of, and I'll play it. It always makes me cry, but this game makes me cry. It's an emotional game, kind of. It'll rob you of your XP so quick. It's a quarter stealer, this game. So what you do to prevent the quarter stealing is everything, and it's such a like my most famous Final Fantasy quote that my old co-op partner Ailey loved the most. She used to quote it all the time. She said, "This game steals your quarters." And she loved it when I said that. She was rolling on the fucking floor after I died twice on a re-raise or something. And I was like, "This game steals your quarters." And she was rolling on the floor. And she was like, "I will never forget that." And I was like, I know. The game steals your quarters. And what we do to prevent that is why it's so good. Because the game steals your quarters. You can't possibly play Final Fantasy XI if you don't know it without dying a lot. Now, you could do this with trusts a lot more successfully. You could make an attempt a lot more successfully with trusts and possibly not die. But it wasn't like that until 2017. Or whatever, 2015, I think it was. And so now, and the game steals your quarters, especially when you get up to current I-19 level or higher stuff. You immediately realize that the game is gonna fucking steal your quarters, whether you like it or not. Some black mage is gonna wander across its like pathing or whatever, and it's gonna dump a Faraga 4 on your entire fucking party when you just happen to be at 350 health because the fucking spider sickle slashed you or something like that. And it's got Dungeons and Dragons RNG issues like that out the ass. And you know the bomb might be coming, but you can't really stop it from patting, and you have nowhere to go because that's other pats. So then you get the aggro from the bomb, and you're praying to kill the fucking, the spider in time. The spider sickle slash is your 2,000 health bar for whatever it is. It's like 1,400 health bar for down to like 540 or something like that. And you're like, oh my god, I just took 1,000 damage on a 1,400 health bar, and I'm totally dead. And then the fucking Faraga 4 comes through and exactly a second later. And you're like, well, zip, yep, quarters are stolen, lost 25 minutes of walking, lost, about 4 hours of XP. Yep, the game stole my quarters. It's like that. Like, it's kind of like hardcore WoW. Hardcore WoW doesn't impress me anything at all. I could do hardware. I have done Iron Man to cap, like 60 and shit. I've done Iron Man. That shit does not impress me and stuff. Final Fantasy 11 is a much more difficult game. It's a much more difficult game. If you try to go through Sacrarium and you don't know it, I would wager your chances of survival at 1 in like 240 million. If you've never been to Sacrarium and you just don't know, if you don't watch a video or you just in any given spot in Sacrarium, there is a possible 64 skeleton aggro through the walls, much less you hiding from them. They'll just straight up aggro through the walls. They don't have anything about walls because they can hear you. So if you're there and you move and your invis and your sneak wears, you are then aggroed something like between 10 and 37 extremely difficult caster skeletons that all immediately tune up Aerogaw 3 on you. And it all comes in, and not only does it kill you, it kills your parties who scream cuss words at you, and there's all these other problems. And that's Final Fantasy 11. It will steal your quarters, and it doesn't matter if you forgot your medicine that day, you didn't bring your meds, and you can't invis and sneak. I mean, it doesn't matter. Your party's gonna die. Your party will die if you did that. So you always bring the meds, and Final Fantasy 11 in real Horizon terms plays a lot like Rust. If you go out into some place that you've never been and you don't know what the monument is and you don't know what the turns are in the corners or what the rads are, I'd say your basically survival chances 1 in 240 million or something, especially on a busy server. So so Final Fantasy 11 is the same. Sacrarium is the same. So you have to learn from somebody, and that's the whole game itself. You have to learn the game from somebody. You can't just go Google all of it. You can Google all of it, and you can step by step, and that's what I did. I went through all of the guides that were ever written about this game for pretty much everything I've ever encountered in the game, and I read every step by step that I could ever think of, and I cared a lot more about that in this game than I ever have any other game, because the game will steal your quarters. I don't care if you're big shit ninja on the block, and guess who plays Final Fantasy 11? Ninja on fucking Horizon and shit, and retail and stuff. But Ninja fits the personality of Final Fantasy 11 because you put it all on the fucking line, all of it, and you might even wipe your party and they're out of it for 4 hours. And so then you realize the stakes are so high that it's a good game for the streamer personality, for the train wreck personality, because the death is very high cost. It's not anymore in the modern iteration of Final Fantasy 11, but for about 10 years, the death cost was so high that you would find yourself just screaming. It was higher than Eve. You'd be like, oh my God, I lost 4 hours and 10 seconds. 10 seconds. And I didn't even do anything. I was coming back from taking a shit. And my friend trained the last skeleton to us by mistake, and his hide failed. So then the mob proceeded to basically de-aggro him and go right on me while I'm taking a shit. And it took us 4 hours to clear all the way to the torch, all the way to the torch, because we're not current here. So it's 4 hours. And oh my God, my friend bombed me while I was AFK. I lost 4 hours of XP, and the fucking 20-minute ride on the Chocobo here, the 15-minute ascent to Castle Astroha roof, the aggro of the 3 assassins that we barely lived with, 100 health each, and then eventually you're at the torch, which after an hour and 25 minutes of trifling and shit, you're finally at the torch and you're there. And your friend bombs you when you have to go take a shit or something, and that's Final Fantasy 11. It sucks. It's so that was it for me. That was it. I was sold on it. From the day one, I was sold on it. I was like, oh my God! Not only is it an incredibly multiplayer game, but it's also really, really, really. I'm talking Rust punishing in the respect that if you go someplace and you suck dick a lot and you die a lot, which happens, it happens a lot, you will lose 2 or 3 levels. And in the old days, that meant you had to look for a group for 2 hours, travel for 25 minutes to the camp with the party, wait for the tank to take a shit, wait for the ranger to take a shit, wait for the bard to take a shit, get up, pull the first mob, die to the first mob because the tank forgot to evoke or whatever the fuck, and then you like get your game faces on and you realize that the camp's cereal, and you like res the tank and you wait 5 more minutes, and then you get the tank up and you get the buffs back up like some kind of veritable World of Warcraft raid. You get Protectra and Shelra back up. The white mage is pissed because you're ready to pull because like 47 minutes have passed and you haven't even killed a mob yet, and the white mage is pissed because they're out of mana and they know that if you pull while they're out of mana, you're just dead. You're just straight dead. It's like not some iffy, like maybe I'm ninja and I can pull some win out of my fucking ass or something and pull some build move and like cap you with a shotgun in the back of your head from 3/4 behind you or whatever. It's not like that's an option. You're just dead. You're just dead. The white mage can't pull like 4 cure 4s necessary to keep the tank alive through the nasty sickle cells or whatever, like the nasty what would be an example? The nasty Calibri pecker bird with the huge toucan beak that when he stabs you with it, it pierces your heart. So like that thing comes through for 3/4 because he essentially stabs you in the heart with his giant toucan beak. No lie, that's called pecking flurry. And so the white mage goes, "What?" Because what's it going to do? It's sitting down, and he's going to get 40 mana for sitting down, but Cure 3 is 46 mana. And already the tank's taken 2 Cure 3s worth of damage already, and he's running invincible. So now you've got 45 seconds to do something. The bard immediately runs Chocobo Berserker or whatever, and you bomb out of there, and you have the bard sleep the fucking mobs, and you go running for 7 minutes to the fucking zone. I'm dead serious. This is Final Fantasy 11. It was worse than Rust. Rust is far more immediate. Like, 11 was like this staging thing of battle tactics and plans and where to go and what to do. Bring the party, and the party's got to be balanced. It's got to be like a ninja that can actually take the damage because it's just immune to the damage half the time. You actually have to like bring like, an actual healer who isn't going to fuck around and watch TikTok all day because you're there for 4 fucking hours to the minute basically before you get sick of being there for so long. And during those 4 hours, you really don't want the fucking white mage TikToking because like then your tank fucking dies. You got to wait for the white mage to res if the fucking white mage lives. You know what I'm saying? If the white mage lives, which how's the white mage going to live if the tank's dead? If they guarantee it in every situation from level 1 to level 99 across the board to rank 10 and every fucking expansion in between, if the white mage and the tank are in a party together and the tank dies, where do you think that monster goes? Is it on the DPS like World of Warcraft? No, or a bad game? No, the mob has been watching, and classics like this, but only WoW Classic is like this. And modern retail WoW is not like that. Like fucking, it doesn't matter what you do in retail WoW. There's no threat really. There's no threat except in raid bosses or whatever. So it doesn't matter what you do. But like in other real games, if you're a white mage and your fucking tank died and it's a good game, the mob isn't stupid. It's got really simple AI, but the AI isn't bad. It knows that that like the tank died and that you've been bombing Cure 3s on the tank for the last 4.5 minutes trying to desperately survive through what we call a roided mob, which is a mob that literally, one of the things about Final Fantasy 11 that's very real is every single mob is procedurally generated, and I very much so mean this, including its difficulty. So some mobs, even in a current level in a current camp, are like these pussy pushovers. I love it. They're like these pussy pushovers that your tank 3/4 damage is like to death. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump my mic. And so I love this because every mob is different. Every mob is a unique snowflake. They really are. Every mob I've ever fought in Final Fantasy 11 acts a little different, like Dark Souls, right? And I really treasure that. Sometimes they'll do really crazy things, like they'll just turn around and run for somebody who's coming in, like who hasn't even entered the battle yet. And like, you'll see him do stuff like that, and you're like, what the fuck? This thing is actually actively thinking against me. And it is. And it knows that you're trying to get a Kiraga 3 off with a Divine Seal, which means that you're going to bomb a Hail Mary 10-minute cooldown on a big heal, the last bit of your mana, and you're going to restore all of the bars like some veritable 2-hour benediction, right? But yeah, you plan to do that, but if you don't have Blink and Stone Skin, which is 6 hits that don't damage you, or you, and trust me, White Mage takes about 3 hits before it dies if it's a real incredibly tough mob that a party the size of 6 can, take. So like that reality is you bombed Kiraga 3 with a Divine Seal, which means you got double the value off the Kiraga 3. A lot of Final Fantasy players think they know what they're doing, but until they play 11, they don't. I'm sorry, but anybody who cut their teeth on 14 is a full-blown joke to me. I'm sorry, but like a full-blown joke to me. I don't think you know anything about Final Fantasy. I don't think you know their elements or their resistances. I don't think you know the names of the mobs. I don't think you know the names of the bosses or the characters or anything about raising a chocobo or any of that other stuff. I don't think you really do know. I think you know about gambling and gold saucer and really pretty graphics and really good materia. But that's about all I think you really know. You know good synergy. I've had synergy since 2008. So you have good synergy with materia, but I've had that for a long, long time, since 2008 when Final Fantasy XIV was a twinkle in Yoshi P's eye, you know? So just saying, like, you know, this thing about like old can't be superior. It can be. It really can be. Like, this game at this point, you can make your own dungeons. You can have followers if you want, or not have followers if you want. You can have a solo experience, the likes of which will impress a Escape from Tarkov player. You can have a really easy experience that won't even impress a Pokemon player. You can have everything in between. You can have all of it or none of it. You can have some diluted experience where you have 2/3 of it or 1/3 of it or some bit. You can parse it all out with followers. There's only a couple of other games I think I can think of that ever have had that kind of status, which would be like EVE Online. I would say DDO reaches this. I would say Neverwinter reached this. There's only a few that ever really reached this. I would say EverQuest probably reached this. Yeah, EverQuest reached this. It's the perfection of 20 years of just trying to bully a client into everything that it needs to be. And trust me, EverQuest doesn't look as good as this at all. No MMOs look really good as this, except for, like, I don't know, Final Fantasy 14 or something. I mean, I don't know. There's not too many good looking MMORPGs on the market. So as far as like graphics go, sure, it looks base and old and really flat and kind of bad textured and stuff. But content wise, somebody lovingly created every inch of this and it really means something. So it makes up for the bad graphics and the old dated style by being essentially perfect at what it does. The client never crashes. I mean, it'll disconnect you, but it won't crash you. It will never really falter. It'll never drop frames. It'll never fuck up. It always is entertaining and engaging. If you like these kind of slow RPGs, no matter where you go, it's still entertaining. Like, traveling through this city is still entertaining for me because there's so much to see that I'm like, oh wow, okay. So now we turn the music back up and I leave this place after I deal with the auction house. But first, we're gonna go listen to the happy music for a little while longer. And I'm going to do auction house work now and play the game. I know I'm distracted. I like providing content, especially after like 11-year sojourn. I finally came back to what I consider to basically be the motherland. This is like the motherland to me. Adulin, it's like the motherland. I can't think of a home that would be more suited to me. You know. If I had a wife who played Rust with me and we had a private server and it was like our honeymoon server, that would be better than a Duelin. The only thing better than that would be Rust, right? With my wife on a private server where nobody can harass us with all the zombies to kill forever. That would be better than this. Otherwise, I would ask my wife to come here to a dueling. I was in love with a lesbian for 7 years because she played Final Fantasy 11. I'm sorry, that's 7 years. It was like 3 years. I was in love with a lesbian, like Chasing Amy, for 3 years because she would play Final Fantasy 11 with me. And not only is she like smoking hot 10, she's also a super genius, and she's a Dungeons and Dragons game master and all this, but she is a devout lesbian, never touched a man, and that's okay. But I went looking, like, on my bazaar. I'm going to do it right now. I did this for many years, and I'm going to do it now. I'm going to change my comment right here while I stand by the auction house in a dueling, right? I'm going to say some specific things, right? Come follow me. Sky Cat. FFXI forever. Seeking FXI wife. That's enough. I kept that in my comment for 10 years, and I hunted every girl on Nozomi. I kept looking. I was like, I will find my Final Fantasy wife. And none of them are good enough. None of them are ever good enough. The WoW girls weren't good enough. None of them are good enough. The Rust girls aren't good enough. None of them are good enough. None of them had the sense of it. None of them were there. None of them had the knowledge. And so now, like, my breeding pool has pretty much, like, reduced to, like, a population of 26,000 people on the planet or whatever. And I look at that and I'm like, yeah, I'll probably never breed. I'll probably never have children. It's a reality, and I'm not sad about it. It's okay. It's not some sad thing. It's a beautiful thing. The future is bright, by the way. Future's very bright. So I'm not being conductive or dismissive about my chances. I'm saying that, like, oh wait, these are all crystals. Wait, I misunderstood. No, that's the crystal, but the geofounds are the other thing. Yeah. So I'm going to the auction house. And that was always my problem. More like 9/10 of the people still playing Final Fantasy 11 on any of the servers, be it private or public, retail. The reality is, like, 9/10 of these are dudes with the exact same problem, and 1/10 of them are women who are still willing to hang around. Those women are taken. So my dating circle is dead. And this is why it was very easy for me to just throw up casual dating on casual dating ads on Craigslist, sleep around with the girls in my drug scene, fuck around with women all the time, date strippers and all, junkie strippers and all this. I really didn't care about the female company that I kept at all, because none of them ever would have lived up to the pedestal that I consider to be the perfect wife, which is a Final Fantasy 11 girl. And I don't believe you can find a Final Fantasy 11 girl. There's a unicorn that doesn't exist. It's that if they do exist, they do exist. They are either taken or have the exact same problem as me. They're looking for an attractive male in the Final Fantasy 11 community, and they're not going to find it. So, and that sucks. And like, even this game even like really affected my dating chances, you know, because I spent so much of my life playing this game. And it's one of the reasons why I constantly leave it and I don't look back. But it is like coming back to the motherland for me, and the dream would be convince my wife to learn Final Fantasy 11 with me and teach our children to play it. And that is so ridiculous that you might as well have a sexual fetish that excludes you from the entire human race, such as I refuse to have sex with anyone unless they've been to the moon. It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing. There is no woman on the planet that I would ever marry, really, who either is in the same exact situation but is looking for a man who's a lot more attractive than me, or they've been to the moon. It's about the same statistics. And so, trust me, I spent 10 years hunting, and I met about 45 good Final Fantasy women, and I am good friends with all of those 45 women, I would say. And many of them were on my Facebook and had pictures, you know. And after meeting all of these Final Fantasy women, I began to understand that all of them were taken. All of them were looking for somebody more attractive if they weren't. And if you play that much Final Fantasy XI, your chances get even worse. So I constantly was obsessed with slaughtering every single new game that came across the market, looking for some girl that I could essentially bonk over the head with my caveman balloon, and take back to my fantasy Final Fantasy XI world and have the game consume her soul the way it consumed my soul, and have her be a Final Fantasy XI slave. Now this is a Machiavellian goal, the likes of which you would only ever see on The Great Gatsby or something like this. My favorite movie is pretty much The Great Gatsby, just by default, because I am a Great Gatsby. I'm much more likely to find $100 billion than I am to find a woman I'm willing to marry, because they would need to be versed in Final Fantasy XI. So I don't tell women this, but it is a reality. And it made it very simple for me to be basically a man whore. I don't view relationships as something that can ever go anywhere. I don't care about my other relationships, really. I didn't care that much about my WoW guild, really. Like, you know, I had this obsession in the background, like, that I knew I would always return to, which was the game that I first played, which was Final Fantasy XI. Now, I did things like chase a girl down the Neopets hole. My best friend is a Neopets addict, and she put 10 years into Neopets the way that I put 10 years into Final Fantasy XI. And I couldn't convince her to come play it because I was always so poor from only playing Final Fantasy XI and living as like a taxi driver or whatever, and only barely making ends meet. I couldn't afford a laptop. I never had more than $3,000 in my whole life or whatever. If I did, I saved it up to own a home. And I did that, and I'm successful at that, and I will never be homeless again. But you know, that's the cold hard reality. This is what the internet and the video games did to me. So now I'm probably more inclined to go look for real life games now, like Dungeons and Dragons, and say, fuck the internet, people. The person that I'm looking for doesn't exist. It's like trying to find Arwen in the entire world of Lord of the Rings. You don't want to be... You like, trust me, everyone loves the Arwen, Strider. I'm sorry, Arwen. What do they call him in the movie? I think of him as Strider, but who is Strider? Aragorn, right? Aragorn. Everyone loves the Aragorn Strider story. But I don't, because it's a unicorn story that is fucking terrible. It is a broken-hearted love story of trying to find someone who just can't live in the world that you live in. And that is akin to everything that I am. So I always thought of myself as this Sith person that was willing to sleep with anybody or any, like, you know, any girl and do anything and rip anybody off, because I just don't live in the real world. I never have. My life was pretty much entirely Final Fantasy XI for most of my life. And it's a lie when I say that it isn't. I hide it from people. And there's times when I say I'm never going to play it again. But I mean, like, for me, you know, and this is real talk, I'm going to kill the happy music because I've been trying to use it to, like, influence my mood to stay happy. But now I will go to the sadder night side of Final Fantasy XI and the Skycat personality, which is a very split, borderline personality, I would say. People ask me if I want to date, and I say no, and they ask me why, and I say, well, because I'm basically crazy. I'm certifiably crazy, and have been in the madhouse before, but I am not a crazy person that's gonna, like, rub shit all over the walls, and I have no history of ever doing anything like that. I've never harmed any. I've got a crazy history of doing crazy things, like high-speed car chases with cops and shit like that, but I don't have a history of, like, harming people or anything crazy or shitty, really, beyond my obsession with essentially Final Fantasy XI or some form of it, like World of Warcraft or D&D or whatever it is, Bethesda, Fallout 76, whatever version of D&D. And I'm beginning to realize now that I believe I should leave. I don't believe I should leave my online life, but I believe I will begin to go seek avid Dungeons and Dragons games that go for 8 hours a day with groups that I probably, with people that I probably cannot stand. So that I can play Dungeons and Dragons all fucking day. I think the modern equivalent of this is 1D20 actually, or whatever it is, or whatever what's the roll the dice, right? The 1D20 app, right? Right, or no, this isn't it, but there's a Dungeons and Dragons, the D&D website, right? There's the D&D, but then there's D&D Beyond, and oh yeah, D&D Beyond, how to play. What is this, right? Yeah, start your D&D. It takes you and your friends on epic journeys. Okay, I agree. What is D&D? But see, I'm not too worried about all of this RP shit. I want my Dungeons and Dragons manual, and that's it. I don't care about the laptop. I don't need it. I think that's cheating unless you're the DM. I don't care about the cell phone, although I love the idea of using the cell phone. I know what I'll do in a D&D campaign. I don't need the other people. I just need their input, kind of like a blackjack game or something. I would sit there with one earbud in my left ear, and this is how I used to play Magic the Gathering too. And I didn't play the opponents, and people feared me. They feared me. I'm talking feared my deck. It was mono green, and everybody in Denver feared my deck. They feared me because, and also every Texas Hold'em player in Denver feared me too, because I don't ever look at the fucking player. I don't fucking need to. I know what my fucking chances are from a glance. I know my chances of winning a Texas Hold'em hand. I know what my chances are of winning a Magic the Gathering game from turn one. I know all this stuff, so I used to diss them to their fucking face, and I taught a style to one of my old friends who I don't speak to anymore because he stole my Xbox 360. But I taught my friend T something, which is he was doing it at the same time I was, which is he would run heavy metal in the left side of his ear, and he would play Magic the Gathering Friday Night Draft, and he would win. And he and I would win. Everybody would win. Everybody won. You would only win like once a month or something, once every 2 months or something. But everybody won. It was so good. And like if you actually were good at it, you could win. And I would say that, you know, it was amazing. And that style of playing the cards and not the opponent is something that I've always held in high esteem in my own style. It's kind of a weird, diverse, I would say Bruce Lee approach to RPGs where I don't need the other characters. I don't need the other players. I don't need them. There's some way, some path for me to solo all of D&D. And I'm more inclined to want to go and try and figure that, right? So you have to create a character, and then what? Then you have this app called D&D Beyond, which is also a cell phone app. And so you can provide a helpful step-by-step process that walks you through creating your character. Once your character is ready, you'll have a fully functioning digital character sheet to help you understand D&D's rules and play the game. So playing with pen and paper, if you prefer to play with the printout. But no matter what, finding games is my issue. I don't wish to leave the house unless, like, I believe that I am a 21st century digital boy and I need a 21st century digital girl. And there was I had like 1,000 of them tromp through my life. And I shopped every single last one of them. Honestly, I used to listen for their voice in the Discord, and that I would try and charm them somehow, and not in some way that was very apparent either. I'm very good at getting in with digital women. They call them e-girls. I'm good at talking to e-girls for some reason. Never had a problem with it, because the secret to talking to e-girls is you cannot have any bias, because most of them are bisexual. Most of them have been raped. Most of them spend their entire life online, so their dating pool is just as dismally small as mine is, except they have a lot more options because they're female, right? So, you know, and this sucks. I mean, I don't like this stuff, but it is an actual fucking reality. Everybody else dealt with the bars and the social proms. I mean, I did prom and I was a lead singer and I got laid a lot. And I had girls in my life all the time, but like, there was this point past the age of 30 where I knew what it was I was going to do for the rest of my life, which is some form of essentially Dungeons and Dragons, I would say. Final Fantasy XI is some form of Dungeons and Dragons. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to go pull the equations and you can see it, right? DPS guide for, it's FFXI, DPS guide for dummies, right? And if you think that WoW is superior, it isn't, because it doesn't do this kind of math, right? If we come back to this, guide, a lot of them are bad, but the Nozomi, right? I'm looking for a Nozomi post that came that I really changed my life. Damage dealing, a light read, right? So how to be a DD on Nozomi and stuff, but yeah, the basics, right? Great axe, great sword, polearm, the damage formula. Total damage is equal to the W damage plus the F strength times the C differential. And that is the actual fucking, that is, every time I take a swing in Final Fantasy XI, that is the equation. If you don't know why I'm doing this, that's why. It's far more interesting for me to do a melee swing in Final Fantasy XI than it is every other game that I can think of, except for perhaps Dark Souls is the only other game with that kind of complexity. Only Dark Souls or Bloodborne has that kind of complexity. Only the Japanese do that kind of complexity, or the Western Dungeons and Dragons, really. So I don't know how to solo. I guess I'm going to go on the YouTube and I'm going to try to I'm going to chase the breadcrumbs down the Minotaur tunnel of a dead dating scene. And I'm going to go look for a slightly thick Pacific Northwest girl. And I will travel weekends to go do it. And I'll do Friday night Dungeons and Dragons from 7 p.m. till 2 a.m. in the morning or something like that. And I'll chase a girl in the local scene that lives near me, who will follow me home after the Dungeons and Dragons campaign. And then once she does that, I'm going to hand her a laptop with Final Fantasy XI that's already got all of the options and all of the configs, like some kind of fucking trap, right? You put a gold bar out in the middle of the meadow. It's like, I know this sounds like I'm trying to trap some kind of prey, and I know that I've got bad dating ideals, but the problem is the girl will never come to the Final Fantasy 11 lake. She'll never voluntarily drink from the Final Fantasy 11 lake. That is a lake that is so far from her reality that she will just never do that unless you convince her to do that. So the only way that I do that is I convince her to follow me home after the Dungeons and Dragons game. I bang her, and then I hand her a laptop, fire up Final Fantasy 11, and say, "Hello, welcome to the Promised Land," and it either works or it doesn't. And I'm gonna and honestly, that like all these women that have come through in the last 3 years have come at me, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I am like basically. It was something that I couldn't even really explain to my best friend who I was in love with for 5 years recently, who I now have basically just don't even really talk to anymore. I mean, we could talk if we wanted to, but we just don't really talk because we have separate lives and separate states with separate realities and stuff, and that's okay. We love each other immensely, and that's good enough, right? Like brother and sister, I would say. And so I gave up on her, which is okay because she gave up on me because some man tried to kill us, and she left us over that. And I would not blame her. Girls are about security, and that was not security. So I don't blame her. And that was a bad time. And I got closure with it when I realized that I just was signing up for the anger and the sorrowness of losing her. I stopped signing up for the sorrowness of losing her and just moved on. And I got a lot happier, and I'm happier now. As you can see, I can sit and talk at will about things that make me happy, like this. Like how would a single 40-year-old man with an ex-drug addict's life who was a drug dealer and a rap sheet a mile long, and how would I go about ensnaring some like 250-pound Final Fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons girl, because that's about the only person that I think would have that kind of open mind enough to go play Final Fantasy 11. And so then, and that's my little trap, right? Other men, they'll say, "Hey, this is the house that I live in. I'm pretty rich. Hey, we took a limo here, didn't we?" And they make subtle hints like that, and I think that's okay in dating behavior to try to make subtle hints, right? I want to bring her back to my house and help her understand that I don't pay rent or a mortgage, right? And then that's what I have going for me, right? Is I'm never gonna starve, and other than that, I have a passion for video games and primarily RPGs, the likes of which I would say only Gandhi had for peace or something. You know, I've got a passion for the likes of which only a few other people on the planet have, and I will do this every hour of every day for the rest of my life, and no issue, no problem, no hesitation, no regrets, no I'm sorry I did this or any of that stuff. Like my mother told me today that I broke her heart because of my obsession. And I was like, well, I'll take the plane ticket then. That was literally my response to it. Well, you better buy me a plane ticket then if I broke your heart. It wasn't, oh, how can I fix your heart? Or, oh, I'm sorry. Or, oh, I must have erred and I need to change my ways. It was like, well, I better get a plane ticket then. And she was like, shut the fuck up. And I don't blame her. I was like, I better get a plane ticket then. That was my response, and it pissed her off so bad. And that shit breaks her heart further. But see, she just doesn't understand who I am. Nobody ever has. There's been about 5 people in the world who have ever done the kind of time I have on Final Fantasy 11, and their names were Carowin, Thayet, Kazuhiro, Beastaru, Plaguebringer, Thayet's husband, I can't think of his name, Sergio, and Ailey, Zachary, and that's his character name, not his real life name, I'm guessing. Zachary, Ailey. I really liked Kill Handy, even though we couldn't remain friends because he secretly thought, or whatever. I'm sorry, this person thought that that I was anti-trans, but the actual reality was I'm just anti-fucking catfish. That's all. Don't catfish, and you're good in my book. I don't care about trans. Just don't catfish. I think they're looking for straight men. That's not gonna work, honey. Sorry. And she isn't the only one, or whatever you want to call it. Like they weren't the only one. I had a lot of Final Fantasy 11 trans people step to me, a lot of them, and I was like, no, I'm sorry, I'm just not shopping down that lane. That's just not my reality. I think a lot of these guys don't care, but I absolutely am straight. The idea of touching another man I could literally puke in a bucket right now. The idea of touching another man makes me fucking sick. You know what I'm saying? So that was a problem in the scene. Like constantly, I would like discover that many of the women that I thought were women were actually trans men, and that was okay. Like most of them, but there still was a solid like 100 or so women that I came across in the Final Fantasy 11 scene. There was like Sinstar, there was Carowin, and I'm sure a couple of these are men. I'm sure, but I don't know. You know, what do I know? It's not like I slept with them, so who the fuck, you know, I don't know. So, you know, I always had my suspicions, but then other ones of them were women and have pictures and are proud of who they are and have lives and are Dungeons and Dragons fucking game masters for a living and own card stores and stuff, but are just lesbian and are not looking for straight men the same way I'm not looking for gay men. So it was just like, okay. You know, it was weird. So another part of this whole scene is I quit this scene when I left Horizon. I was like, I will never I realized that I was hanging around these scenes trying to push and be the best that I possibly could be so that I could show some girl that I might stumble across. And that used to happen a lot too. I used to stumble across girls in link shells that I joined. Like there was another one that was super fucking hot that I was super fucking into. What's her name? Mikia. Mikia was so fucking hot. She was this raver girl, and like she was proud of it, and she would show us the parties that she went to and shit. And she had this like raver boyfriend and stuff, and they were like, she was very real. And man, I used to call her Meeks, and I'd be like, Meeks, if anybody ever, you know, because she was good, she was one of the world's best Final Fantasy 11 players, and I was like, Meeks, if you're ever single, trust me, you're gonna think of me as I'm trying to like break you up with your boyfriend and stuff, but I don't want you to think of it this way. I'm not hitting on you right now. I'm saying, Meeks, if you're ever 40 and you ever don't have a boyfriend, you should think of me. And I used to do this to them. I used to be like, look, I'm not hitting on you right now. I'm saying, if you're ever single and you ever want a Final Fantasy boyfriend, come back and think of me. Like, please do. You know, because to find somebody who shares your true passion is like finding that diamonds in the rough. You could travel through. It's kind of like the story out of the Arabian Nights or something, right? Arabian Nights has a lot to do with exponentiality, right? Like for instance, 3 wishes is kind of this interesting thing because you could also wish for 1 billion more wishes and you would probably get it, right? So they never cover this in Arabian Nights, but that's what you could do with 3 wishes. You could just exponentially grow into this god that had everything it ever wanted, and that's what's so interesting about a genie, right? But there's another thing about this, like if you could just like Aladdin, they called it diamond in the rough in Aladdin. A lot of people didn't like Aladdin. I like the old Aladdin. I like the previous Aladdin, or the new Aladdin, because they're teaching this principle to the kids that they should teach, which is it is unlikely for you to find love unless you find your diamond in the rough, and your diamond in the rough is somebody who will go on the magic carpet ride with you through the desert to fight Jafar. And the likelihood of that is like 1 in 10 billion. And they love to say plenty of fish. Yeah. Well, try it. Try going through the entire ocean looking for that one person who will ride through the desert with you on a fucking magic carpet. Most people are going to be like, fuck no, that is just not what I do every day. That's the sad truth of love. It's like, you know, like my man Rick says, follow science or something like that. I basically follow science all the time. I don't chase a lot of love. And if I do it in scenes like this, because this is where I know my unicorn is if I ever find it. But the likelihood of me, so every time I get in a party, I'm super social and I drop the Sky Cat personality, which is my Sky Cat personality. It's the online version of me. I'm the worst shithead you've ever met, cuss you out, call you a fucking cocksucker right to your face. But out of the other side of my mouth, I'm going to be like, you're the coolest person I ever met, and hanging around you, it makes my life perfect. It makes every day, every day of mine, like, the best day of my life and all this stuff. And you'll hear both of these things out of me because none of them really matter. They're all basically banalities to me until you're my unicorn. And that sucks. I mean, that's a chaotic neutral thing that essentially destroys relationships. It destroys girls. It just, and not in some insipid like rape way or something like that, or murder way. I'm talking about it destroys their faith in your love and their ability to like engender it in you. It destroys girls' faith pretty bad. It's not too good. But I'm sorry, you're not the fucking Disney princess. You're not the Disney princess. One of the things I did with my ex is I convinced her to try to become a drug dealer criminal with me so that we could both of us had essentially, our families were dead at that point. I mean, we didn't have any money and we had no hope. And so I was like, well, we got to crawl our way out of the out of the desert, or out of the gutter, Cloud Candy. What are we going to do? And she was like, I don't know. I don't have solutions that don't basically compromise our morals. And I was like, well, what if we steal credit cards or something? What if we deal drugs and we take that money and we invest it in something legitimate and we build a business based off that? And I was like, the business idea that I have right now is selling hydrogen peroxide as drug test skipper and filling gallons of drug test skipper into thimbles, essentially, and selling them for $45 on Amazon as a way to get around a mouse swab kit. And she was like, that's awesome. And I was like, well, we could do the business plan, but it'll take about $2,000. And so then I began to do whatever was necessary to get $2,000 together, which inevitably led to me not crossing anybody, but running across a crazy drug person who attempted to kill us. And I mean, that's almost like the Dungeons and Dragons aspect of the story. I went down a Dungeons and Dragons thing where I promised the love of my life a hoard of gold. I promised her $1 billion. I was like, I will make you $1 billion if we can get $2,000 together for startup capital. And I was like, I've never wanted to do it for my family. I've never wanted to do it for mankind. I've never wanted to do it for myself, but I will do it for you. And she was like, okay, I believe in your vision. Let's go do it. And she rode off on the fucking magic carpet with me for 2 fucking years and lived in my garage, right? And, we didn't live with each other for the first year. And then the second year we did. And because we just said at that point we had to collaborate together all the time. We were doing things like getting like free food, and I won't say how. We were getting free Amazon without stealing. We were doing all kinds of crazy things like without stealing, right? Her thing is without stealing. She came at it like from an angel's point of view. She views herself as perfect. So one of the ways that I protected her is she never did commit a crime. She just was my sounding board the entire time. I did all of the crimes. She never did break a single law. And at the end of it, she felt safe to walk away from me, and I felt safe to walk away from her because she was not guilty of a crime, and I was and there was nothing that I was guilty of that she could ever point a finger towards. So, and I felt safe, which was also good because I never truly showed her what was happening, So, and I mean, I showed her how to do it, but I didn't show her what was happening in terms of the details. So she had no details to ever, point a finger at me in a court case. Another problem that I had that really broke her, that also jaded her, was I don't trust anybody. Not her, not my mom, not my stepfather, not my friends, not my best friend. My best friend has never crossed me in 40 years. I still don't trust him. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust them to not be humans. I think at the end, they're likely to choose themselves over you, and therein lies the problem. You know, so I'm just like, I don't use trust as some kind of relationship currency. It is something that just doesn't enter in the negotiation for me. I think it's just as likely for my best friend to rip me off for, by stealing my taxes as it is for Donald Trump to do that, who is like verifiably stealing my tax money. So, I mean, like, you know, I just don't trust anybody. I think they're all basically the same thing. They're all looking out for number one, and that makes them inherently not very trustworthy individuals. So I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. I never did, never will fucking trust anybody. I'm sorry. My father put me through it when I was 7, and I never did get better. When I got attacked from behind by my father, I never did really trust anybody ever again. I don't know why it was like that. It just was. So now, you know, like, I have interesting ways of doing things. Like, I can speak about the crimes that I've done because I'm beyond the statute on all of them. And on top of it, like, fucking, you know, none of them are things that can be proven. I don't believe there's a way to, I mean, every criminal believes this about themselves, but like, two of the smartest people I've ever met went looking at every aspect of it. And I don't believe there is a fallibility. I don't think, the way that we executed. And I won't say what it is, but it was very good. Her ideas were off the hook. Some of her ideas were better than mine. And, you know, and I'm just saying, and her whole thing is they've stolen all the money. The boomers have stolen all the money. They all have 2-3 houses. They all have 5 cars. They all use their Amazon. Amazon gets tax bailouts for $240 million of our tax money. We slave wage our way through our fucking serf lives as cashiers and taxis and, you know, drug dealers and prostitutes and waiters and, you know, wait staff and, you know, fucking whatever, like, you know, work at the airport as a luggage handler or whatever the fuck, you know, base ass jobs, while they just basically sit on all that loot. And I'm willing to work for it. What I'm not willing to do is work for $10 an hour. And she never was either. I've never met anybody willing to work for $10 an hour. That's the worst problem. So sure, I would have worked hard for it, but I mean, like, that's the problem. I just don't think, I think my time is worth more than that if I'm going to intelligently do something. And so we were about the business of applying ourselves to getting out of poverty, from poverty. We were literally living in an Airbnb that we had used, essentially not stolen but misappropriated money to pay for. And like, and you know, like, I guess you could call it stolen, but it wasn't directly stolen. It was just funds that were moved from one place to another through a Venmo wash, you know? And you can make money doing Venmo washes. It's not that hard. And we use money off of Venmo wash to pay for Airbnbs in the middle of the winter of 2017 to stay out of. We didn't have a car. She didn't have a place to go. Her family's dead. My family's dead. I mean, we each have a parent that's alive and a step parent that's alive. But they're in our lives and they love us and stuff. But they weren't going to stop us from starving to death on the fucking streets in the winter. They weren't going to do that because they knew that we just weren't going to fucking play by their rules or work their jobs or do what they say or live in their houses or ever be okay with their judgment about drugs or ever be okay about like, for instance, my you know, like my ex has gender issues because she's bisexual. She's like pansexual. So like, you know, so she never liked how her parents looked at that. She never liked that. I feel really bad for her, you know. And I suppose that's like really personal stuff about her, but I think she would be freely like available with that information. And she would also say that her attraction has to do with personality and not physical, which is one of the reasons why she was with me. You know, I forget the name for that, but it's women who, or well, anybody who views personality as the main reason to be with somebody. So, you know, and I was very lucky with that because she's like the most perfect 10 I can think of that I've ever seen. So it worked for me, and I hate to say it, I'm coming around to the point of this story, which was trapping some girl with my RPG puzzle and bringing her back to my RPG dungeons and running dungeons with me and killing mobs and bosses all day. So how I went about trying to convert my best friend, Disney princess love interest, into my like wife is I brought her to my garage and I forced her to watch like a year of Final Fantasy XI on our television screen. And she immediately watched TikTok for the entire thing. And that's okay, because she's a more people-based person than she is a video game person, and I don't fault her for that. But she also broke the you know, she wasn't like, we were compatible as best friends and as brother and sister and as family members, but we weren't really compatible as love interests, very much so, because A, she's half my age, and B, I'll never be able to convince her, I don't think, to come back to this dungeon with me and fight these mobs and these bosses. I'll never be able to convince her to do that. So, and I've never told her this, but that is why I walked away in the end. I mean, she walked away because a man threatened to kill her if she didn't. But I mean, really, it was about like this realization that we probably weren't really truly compatible with each other on the really, really, really baseline things, which was that I wasn't beautiful and she's going to need somebody who's beautiful. And she wasn't a RPG fanatic and I need somebody who's an RPG fanatic. And a lot of men I see today in the modern age, they discount their tastes as being selfish or childish, or they self like guilt trip or whatever about wanting what they want. But I've never been an individual like that. I've been very clear since day one of 2003. I've had this in my fucking bizarre comment since 2003, and my ex was very aware of this too. She saw the comment and she says, "You're looking for a Final Fantasy 11 wife?" And I'm like, God damn right. May we all reach the fucking promised land one day. And that's verbatim, I think, what I said when she asked me. And she was like, "You're chasing me?" And I'm like, yeah. Yeah. And I look at the game and I'm like, and you'd be surprised, the right woman for you will play the game with you. And they won't stab you on the back on a whim, and they won't disappear, and they won't try to move into your life and make your life theirs. They don't talented Mr. Ripley you or any of this. They have their own life, they have their own interests, and for some reason, for some weird God blessing reason, motherfucking reason, whatever, like they just happen to either be willing to have the same obsession as you, or already have the same obsession. That's even better. So I have two ways to approach my dating situation, which is hunting for a girl who already is a good enough personality in the gaming scene to be willing to come across games with me like Final Fantasy 11 and Rust, right? And then I need a girl who also has her own thing, but also grew up on Final Fantasy 11. And there's no dating site for boomer MMORPG people with the unicorn problem, and there never will be. That's a dead boomer whose family line is going to die with them. And so I look at it like my own... my family line won't die with me because our family name lives on through my cousins and my mom's sisters, kids, and all this other stuff. So I rest assured that the best thing that I could possibly leave behind in this life with this kind of unicorn obsession, otherwise it's just basically sex and kissing for me. When I look at a relationship, there's only two things out of it that I value beyond the camaraderie is the main thing, right? The camaraderie of having a girl next to me is something that I get along with women really, really, really fucking well. It's mainly camaraderie. But the second and the third reason is deep kissing and sex. And that sucks. And you'd be surprised how fast that goes out the window, too. So when you're in a relationship and you finally find your unicorn, and this has happened to me like 5 times before in my life. One time I dated the hottest girl in my WoW guild. She might have been the hottest WoW girl in the world, And I dated her for 2 years because I found my little princess, my little Disney princess, my mythical Disney princess, right? They sing about this in tales of old. My wonderful, beautiful warrior's Amazon princess who will be my Mulan with me, right? And you just don't find this anymore. It's just not there. So when I realized this, I was like 33, and I knew 2 things. One was that I wasn't going to ever solve this one, and that my family line would die with me, at least this generation. It would die with me. It would go on with my mom's sister's kids or my cousin's kids. It wouldn't go on with me. So my bloodline, the Horton family clan, will never die if I don't procreate. But what I do have is a unicorn dating problem. I have the worst fetish known to man. Final Fantasy women. You can't find them. They don't exist. If they do, they're on 14 and they don't know how to play the game, etc. If I thought they were on 14, I would go play 14. I don't think what I'm looking for is on 14. No. And there we go. And that's Skycat's unicorn tragedy. Skycat's Unicorn Tragedy. I could do a video about it. Skycat's Unicorn. Skycat. I'll go toss it in my idea file. I do video ideas when they come up, right? And I'm gonna do. I know a video idea when I have it. I just don't have the time to get around to making the videos that fast. But I am gonna do a video about this. I go to my D drive, to my backups, and I look for my comments, right? My comments, right? Comments. Where are they? They're comms, right? Comms SS, right? And I have all these video ideas, like, right? You know, you can think this and that, or this and that, right? You can think this and that about this and that, or the new mafia is the digital Sopranos, or the billionaire software despots. That's a whole video that I want to do. Here's another one, right? Skycats, right? Skycats. I want to put this in caps so I know it. Skycats. Skycats. I don't like referring to myself in the third person. I'm just talking about a brand identity, right? Skycats, unicorn dating problem, right? And we put this in quotes because it's like really just a concept, but it is a real thing. I'm far more likely. Okay, so really, I mean this. If a billionaire woman were to stroll into my life tomorrow and say, I've been a billionaire all along and I was hiding, and I would like you to come along with me to the Hawaiian Islands, to Lahaina, and try to rebuild your childhood home, and we will play video games together for the rest of our lives, and we'll walk off into each other's sunsets together, right? And you know what I'm going to ask first? Do you like Final Fantasy 11? And they're going to say no. And I'm going to say, sorry. The same way I said to my mother today, buy me the plane ticket. I'm not stopping. It's like The Great Gatsby. I'm not letting all of New York stop me. I'm not letting any of it stop me. And if you want to know what the whole point of doing all of this is, it's a history, a 50-year history, where I hope to eventually garner enough interest where, like, you know, I actually get some kind of sway or clout in the Final Fantasy XI community where I can attract a woman willing to do it. And I used to hunt them like some kind of Legolas in the Fangorn like forest or whatever it is. I forget the names of all the stuff because I have brain damage, you know. But to me, I'm like Legolas hunting a mystical deer, like some kind of like Princess Mononoke, right? I'm hunting my Princess Mononoke. That's a good thing, right? The only girl that was ever going to be able to date Ashitaka after he had been corrupted by the demon spawn was the daughter of a goddess, essentially a Disney princess, who will ride off into the sunset with him on the back of his Elec, right? And that's not too good. This is what's wrong with modern dating. It's exclusivism, exclusivity, and zero-sum dating is what's killing Japan, and it's what's killing the Western culture too. And I think it's why people aren't in the bars anymore. There's like this exclusivity thing where I honestly don't care what my Final Fantasy woman looks like, thinks, or says, or does. I don't care if she smells like farts or trash cans. I don't care what she looks like. I don't care what her personality is. She could be like the worst woman you've ever heard of. If she has the same interest as me, which is like going on now. What's the community of Final Fantasy XI? It's about 45,000 people. 22,000 of those people are going to be men because of the Fisher principle. It's actually less than that. It's like 60% of those people are going to be men. 40% of those women are going to be women. Or those people are going to be women. So of what's 40% of 40,000? It's, well, 10,000. So there's about 10,000 women left on the planet that I would ever settle down with. And this is the loser talk in its pure form. Loser, unabashed, unashamed loser talk. I guess you could call it incel talk. And it's not like I'm unwilling to fuck women. That's not quite the opposite, really. It's that I could land the hottest woman in the bar until she tosses the gem down on the fucking counter of, yes, I'll play Final Fantasy XI for the next 20 years with you. I don't care if she's the most beautiful woman on the fucking planet. I'll walk away from her like I did the last one. The last one I thought was the closest I had ever got to the promised land, which was love. Love to me, the promised land isn't some golden gates of in the heaven, or, you know, $40 billion, or, you know, McMansions, or, you know, you live at the Taco Bell hotel and they bring you Taco Bell all day, but it's all the most healthy Taco Bell you've ever heard of, but still tastes exactly the same. And you never gain a pound, but you can just eat Taco Bell all day or whatever. You know, you can live a life like that. Like when one of my favorite videos of all time was when Jeffree Star visited the Taco Bell hotel. Right, this is something my ex, who I'm talking about right now, showed me. Jeffree Star and the Taco Bell hotel, right? And this was one of her live stream, and it's one of my live streams too, right? We stayed at the Taco Bell hotel. I want to go to the Taco Bell hotel. When I first heard about this, I went crazy. I'm far more similar to somebody like Jeffree than I am to like my mother. And that's very weird for me. It's like I'm a pariah. I don't come from the same culture. I don't care about the same things. I don't have holidays. I don't care about their governments. I don't care about their newscasts. I don't care about wars. I don't care about money. I don't care about, like, you know, like your power struggles or your clout or any of that shit. I care about Taco Bell Hotel because it's fun. It's fun. Look how happy he looks. And that's what I'm chasing. And I know that the only way that I would ever be in love with a woman I was completely happy with is if she would clock 14-hour days on Final Fantasy XI with me. And the beautiful thing about that is you'd be surprised how much of the dating circle are excusing dismissing big and beautiful women. But honestly, I don't care if you're BB Dubs. That's fine with me. I've had sex with a lot of fat women. My thing is do you play Final Fantasy XI? And you know, it's funny, I came across my ex and she was like, oh, I don't care if you play Final Fantasy XI, do you have a good personality? And I was like, yes. And she was like, and I was like, oh my God, you're the hottest girl I've ever even conceived of, much less Hollywood or whatever. So I was after her for that. But then I realized slowly in the background that she was also a Neopets addict, the likes of which would rival my Final Fantasy XI addiction. And I was like, maybe there's hope here. So I kept her around for like another 6 months until I realized that she wasn't going to play Final Fantasy XI with me ever. She was she would do streams with me, and she would sing duets with me, and she would go to fantastic places with me, and she would make $1 billion with me, and she would have sex with me, and she would love with me, and she would kiss me and do all the things that she did, but she wouldn't play Final Fantasy XI with me. And that's a deal breaker. And at that point, I exited the situation, but that was right after a man threatened to kill her and threatened to kill me. So, I mean, I was still trying to resurrect it at that point. I would have been okay with maybe never playing Final Fantasy XI again if she promised something else like Fortnite instead. And so but I didn't know she was a Fortnite player. She didn't know she was a Fortnite player. She had never played Fortnite at that time when the man threatened to kill her and scared her out of my life. So then later we went back looking at it, and she was like, I could play Fortnite for the rest of my life. And I was like, I could too. And then I realized that was a lie, and I can't. And I get too angry, and I really just can't do Fortnite all day, every day for the rest of my life. I can't do that. I don't think shooters are this thing that I can do all day, every night. And like, I just talked to someone last night about my love life, and kind of in a way, but they didn't know it because I didn't even talk about the love life. I just said something last night that reminds me of what I'm talking about. What was it? It was I lost the train of thought. I'm sorry. So I'll just continue on, right? So when I realized that I was never going to be able to convince her to play Final Fantasy XI, and I realized then 2 years later, we got back in each other's lives again. I mean, we were always in each other's lives every day, but we weren't like playing games with each other or spending time with each other until 2 years later. And then I went back in her life with her boyfriend for her trio, and we discovered a personal love of Fortnite, the likes of which I was willing to do for the rest of my life, until I got to this place in the trio where the SR was so frustrating to me that the idea of dying to another sweat again in this pitched like 7 house like 15 room battle with cover and no builds because it's no build and stuff, and I'm sniping and I've landed a heavy sniper and I put 36 AK shots in him and he full healed, so I put another 36 shots in him so he full healed, and I put another 36 shots into him and he full healed, and now he's like, you know, he's booped himself into the sky and he's used a teleport to land on me, and he's landing on me with a shotgun, and I don't play shotgun monkey games because I'm not a goddamn idiot who writes clever use of game mechanics all day. So, you know, I died to the shotgun monkey, right? And I don't play Fortnite all day, so I died to the shotgun monkey, right? And then I realized something there. I was never going to be good enough for her to be a Fortnite husband, and I was never going to be into Fortnite enough to be her Fortnite guy. And I let the trio, but I didn't tell her what the real reason was, because the real reason is why girls cry at night. If you told them the real reason, instead of just saying, oh, I'm in love with you and I can't handle your boyfriend and I can't be around him anymore and I'm jealous and I can't do the trio thing and I can't be the third wheel and you're unhappy with him and stuff, and I'm unhappy with him, so I don't want to be around him and all this other stuff, and I can't do this with you. And that's the excuse that I used. But the real reason was, and I didn't want to tell her because this is the stuff that girls cry about at night, is that I can't play Fortnite with you for the rest of your life. I'm sorry, I can't do that. And she couldn't play Final Fantasy XI with me for the rest of her life. So there's your Sex in the City, which is a wonderful show, by the way. Sex in the City love life appraisal thing. And it's not like we didn't fuck, and it's not like we weren't together for 2 years, and it's not like she didn't live with me in a bed with me. It's not like we had an apartment. We had a bed and a TV in a garage, the size of a bathroom, basically. And she lived with me there for 8 months because we were in love and we did have a relationship, and I've been lying to myself about it, and I lied to her about why I left, and we didn't lie to each other about why it was destroyed, which was a man who tried to kill us, but we also were never really that compatible in the first place, and she warned me about it a lot. She was like, I'm not sure we're totally compatible because I'm not sure you're going to end up wanting to do what I want to do all my life, which is beauty. You'd probably have to be a bisexual male who used makeup every day for me to be attracted to you. She literally used verbatim language like that. She was like, you probably have to be a bisexual male with a really good sense of dress who weighed maybe 125 pounds and was really young and really beautiful, like these YouTubers and stuff. And she was like, if you aren't that, you might not be the one for me. She didn't say this, but she definitely laid it down, and she made me watch, like, she didn't make me. I lovingly watched 2,000 hours of YouTube to understand who she was. And in the background, when I wasn't playing Final Fantasy XI and boring the living shit out of her and forcing her to watch TikTok on my phone because we only had one phone between us, we were this like desperate in love couple. Everyone loved to tell me how we weren't together and that we didn't ever have sex and all this stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we totally didn't live with in the same bed with each other for 8 months. Yeah, that never happened. Yeah, sure. You know, we never had sex. Yeah, that never happened. Yeah. You know, I'm just saying, if you live in a bed with someone for 8 months and you're sexually attracted to each other, it happens. You know what I'm saying? It just happens. So, yeah. So, you know, and it wasn't like I gave her a good life at that time, but the problem was I was a drug addict with the police after me who was on his way to the madhouse over an attempted murderer, you know? And I just it wasn't my time for her. And also I'm twice her age. There was all these reasons, but I obsessed about it for a long time. Now I'm in this good place with it where I'm like, you know what? It wasn't her. It was me. She doesn't play my Final Fantasy game. And this is a really bad problem for me that's reoccurring all the time. She doesn't play my Final Fantasy game. And the only other time in existence I've ever heard of this problem ever elucidated or ever even talked about is like the herbivore culture in Japan. But to a much stronger extent, it was on House, right? And House has a wife, and I'm sorry, not House, but Hugh Laurie has a wife and he's happy. But he wasn't happy for about 30 years, and he had millions and millions of dollars, and he was was depressed, and he used to talk about having what I described as dysphoria, which is you nothing can possibly make you happy, even crashing cars in his analogy he used was he was so into monster trucks and demolition derbies because they're such entertaining things, and he's this chaotic neutral type, Hugh Laurie, like me, who really is just looking for the fun of life, and he would do lines of cocaine and drink bottles of whiskey in the limo on the way to the fucking destruction derby, and he would use his celebrity to force the destruction derby to let him race in the destruction derby with a non-disclosure agreement that he had his lawyer sign. And in the background, all the Hollywood people and all the lawyers are like, you want to do what? You want to do what? Your insurance just went up. Your money just went up. Your pay just went down. Your assistant wants more money. You want to do what? Right? And they're like, no, you can't be in a fucking destruction derby. You're Hugh Laurie, but he did it anyways, right? And when at the end of it, he came to this thing which helped me break my problem with dysphoria. He was like, fucking a girl in the ass in the limo after doing lines of cocaine and blowing the cocaine into her butthole, and she was the hottest hooker in Louisiana or whatever, and the most rich exotic hooker in Louisiana. And I fucked her in the ass, and then I rode to the destruction derby, and this is something I would do too. I rode to the destruction derby, and I drank a bottle of whiskey in the car. I signed a non-disclosure agreement, and I brought the lawyer to do it, and I rode in a destruction derby, and afterwards I puked out drunk in the limo. I scared the hooker away, and I rode home. And the next day, and I'll never forget the story that he tells. The next day, I woke up and I realized that cocaine, hookers, destruction derbies, happiness, $1 billion, it doesn't matter what it is. These aren't the things that can make me happy. And when I realized that I couldn't be happy because the things that I was using to try and make myself happy weren't working, I finally did get happy. And that's how he helped me break my dysphoria. Dysphoria is the word for it. It's the inability to become happy ever. It's a very terrible state to be in, and a lot of boomers are stuck in this situation. It's a state of unease or generalized dissatisfaction with life. You're depressed, you're dysphoric, you're manic, you're anxiety, you have a lot of anxiety and all this. I don't have any of this right now. I'm not depressed. I don't have dysphoria. Everything brings me joy. I have mania, but I always have mania, and I don't have any anxiety at all. I don't even fear the stream sniper killing my mother. I don't have any anxiety. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any anxiety in my life. I don't have dysphoria anymore, and it's because Hugh Laurie took it to what it was necessary, which was, he was like, the day before I skydived, and then I ran in and I did lines of cocaine, and I drank whiskey, and I did a destruction derby after I fucked a hooker in the ass in the limousine that I own on the way over. And he was like, this was the height of which I was willing to do beyond sacrificing my morals or whatever. He went to the complete heights of assholehood and beyond. You clever insane fox. You just went further than any of us have ever gone. And I didn't have to do the same thing to understand the lesson that he told me afterwards, which was, no matter what, the cocaine, the hookers, the lifestyle, the money, the happiness, the family, all that stuff, it could be, all the ducks could be lined in the row. You're still not going to be happy unless you're doing what it is that you loved. And then at that point, Hugh Laurie says, I'm not going to tell you what it is that I do that I love. That's my business, not yours. And I feel the same way, except I don't, though. I'll tell people Final Fantasy XI, and they'll laugh at me and they'll be like, that piece of shit game from 2003. Yeah. And for like the last 2 years, I just straight up hid it. I hid it like I was lying from the public. You know, I hid it like it's a secret. Like I hid it from my clan. I didn't tell my clan leader what was going to happen, but I knew. Final Fantasy XI comes back in the end. The hook brings you back, like that terrible song by that terrible fucking band. The hook brings you back. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Yeah, so for Jeffrey was very lucky in the respect that he was able to fill his rape hole You know, he paid the troll toll in his rape hole when he was a kid, and now he's Charlie Day, and he's got gender issues, and he's, you know, he's unhappy, and he was on, you know, fucking MySpace before MySpace was MySpace, so he's got this like social media personality now that's just over the top, and things like the Taco Bell Hotel appeal to him. Things like the Taco Bell Hotel appeal to me too. I am overblown, crazy, you know, I could be wrong, fucked, overrated, and all this other stuff, and I think I'm gonna be sick, but I just want to go home, you know. But it doesn't matter. I still have that flamboyant personality, and I still want it, and I'm still gonna provide the content the best way that I know how on a motherfucking Wednesday night, and I don't care. I don't care. And I look for my Final Fantasy wife that I'm never gonna find. I'm going to make the gender orientation because a lot of people will think that I'm trolling for gay men or whatever. I'm not. I'm trolling for a real female. And the best way that I know how to say that is how I've always said it. It's sick and sad, and it's kind of like Chris Chan in its like incel approach to dating. But the problem is, you don't know if they're women. They don't have voice chat in this game. You don't know if they're women. So you have to like really like let them know, right? And I'll say it, you know, I don't care. They can like, you know, I don't care if it's fucking pathetic. I don't care. You don't have the Sky Cat's unicorn problem. You don't know what that's like. Maybe you do. Maybe the public does know what it's like. But honestly, I think it's far more likely for me to be struck by lightning 20 times than to be happy. Because happy to me means having my Final Fantasy wife and loving family. But I didn't have that. No. I love Final Fantasy like I like pussy, money, and weed. It's right up there on the list. Pussy, money, weed, and FFXI. I don't love money, but I love the things the money can buy me, which is stay the fuck out of my life while I play Final Fantasy 11. Money is only good for me for one thing. It forces the humans to stay the fuck out of your life while you play Final Fantasy XI. I know it sounds like a sick obsession, but see, sick obsessions, I think the important distinction that you have to make about obsessions is you're secretly unhappy that you do it. I'm not secretly unhappy that I do it. I'm secretly unhappy that everybody else doesn't do it. I'm really secretly unhappy that the entire world doesn't play Final Fantasy XI every single fucking day when they wake up in the morning. Kind of like remember how they depicted Harry Potter's dorm room in the tower, and all of his friends all lived like a room away. I had a high school like this kind of. It wasn't a dormitory, but it was definitely like all my friends were like a block away, so I could just walk down the street to see my friend and stuff, right? I had a very real American upbringing, definitely. And the not nuclear family, well, definitely nuclear family because my father died, but I mean like really about as close to that as you could get, like not nuclear but really like original family, you know, original normal like OG family. And so where was I going with this? I lost my train of thought. So like, you know, I've known since then that unless the woman would come do this with me, I don't think she was that much of a catch. And this had horrible, horrible problems for every woman I was ever in love with. And I don't know what it was. I thought it was love. I used to tell them, I really need you to love me because I think love is the nirvana for me. And I need you to love me. And I don't think you can love like a fat gamer loser. I don't think it's possible for you to do that. I don't think it's even capable for me. I don't know if I'm capable of working in the real world anymore, you know. I don't think that's something somebody can love. And I used to tell them like, love is what I want from you. I don't care if you sleep with other dudes or cuck me or whatever the fuck. I don't care about any of that. I don't care what you do with your body even. I just need your love. I'm after your love. I don't care about your personality even. I want your love. I used to tell them like this, and they'd be like, that is absolutely too much. That is too much. You put us on a pedestal. Now, every single one of them said it. They said that is putting me on a pedestal, and I can't possibly give. Most of them don't know how. Is the other problem. Most of them just been mistreated and raped and fucked around by men who stab the spearhead through their heart all the time and cheat on them and all this other shit. So a lot of them don't know how is the other problem. They just don't know how to love. Every woman I've ever been with was a rape victim, but one of the things you can say about every woman that I've ever been with in an LTR, they absolutely did know how to really physically and emotionally love me. And it was a requirement for me, you know? And then when that was gone, and it's always gone within a year to 3-5 years max, it's always gone. That's how humanity works. I think you should be in a new relationship every 3 to 5 years, something like that. So already now, my ex is out of my life and I'm going to let her go. And I ask her all the time, let me go. I tell her all the time, I send her like fucking videos of me singing Fantagram, that song, Let Me Go. Because like literally the situation that the Fantagram girl is singing about and Let Me Go is pretty much my life's like my life curse, essentially. And the lyrics play out perfectly. So I used to do stuff like sing her this song and I mean it too. I would tell her, let me go. But I'm also her best friend and she doesn't want to. And I love that about her. But she knew that I wanted her to let me go because the compatibility wasn't there. She's not my Final Fantasy 11 unicorn. And it broke me. And so this golden glow is not happiness. It's the dust that you kicked on my face before saying goodbye. Oh, memory, won't you speak to me? Can you show me the boat in my soul that can sail me back home? And that's really how it feels to me. The only boat that's going to sail me back from this fucking problem is in my soul. It's not from some human. It's not from some girl. It's in my own soul. How am I going to get back from this terrible unicorn problem that I've put myself in? And I try to lose the weight and I try to fight the ravages of a Final Fantasy lifestyle. But I mean, in the end, I don't think I should have to fight who I am. If they were really the one, they should accept that I'm that way and work with me on it, but just try to limit the bad sides of it. And none of them were ever willing to do that. They look at the addiction and the happiness and how wrapped I get. And they see the rapture of a Babe Ruth, or a Mickey Mantle, or like a Bruce Lee. They see the passion of a Bruce Lee, and they see that my mother sees it. Everybody does. They see the passion of a Bruce Lee for something that pays no money, never gives you a single fucking prospect, costs you money, destroys your body, destroys your soul, and it renders you dateless like your entire fucking life. It's far worse than heroin. Heroin was like it's not like I dislike being this way. I wholeheartedly actively love it the way that I wholeheartedly actively love it, and I wholeheartedly believe that it's a good thing the way that I wholeheartedly actively believe that music is a good thing. I believe that my gaming obsession is so good, it's such a good thing, that I wallow in it like some kind of like person who believes that their lifelong obsession with being the perfect musician is. Music and video games are of equal value to me. And I don't think many people on the planet would say that. So, so they look at that, and all of them looked at it from the first one. The first one knew when I was far more likely to play Secret of Mana than I was to fuck her, even though I would fuck her every time it even came up, and I was like the horniest, pervertest dude you'll ever come across. I'll fuck for 8 hours. I don't care. But I mean, like, still... like my druthers is Secret of Mana. If you were to say, would you rather go play Final Fantasy 11 with your wife or fuck your wife? I'm going to say Final Fantasy 11. And sure, that's disgusting and profane and foul and kind of against God, and it's really a lot worse than it sounds. It's like basically the abandonment of most of the female gender, and I'm in the straight circle where like that actually matters, and I'm just saying, like, that stuff It's hard to reconcile when you look at, like, there's this moment when you nest, and it doesn't matter whether you're poor or rich. There's this moment where you just fucked her and you're nesting in bed, and she's thinking about money and food and where her next meal is going to come from and what's happening on TikTok. And you're thinking about video games and fucking her and the afterglow and love and smiling and all this. And you might not admit to each other that you're in love with each other, but you are. And it doesn't matter how poor you are or whatever, you're going to make a go of it at that point. At that crossroads, I pretty much threw my bait out and she declined, and I which was Final Fantasy 11. And at that point, it became much easier to convince her to sleep with me because I wasn't after her anymore. I wasn't after marrying her anymore. And it became a lot easier for her to abandon the situation. Not me, but the situation. It became a lot easier for her to, when the man made it really easy when he threatened to kill her if she didn't, she left. And I don't think a good woman wouldn't have left, but her problem is she knew deep down, they all know that your true love is never gonna, the love of them is never gonna eclipse that love that you've got for your obsession. And it's loser talk, but I think it basically destroys everything but the obsession. And so when I speak of obsession to my stream sniper, I say, I know obsession. Trust me. I know obsession. I know what it is. He's been a lot better about it lately, mainly because school started, but he's been a lot better about it lately. And I tell him all the time, don't backslide. Don't give up. You can let the obsession go and stop fucking tuning into me all day long and trying to hate watch me. You can just let it go. And my obsession with her, I let it go. At that point, I let her go. He threatened to kill her, and I let her go. I could have been like, no, you need to stay with me. This is unacceptable. Please don't leave me. I could have told her, you're killing me if you do. I could have begged her. I could have been like, please, you can do anything, but don't leave me right now here. I could have begged and begged, but that's not a good look, A. B, it makes it look like I don't care if she gets killed, which is worse. C, I do. And I really care about that. I do. And C, he did come in, kick the door in, and attempt to kill me a bunch of times. So it was going to happen. He was going to kill her. So I let her go. I was like, okay, I'm going to let you go. And a year later, I reconciled with it. No, I'm sorry. It was 2 years later. I reconciled with it. For a year and a half, I was like relapsey, depressed, and I was like fucked up, and I was living in the madhouse, and I was trying to get recovery and trying to not be a drug addict and not be a slave to somebody who I'm emotionally unavailable to be with because they aren't my Disney princess. Right? And you got to be careful with this shit. I never have ever told her that she's not my Disney princess after all, because that's what put girls and like women her age, they've got a bad problem with suicide. And if there was ever anything I were to say to her that I think would cause her to want to commit suicide, it would be to say the worst thing in the human language that I could possibly say to her, which is that it turns out you weren't my Disney princess caliber in the end. And when the worst, most fat, ugly slob on the entire fucking planet isn't willing to be with you anymore because you're just not their Disney princess, that's suicide territory or something. It's fucked up. She did not handle it well. She went through a lot because of that. We went through a lot together. We talked about every step of every part of that whole relationship, even the dead part afterwards. We talked every day for like 3 years. We talked every day for 3 years past that. No longer than that. It was 5 years. For 5 years after that, we talked every day on the phone, sometimes all day on the phone, texting back and forth, trying to solve each other's problems and be there for each other, as brother and sister, if nothing else, as family, if nothing else. If we can't be husband and wife, we can definitely be there for each other's family. And at that point, she pulled away and I pulled away. And this was her understanding that intrinsically, I'm not telling her that she doesn't have to be the value to be the greatest woman that's ever lived. She does. It's that I wrote myself in a corner, and my obsession made me a loser. And I have so much sympathy for what the women like my mother and my best friend deal with every day when they go up against loser talk, like the kind of shit that I say. I'm ready to write the ticket, never see my mother ever again. I'm ready to write the ticket, never see the love of my life ever again. I'm ready to fucking pay for the ticket right now and never see another living, breathing human being again if I don't have to. I'm ready to write off the human race. I don't ever want to be part of them again. I don't care about their money. I don't care about their government. I don't care about their cell phones or their lives or their phone calls or their TikTok or their texts. And that was a complete pariah cat response to the death of what I consider to be humanity, when the last bastion of hope was gone and we entered the dark ages of COVID, right? Trump ushered in the age of COVID and the death of all hope, right? Which was this understanding that my unicorn doesn't exist. You know, so what do I say? I send the same song 4 or 5 times to my best friend, and I sing the same. I sing the same song, you know. I sing the same song. I say, you can shave me down, you can clean my teeth, get me ready to meet all the people that I thought I knew. But my memory has mistaken me. Can't remember the last time I felt so incredibly young. That was another thing about being with her, is I felt the most young I had ever felt. Younger than when I was 7 years old. I never knew what feeling young was until I was with the love of my life, and I wasn't her love of her life. So I was like, okay, that's okay that I'm not the love of your life. Sometimes things just don't work out. I think some men blame the women, and I think that's how we get misogyny. But I was like, that's okay. We all float on, and we all love each other. And I at the end of every song and at the end of every conversation, I say I because I mean it. I mean it. The love is adhesive. It doesn't matter. I'm still your family no matter what. And we went through death and destruction, and the police hunted us, and the killer hunted us, and you know, and all the addictions and the problems and the destitution and all the stuff, being destitute and all that stuff, and digging ourselves out of a gutter and into a 5-star hotel inside of a year, and then back into the gutter again for another year. And it was just, you know, at the end of it, I was like, you're not my Final Fantasy Disney princess. You're not my Frozen. You're not my Elsa. I'm terribly sorry, but my Elsa is in a different castle. And you have to say this to a girl in a way that doesn't crush her female sensibilities about her own self-worth. You don't have to tell them what you're thinking or feeling. You have to care about what they think about that. You don't have to talk about, I'm playing Starfield tomorrow at 5 p.m. PST, guys. Yeah, I'm playing 5 p.m. PST, yeah. So you have to care about how they think about that, because you can ruin their love life for the rest of their life if you make them believe that they aren't capable of being the love of your life or something. It cripples them emotionally and stuff. You have to be very careful about that. So at no point do you talk to them about your feelings, because they realize how bad it gets, and then they've got the depression sickness like you. And if you don't know the dysphoria cure, you aren't getting out of it. She doesn't know the dysphoria cure, and I can't train it to her, so she's got dysphoria. I can't train her how to deal with dysphoria other than understanding that you can't find happiness through the things that you value. You must find it through love or something else, you know? Love or something else. The passionate thing that you do all your life or whatever. So I send her these videos. I say, let me go. Let me go. You know? And I mean it, and she knows it, but she doesn't want it because I'm her best friend. But I can't do non-Disney princess love interest. You know, the unicorn doesn't exist. It does. It's called the Taco Bell Hotel. The unicorn exists, and it's the Taco Bell Hotel. It's not some girl that's going to save you.
Yes. Is it good?
How's everyone doing?
Okay, perfect. Let me give this a whirl.
And it's unfair to put them on that pedestal too. That was something that I did all my life, and only her was able to help me with. She was like, you put me on this pedestal all the time. You write me love poetry. You spend your money on me. You buy me things when I really need them. You're always there for me. You care for me whenever I'm sad, or you evince pleasure when I talk to you. You're always extremely happy when I write you. You care about everything that I do, and you're just this wonderful, wonderful friend. And she tells me all the time, and I'm like, thank you. But I mean, but I do these things because I'm in love with you. And that's another problem. That's emotional unavailability at a deeper level, where you're doing something because you're in love with the person, but you're just throwing that love down that love pit. They call it the money pit when you're doing it with a house. You're throwing your love down that love pit, and it's not her fault. That's you. That's you. It's always you. It's not them, it's you. Oh my God, he's like drinking a daiquiri that they made with Taco Bell fucking Baja Blast, and he's eating Baja Blast ice cream at the same time in his Taco Bell hotel room. And I don't care what people think about how stupid this is. I want to go to the Taco Bell hotel because it seems fun. I don't care. I don't care what people think about whether or not I can date some woman because she doesn't play Final Fantasy XI, because Final Fantasy XI is the most fun thing that I can think of, I don't care. Maybe it wasn't for you, you're lucky, but for me, I think that Final Fantasy XI is more fun than heroin. Sorry, it's more fun than an orgasm. It sucks, but when you have that kind of dedication and love, kind of sucks. I avoid it all the time. Like I just this year, I took a 9-month break from heroin, essentially, because I've been a heroin addict before. For 2 years, I smoked heroin on tinfoil with a stripper, right? And I've been on heroin before. Heroin isn't shit compared to Final Fantasy XI. No. Or EVE Online or Rust or,
Impressions into our room.
EverQuest. Some people's pick a poison was EverQuest. Some people's poison is Ultima Online. Some people's poison is old school RuneScape or new school RuneScape or ESO. However you're getting your digital heroin, you are a digital heroin addict exactly like me. And just understand, like, once you are a digital heroin addict, you're probably not getting anything in the real life that's ever that good ever again. And that's what being a drug addict is actually like. And so when I went to the heroin with the stripper, nobody in my entire life worried about me. Nobody did. My mom never asked me once if I was on heroin. I would ask her for money all the time. It was very clear I was on heroin, but she never asked because A, I was happy. B, I never did it in a way where I would get very sick if I didn't have it. C, I still had a far worse heroin addiction than that. While I was driving taxi and driving the stripper to work and dreaming about smoking heroin and stuff, in the background before all of that, I was thinking about how I've never leveled a scholar before. What's it like to have scholar as a sub job? What's it like to do if you were to take Scholar Samurai? What can you do with Red Mage Scholar? And honestly, I'll think about that stuff for 4 hours while I'm on the way to the fucking, like, the airport, right? And this will literally basically battle for my attention with recently a girl sent me naked pics that I didn't ask for. And I'm fat and I'm 40. And this is how you should know that you're a good man, I think. A girl sent me naked pics recently that I didn't ask for. And that's how you know that they are considering you. They are thinking about you. It doesn't matter if you're fat or old or any of that stuff. They are, if they're sending you naked pics that you absolutely did not ask for and asking for your opinion and shit, like, you know that there's something there. There's some chemistry or something. So you really don't want to fuck it up. But in the end, you still are thinking about taking Thief to 99 really fast, Dancer to 50, and what that means for doing dagger trials and how I should go about doing dagger trials. That goes boom, 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 boom. Like, I'm sorry, but like that old Simpsons joke where he thinks about clown college, right? I don't think this will DMCA me, right? But there's this 2-second bit, Simpsons clown college, right? It doesn't matter if I have a wife or kids or drugs or sex, or any of that stuff, right? If clown college is on my brain, and this is a scene about that, right? He sees some billboard about, like, I'm not going to do the video because, that's DMCA, but I can show the pictures of it, right? This year, give her English muffins. What they're actually talking about is your balls, but yes, give her your balls. Yeah. This year, right? Oh, you can't eat that, right? He looks at the next sign and he's like, best in the West barbecue sauce. And then he comes to the third one. He's like, you can't eat that. Come on, man. Clown college. You can't eat that. That's not food, because Homer Simpson only thinks about food, right? And when something is stronger than food, you've got a real bad problem, right? And for me, it's love and sex, right? So if something is stronger in my estimation in terms of my value system, if I value video games higher than pussy, money, or weed, I'm gonna have a bad life. But I'm totally unashamed, totally unapologetic. I don't care what anybody thinks, and I don't want to be any different. And I'll take the plane ticket out of here if it means that it won't stop me from continuing my destiny as a Final Fantasy 11/whatever video game RPG nerd, right? And so all the time in the background, I'm thinking about methamphetamine, heroin, marijuana, all the nicotine, Valium, Vicodin, marijuana, stuff that the Queens of the Stone Age sang about on their first album, right? All that stuff, right? I'm thinking about all that stuff. Instead of cocaine, I'm thinking about methamphetamine, and I'm thinking about drugs, and I'm thinking about fucking my ex-girlfriend in the ass and in the different positions and stuff. That's all in the back of my mind pretty much constantly. I'm thinking about it constantly. The only girl I ever think about is my ex-girlfriend. It's actually very bad to be emotionally unavailable, because it's really hard to get a boner unless you're looking at her. If you're only interested in one thing, it's really hard to get a boner. And on top of it, putting her on that kind of pedestal is also unreasonably unfair. Like really unfair. If you're putting a girl on that kind of pedestal where she's the only thing you can even think about, that's incredibly unfair to them, and they will not be with you. And if you're in denial about that, you won't have a good love life. If you think that you need to put the girl on the pedestal and impress her with your money and all that stuff, instead of just being there in her life and being there and being a strong man and all that stuff, and being in her life and just being stoic and stuff. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for stoic, quiet man who can handle shit. Trust me. And so if you are a loud, talky video game addict and the clown college thing pops into your head, right? This is my obsession with Final Fantasy 11. The pussy and the money and the weed are always in the background in my mind. I'm constantly thinking about, oh man, I really wish I was high right now. Or, oh man, I really wish I was fucking my ex-girlfriend in the ass in my bedroom right now. Oh man, I really wish I was in love right now. Oh man, I really wish, I really wish I didn't have to eat or smoke or fuck or sleep or any of that, right? I really wish I didn't have to do those things. Turns out that the entire time that I was thinking about those things, nope, Final Fantasy 11, the veritable Krusty's Clown College, is back on my mind again. And I'm thinking about leveling Thief and Dancer and what it's going to entail, and how am I going to get to 75 fast so I can do Seekers of Adulin on my channel, right? And so then the Crown College sign bumps back into his mind later on in the skit, right? He's thinking about food, and he's got the hot girl, and and he's got all the food that he wants, and he's got a life, and he's got a job, and he's living in a 5-star hotel, and the girl is screaming his name, and he's like, that he didn't pay for either one, and and you're living your like best life, and you're like just like smiling, and you're high on meth, and you're just having the time of your life, and you're just like having the most fun you've ever had in your entire life, right? And suddenly all that could be happening if this has happened to me before, and I literally will have Final Fantasy 11, boom, 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 and the sex, the girl, the drugs, the lifestyle, the 5-star hotel, the taxi cab, the job, all that stuff. It goes burp, 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 and it goes out of my fucking existence completely. And right out, and there's me. I'm daydreaming in the background, right? And I'm thinking about, this is a great metaphor for this. And I'm thinking about how I'm chilling and I'm happy and nothing really bad is happening. And I'm just taking a nap and nothing's happening, which is my idea of heaven. Nothing bad is happening, right? You want to know? I have heaven, and it's on earth, and it's called nothing bad is happening, and nothing of value was lost, and nobody was murdered or killed, and nobody died. Right? And so that's what Homer Simpson's thinking about too. It's very dumb. It's a very silly joke, this, because they're trying to allude that he's a simple man that has simple dreams about simple things. But actually he's thinking this really deep thought about how everything's so chill that you could literally have a dream about yourself having a nap and it wouldn't be a bad thing because nothing bad is happening, you know? That's actually what this is actually about, but it's hard to interpret it the first time. But it's like, this is actually extremely deep. You dreaming about yourself taking a nap, that probably will never happen, right? It'll never happen. You dreaming about sleeping, probably not, right? So, like, I'm sure it happens in the dream sequentially. When you would normally go to bed, you go to bed in the dream and you go through the experience of falling asleep in the dream. But I'm like most people probably don't dream about themselves taking a nap. But actually, I think that's actually a really good thing to dream about because nothing bad is happening. You know, it's just you taking a nap. Happy, chilling, got your hand on the counter. They're making an allusion to Garfield here, right? Garfield is extremely popular because it's about a fat dude sitting in his middle-class house, eating lasagna and being happy. And I could relate, you know? So Homer Simpson was the exact same thing. It's a 40-year-old man dreaming about fucking his wife, raising his kids, and eating lasagna and taking a nap, right? That's every 40-year-old boomer's dream. It really is. Or his husband, if he's gay, whatever your fucking thing. I don't mean to say that the world is some kind of gender fucking, gender monogram or whatever. It's binary. It's a spectrum. It's whatever. But, just saying, whatever you go home to, you still take a nap and you think about how there's nothing to fucking stress out about right now, and him taking a nap about, him daydreaming about taking a nap is actually really cathartic to me because I dream about that same thing. I haven't taken a nap in goddamn 15 years. I mean, I'll take a nap when I have to, like I can't stay awake, but I don't ever take naps just to keep my adrenaline, or what do they call that? Your melatonin or serotonin up. I just take naps when I absolutely are fucking forced to, and I don't like sleeping, and I try to keep it as short as possible. But these days I'm still sleeping for 12 hours because they have me on trazodone, which is a very strong sleep inducer. So there's Homer Simpson dreaming about taking a nap, and when he's taking a nap, he's dreaming about eating a sandwich, right? And while this seems base and dumb and hilarious, it's actually a better thing to dream about than clown college, right? It's a better thing to dream about. He might be dreaming about all these things that make him happy, like taking a nap and eating a sandwich and shit. Simple things for a simple man, right? But in reality, Final Fantasy 11 comes bonk, bonk, bonk. But in reality, bonk, 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 right? That's the actual reality. Final Fantasy 11 or some version of it, be it D&D or World of Warcraft or ESO or EVE Online or whatever, some version of Dungeons and Dragons comes bashing into my fucking head, and I can't dream about fucking my ex-girlfriend in the ass anymore. I can't fucking dream about heroin or meth. I can't think about them. I can only think about the video game. It has a stronger presence in my mind than sex or money or weed or orgasms or family or money or any of that shit, right? And that is a terrible, terrible way to be, but it is the reality. And that's all the Simpsons that our non-DMCA'd asses get. Now we're going to go to non-DMCA material, which is fabulous or whatever.
The moment that we've all been waiting for. When I first heard about
Girlfriend.
this, I died. So we are about to
I love my gay community. I like the way they talk. I like the way they act. I like that they're smiling all the time. I like that they're beautiful. I like that they generally have money and they generally are like good, usually, not always, but usually constructive members of the community.
into our room. We're room 125.
You want to tell me gay people don't want to get it? They want to get it. And I don't know if he's gay or trans or what. I don't care. Don't care what your title is. Don't care for titles. Don't care what you are. Everyone on a case-by-case basis. Everyone deserves a fair shake. Everyone is just as valuable as God. No less, no more.
Here we go. My God. Oh, wow. Yes. It's so cute in here.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And you know that he wants to bang his boyfriend. He's gay. He wants to bang his boyfriend in his Taco Bell hotel room. I want to bang my ex in a Taco Bell hotel room. That's like my #1 life dream. And it's not because I went looking for this. It's because she showed it to me. I know that it's one of her life dreams. Yeah.
Do we look good, yellow and orange, right?
Oh my god, you guys fit perfectly.
I can't watch it, but I don't mind it, you know?
You guys are walking out.
Oh my god, I'm mild. Hi, mild star. How are ya? Hot sauce pillow packs. Hi. Pillows. The best pillows. I can't let you go. Look at this. The bell. Oh my god. This is so cool. Oh my god. I love it. You know hotels always have like shitty artwork? Random. Finally a good one. Ooh, okay. We got some snacks, Zach. What do we got over
Oh my God, look at his hot assistant. I would do very pleasant things to her.
Okay, Taco Bell napkins.
Look at his assistant. Jesus Christ, it's almost like a fucking, like,
We have the
I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
bell, everything. If you'd like to take home a piece of the bell, yes, we would. There's a robe in here.
There's a robe in here. I'm freaking out.
Nate, find the robe.
Find the robe.
Holy shit!
Find the robe.
Oh.
You have to take that home.
4 Seasons, we're burning the robe when I get home.
No, no. No, no. No, no. When that hotel is dead, your Four Seasons robe will be worth $10,000. Do not ever burn anything. When the societal collapse happens and everybody is going to go nuts for $10,000 of their fucking war money or whatever for something that they can't get anymore because of the apocalypse or whatever, trust me, that fucking Four Seasons bathrobe is going to mean something to somebody. Never get rid of anything.
This is it, honey. Yes. Okay.
New cart time. Oh yeah, look, hey guys, I went through 3 carts. Oh no, sorry, 2 carts. I've gone through 2 carts this month, but this one the last month. Oh yeah, we're looking through our carts and stuff. Oop, there's a fresh one. Is this the one that I'm gonna open, or is this the one that I'm gonna open? Oh my God, I have enough carts. I used to do this when I was a kid with cigarettes and stuff. I'd be like, oh man, I've got enough cigarettes to make like a star with my hand and stuff. I have enough hash carts. These are $15 to $23 a piece. Oh no, I dropped one. There you go. Can't drop them, they break, right? Got to be very careful. The glass will break and you lose $20. It fucking sucks, right? So all these dead ones are going back in the box, right? But here we go. We got, oh, that's a dead one, right? Yeah, give me all the live ones. I love my hash. I'm a pro marijuana person. Always have been, always will be. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm way more so now. No, I have gone through 3 of these in 2 weeks. And here's the other 3. They will go for the other 2 weeks. And I last about 4 weeks off 6 carts. And each one of these is roughly on average probably about $19.30, somewhere around there. So it's less than that. It's $17.50, something like that, because the total comes to it comes to $106.50 with the $10 tips. So call that what, $21 each or something like that after the tip. So just the tip. Just the tip, after the tip, 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 just the tip, after the tip. So
we got pencils.
Just the tip is like pretty much my favorite thing in the entire world. When you're that just the tip moment. Oh my God.
Look at the phone. I'm like, hi, can I get a cheese quesadilla plain? Thank you. Okay, we have snacks, we got popcorn. Ooh, these are so good. You never had these? No. Zach!
I've never had those. I forgot about this. My ex was like, you had to have these. And I was like, I've never had those. I've been living under an MMO rock for fucking 5 years.
Oh my God. They're so good. They started selling them in stores last
Ooh,
year.
this is gonna be so good. This is gonna be so good when I crack into this thing. Yeah, it's gonna taste so good. Every time I have one of these, it's like an orgasm or something because the taste is totally different. It's like opening a fine bottle of wine. It's very similar to that. It's expensive to do this all the time, but it's like opening a fine bottle of wine. Hashish, it can be very diverse. It'll smell and look certain ways. It'll have a certain consistency and smell. I don't know how many pounds of hashish I've smoked in my life. Probably a lot, but it's a lot. I started smoking hash when I was 13 years old. The first time I ever had hash was when I was 13 years old on the Champs-Élysées in Paris, France. I was offered a hash joint, and I already smoked a lot of weed by then, but I was offered a hash joint, and I got high on hash from Turkey. And I remember the color, and I remember them shaving it, and I'll never forget shaving the hash onto the joint. And then I smoked hash, and it was like I went into a fucking time warp for 3 hours. We wandered the Champs, stoned off of our fucking asses, just talking to kids that she knew, and just having like a cool inner city kid life in Paris and shit. And it was some of the most fun I've ever had. And since then, I've always thought as hash as God's vagina juice. Hash is God's vagina juice. It's like the best substance on the planet, maybe.
Oh my god, I haven't seen that.
First impressions, Nathan?
Oh wow, those are really good.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, it smells good.
Yeah. Doritos, we don't know her. We know Taco Bell chips. That's about it. Come on, let's do a little unboxing. Ooh, more chips, honey. We got minis. We got an entire. I love this. The welcome guide. Oh, I'm so hungry. Just sitting here. I am dying. What is this? This is a cooling towel. Wet the towel thoroughly with cold water. Wring it out, and it has a really nice cooling effect on the neck. It is 108 out. 9.
I love running Jeffree Star on my fucking channel because A, he got canceled for no reason, and I don't really think that's very cool, and I want to support him. B, I think it scares all the straight homophobic boomers away. They can't handle stuff like gay kiss or gay hug, and which is an agenda of mine. I don't want the anti, gay, homophobic, 40-year-old boomers in my channel. So I play content sometimes that'll scare them away because, yep, I really don't want judgmental people.
That it is. Oh my god. There is the Taco Bell sunscreen. Lemaire's canceled.
Feed the beat. What? What does that mean?
We eat.
Yeah, food.
Food. Do we eat at the bar? Like, do we just get into?
You go to the swimming pool and you order a meal while you're swimming. Is what it turns out to be. So we're gonna go down to the pool. Oh wait, did they go to the pool? Yeah.
Sun will set soon, thank God, because I want to kill myself.
Almost over there.
Oh my god. She was fly. She's so fly. That girl is my type. They don't make brunettes like my type. You know what I'm saying? That's my type. You know what I'm saying? That is my type. Sunglasses, brunette hair to the fucking shoulder blades, long, beautiful, straight hair. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. God damn it, they're rare. True brunettes are kind of rare. They often dye their hair. She's the third wheel. Aww.
Alright, you guys, we were just in the pool for about an hour. It feels so good in there. They made us some amazing drinks, some non-alcoholic, watermelon, coconut, lime. Sounds heavy. Okay, you guys, real quickly, there's a food menu. This is what we're here for, y'all. We want to eat. Alright, so they have exclusive items on the menu. Let's talk about it. The Oasis fish tacos.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. The Palm Canyon melt Toasted Cheddar Club. We just ordered 2 of those. Hi, Cheese Addict. Right here.
I love cheese.
We have the Caesar taco salad. But look,
Caesar taco salad sounds so good. I used to make those because you can't get them. So you take a taco fucking salad and you just pour Caesar on it. It's actually so good. I mean, it's not that good. You got to keep the Caesar to a really low amount. Really low. But if you do just the perfect amount, it gives that tang.
what does it come with?
No, it wouldn't be Caesar. It would be better with that special sauce they do.
Nacho fries.
Nacho fries. This is what the rich people are spending the money on while we all die. Don't get it twisted. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why? Why is this necessary? Why do we need this? Wow. That wash was disgusting.
All right. I cannot believe it. We just got so much food. Now there's music playing by the pool, so we don't want to get demonetized. Hi, copyright. So we're eating in a room. Look at this. This what was on the menu. Look at that.
Oh my God. Homemade Taco Bell.
And the nacho fries for
Taco Bell artisan cooks.
fresh.
With like real skill, you know?
You guys, the person that invented the nacho fries is here at the Bell, and tomorrow morning we are going to meet them. So bon appetit. Oh my God, by the way, look at this. The detail.
They all love mukbang. They shouldn't love mukbang, but they absolutely do. And they're all bulimic.
Are you gagged, babe?
Him included. They all like mukbang. They like eating a meal and then puking it up.
Wow, okay. First of all, this is
They like watching people eat a meal.
the plain cheddar one. Here's a normal one. You want to try a normal one?
I don't care about this. So anyways, yeah, that was fun. Distracting, but fun. Okay, so I think I'm done here except for checking the auction house, yeah. Oh, no, I guess I do have some stuff to do here, which is unfortunate. What else can we do? Quantum TV, a narcissist.
Few creators do as good of a job of angering
June the King, huh? Yeah, okay.
every community touched as Quantum TV, a person that labels themselves as the #1 brand in honesty. Quantum reviews televisions and sometimes games or movies. The accuracy of his calibration and the source of his criticism are often brought into question by
That's
others
money.
in his field. They will call him a narcissist, a copyright abuser, a liar, and a manipulator. Yet
Nice.
he always
My
flips the
tuna
script
sold.
and accuses
Very
his
good.
critics of the very same, while obsessively deleting comments on his own channel and posting comments on others. However, his methods go beyond criticism. At one point, because of his universally hated review on Elden Ring, a game he allegedly didn't play yet spanned more than 3 videos reviewing it, while also attacking people that played the game.
So I would say this game is for somebody who really is looking for a sandbox. They have no family, no friends, no life, and they have
Yeah, you're gonna get torched alive for saying shit like that. Elden Ring was a very, 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 very social friend-based game for me. I actually did half of Elden Ring with a friend. So I don't know what you're talking about. He carried me through the last boss and all the bosses up to it. Just like I'm doing with Bagon on Tactician. If you're not good enough to do that stuff by yourself because you play 20 different games and you just can't focus on one that much unless it's an MMORPG, like you let other people carry you through stuff like the end of Elden Ring and the end of Baldur's Gate 3 because the amount of research it takes to do it is just way too much time. That doesn't inherently make you, just because you're a Souls-like fan, that doesn't inherently make you very bad. I saw one time a Souls-like community in Denver at a LAN cast cafe playing PlayStation 4 of all things, and they were all into Bloodborne. And there was like 12 of them and shit. And as I remember, they were young, attractive Asian kids with many, many, many friends, good jobs, and like lives. And some of them smoked weed, some of them were normal. Like, you know, like these were good Denver kids. And this discounting thing, trying to say that everybody who plays every game is a neckbeard or a basement dweller, that is a bad. You know, that's you can see how the community would torch you for that.
Have literally thousands of hours to grind away.
He eventually contacted
Yeah.
his creator's mother.
No. I beat Elden Ring twice in 200 and no, I'm sorry. I am 1.5 ways in, and I have 215 hours, I believe. Let's go see. I don't know what I have. I only played one character, so I only played one character. In Elden Ring, I have 189. I was close. What did I say? 220, I think it was. Yeah, I'm at 190 hours or something like that. Yeah, and I beat the game 1.5 times at 190 hours. I think you just want to attack your community and you're pissed off at your community for some reason. I really don't like Deadpool, and every fucking idiot that ever tried to fucking ever stepped to me with Deadpool ended up being an asshole. Anybody who likes Deadpool and like I've ever met ended up being an asshole in the end.
As an intimidation tactic.
Oh boy.
After his typical tactics of copyright abuse failed. And how YouTube...
No, I'm not saying Deadpool, like I'm doing the same thing he's doing. I'm just saying everybody I've ever met. I'm not saying everybody who watches Deadpool is an asshole. I'm saying everybody I've ever met was. So I just stayed away from Deadpool. So when I see it, I'm like, oh, it's kind of like a meme come to life. You know, it's weird. I mean, that's what he was.
To it, and Quantum overall.
He was cool in the Super Nintendo game.
When he was at the center of this
he was like really different in the Super Nintendo game, but the movies didn't like. I've now had like 5 women put on Deadpool for some reason, and they're like, your humor is a lot like Deadpool, and I'm like, oh sure, yeah, okay. And then they play Deadpool, and I'm like, this is like not my humor. It's too scripted. It's very scripted. I don't think I'm Deadpool at all.
Scandal was even more surprising. He was also blamed for repeated spam calls to a different creator and the creator's significant other.
Oh no, he was like fucking hate watching and spamming somebody else. Fucking man, what's with the hate watching fucking idiots, man? I don't know. Like, can't you just like whatever you watch? Why would you stop to hate watch something? I don't really understand it. Like, why? Like Seems like you make bad choices like that all the time, maybe. Like, why would you hate watch something? That's something I can't do. I'll do it 15 seconds of it and I'll be like, no, I can't do that. I need stacks of things. I don't have stacks of things because I just started. That won't be it. What about in here? You got anything? No, I just need to sell, unfortunately, which is like pretty bad. And also all of those flowers, I gotta sell those. That's just way too much. So where's the Mog House here? Okay. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
Quantum has shown deep hatred for different groups and accused his opponents of worshiping Satan and drug use through a method of hypnosis hidden through their TV reviews.
So listen to this. So to some people, the fact that you did drugs basically makes you demonic. And I think those people are demonic.
Still only scratches the surface of what he is trying to hide through his pattern deletion of videos and a past.
They're quite literally like, and see, so they think that I'm the tool of the devil when I do drugs, but actually I think they're the tool of the devil when they try to do God's job and judge me for it, and they're the ones going to hell, and they're the idiots who have a closed mind. And sure, maybe everyone shouldn't drink alcohol or smoke weed, but most of the planet does. Sorry.
So who is Quantum TV? Why was he arrested? And what is he really hiding? Quantum's story, at least as far back as he's unable to clean breadcrumbs.
Quantum Story is such a stupid name. The one thing that I wouldn't say about Quantum is the word story. Because Quantum and story, those are like pretty much the only 2 words. Maybe that's why he did it.
A Twitter account under...
But those 2 words don't mix. They're basically the opposite of each other. Just saying.
Ramil X is made with a file that reads, quote
it's going to be some reference to Marvel. It's going to be some Marvel reference, right? But what I hear when I hear it is some idiot.
Bio are for single people, bitch, I'm married, unquote.
What?
This is a conflicting...
Wow, bio for single people, bitch, I'm married. Wow.
Statement. As in trying to prove the solitary lifestyle of those that write bios, he himself has written one. Fitting that his stories start with a contradiction. Scrolling through his first replies, he attempts to get the attention of several record companies, and the replies reveal guitars and possibly a decent...
If you are trying to get the attention of a record company, you might be a wannabe.
Someone by the songs he's playing. He also links to his MySpace that has a single song. Though as the platform has deteriorated, the song is unplayable. There also exists a YouTube channel that goes by Cataclysm Clamor, also made in 2009. Within was a single video of Quantum and his band attending a battle of the bands. The crew thumbnail shows Quantum on guitar. The interesting bit is Quantum both disavows prior channels and even this Twitter. Yet this Battle of the Bands video, if clicked on through the link, shows that it was claimed by Quantum TV for copyright. In an attempt to disprove and hide his past, he only gives it legitimacy. Additionally, it shows that Quantum lacks access to his older social media accounts, as it would have been less telling if the video or the channel itself was deactivated. And then after 2009, nothing. Until 4 years later on June 30th, 2013, Ramiel X tweeted, "Finally back from the military, expect new music soon," followed by its last tweet, "Beautiful Florida weather." What happened
36,000, not bad.
Then he was honorably discharged a few months after joining due to degenerative nerve damage, and so he was on to his next venture. In sync with his last tweet, he made a new channel within 2 days of posting it, under the name Quantum Apotheosis. Quantum has few definitions. To most, the word is just known by the complexity around its proper usage. Apotheosis, however,
it's gonna be a
is
Marvel
quite
reference,
different
trust
and telling
me.
of Quantum.
It's
It can be
something
defined
about
as
comic books.
the highest point in development of something.
He's not talking about
culmination or
that.
Climax. There are two ways to view this. One is how he may view it in defining himself as especially skilled. The peak may be in reference to others as he sits upon the top and
This guy's like
others
psychoanalyzing this guy's like rhetoric about himself. I mean, he got a lot of hits with it. I guess I'll watch it, but I'm sorry. This seems like hater behavior.
with his status, ability, or knowledge. The other interpretation is more sad but realistically applicable, in that Quantum Apotheosis, as we're about to find out, is the best version of themselves, with his peak of competence being the majority's trough, and will be unable to improve through his status, ability, or knowledge. Unfortunately, the channel Quantum Apotheosis has wiped their catalog from 2014 to mid-2022. In place, his new Quantum Apotheos Twitter launched close to his channel of a similar name, and other surviving interactions with him will fill in the blanks. From 2014 through 2017, on his Twitter, the majority of early tweets are directed at the developers of a wrestling and Naruto video game. And then in 2017, the tweets shift heavily, and only focus on supporting the US president, before then again tweeting at game developers, stating that their games are all trash and unplayable. Notice how none of these tweets play into the purpose of his Twitter. As per the bio, he reveals he is a photographer. This is all extremely light compared to what comes next.
Quantum Apotheosis. He is about television's tech channel.
I just wanted to just let you know, especially Quantum, because he called me out on it. And for some apparent reason, he has some kind of problem with me. I don't know what it is.
This guy, Quantum Apotheosis, still haven't learned his lesson, you know? And he's still with the old antics, but I'm personally glad that his channel, because he was lying about a lot of stuff, man. I mean, lying about the TVs he had.
Those channels discussing Quantum were Mr. 4K, Sprite Ent, and Westside Tech respectively, with videos released in either March of 2018 or April 2018. They are also all relatively small tech review channels. While Mr. 4K was shouting out Quantum, Sprite Ent was confused as to why he was getting targeted by Quantum, and Westside Tech was happily partaking in attacks back to Quantum. Mr. 4K's video in particular reveals that Quantum had 13,000 subscribers and had now moved on to reviewing televisions and even uploading movie clips, as per his uploading of a scene from Wreck-It Ralph 2 reveals.
More pancakes!
Let's speed it up. Pancake, 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 pancake. Eat, little buddy. Eat, eat, eat.
Ralph, you might want to try feeding the kitty for a little while.
No, the kitty gets the milkshake. The bunny gets the pancake.
That movie clip is also the second most popular video on his channel. Its description reads, Hashtag quantum apotheosis, the bunny gets a pancake will likely be the next big meme. Enjoy the funniest clip of the year from the first person with the bunny gets the pancake scene ready to go for all. The rest of the description is inaccessible. It's hard to say why quantum
That's how he got famous. Jesus Christ, and here I am clocking 20,000 hours on a stream. And I could just do a video, just do a Disney meme and catch 4 million.
Began reviewing televisions. But then again, his interest and prior experiences do range widely, as do the
People are funny.
He's attacking through his videos and now tweets through his third, newly made Twitter, QuantumTV_YT, made in June 2018.
Oh no! Wow.
The same month, The Last of Us Part 2 was.
Why are they
out,
always
well
like bigoted? They're always so bigoted.
The controversy before its release. Quantum tells the director of the game to keep their sexuality to themselves underneath one of their tweets. Quantum is also seen attacking a user that promoted the game and the game studio directly. What would really later draw interest is this post of two women dancing in a behind the scenes of Last of Us Part 2, where in response, Quantum tweets, quote, "You have LGBT kissing in church, but we're bigots for rejecting this hateful content? Ugh, why aren't you Pulse victims? SMH, the world would be a better place without you. Hashtag boycott, hashtag the LGBT of us." Unquote. Quantum is referencing a tragedy where 49 people were killed and 53 others were wounded at Pulse, a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida. A user then questions Quantum's sanity. Quantum responds with, quote, "They deserve it. The world is better off without them forcing their lifestyles on it." Unquote. These tweets, taking place from June 12, 2018 to June 14, 2018,
oh my God,
possibly lined up with a video on
strawberry cough. I can't stop
YouTube,
smoking
however,
strawberry
was less
cough.
accepting of his stance, and due to repeated offenses, banned Quantum
Tastes so good.
But looking at Quantum's Facebook, that wasn't his only channel. Not only did Quantum make a gaming channel in March of 2018, he also made Quantum TV blogs the year prior. His Facebook directing users towards a vlog channel that would now become his main channel when rebranding simply as the now infamously known Quantum TV. On his gaming channel, like on his main channel, he did not abstain from uploading the same kind of controversial content that got him
Hello
banned.
guys, I love you.
At least it seems that way because all these videos are unavailable due to his mass deletion of them. As a testament to the depths of his scrubbing, his first available video on Quantum TV was posted further into the year on October 17, 2018. Yet is labeled episode 394. The next video uploaded in November skips to episode 449. The next available video uploaded in June 2019 is episode 637. After this video, the labeling / upload
I didn't
seemed
do that
to have
one.
stabilized, as they mostly began following accurate numerical order. While Quantum could have theoretically uploaded months apart and labeled the numbers sporadically, his Social Blade shows a mass deletion of over 5 million views off his channel. And theoretically, if his average video gets 10,000 views, then that amounts to over 500 videos removed from 2017 to 2022. As for the meat of his channel, the reviews themselves are not very interesting, unless you are looking for reviews for a specific model and how bad the input lag is and the like. The process of how these are made is far more interesting. The theory is that he uses a loophole of sorts by having the highest tier membership you can with Best Buy. This allows returns for up to 60 days anyway. So he purchases a television, produces several videos covering the television's performance, that again makes it more frustrating for viewers and lowers the chances of them returning because they'd had to go through several of his videos on the same television to get a conclusion. And even then, his accuracy is questionable at best. In some videos, he doesn't even review the television. He just rants about the quality of the box it came in.
You paid $3,000. The box isn't glued. It isn't stapled. It pops up from the top. It's plain.
He's got a point. That shit sucked. Way to throw a $3,000 piece of tech like out onto the fucking street or whatever when the movers are moving it or whatever. I think he's actually got a point about that, though.
It's just cardboard.
Yeah, that is the worst box I have ever seen in my life.
With print to sit
It's a $3,000 television. What the fuck was Sony thinking? He's got a point, though.
here and justify this and say
Hey, I mean, I would make a big deal about that, but the reason he's making a good deal about it is because he's got a point. You know, he's got a point, though. That, at least that. You know, probably not the other shit, you know.
a dumb shit like, who cares about
Like, honestly, him pointing it out is maybe a good thing, because, like, if you're buying this and you bought it on Amazon and they shipped it to you and you pick it up by your fucking front door, you could dump that motherfucker onto the concrete. I'm dead serious. There's nothing keeping that television from like pitching out to the concrete, short of how hard it would be to pull it out of the box. Basically, the you know the friction.
the box doesn't matter. Are you a fucking idiot? Do you understand?
Yeah, like that box does matter. That box matters a lot. I don't want to defend him. I'm just saying he is in the right. That box does matter. It's corporate malfeasance. It should be a lawsuit. And he was right to make it. He was right to make a big deal out of it. His instincts are right, you know. Now, trying to go. Oh yeah, I need my other scroll real quick. I'm trying to sell, which is probably best done in Bastock, I guess. Yeah, scroll of instant warp. Yep. And I'm trying to go to Bastock. To the Bastock mines to, yeah, that thing.
Your inventory is full.
Your inventory is full.
If you move,
You're screwed. If you buy it from Amazon, you're screwed. If you pick up the box the wrong way, you're screwed. If your mover drops it, you're screwed. The box itself is corporate malfeasance, and he was right to make a fucking deal about it. People were like, shut the fuck up about the box. I don't think I could get past the box on this one. I don't give a living shit about the Bravia XTR or whatever. I'm not getting past the box on this one. And I think he was right.
fucking TV. Are you one of those dumb fucks that?
Yeah, and only a dumb fuck would attack him for bringing up the box. The box is some of the worst corporate malfeasance I've ever witnessed.
Oh, it's shirt
$3,000 television, and you put it in a fucking box with no glue or staples or anything? What the fuck are you thinking?
over your TV and just say, it'll be okay. It's a $3,000.
That's like taking $3,000 in 20s and walking out into the street and going, whoa, into the air. Like it really is. It's no different. How long till that television's bashing into the concrete or something?
$1,000 goddamn TV.
Yeah, like for $3,000, no, he is right.
I'm not throwing a fucking shirt over it.
I'm not opening the box, frankly. Like I believe in when someone charges you $3,000 fucking dollars and it shows up in a defective ass box like that. How long till the TV is defective? Seriously, I wouldn't get past the box. He was right to make a big deal about it. Whatever. I hate seeing realities sometimes. That like I'm not defending his shit. I'm saying like he's actually not wrong about this though. I would have made a huge deal about that fucking box. That box looks like corporate theft to me, you know, straight up. Like they cut corners in the worst possible place they possibly could have done it down the entire, like, you know, assembly line. The one place you wouldn't fuck up is the box, you know. That's the one place where the TV really shouldn't, you know, fall out of the box and crash on the concrete, you know.
Guy?
Quantum then goes on to attack his audience in general.
Yeah, I would attack his audience too if they're attacking him because of the box. Yeah, honestly, the box was a really important point that he needed to make. Thank God somebody did. You know, and then you get these idiots being like, "Nah, you're just you're fixated on the box." No, that box is something that you should fixate on. The minute you see it, you should fixate on it because it's them stealing from you. It's them stealing from you really bad. How long till that TV's on the ground? Not too long. I saw that box. Yeah. How long till this TV's on the ground? I don't know, about 10 minutes.
Threatening to pause his service of TV reviews if his appreciation isn't shown.
Yeah, like what? Like he was like, no, I've got a valid point, and he's right.
So all of you in the comment section that want to have a feeling
Yeah.
about me telling you that this is a downgrade, this is fucked
Yeah.
up. I mean, I've got people literally acting like I just shit on the whole TV.
Yeah, like who the fuck cares? Like no, he just talked about the box, and people are like people are so bored with their shitty water cooler lives now, and I know this sounds exactly like him, but they are though. They're so bored with their shitty water cooler lives now that they care about what he says about a television so much that they start a flame war with him. And I look at this and I think, at no point was there ever anybody who had a life. I'm sorry, but who has time to do that?
Hell, I have no redeeming qualities.
I have time to talk about it. I don't have time to do this stuff.
I haven't even had the chance.
I don't have money to. I can't just toss a $3,000 television onto the ground and then blame it on you. You're probably going to blame it on me. You're going to say, "Nah, you dumped the television on the ground. We're not covering this one. You dumped the television on the ground." Well, yeah, because you didn't fucking staple or glue the box it was in. He has a point.
To tell you what I've seen yet, because we can't.
Yeah, the box speaks for itself. The box stands. The box stands beyond their idiot reasoning.
Get past this part, and we ain't gonna get past this.
We aren't going to get past this part. Like, he's right to say it. We aren't getting past this part. I could never condone selling that television. Not once, and that's what he should say, too. And they all attacked him like, nah, you're being a hater for the television and fixating and all this shit. No, we're being logical. No.
Part until you motherfuckers show some respect.
Yeah, show some respect, man. You come and like step into me like, man, like because I poo-pooed that crappy television box that you need to attack me in my comments or whatever. No.
Because at the end of the fucking day, I'm doing you a goddamn service.
I did not expect to side with this guy at the beginning of the video, but I'm sure, I'm positive I'm going to hate him by the end. I'm fucking positive I'm going to hate him by the end. I know I am, right? When the true dirt comes out, because it's a long video, you can understand that the reason they were doing the video was what comes out at the end, but they don't want to tell you right away what it is. So they play all this stuff that kind of makes you sympathetic to the character a little bit. You're like, but he's right about the box. But he's right about the box. So then you're really fucked up when you realize how bad you are for supporting somebody like this, right? And so I know the manipulation that I'm going through when I watch a video like this. I would say it's like kind of clickbaity a little bit, but I also don't mind it because it still doesn't change the reality of that box sucking dick, the people commenting otherwise being stupid, and like the and the nature of reality. The reality is that box sucks dick, and I would never, ever, ever endorse this television, not once. I don't care what the television does. The box is enough, right? And the reality is enough for smart people. The haters are like, wait, you're just a television hater, or whatever their shaky fucking argument is. You're just a television hater, or whatever. I don't know what that shaky argument is, but it's just somebody looking for a boredom fight. You know, I call these boredom fights. They're bored, so they go looking for a fight because they don't have their own lives. And he got caught and canceled because he said that people oh, never mind. He's going to get arrested for pederasty or something dumb. Never mind. I didn't read the title.
What they're taking away.
It's so clickbaity. It's hard for me to read the title, you know. I just look for the streamer and make a judgment call on how good the streamer is and just see if they can entertain me. And if they do, I watch them again. And if they don't, I don't. And this is like, and this is me trying to explain watching YouTube to people who watch YouTube all day. And I'm aware of this, but I didn't watch YouTube my whole life. Not until I was like 38 did I ever sit around watching YouTube like this, ever. I did not do that. My friends will all swear on a stack of Bibles. I have never sat around watching YouTube. I used to actively complain when my friends would put on YouTube. I was like, I hate YouTube. Put it away. Put on like Battlestar or something good, you know? I hated YouTube when I was a kid.
Away from you. I'm not getting paid.
Now I love it. Now it's like, now they don't make good television anymore, except for like Fargo and Breaking Bad and shit. So like, you just wait for something good on YouTube now.
Like these shows are getting.
But I mean, like, I did not get raised on YouTube. I used to like wait all week for the next episode of like Beavis and Butthead on Saturday night at like 2 a.m, and I would think about it all week. Oh my God, new Beavis and Butthead episode, right? Now it's like, oh, YouTube, click, I'm in. Not all week, or whatever.
To talk about these TVs.
But boy, did I care about that television show. I fucking cared about that show.
A profession for
like
me.
I've worshipped that show like it was my master.
I'm literally doing this to help people. And
it was my master. Beavis and Butthead pretty much dictated how I acted, how I spoke, what I did, the things that I did, the music that I listened to, the bands that I was into, the metal, the dumb shit, the vandalism, the getting expelled, all of that shit, right? And so I would say Beavis and Butthead basically was my master for about 10 years. Beavis and Butthead was my master. It dictated everything I did.
When I get disrespectful fucks that want to try to...
I would sit there with my dumbass stoner burnout friends and we would watch MTV and like, Metallica, King of the Day comes on and, Prodigy, fucking, Firestarter comes on and then, fucking, System comes on and because it's new and you're like stoned and it's like Sunday morning and you really want to see the new Tool video and we're really hoping the new Tool video will pop, right? Beavis and Butthead pretty much dictated what my life was for like 10 years. And I didn't resent it. I actually really liked the MTV culture. It was a culture based around worshiping music. It actually really fit me fucking perfectly. I never met any MTV crowd I couldn't roll in because I quote all their bands and I quote all their lyrics and I'd be like, yeah, I love Tupac. Yeah, I love fucking Dixie Chicks. Yeah, I love System. Yeah, I love, fucking Britney Spears. Yeah, I love Tool. Yeah, I love fucking, fucking Veil of Maya. Yeah, I love Under Oath or whatever. But yeah, I love Bring Me the Horizon. Yeah, I love, what it's like crazy. So it's like weird, so I was never had a problem with the MTV crowd, and I like that a lot better than the YouTube crowd, which seems to be like an entire culture based around talking shit about each other or revealing information, which is good. Like it's like for informational purposes, YouTube is entirely like perfect, but for entertainment purposes, it seems to be a culture entirely based around like either blowing your mind or like educating you or like entertaining you with drama. And so I would much rather like it if the music scene just took over YouTube for like 10 years. And all and all the hits that everybody got was just brand new, amazing music that they like, I want a chat room. I could be a .com billionaire, right? I could be a .com billionaire. I think I would build a website. And I don't even know what I'd call it. You can steal this idea because I want the idea so bad. I don't care if somebody else does it, right? I want a website where I can enter a room and the band has said that it's okay for me to sit in that room with 2,000 other people and listen to a mix of all the bands that are popular right now in the same room and chat with each other about the music. And a mixture of old school chat rooms and a mixture of like when I love this bit. I'll watch it again. I don't care. I love this bit, and it's a video game, so I can watch it, right? This is Fortnite's when what's her name? I love her. Fortnite music video, right? The music videos, right? There was a bunch of music videos. There was like Marshmallow and Vibrate, and the big one, of course, was oh god, I want it, Ariana Grande, right? So let's go look at that because I love this and I don't mind. I think it's probably DCMA is the problem, but Ariana Grande came to Fortnite one day. That was really cool. And so my trio and I, both my trios did this the same day. I went with John and Lucky and Dalton. And then later that day, I went with my actual trio and I watched Ariana Grande like 5 times. And it was so good. I can't do the music because it's DMCA, I'm fairly sure. Is this DMCA? I can't tell. Yeah, chills, man. It changed my life. And I want an experience like this all the time where I can just go into a room with like 5,000 people and have like some kind of music light show go off like a concert, but the band is live and they do it free because it's great promotion and they sell merch and everybody makes their hits and everything and YouTube gets their hits and all this. And so I want this. I want digital rock stars now. Like the image is not stolen, but the music is. I don't think she wants us to watch videos of this, believe it or not. I'm sorry, not her. She probably does want us to watch videos of this, but her lawyer does not want us watching videos of this. Her lawyer definitely does not want us listening to this because it's also really DMCA copyright, and she didn't get around that. So while these songs are not public domain, this performance was while it was live. But the concert footage afterwards of her music, it's all ripped directly off of her albums. So she didn't have to do any dancing or anything. She didn't even have to show up for this. They just animated her. She had to show up for the mocap, but that was it. The rest of it was all her albums. That was it. And she like talks a bit at the beginning and the end. But this was like a religious fucking experience for me. It was the future. There was like 300 fucking people dancing with me to Ariana Grande. And it was the greatest experience of my life, I believe. It was a taste of the future. People want to talk about DMCA and copyright because they're garbage crab people and how they dislike gay people and they want to be bigoted and right wing all the fucking time in this crazy crappy world. And all I can think about is my Ariana Grande digital concerts. I guess we have different, I guess we have different interests, I guess. I don't know. You seem to want to control everybody. I just want free rooms full of free music and free conversation with people and chill out like a rave. I want an online rave. An online rave where like they can see your fucking name and they can see your Facebook profile and your fucking streamer name and shit, and you show up to a public fucking rave and like motherfucking adventure clubs there playing in the fucking back and shit, and you got an avatar and you're like dancing with people and talking and shit. Ah, man. What I mean, like, honestly, and then you make a website based off this and people will religiously use it like a video game, and they'll be in there all day trying to be exposed to new music and new art and new digital media and stuff. Like, pretty much I believe all art will eventually go digital. It's just the future, right? So why not just be extremely good at digital art, better than, say, Michelangelo, or, you know, this is kind of like sacrilege, but, you know, I believe that the new generation is capable of making better art than Leonardo da Vinci or Michelangelo or Donatello or any of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle painters. I believe digital is far more capable of it, live and in real time with action and animation and stuff. It's the new future. And like, I don't know why we don't have some major service trying to compete, drawing in kids so they can go see the band that they love together and meet their husband or wife that way, or whatever. They're you know, they're whatever. They're SO. They can meet their SO at an Ariana Grande concert that was free with free digital music and stuff on their Fortnite game or whatever. It inspires sociality and it saves the human race. But instead we have these cash grabbing Redfall fucking efforts stealing from us. I mean, you know, we can have this or we can have Redfall, you know? Which do you want? That's all I have to say about that.
Have an opinion about facts, like this is the biggest downgrade in Sony OLED history, I'm not gonna let it go. I'm like a goddamn dog with a bone, and if you didn't know quantum TV is like this, well, now you fucking know.
This video is not an outlier. When the Xbox Series X was announced, the following day he deemed it to be trash. The reason? Its shape.
The Xbox Series X is trash.
I really don't like the Xbox Series X, and I don't like the shape of the Xbox X. If he picks arguments, he makes good ones, which probably makes him a little bit more popular than he should be, because the arguments are sound. I don't like the Xbox One X either. It looks like an abomination.
Console gamers into believing that they have anything close to what a PC actually
They actually can do, yeah, and honestly, he's right.
For his mainstay television reviews.
Like, honestly, when I think of what the PS5 can do compared to what my shit can do, it's like 1/4 of the power. 1/4 of it. I literally get 4 times the RAM, 4 times the video power, 4 times the storage space, 4 times the access speed, 4 times the internet, 4 times the sociality, 4 times the implementality, like Discord and running game videos in the background so I don't get stuck in like that, right? And I don't really know why consoles exist anymore. What they need to do is make computers cheap. It should be a dead cheap market now. I still don't know why video game computers are $3,000 fucking dollars. It's because you keep making consoles instead of computers. Stop making consoles, bring the resources to the console crowd, and stop making fucking consoles. We don't need consoles anymore. And I know that sounds like sacrilege, but I mean, like, I'm not saying the consoles that already exist should disappear. I'm saying all the consoles that we should have, we should love and cherish and collect and value. But I mean, like, why would you ever buy a piece of shit Nintendo Switch over a PC that can play the entire catalog at twice the frame rate? Like, seriously.
He will sometimes purchase televisions and then put
now all of those games are stolen, but I mean, what else is new? That's been going on since 1991. The games have been stolen since 1991, but we act like that's brand new. No, man. Since the Nintendo original 8-bit Nintendo, you know, they call it 8-bit, so you know what I'm talking about. 1987 and shit. That was immediately when the video game stealing and copywriting and bootlegging became the industry's worst plaguing problem, and that was in goddamn 1987. You know what I'm saying? That was a long fucking time ago. We act like it's really new that this stuff is happening. It's not. People have been stealing video games for 40 fucking years, you know?
Compare them.
Consoles are a liability now. They need to stop spending mankind's resources making them and just make PCs that are affordable for everybody. The same way they need to do for cars. Cars need to be affordable for everybody on this planet too, because you guess what? You pretty much have to travel pretty much anywhere. If you want to be if you want to go anywhere as an adult, you must have a car. You want to know how Hitler took power? He fucking made the Mercedes, the Benz, the people's car, the VW Bug, right? They called it the people's car, and they charged the entire fucking country $300 for it. The equivalent of $300 US today is what they charged for it in 1933. And this is how the Nazis took power. They made it so that we don't have to fucking like sell a blowjob to get a car or sell a blowjob to get a computer. And that's how bad people take power. You guys charge too much for your bullshit. You know, fuck your consoles and bring the PCs to the fore. Give a PC to every kid on the fucking planet and see how many games you sell. But instead, you charge $3,000 for a computer and you rip them off on consoles that do a quarter of the fucking value worth of execution. And on top of it, it limits like half the games out there that you can play if you're a console player. It limits what you can play by a lot. Like a lot. PCs only really, I'd say only really the bad games don't come to PC, you know?
After he is done with them, he returns them and cycles the money onto newer brands and so on. But Quantum is different.
Like for instance, Horizon Forbidden West. There's a PS5 exclusive that I guarantee you is just bullshit compared to the original. The original was a fucking inspired, beautiful third-person archery game. The second one is just more of the same, and that's just not who Guerrilla was. So they cash grabbed the PS5 era and ran a sequel out with different skins, basically. Same game, different skins. And that's not good. That's not good, man. Like, because, you know, I loved Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn restored my faith in gaming.
From other television reviewers.
Like on the PC, on the controller, it was a piece of shit. Get rid of those piece of shit controllers. Controllers nerf you really bad. I will spin circles around a controller player in Fortnite all day, and I'll show them I'm doing it too. I'll be spinning circles while they miss shot after shot after shot, while I'm just simply strafing around them. But that's something they can't do. Not really. They can't track and strafe at the same time, which is why inherently we never should have had shooters on the controllers in the first fucking place. Just should have made PCs back in the year 2005. We should have just gone completely PC and never gone past the PS3, in my opinion. You know, or well, really the PS4. We never should have gone past the PS4. At the end of the PS4 era, we should have killed the fucking console crowd entirely and gave them all computers for $1,000 or whatever, $750. Shit that does 4 times the fucking capability, 4 times the amount of titles available, 4 times the internet access, 4 times the implementality of Discord and YouTube and, you know, sex and Pornhub and all this shit, right, that they all want as teenagers, right? And none of the goddamn console ripoffs. I'm an anti-console person now. I believe it's a full-blown cash grab by shitty people like Phil from Microsoft or whatever.
Reviewer might go for a straightforward review without any distractions to complicate the simplicity.
I'm sorry, but if you were to look at a PS5 screen next to a PC screen on the same game, you're going to have a real poor awakening. Now, the frame rate on the video game is going to feel more fluid because video games don't really have like computer hard drives really. So there's none of that bogged down shit from a registry or anything like that. It's just a direct Linux, basic Linux sort of program running the game and all this. And that helps them maintain frame rate much better than a computer, I will say. But the difference is the highest frame rate you can get on a console currently is 120 frames per second. And the last time that was current was 2018.
Of them, Quantum in the review.
That was 5 years ago. Last time fucking, 120 frames per second was current. I run in 120 frames, but I do it in 1440p, which is what the current is. So I'm running 1440p on a 100-inch television with 120 frames per second.
Opts to wear a mask of the comic book figure Deadpool and keeps.
Yeah, I really don't like how you really seem to be biting on Deadpool's fame a little bit, you biter.
The same clothing for every.
Like, I'm sorry, but it's a fictional character, and you seem to be really dick riding fucking. You seem to be really fucking dick riding Deadpool right now. I'm sorry.
Review.
But the things he said about the console were absolutely a caring person's assessment of the console fucking debacle. I'm sorry, but the points he's made are good ones. And until he makes a bad one or fucks a child or whatever the fuck this is gonna be at the end, I'm gonna just like keep him on a case-by-case basis and see how I feel.
By him, this is done to protect his family and family's privacy from crazy people online. But there is more effort here than he exposes. Take note of how the audio...
Like, I don't really fear crazy people online, which is why I don't think crazy people online are gonna hurt me. I think these people act so scared of their audience, and I don't act scared of my audience. I act rageful towards I yell at my audience. I think it's a better fucking, like, it's a more honest, more better approach when I just tell them how I feel about their fucking behavior and yell at them and shit, right? Like, I feel a lot better than this guy who I feel is like using certain things like Deadpool images and stuff to sort of subtly control people into being in his stable or whatever. And it's a little bit weird. And so then he attacks them, right? I'll attack my audience, but I'll do it when they're doing unacceptable things that can put them in jail. That's it.
Audio is not muffled, nor is there a lapel or any form of mic visible.
Does PlayStation's new HDR option really do anything on the PlayStation 4?
No, it does not. It does not, no.
Important. Notice how the mask doesn't move when he speaks. It doesn't stretch.
It didn't do it on the PS4. It didn't do it on the PS4 Pro. It doesn't do it on the PS5. It won't do it on the PS5 Pro either. It doesn't have HDR. It's a full-blown console industry fucking lie. It doesn't have HDR like a computer does, trust me. Not the same. Real HDR on a real verifiable, $500 fucking television is a very different thing on a computer than it is on a console, which is another reason why he's yelling at the console crowd. He's like, why would you continue to pay these guys? And he's not wrong.
And his features seem to also stay in...
Why would you continue to pay them $490 for what I consider to be basically the same thing as a cell phone I used in 2008, except you call it the Nintendo Switch? The Nintendo Switch has the hardware of a cell phone that I used in 2008. Why would you pay $490 for that? I'm not saying PC Master Race or the console should die. I'm saying stop paying these cash-grabbing asshole triple anus. Stop it.
As he talks. This means
go to the Game Pass and go to the PSN store on the PC Master Race, or do better and just get on Steam and see every game known to man, or between Steam, Humble, OG, GOG, and all the other fucking video game sites like Epic and fucking EA. Get every game known to man on PC, or go play half the games known to man on a console for really not triple the price, but really the same price basically, and for a quarter of the power. And console exclusives that just aren't good anymore. I can't think of a console exclusive except Demon Souls that was actually good, and that was a launch title. We haven't had another one of those since because they cash grabbed the console scene. They put Final Fantasy 16 on the console because they know what the PC gamers are going to say about Final Fantasy fucking 16.
Is that Quantum records the audio.
It's not good enough. I love 16. I think it's a great game, but I don't think it's my game because it's not good enough. I believe Final Fantasy 11 to be superior to Final Fantasy 16, and that's sad. Now, 16 is not online, but honestly, I kind of I don't know. I'm sorry. I'll just speak my mind about this. You guys seem to be sort of up in arms about things that aren't actually a reality. You don't need to get past the box, right? You don't need to get past that cardboard box on that television to know that the television is bad. Anybody who would put the television in the box, like Sony, right, isn't going to be trustable to buy a TV from. And that's why you don't go past the box. And he's right about it. He's got a cold, hard logic about this, but nothing he's said is irresponsible or bad yet.
Go silently to match the audio.
Yeah, who cares about that? Do you care what his style is when he does a fucking Deadpool impersonation? Do you need to psychoanalyze his Deadpool analyzation and how he used overdubbing on a Deadpool bit? Do you think that's such a big fucking deal in his video editing execution that you need to bring it up on a fucking video?
For his outro, his videos end with him thrusting against the air, amongst other things, to a remix of his song from the cartoon Danny Phantom. There is a uniqueness to his work. His channel is presented as a TV review channel, yet he has what he calls a podcast that are mostly long.
This guy wears the Deadpool mask all the fucking time because he is a Deadpool clown. He didn't lie to you.
When it rants. The same thing can be said about his sparse game reviews.
You act
uploaded
like
on
he's
his
some
channel.
liar. The proof is right here in front of you how fucking crazy he is. So you go and you make this like million hit video, some kind of attack takedown piece. But I mean, like, you can clearly see the guy's fucking crazy and stupid. You know, you can clearly see it. Why do you need to make the takedown piece? And that's how modern YouTube is. It's like a bunch of takedown pieces. It's not that fun. I can't wait till you guys grow out of that shitty high school phase and stop talking shit behind each other's backs all the time. You know what I'm saying? Grow the fuck up.
I know. Arguably,
Now, this guy's going to the arrest, so feuds, claims, insanity ensues, right? Reveals a terrible person, the Ackman saga. Ackman's involved with this, and that's how you really know it's bad. So then, you know, arrest and insanity revelations. So here we go.
the videos with the least substance are the ones critiquing the other reviewers.
Now, Vincent, in his review, goes on to...
I'm kidding. I think Ackman's great. I'm just saying this because I know it would irk the Ackman really bad if he were to ever hear it. So I don't care. I just say it because I don't give a living two shits what people on the internet think. Don't care. I care if they stalk me. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. But I really don't care what they think.
Claim that TCL and Samsung are over-brightening the EOTF curve. This is something that...
What is an EOTF curve? It sounds like girl repellent.
...been whining and complaining about for the longest time.
What is an EOTF curve?
Propagating it as...
It sounds like a television screen, I guess. If I had to guess. You should have defined what it was.
...actual fact.
Now, I'm not trying to bury FOMO on tech with a shovel or anything like that, but when somebody is clearly wrong and they are misinforming people, they should be asked about it.
TCL has heard some from other reviewers out there, and they've implemented a fix, and they say they're actually coming out with another one later. Other reviewers out there.
Hello, other reviewer here.
While it is hard to find someone that Quantum has not targeted, it is hard to find any reciprocation, especially from the larger channels that he often prods.
Yeah, they don't take a shot at him because they're allowed to like leave their critics alone. They don't have to go harass their critics. I don't really suggest you harass your critics. If the critics are talking about you, it means that you're cool enough to talk about. And you should take it that way, too. That's what the critic's going to say to you, too. And you should never talk shit about your critics unless they are attacking your family or that sort of thing.
In most of his videos, he makes sure to promote his slogan, the #1 brand in honesty.
Like when Will Smith basically skated on assaulting, you know, what's his forgettable name, and Chris Rock and
the #1 brand in honesty. If you have questions, ask him in the comments down below.
He claims that was given to him by viewers.
I was very surprised to tune up. I'm through season 3 of Fargo, which is a show I never watched. And Fargo, I think, is actually the greatest television show ever made. I think it comes out on top over stuff like Battlestar Galactica or even epics like that because it's more well written and it has more of the Coen brothers in it than anything the Coen brothers ever done in Hollywood. And I think I really like Coen brothers in their purest form. It's a really good piece of Americana. So I went through recently on IMDb and I was like, what is the best like television shows in the last five years or whatever? What's the top 100? And number 4 is Fargo on IMDb. And I'm like, there is no fucking way that FX Fargo is the number 4 television show of all time. I was like, no fucking way. It's probably number 7 now or something like that. That was like, I don't know, like 2 months ago or something now. And I was like, no fucking way. So I downloaded Fargo and I watched Fargo. And I'm now through season 3 to season 4. And it is, I think, the greatest television show I've ever seen. I think it does better than Breaking Bad. I think it's better. So I reached season 4. And guess who I am poisoned when I reach season 4. Guess why? And I swear the story has a point. I swear to God. Guess who is mainlining season 4 of Fargo? I mean, this was years ago now, but it still is fairly recent. Chris Rock mainline season 4 of Fargo, which is why he was at the Academy Awards that year when he smacked Will Smith, or Will Smith smacked him, excuse me. And I was very surprised and sort of poisoned and very unhappy to see Chris Rock pop on my screen for season 4 of Fargo, because I wish I had watched it before I had known that he was going to get bitch slapped or whatever, because it did poison season 4 for me. And now every time he shows up, I roll my fucking eyes. And I'm like, yeah, I really don't think I've never thought you've been a good actor. And I'm not trying to bring him down because I'm some hater. I just have never seen anything I've ever thought he's ever done that was redeemable. You know, I've never, not even the Rush Hour movies. I don't think he was, or was that Chris Tucker? Chris Tucker, I mean, whatever. Like, he's never been that good of a comedian. He was not a Dave Chappelle, you know? So, like, I'm just, you know, now I'm like, you know, I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just saying, like it sucked that incidentally, that stupid shit that he got into poisoned me towards season 4 of Fargo. And I can't imagine, this is where I'm going with this, right? I can't imagine how the Coen brothers fucking felt. I can't imagine it. How did the Coen brothers feel about their season 4 frontrunner getting smacked on fucking, you know, I can't imagine what Will Smith's managers think, but I can't even imagine what Chris Rock's fucking managers think after he was season 4 Fargo, but then got his ass bitch slapped on the Oscars, you know? I can't imagine what this does to these people's reputation and careers when they back celebrities who do shit like this, you know what I'm saying? And so now I'm going to skip over to Justified and watch all of Justified on my mother's, you know, recommendation because I haven't seen that yet. And I'm going to watch all of Justified rather than finishing Fargo. And that's really sad because the first 3 seasons of Fargo were honestly fucking gripping. They were like gripping. Every second, every minute of it, all of it, every second I tracked it really well. It was really well written. It had amazing stars in it. Like the first season had Billy Bob Thornton opposite Martin Freeman. The second season had, I forget who the other famous person was, but it was Kirsten Dunst and Fargo season 2 cast. It was someone else really fucking famous. Fargo season 2, right? It's season 3 was just as good in a different way. Fargo season 2 cast was what'd you do there? Come on, man. Can't you just do a search and not really be shitty? Come on, Google. How are you a good product anymore? Watching you try to do this search is like frankly disgusting. What are you doing? Please do something. Why are you hitting enter on this search? Oh my god, just reload. Yeah, the cast, right? The cast. You still can't seem to get the cast. Get the cast. Kirsten Dunst opposite Ted Danson. Nick Offerman was in it. It was so good. Allison Tolman was really good. Keith Carradine was really fucking good in it. Keith Carradine in almost his best role, but he's been in a lot of really good stuff. Like he was super good in Dexter, right? Kieran Culkin was in it. Colin Hanks was in it. A lot of really fucking famous people. Season 1 was like this too. Season 1 had like every bit of Hollywood, more Hollywood than it did television, really. Billy Bob Thornton, Martin Freeman, Bob Odenkirk was in on season 1 in a really, really good role. Jesse Plemons was a really big part of it. Jesse Plemons outshined everybody there except for Billy Bob Thornton. I feel like Jesse Plemons did better than Martin Freeman did even. Although Martin Freeman put in an Oscar performance in Fargo season 1, I would say. Absolutely. Then we come through to season 3, and I was like, I didn't really like the stars in season 3 very much. Ewan McGregor was my big one for this, but I didn't like Ewan McGregor's performance, and I didn't like the wig that they put him in. He was this shitty permed 70, or no, I guess it was like late 2010s, dude. But his perm was so fucking horrible. I couldn't watch him. He was like he literally, when he spoke, all I could think, the only thing that came out of his mouth was bad perm and bad acting. And I really didn't think Ewan McGregor did very well in season 3 of Fargo, but Kirsten Dunst fucking killed it in season 2. Killed it. Maybe her best performance ever. And so did Billy Bob Thornton in season 1, and so did Martin Freeman. Some of these crazy Hollywood actors, Bob Odenkirk. And so I really liked Fargo, but I'm done with it. When I saw Chris Rock on season 4, you could say it's anti-black, maybe. You could make a statement that that's racist, but I'm not against. I really actually liked the premise of season 4 more because it seemed to be a predominantly black cast. And I was like, thank God, a black cast. It's like more realistic, you know? And I looked at season 4, and then fucking Chris Rock shows up. And I was like, oh no, of all the actors in Hollywood, why Chris Rock? You know? Chris Rock was a hack. up there with like Bobcat Goldthwait. Or, you know, he was not famous. Like where I first saw Chris Rock was on King of the Hill, because the only bit that he could get was on King of the Hill. You know, he was not a good comedian, not really. And I know that's like haterism, but I mean, I don't know why they put him in Fargo and jaded it, because when he tried to act in Fargo, he didn't pull it off. I didn't think he acted well in Fargo at all. So I quit after episode 2 or 3. I was like, I'm done with season 4. And I've never been poisoned towards an entire season like that, because I was like, I don't want to see Chris Rock. It's not because I care what happened to him or what he did. I don't think he can act. And I didn't like Ewan McGregor's performance in season 3 either. It was held up entirely by someone else. You know, it was, so now I'm seeing them kind of make interesting choices, you know. I wonder who the season 5 cast is. Let's go see. Maybe I should try season 5. Juno Temple, John Hamm, Joe Keery, Lamorne Morris, Jennifer Jason Leigh is really good. Sam Spruill, though. All of these people, I don't know them. I just know that. Oh no, John Hamm, I think I know him. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know these people very well, and I see a B movie cast here. You know, and I think that's kind of what they did in season 3. They had something so good season 1 and season 2, but then they basically went the McDonald's route of quantity rather than continuing the Coen brothers quality route of writing and having like breakout performances like Billy Bob Thornton as Lauren Malvo in Fargo season 1, or you know, as Kirsten Dunst says, what's her name in season 2. And then they went season 3 and they couldn't get the breakout performance from Ewan McGregor because they put him up against an English cast, and I don't think against a American cast, and I don't think Ewan McGregor has ever done well with an American cast. Now you put him in other things or see him in other things like The Island, which is British, right? The Island is one of my favorite fucking movies of all time. And that was an exquisite movie. And it was about escaping an island. It was really fucking good. And it was British and it was exquisite. And I know Ewan McGregor is like one of our best living actors, but some of the performances I've seen him in American productions have not been impressive. And I'm not saying that Ewan McGregor can't act. I think he really can act. I've seen him act in things like, you know, Big Fish and stuff, and really acted really fucking well, but I don't think they give him the right roles, and it sucks because I believe he is our most skilled living actor right now in terms of his range beyond, you know, what, Johnny Depp or George Clooney or one of them, you know. Ewan McGregor was Obi-Wan Kenobi. He had a very big role.
The videos where he attacks other channels, he makes sure that the videos is equal parts critiques and repeating his phrase that fits into other areas.
And this is what happens to all YouTube videos. They start out with fire and they start out with conviction. They get to producing the mass television machine, which is why I'm not pushing my music videos until they come. I trust me, I get in a mood to sing all the time. And when it comes, and I'm going to sit there and I record a music video in one take and I'm going to post it. But see, until I'm in the mood, I don't push it. These guys push it. Every day they wake up, they pound their Starbucks coffee, they probably pound their wife or their husband or whatever, and then they like go to work and they like, you know, they aggressively try to make money. And honestly, in my experience, if you want to make artwork, the first thing you better do is fucking relax. And I view YouTube and streaming and this stuff as an art form. It's like an art form. It's a lowbrow art form, but it's a good art form. And I look at him and I see an artist that struggles with, like, you know, with identity kind of. And I don't know...
against self-promotional sayings to make...
I don't know why they go trying to farm their videos like some kind of whip that they can whip a horse to get money with. They should just try to produce good stuff. And I think this is the test that's going to, you know, separate the wheat from the chaff eventually. As YouTube becomes a more mainstay profession and shit, and more skilled people come to the fucking, you know, to the table, The reality is that the more entertaining they've got to be. They can't just be running a mask or something. I see The Mask, right? Where I come from, you would hear Lauryn Hill rapping on a fucking Fuji song about people wearing the mask all day and how bad it was for the hip hop culture. And then I see someone wearing a mask and I think, wow, the boomer rappers taught me to hate you for 20 years. So why are you wearing a mask? Sure, it was cool when Slipknot did it. Kiss did it. When you do it, it just seems derivative.
It seemed like, because of his negativity, is the only one able...
And he's going to say, nah, you're just a hater. No, I'm actually giving a frank depiction of my appreciation of your work. I think you're a good streamer and you make good points and you're a good YouTuber and stuff. And I actually don't mind the mask. I just think it's a big warning sign for your personality, though. Nobody really wants to wear the mask. Like I love the VTuber community and I watch a lot of those people, but I can't relate to their desire to wear a mask. The fear of the public and the fear of being recognized and the fear of having a public identity is something that I believe will fundamentally create a hate watch audience that will target you and abuse you. It happened to me.
To create critical videos.
Like the minute that I act like anybody that I'm not, I immediately get attacked. The minute that I suck on stream, I immediately get attacked. So...
To his lacking of sponsorships or affiliate links. Something that he will later have.
Yeah, I will never do sponsorship and I will never do links. I'm sorry, that's not something I would do. And there, see, he has more in common with... I have more in common with this guy than I do this guy, June the King. And guess who's more popular, you know? Yeah, you use all the links and stuff because they're used to stuff that makes it feel safe and normal. They're scared to go outside of their box and see a guy in a mask. June the King doesn't show his face.
Hardly changes.
You're pretty good at talking shit about somebody who wears a mask, yet you don't publicly have a persona. And I'm sorry, I'll take these takedown piecers myself. I'll step to them because I've seen these haters all my goddamn life, totally oblivious to fucking reality.
Tune 2. Often inserted in these...
Like ripping shit on somebody for wearing a mask, but has never stepped foot in the public ever. You know, never stepped foot in public, never shown their face in a con or something.
Rants are phrases like honestly, at the end of the day, in a nutshell, let's call...
Because we all know you make takedown videos and you know how much we love that.
What it is. Let's be real.
Honestly, what he's doing so far seems like a lot less dramatic and a lot less fucking problematic than what you choose to do, which is takedown pieces. So I'm going to take that critic's lens that you seem to want me to look at him with, and I'm going to turn it on you, June the King, because of these two people right now, you are annoying me more than him.
Just being real with you. The reality is, and other variants pushing the same idea of his over-encompassing honesty and certainty.
Yeah, what's wrong with over-encompassing honesty, especially when it comes to crashing a $3,000 television onto the fucking concrete? I don't think that's that bad.
Yet as much as he prods channels like HD TV Test or Stop the FOMO, both more successful channels, when searching them, these are all one-sided as Quantum is very much ignored. But viewers are not as kind and will be expressive of Quantum's own criticisms. In the majority of videos from 2019, the comments are turned...
Yeah. I see him talk about something that drives me crazy. The HDMI 2.1 limits on these $3,000 televisions and shit can suck a dick. And thank God, God bless anybody who wants to say something about it. Because those guys, they're out to corporate rob people directly with no warning. And anybody who warns them about this shit is a fucking saint in my book. I don't think this guy's popular because he's saying something that takes money out of the corporate pockets.
Quantum's own criticisms. In the majority...
Yeah, stop the fear of missing out, right? So we buy a new TV because we have FOMO, right? And we get this 40 gigabyte per second HDMI fucking television for $1,700 or some shit. And you discover that it's got 2.1 limits on it. And you're like, what? I had no warning. I could return this, but I mean, I just bought it at the Costco. I know because I did this last year. I returned a television last year and it was a fucking nightmare. It was an 80-inch television and they sold me a bad TV, and we returned it when we realized that we wanted to go bigger. And that was my mom's decision. She took one look at it and she was like, nope, we're going bigger. And I was like, really? And she was like, yes, we're going bigger. We're spending the money. So we're going to get you the biggest television that they sell. And I was like, really? And she was like, yes. And that's what she did too.
Majority of videos from 2019, the comments are turned off and the amount of likes are hidden. Even the videos that have less restrictions will not have the amount of comments.
I love my mother. I talked shit about her today, but I mean, that was because she essentially told me I broke her heart with my career. And I'm sorry, but I'll take the plane ticket before I'll feel bad about that. Sorry.
His views would suggest. There are areas he cannot manipulate.
I'm sorry. Her career was, I don't even want to talk shit. I'm not going to.
Like those of other channels.
Her career was fucking amazing compared to mine. It always will be. But like, you know, but I don't know. We'll see.
Comment sections, Reddit, and the AVS forums. As per the...
Talk a lot of shit because I don't make any money. Yeah. But... how long does that last if you stick around doing a job for 50 years? How long does it last before you make no money, right? I've never had that experience in any reality. If you do something long enough, you can make money.
The front page is...
I'll find some way to do it.
A forum community.
I don't want to beg for it.
Dedicated to home theater owners and enthusiasts. This is the largest gathering space that many TV reviewers will often visit, yet few posts will veer off topic and onto talking about Quantum TV all the way back when he was
like in 50 years there will still not be any fucking ads in this channel. It'll be some Quantum VR thing, but I mean, like, there will still not be fucking ads in this channel, and there still will not be like anything but what you saw today. Same attitude, same opinion, same. It's repetitive, but it's also like, it's fun. It works. If I keep the subject content fresh, I can run like Rush Limbaugh for 50 fucking years, fat ass, addicted to pills or whatever. I don't care. Like eating my donuts and talking shit about the fucking Republicans. I don't care. Just, you know, understand I'm doing it for 50 years, and how long do you think I can go before I don't make money? You know, so do you think I can go 50 years without making money? I don't believe that's possible. I believe I will make money sooner or later if I just stay dedicated and I keep trying to push the best content that I can all the time, and I keep talking and I keep trying to entertain people, and I do what I think is going to be what I want to see and not what you want to see, you know? And I'm sorry, but what I want to see is somebody playing Final Fantasy XI and laughing at the stupidity of the death of the human race.
Apotheosis. Members referring to him as amateur, taken aback.
Apotheosis kind of. This is a ship in Eve. I wonder if he's an Eve pilot. He's an Eve pilot. I wonder if this guy would actually. I might actually really get along with this guy and really hate June the King. Actually, I bet I probably couldn't stand being in the same room as June the King. But this other guy, unless he touched a child or something, it seems like he's going towards arrest. So I don't know what for, but as long as he doesn't touch a child, I'm guessing that I actually relate to the victim more than the takedowner.
To how much he attacked,
you know, more than the takedown guy.
As other tech reviewers. Readers unsure if it is a troll or if his criticisms are...
It's a troll, you fucking idiot. Rule 13. If it's on the internet, there's a porn of it and there's a troll of it.
Genuine. Redditors
like,
take
trust
a
me.
similar stance. The top comment of this post, questioning Quantum's credibility, says, quote, his name should be Quantum Psychosis. Unquote.
I don't really see why this content from 5 years ago from Trailer Park Boy with 2 Ys that's really boomer and really negative, saying, nah, his name should be Quantum Psychosis and shit, is the focus of this fucking like 371,000 view video from 4 days ago. Why is this the focus of this? Are you just basically listening to the words that the people in his community are saying? And that's cool. And I guess that's true journalism. But I mean, you seem to be really trying to red herring this particular statement, and it is a red herring.
The rest of
it's hills like white it's like hills like white elephants, or what's up, C Dot?
Comments talk about his
hills like white elephants, sort of phallocitical argument, right? There's a video that I watch a lot that I'm going to watch right now real quick. List the fallacies, right? Know your fallacies, guys. If you don't know your fallacies and the tools that these YouTubers use to become famous, you know, then you are falling behind. Watch this video. I'm going to fucking link it right now. Watch this video repeatedly. Memorize these things, and you will never lose an argument ever again. If you do, it's because your stance is not good enough and your argument is actually inferior, right? And once you learn the rules of arguments, which is 31 logical fallacies in 8 minutes, right? I'm going to put this into the fucking chat. You will never lose an argument ever again because, you know, your argument is either superior or inferior. If it's superior, you can defeat them. If it's inferior, you're going to lose no matter what. So here's this video. Watch this shit. We're going to watch it on fucking stream right now, so don't go watch it right now. But understand, Jill Barab teaching you about logical fallacies is why I've been able to consistently destroy everybody who ever stepped to me all of my goddamn life. Every time. Consistently destroyed them. So here we go. Fun video. Memorize it, live by it. I trust this more than I trust the Bible. This will steer you better than the Bible. I mean, the Bible too. Both of them. They're both really good fucking rule sets to live by. But this is the superior one. Logical fucking fallacies, right? You don't even get to murder if you understand that it's a slippery slope in the first fucking place, which is the fallacy that leads to murder. And you just don't ever go and engage in it. And you don't have to say, thou shalt not kill. You don't ever even have to take it that far. The argument is murder is wrong, and there is no argument against that. So then you don't ever get to the murder part of it. You just know that
talking to someone who strawmans so hard that they're going to be picking
now
chat.
I'm fairly sure Jill Barab is a trans person, but I don't know, and I'm guessing. I don't know that, but I don't know if that matters. It really doesn't. I'm just saying I'm proud of the trans community making what I consider to be basically the best fucking video. If they are trans, I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm talking about, like, I'm trying to like make them stand out. They did, like, for, you know, it's really cool to see a trans person on a video that I think is like the best video on YouTube almost. You know, this is almost the best YouTube video that I can think of.
Out of their hair for a week. It would,
So,
if you find yourself talking to someone who strawmans so hard that they're going to be picking chaff out of their hair for a week, it would be good to be able to point at what exactly it is that's making meaningful discussion impossible.
now it's hard for me to remember in the moment, and this is the problem with understanding fallacies. You're never going to remember in the moment when they're using them. You're going to know it's a fallacy, but you're not going to know what it is unless you really spend the time to analytically, like, analyze that situation or, you know, be analytical about it and understand what their straw man is, or what their fucking slippery slope is, or mountain out of molehills, or whatever their fucking, you know, a one true Scotsman is, or MacGuffin is, or whatever.
I will
You know,
also put a link to a website which has pages entitled "Your Logical Fallacy Is," which also has more detailed explanations. Let's go. Fallacy of composition. If it's true of the parts, then it's true of the whole.
Nope.
If there are 3 great players on my hockey team, then my hockey team must also be great.
Nope.
Right? And
You can have Wayne Gretzky and Nathan Fillion and Patrick Waugh all in the same fucking room. That does not make the Colorado Avalanche era 2001. You know, it really doesn't. So
the opposite, fallacy of division. If it's true of the whole, then it must be true of the parts. If my flat is about half the size of
and
your
by the way, the reason I say Colorado Avalanche era 2001 is because of Patrick Waugh. Woo!
Then it follows logically that my doors must be half the size of your doors. The gambler's fallacy is the idea that streaks of good luck or bad luck exist and are not just random noise. It's been read 6 times in a row. It's on a streak. Tu quoque. Or
nope.
Who are you to talk? If your sister, who does no exercise, says you should do 150 minutes of moderate or 75 minutes of vigorous exercise a week to be healthy, it is the tu quoque fallacy to say, I'll do it when you do. Who are you to lecture me about what exercise I should
Nope, just exercise.
be doing? Her.
Yeah, I struggle with that one all the time. I'm like, everybody says I'm fat and I should exercise all the time, and I'm very sensitive or whatever. And then really in the end, no, they're right. You just need to go exercise. It doesn't matter what you think they're doing or saying.
Not doing exercise says nothing about whether or not you should do it.
Like, you can dislike what they're saying, but it doesn't change the fact that you need to do it.
Straw man, willfully misrepresenting an argument, often in a massively hyperbolic.
Yeah, and this is my problem. I am a straw man champ. I will straw man a motherfucker until you are picking the chaff out of your hair.
Fashion.
Oh yeah, I straw man that motherfucker. Hyperbolic, right? Hyperbolic is the word. I make mountains out of molehills. Several fucking fallacies all the time, trying to draw sympathy from my people. you know, trying to gather clout, trying to get support, trying to get you in my corner and feel sympathetic to me and stuff. So I'm constantly straw manning assholes and, you know, constantly mounting out of molehills assholes all the time and trying to fucking like get you guys to go focus on someone else to hate rather than me.
We should cut down on our use of fossil fuels. Oh,
No.
so you want to ban all cars and make 80-year-olds with suitcases run around on bicycles, do you?
No.
No? Ad hominem. You're evil.
Ad hominem is my least favorite fallacy. Is when you attack the messenger. I want you to know that I understand every single one of these and I've got them memorized and stuff. When you attack the messenger, you're in the wrong, right? So you can say, you're absolutely right about the my mental health, but you're a sick fat fuck. And that's ad hominem. And you'd be surprised how much shitty little 15-year-olds engage in it. Pretty much entirely, that's their entire language is ad hominem. Attack the messenger.
An evil witch, burn the witch and don't listen.
Burn the witch is a better way to look at it. They just want to burn the witch. It's why there's so much cancel culture. It's why everybody is getting like fucking fired, you know? It's why everybody's going to jail or anything, all that cancel culture shit, right? It's because analytically, they definitely want to attack the messenger, right?
Listen to the witch's opinions. They're the devil's words.
Yeah, then anybody who stands with that chomo must be a child molester kind of stuff, which is a slippery slope and a mountain out of molehills and a one-shoe Scotsman and all this other phallistical stuff that you see a lot of young people engaging in when they speak. Now, do I expect these young people who are 15 to 25 to be diligent about their fucking phallistical statements? Yes, because I was diligent at that age. From the age of 15 on, I would say I was fairly diligent about the phallistical arguments that I would make, and I wouldn't make ones that I felt that I would get called on. So, and I expect people that age to do that as well. And I expect them to do it in the debate room. I expect them to do it in their personal lives. I expect them to do it when they argue with their friends, you know. You do need to understand when your friend is being like overly hyperbolic, when they've lost reason, when they're making sweeping statements that don't logically follow. Like, oh, we got our ass kicked 6 times today, so the 7th one is obviously going to be bad. Nope, the 7th one was just the same chance as all the other 6, right? And that one in particular is slippery slope, I think. It's hard. Some of them are kind of like 3 or 4 all at once, so you kind of like want to point out the major one, but it's actually 3 or 4 going on with that one, and it's hard to say which one's the worst.
Sometimes people are obviously biased or subjective, and so you should...
And a master debater will tell you, I never wanted the title of master debater, which would have meant arguing all my life. I didn't want to argue all my life with people. I really don't like people, and I don't want to argue with them. And usually I'm superior when I make a point. Usually.
Their arguments.
Not always, but generally. Not always. Sometimes I have crazy ideas. Like for a while recently, I had this weird conception from something that I read about 4 years ago that got me in social trouble with my old trio because I believed that RAM wouldn't go higher than 16 bits of usage on the current iteration of Windows 10 anyways, so buying 64 gigabytes of RAM was pointless. And to a fundamental degree, I still believe this, but I don't think it's true, which is the problem. I believe Windows is using 16 gigs of RAM, but the rest of it is everything else. So you could logically say that 16 gigs of RAM is enough to run gaming, but it's actually not. And my co-op partner got really mad at me when I was wrong. But see, the difference is I wasn't wrong. I was arguing the wrong point, and I shouldn't have been arguing at all. The logic behind buying 64 gigabytes of RAM was solid when you look at it like this. When you look at it like this, and that's what she had to do to bring me. And I say thank you for bringing me to this conclusion because it took me a long time to see it, but Windows will use sometimes 16 gigabytes of RAM depending on what it's doing. Now, every other client will use like 16 as well. So if you want to do like EVE Online and like Final Fantasy 11 at the same time or something, or some modern game like Rust and then EVE Online in the background, you should have 64 gigabytes of RAM at all times, especially the day that you buy the computer. Because if you multi-box at all, if you're the kind of guy who sits on full screen all day, or gal or whatever, and you sit on full screen all day because you don't ever alt tab games anyways, that's when I would say 16 gigs of RAM is probably fine. The minute you add anything else into it, it is not enough to run Rust, right? So 16 gigs of RAM is enough to run Rust. It's not the minute that you alt tab, and this is why Rust always crashes when you alt tab, right? So now that I have 64 gigabytes of RAM, at no point does Rust ever go above like 16 gigs, and at no point does Windows ever go above 16. Yeah, you throw in streaming, right? And streaming's here too, having music up, Discord, right? And so I went through this cyclical downward, and I would call it what it is. It's a downward, it's an idiot doom spiral, right? And my game and my ramp and all that stuff, right? Yes, exactly. It's everything. So I argue with her on an argument that was accurate, which is that at any given time, Windows does not use more than 16 gigs of RAM, and you shouldn't need more than 16 gigs of RAM for Windows. And she wouldn't argue with, well, she would argue with me, but because she knew that her overall point was expand the RAM to 64 and you won't have problems anymore. But my logic is actually true. Windows does not use more than 16 gigabytes of RAM. The problem is I made this like straw man, I would say it's like a straw man hyperbolic assumption, which is a really bad thing to do, about how, oh, if I have 16 gigabytes of RAM, that'll be enough to run Windows, that'll be enough. And only an idiot would ever think this, right? I am an idiot to a degree, because a logical person will be like, oh no, everything uses a certain amount of RAM and you're an idiot if you didn't know that. And I was an idiot who didn't know that, because I thought only Windows used 16 gigs of RAM to keep all of your games and shit running. But no, the proof is right here. The memory usage on the app history and stuff and all this, if we sort by the RAM that's being used right now, there's like not a lot right now on the app history and stuff, but if we go to the right place to see all of the RAM usage, you will see that Chrome itself is using 5 megabytes of RAM. Steam is using 2. The game that I'm running is not using any, because I guess I bombed out somehow or ended it or something. The Final Fantasy game that I was playing did quit on me for some reason, maybe because I was alt-tabbing so much. So let me just get back to that, sorry. So it sucks. So there's another part of phallocytical argument that can happen a lot, where she was not wrong, I was not wrong. We came to the battle defending each other's points. She finally she stepped superior and had me check the RAM usage of the apps, and it was off the hook. It was like 48 gigs of RAM. And I only had 16, it was like the apps were running 48, but I only had like 16. It was like crazy. I saw it firsthand. I was like, oh my God, Rust is using all 16 gigs of my RAM. How is Windows even running, right? And when I came to the fundamental argument that I had a shaky foundation understanding of how Windows used RAM, which was my assumption, was that 16 gigs was for I was always under the assumption the games ran off like 4 gigabytes of RAM or whatever, and the OS always ran off like 4 as well. But no, the OS itself will use 16 gigabytes of RAM. Right there, you can see it. 17 gigs of my 64 gigabytes are being used for just Windows right now. So I was not wrong when I said Windows only uses 16 gigabytes of RAM, so you don't really need any more. And she didn't really know how to argue with that, even though she knew I was wrong in the respect that, and therefore after that statement I say, well, therefore I don't need more RAM. That's where she had an issue with it. And she was superior in her logic, and I will admit it. This is another thing, when you become a master debater and you learn all of your 30 31 logical fallacies and stuff, you must begin to understand how important it is to concede the point to your opponent when they're right, or your foundations become shaky immediately. If you're running off this false assumption somehow that maybe they might be right, but you don't believe that they are, your foundations have become shaky, and you cannot no longer move through the scientific hypothesis or process. Really, your foundations have become shaky, and whatever it is you're doing is failing for some reason, but you don't know why, right? And so for systemic like analysis, we can say that understanding the 31 logical fallacies will help you avoid fights a lot better. It will help you concede points a lot more when you should. It will help you avoid building bad logic bridges to places that you want to go and really want to go, like hating someone and being hyperbolic about it in straw man and being like, my stream sniper is as bad as Hitler, right? He's not. He's never harmed me. He's never physically harmed anybody I know. He's never harmed anybody that I know of. So, but in my straw man chaffing fucking mind, I'm just like running off into Africa somewhere with this hyperbolic, like crazy, like runaway train of logic where I just hate him more and more and more. And I think about the logical situation less and less and less. And this happens in two places in nature: logical fallacy arguments and lying. The other place you'll see hyperbolic behavior at its extreme is when a full-blown pathological liar is trying to conceal something that they can't conceal. And they will immediately, you will catch them straw man hyperbolically attacking their opponent, trying to paint them out to be the worst Hitler ever, when no, they themselves were a drug dealer, they themselves were a credit card thief, they themselves were a piece of shit in the community who dealt drugs to the community, they themselves, had a rap sheet a mile long, they themselves were the bad person, they themselves were the ones who had to get, restitution with their community for their trespasses and shit, and all this, and had to say amends and make prayers to even have anybody ever talk to me again. I'm the monster, but I paint out the stream sniper who doxed my family to be out just as bad as Hitler. That is straw man fallacy, and it's a really bad one, and it's also a really hyperbolic way of lying. It's also lying to yourself and everyone around you how bad the situation actually is. And another place you'll see really hyperbolic behavior is what I sang about in my recent music video, which is that when at the first sign of trouble, people throw up the peace sign and they hyperbolically tell you how bad your chances are, and then it jades the outcome, right? And so these are all things about fallacies that can be helpful for everybody.
Care, but it's generally better form to attack the argument rather than the person.
It's better to attack their argument than it is to attack them. You might think that I'm a fat, shitty loser who sits here all day and does nothing. And you can make that argument, and honestly, if you're just pointing that out, that's actually probably okay. It's not something that I can argue with, right? But you attacking me when you dislike something that I say and calling me a fat, stupid fuck is ad hominem, and the best way that I know how to teach you about ad hominem is attacking the messenger will end you up in jail. You never attack the messenger. The messenger is just trying to tell you something. I did not ad hominem Zelly when she tried to tell me to buy more RAM at any point, right? And that's one of the reasons why we're probably able to still remain friends at some point in the distant future or whatever, because I didn't I didn't ad hominem her and call her some fucking name until she actually did backstab me or whatever, I did not call them names or engage in ad hominem or anything until they literally changed the locks on the base. At that point, I was like, well, you done stabbed me in the back, so I'm no longer ad hominem. I can call you cocksuckers to your fucking face for stabbing me in the fucking back, and logically, I'm sound to say that. And I don't have to feel shame or prove it to you. It's a true statement.
Somewhat related.
You guys were shitheads for stabbing me in the back or whatever, and I'm not trying to bring this up and make it drama. I'm just saying how logical fallacies will help you navigate through the treacherous social situations in your life where your answers might actually matter,
This is the genetic fallacy, which is assuming that an argument
assuming that just because something is like some way, everything else is that way too, and honestly, they're separate things.
Automatically wrong because of its source.
Yeah, like just because so Trump could say we have to go to space or we're going to kill ourselves, right? and he would be right. And I would say, fuck you, Trump. I don't want to hear what you have to say, right? That is the genetic fallacy argument. I don't want to hear what you have to say, right? You're just a shithead in my eyes. Fuck you. I don't want to hear what you have to say, right? Do that at your own peril, right? I see the straw man kids come in here with their little script kiddie realities, trying to hack with their little rat bastard realities and all this, right? And I see a world full of fallacy and shaky premises, full of cheating and lying and stuff and abuse and bullying. And that kind of world, they call that a house of cards. It crumbles pretty fast, and usually it falls on top of you. They call that the slippery slope. That's another fallacy.
Clock is right twice a day. Fallacious appeal to authority. Sometimes it's appropriate to look at what experts think on a topic, but fallacious appeals to authority bring in someone who's an expert in an entirely unrelated field and expect you to treat them as an expert in this field. Being an expert in particle physics doesn't mean you'll automatically have sensible opinions on, say, pig husbandry.
Now, you might. You're probably going to have a better argument about the physics of pig fucking, right, than the average pig husbandry person might know, right? You're going to know more about the physics of the pig fucking than you are going to know about the husbandry part of it, you know, the genetics of it. So no, a fucking particle physicist and I have a particle physicist, a friend with a master's in particle physics, a dear friend in my inner circle, right? I have a particle physicist friend in my inner circle who graduated from UCLA and Colorado School of Mines and went for the master's all 12 years. And I'm very immensely proud of my friend Jay. Shout out to my friend Jay for passing 12 years in particle physics. I love you. But anyways, I would not ask my friend Jay his opinion on animal husbandry, honestly, because I don't know if he knows anything about animal husbandry. He probably knows more about it than honestly most people do, because he's like an actual pure genius. You know, he actually is. He knows a lot about a lot. But I would say that, is he a specialist on animal husbandry? No, and that is salacious authority, and this happens a lot. Trump is not the authority on how we should deal with the fucking border. Trump doesn't work at the fucking border.
Red herring, a fallacy of distraction.
Trump shouldn't be president. Trump's never been a politician or a leader or a congressman or even a city council member. Trump logically should never have held office until why is it legal to be a president in the American fucking the American political system when you haven't even ever held city council or even House of Representatives or Senate? Why is it possible in America for anybody with no political background or any history in public service whatsoever to become the highest office in the land? That is an argument of... It's not an argument, but it's like the logic in it just isn't there. And I don't know what the fallacy argument of it is. And I'm not that good at this, but it's a fallacical argument to say that somebody who's never held public office should hold the highest office in the land. And this is how and this is the only thing that I have to say negative about Trump. It's the only negative thing I have to say about Trump. Why does somebody who's never held who's never held public office, not even a city councilman thing, just a television show? Ronald Reagan was the same, right? Ronald Reagan was the same. Why should a playboy run this country? Somebody who's never ever even been a fucking city council member, much less, you know. Speaking of city council member, I'm going to pull another video and I'm going to read your comments. Whoever spoke. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ignore you. I'm just trying to actually get the soliloquy out. Excuse me. Let me pull my chat. I'm being rude and I'm terribly sorry. I don't mean to ignore you. I'm just can't do it all at once. Here we go. So you said, what up, Hop? Yo, that lady looks crackhead. Yeah. What up, Hop? Yeah, that lady, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Well, they might have stolen the puppy, Your Honor, but look how sad they are to be in court. Red herrings may seem plausible. But are ultimately irrelevant. In our example, a person being sad because they have been made to come to court is not relevant to whether or not they actually stole a puppy. That particular red herring is also an example of appeal to emotion. Appeals to emotion attempt to distract you by making you feel bad for the
Oh my god, like fucking, bad for the other person, right?
So yeah. Why should we hire you for this job? Because
why should you stop stream sniping at me? Oh, well, because I'll never put any money in your pocket and you'll never be rich then. and it's just crazy.
Don't hire me, then I'll be out on the street.
I'll be out on the street. If you don't hire me, I'll be out on the street. If you don't do this, a lot of bad things will happen. No, there's nothing saying that a lot of bad things will happen directly, really, unless there's some kind of logical basis in it. So if you're just saying,
and I'll have to live in a cardboard box. You don't want.
I'll live in a cardboard box if you don't give me a job, right? And that's how you guilt trip people into doing things. Like, I'll be really sick if you don't get me high. Right?
Make me live in a cardboard box, do you? Appeal to popularity or bandwagon?
Bandwagon is like everybody else thinks it, so I guess I think it too.
5 million people can't be wrong. Appeal to tradition. People have been doing this for thousands of years, so it must be right.
So every time a girl wants to argue with you, hit her with the fallacies, because they'll respect that. They won't respect you arguing with them. But if you hit them with what fallacy they're engaging in and how we could have a more constructive conversation without speaking down to them, and I'm just trying to do this with you kind of thing, being with them, not against them, you're going to have a better time, because sometimes both men and women will make fallacious, like fallacical arguments, right? That don't really like fit your worldview. And you just let it slide because you don't want to sway their opinion of something or try to tell them what to think. You're polite. You're a polite person. But honestly, like when you see illogic in the wild, it is probably a good point. Probably a good thing to point it out. When you see somebody doing something illogical, I often do it. I'll be like, hey, like I'll see something in an MMO. I'll be like, yo, you're grinding that mob, but did you know you need that mob? Or you're going that place, but did you know that you need to go to this place? And I try to help people because it's a better place to be. It's a better place to be than trying to tear them down and call them an idiot for not knowing it. It's a life lesson that I wish to impart. It's better to understand the notion of embracing the power of something or the power of someone than the power over something or power over someone. It's better to embrace the power of something, not the power over something. If you try to tell it to think something, or you try to if you want it to be a certain way, it will always unerringly, almost like logically defeat you and will never be what you want it to be. It is 31 logical fallacies in 8 minutes. If you want to win an argument, you must learn, and this is a truism that has been around since the days of Plato in ancient Greece. The 31 logical fallacies have been around since ancient Greece. They've been the Greeks have known about them for that long, and they are true. They are laws about logical arguments that you must observe. Otherwise, you are going to have a bad time or some kind of error or an argument, or you won't be able to win the argument, or you won't be able to convince the other person of your argument and all this, right? And these are all the things that people engage in when they state a fallacical argument, such as slippery slope. Like, oh, I missed my first 2 buses today, so there's no way I'm not missing the third, right? But that's actually a slippery slope logic thing. You had just as much chance to miss the third bus as you did the first and second buses. And this is a way you can track other idiots, because I'm an idiot too. I'm an idiot. I really am. I didn't know how important 64 gigs of RAM is, and I'm like a guy trying to be a gamer for a living. I'm an idiot. I'm the worst idiot there is. So I'm not one to call somebody else an idiot. It's a fallacical slippery slope because I'm worse than them. That's ad hominem. It's attacking the messenger. So I'm an idiot. Everyone's an idiot, right? Because we get in these 31 logical fallacies all the time. Hyperbolically, I will tell you how bad the Stream Sniper is. Hyperbolically, I will tell you how cool Kai Cenat is. Hyperbolically, I'll tell you how much I don't like Chris Rock. But that doesn't change the fact that these people are just people and they're fine, right?
Appeal to nature.
And so these are all the arguments that people will make to either lie to you, argue with you in a way where they're going to win, even though they don't have an argument based in logic. They're going to win because they're appealing to your emotions, right? Hey, you should give me $5. I'm on heroin, but I'm standing on this corner. You should give me $5 so I can get a cab to the motel room, or I'm going to starve to death on the streets of Denver. This is one I used to use, and it was true too. And then I would call, and I'd be like, I will call the cab while you were watching, and they will hand you the $5. It's a lot easier to get $5 out of someone like that. When you call the fucking cab, you're like, thank you, sir. I'm calling the cab right now. You get on the fucking phone and you're like, 711. I need a cab at the corner of Colfax and Broadway to the motel on Wadsworth and 6th, right? And when they see that you're not lying and that you really do need the $5 and that you used it immediately and you got where you were going and you used no falsical arguments, they walk away smiling and they'll give you the money again. If you say, I need $5, help a brother out, there are so many falsical problems with that statement that you are never going to get that money that way. You're better off leaving a sign that states some sort of thing, need help, and not entering into the argument in the first place, because the minute you enter into the argument, you start facing fallacies like, why didn't you work to be able to eat, you know? Instead of, and that's an argument against your, I need the $5 for heroin, right? So you don't make the argument about I need the $5 for heroin. Some people do, and honestly, they get their money too. They'll be like, hey, fuck it, I ain't gonna, you'll see a sign saying, fuck it, I ain't gonna lie, I need a beer. And they'll get money that way because they aren't lying, right? But the falsical problem with that is it's a slippery slope. If everybody buys that guy a beer, he's gonna die of alcoholism on the fucking street. And so falsifically, you make the argument, no, don't give the guy any more beer.
Don't trust medicine.
He's gonna drink himself to death, right? And so you have a superior argument at that point, and you begin to realize that the person defending giving the $5 to the bum so he can drink himself to death is actually engaging in a slippery slope fallacy. When you can show them this, when you can tell them this, when you can say it is a slippery slope fallacy to say that it's okay to give every drunk on the street $5 because they'll drink themselves to fucking death. That's what they do. It's called Skid Row. Don't give them the $5. Now, you could be on both sides of the argument with charity, and you can argue that it's better to give than to not give, and you would be right. It's better to help your community and then to not help them, and you would be right. All these other non-falsical arguments that would be sound come through against your anti-homeless, anti-helping the homeless $5 thing, right? But it doesn't change the fact that the arguments on both sides could be either salacious or false or falsical. They could be true even if they're your worst enemy. Your worst enemy might be telling you that if you don't get away from that gasoline explosion right now, you are going to die. And you look over and there's a flaming dumpster full of gasoline, and you're like, oh shit, I'm standing next to a flaming dumpster of gasoline. It doesn't matter if it's fucking Hitler telling you that you're standing next to a fucking dumpster of gasoline. Is Hitler wrong? No. And so then you might want to argue with Hitler that, fuck you, Hitler, I'm not going to take your advice, I'll take the bomb. Fuck you, Hitler, I'll never do anything that you say. That's still slippery slope and one true Scotsman and all these other falsical arguments that you can call out like a magic card. Like, remember Magic the Gathering, right? You can be like, I'm calling an instant to interrupt your nasty fireball spell. Or Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm interrupting your heal. Or in World of Warcraft, it's I'm silencing your greater heal, right? I'm interrupting you. I'm intercepting the ball in Rocket League, right? I got to pick. I'm intercepting you, right? How you can intercept another person's falsical, illogical, shaky foundation argument is you state the fallacy that they're engaged in, you tell them how they're doing it, and you point out that it's not constructed to the argument. If you can do these three things, you can argue with God, you can argue with the poorest person on the streets and everybody in between. It doesn't matter. If they're making an illogical argument, they will fail the argument. If their argument is not based on a foundation of logic that will stand the test of logic, their argument will inevitably fall. It might take years, but eventually their argument will fall to the unbreakable logical fallacy that if you built a shaky foundation, it will eventually crumble, right? It's just how reality works. Arguments are the same thing. So you could argue that, oh, blah, and blah, and blah did blah, and blah, blah in America, and now I hate them. But it's still just basically blind hatred of somebody that you don't meet every day. It's a slippery slope fallacy that leads to the KKK. You know, I'm sorry, but it does. So, now I'm going to read all the things that I missed. I'm sorry. So wherever I see the same homeless person in the same spot every day, it's like dumb that they don't make any effort. Oh, I missed the first one. Excuse me. My English teacher that I just met yesterday, she is like 20 with her hairline back beyond her forehead, lol, like on top of her cranium. Yeah, this is common. It happens. Yeah. Whenever I see the same homeless person in the same spot every day, it's like dumb that they don't make any effort to get off the streets on their own. I feel like a lot of homeless people can't help themselves. My friend Bagon believes the same thing, but see, the difference is when you are homeless, you do not have an address. When you do not have an address, you cannot get a job in America. And there, my superior logical argument defeats your, oh, he never gets off his ass argument, right? You cannot get a job in America if you don't have an address. You can't get an address if you don't have a job. You can't get a job if you don't have an address, and you get in this cyclical fucking argument. But really, you can't have a job if you don't have an address. How does one get a job and dig himself out of poverty if he doesn't have an address? He can't get an address if he doesn't have a job. Now, all the shelters and stuff provide addresses for him to get a job. But if you provide a shelter address at a gas station or someplace that's likely to actually hire somebody who's homeless on the streets, they're going to see that you provided a shelter address and they're not going to hire you. And that's their business, honestly. That is not against the law for them to make a judgment call about who they're hiring. So how likely is it, and I went through this a lot, for you to get anything but temp labor work when you're homeless on the streets? And there's my superior logic defeating this argument about, they don't help themselves. Yeah, they can't help themselves. You can't get a job without an address. Can't have an address if you're homeless. And this is where you start to see logic start to get into arguments more. And you'll be able to trust smarter people to start making logical arguments against you that defeat your point, which is it never gets that far before we have to take the reality, a deeper reality look that the homeless man cannot get a job to dig himself out of that problem, because if he's homeless, he cannot have a job. And we defeat that problem first. And we don't ever let it get to your argument, he didn't help himself. Of course he didn't help himself. He can't get a job. He doesn't have a fucking address. And that's how you defeat an anti-homeless person. You see it? That's how a master debater beats an anti-homeless person. You make these non-phallistical like statements such as, you can't get a job without an address. You can't get an address without a job. And you begin to understand the problem that guy doesn't want to face and drinks to get away from and cannot get around, which is he cannot get a job and dig himself out if he's homeless in the first fucking place. And this is something that I've never understood anybody on the right wing or anybody ever understand, but that's the actual reality when you're homeless. I know a lot of these people have never been there, so they don't know. And another argument about fallacy that I would make is another quote from Gangstar, a rapper from, I believe, Boston, or at least that area, I think. Or no, they were Brooklyn. I'm sorry, he was Brooklyn. Gangstar said, Guru from Gangstar said something that changed my life. He said, you may not know the hardships people don't speak of. And this is the other non-phallistical logic-based argument I'm going to make against any anti-homeless or anti-helping the homeless sentiment, right? You may not know the hardships that guy doesn't speak of, such as he might have been raped in the butthole 5 times the day before. And often they have been. Maybe he wants to drink because, he lost his job of 22 years because they just don't want to pay software programmers anymore. So then do you say, oh, well, he doesn't help himself? Yeah, he helps himself try to understand the problem that you can't defeat, which is, how do you get a job when you don't have an address? How do you get an address when you don't have a job? And you beat any anti-homeless person that ever wants to step down that really horrible Sith path of trying to attack the logic of being a homeless person. Only a person who's never been homeless, who's never had to struggle, will ever have an opinion like that. Once you reach the streets and you understand it, you'll understand it the hour 1, minute 1, if you've ever been on the streets. You can't get a job without an address, and you can't get an address without a job. And you don't ever think about the $5 or anything. That's just charity. You just understand that guy's got a problem he can't fix. And whether you're charity or nice to him, or you ignore him and you drive on by, how you respond to it is up to you. But that doesn't change the fact that the guy has a logical problem that he can't defeat, and that it might be proper to have some sympathy for him. And they don't help themselves because they can't help themselves.
Science, it's full of chemicals which are bad for you.
And so I came up around lawyers and, fucking, district attorney people, business people who work for AT&T, people who work with logic in their arguments because they have so much money bound up behind it that the only thing they can tell their bosses is stuff that's based in logic, right? They don't make arguments that aren't based in logic, right? Really smart, successful people and shit. So understand, you're going to see a lot of logical fallacies out of the stupid people that you meet. And once you understand the offending behavior and how it manifests, you can avoid idiocy, and you will not be a victim of the idiocracy. You will never be affected by their lives. You will never be engaged in their stupidity. You don't engage in things that are illogical. You don't do things that don't make sense to you. You don't follow arguments that fall on the wayside of bigger arguments like the one I just referenced, right? And you don't back slippery slopes and all this other stuff. And I watched the humans around me engage in it pretty much religiously all day, like it was the Bible, and they were preaching out of it. Fallacy.
Here, take this belladonna.
I'm one of them. I am so hyperbolic. Right now, I'm being hyperbolic about how hyperbolic I am. You know? That's a fallacy.
It's very natural.
It's the abandon of reason. It's me trying to make a mountain out of a molehill is the name of the actual fallacy itself. When you make a mountain out of a molehill, which is, yeah, I've got a pretty hyperbolic nature, but when I say I'm so hyperbolic on fucking stream, I make big fucking mountains out of molehills all the time. That's me being hyperbolic on stream, engaging in hyperbolic behavior about being hyperbolic, and all I was fallacy. All of it. All of it was fallacy. All of it was illogical.
Appeal to ignorance.
And you know, that's the argument.
If you can't prove.
Now my sound went away for some reason. Did my headphones die? Yes, my headphones died.
Prove it false,
Sorry.
it must be true, or vice versa. You can't prove that ghosts don't.
Good morning, by the way, Hop, and it's good to see you, buddy. I hope you have an excellent day on at school. If you should happen to bail on me suddenly, and you know, I hope you kill it today like you killed it yesterday.
Exist, therefore they must exist. Well, you can't prove that ghosts do exist, so therefore they clearly don't. Both of these are appeals to ignorance. Begging the question. Assuming to be true a premise that you are trying to prove. Zog the Great is infallible because in the big book of Zog the Great, it says that he's infallible, and we know that the text is infallible because it was written by Zog, who is infallible. Because
you'll see this in the video game scene. You'll think that Ninja is the best in the world because Ninja was like the most popular Fortnite player in the world, but Ninja sits number 1 squads, number 33 in solo. So he's definitely not the number 1 solo player in the world. Not in any way or form, not even in the top 25. So you'll see this hyperbolic stuff. How does Ninja live up to that? And then you'll get an insight to how Ninja lives. How does Ninja live up to that? He doesn't. So he backs off and he gets passive and he stops attacking people and he stops getting loud. He starts understanding that there's kids in his stream and he starts getting more dad friendly and he shows his wife more and his family more, and he stops being that screaming angry dude like me and a lot more of the family boomer kid who's like 33 or whatever, or not boomer, but you know, middle-aged, like 33-year-old or whatever, 30-year-old kid. And or whatever it is, millennial, you know, and like there's this assumption that he can't ever lose or that he won't ever lose or that he can't die. But no, if you watch a Ninja stream all day, you're going to see 800 deaths. Some of them are going to be wins. Most of them are going to be deaths. And this is a reality about our greatest heroes that we just really can't accept, and it is a fallicidical argument. I believe that Kurt Cobain was the greatest grunge singer of all time, but Kurt Cobain is dead. There are grunge singers alive right now who are better than him because they are alive. He's not, right? And so that's a fallicidical argument to say Kurt Cobain is the greatest grunge singer of all time. And also comparing musicians is impossible to do. How do you compare music? I mean, basically music is music. If it has a rhythm, it's basically good. So, I mean, like really, like, you know, basically on a fundamental level, it's good. If it's got a rhythm and a beat, it's probably good, right? And you can move to it, right? So how do you compare one musician to another? And this is another problem that you'll see them engage in. They'll call Nickelback the worst band that's ever existed. And everybody gets to have a nice little laugh about Nickelback, right? But all I see is a Jonah and the whale situation where Jonah is Nickelback and the public is the whale. And I see the whale eating Nickelback. And it seems profane and something out of the Bible. Now, do I like Nickelback? No, fuck Nickelback, right? But I do see the opposite of what the public sees. I think the public thinks of, the public thinks of themselves as Jonah and as, and Nickelback as the whale, right? Or whatever, or not Jonah and the whale, but what's the other one? The monster, right? All the biblical tales about something bigger than yourself, right? Honestly, when the public cancels somebody, they are the monster, you know? And that sucks. Of course, the streamer is going to say something like that. But honestly, most of the time, look at, like, they probably try to cancel Will Smith, right? But I mean, anyways.
Because it says so in the book, which was written by someone who said equivocation is used.
Does that make him a bad man for defending his wife? No. Or whatever. I keep using bad examples.
One word to mean
Oh,
multiple.
so equivocation is a really bad problem that humans engage in all the time. They equalize all of their woes and all of their pleasures, and sometimes something is not the same. You know, they think everything's equal value, but no, the kiss of a loved one is far more valuable than $1 million, depending on your situation. You know? Now, you might value the $1 million more, but the kiss from the loved one is more valuable to you in a different situation. So, sure, you're always going to take the money, but in the background, you're going to think about the illogical argument that the $1 million might be worth more than the kiss of a loved one. And the answer is no. It's never worth more than the kiss of a loved one.
Things and thus drawing incorrect conclusions, often on purpose. Any law can be repealed by the proper authority. The law of gravity is a law. Therefore, the law of gravity can be repealed, which
No.
conflates law in the legal sense and law in the scientific sense and makes you look like a bit of an idiot. False dichotomy, or black or white. Either you agree with everything I say,
Or you're fucking wrong, and I engage in this all day. Either you're with me or you're against me, and if you're against me, you're first up against the wall.
or you're an evil babe.
I will see you in court, right? I engage in it all the time. It's the temperament and personality of a hyperbolic entertainer. And no, none of it's based in reality. It's entirely illogical arguments meant to be salacious and sensational and entertain you. But no, almost none of it is based in reality or any kind of real logic.
Baby eater. There is no.
I am just here to entertain you. I don't care what I say. I'm just here to entertain you.
Sort of opposite to the black and white fallacy is the middle ground fallacy, which says if some people think 2 + 2 is 4 and some people think 2 + 2 is 5, then clearly the answer
is 3.
lies somewhere in the middle. No.
No, the answer to 2 + 2 is 4. And you'll be surprised how often people will just self-delude themselves into believing they're going to be successful, or believing that they're not going to go to jail for fucking, threatening to kill somebody, or believing that they're not going to fucking, that they're not going to crash and burn as an addict, or they're believing that they're pretty when they're actually not very attractive, or believing that they're attractive when they're actually not very pretty, or whatever. It's like, it's fallacies. And you'll see them lying to themselves, not only to you about it, but they'll be lying to themselves about it. Now, am I the perfect expert at sussing out? Am I the Sherlock Holmes of sussing out fallacies? No, I'm actually like the Moriarty, engaging in them all the time. And so, if you want to know what my main battle is all the time, is trying to remove the logical fallacies, the sensationalism, and the fucking salacious appeals to authority and shit that I do to try and garner the crowd's favor all the fucking time. And you get an insight to the neuro-linguistics that a CEO, and the person who taught me all this is my mother, who was a verified successful CEO for 15 years. So she was a CEO of a successful 40-man company that made many millions of dollars. And, and she was there, she did this. And so I was taught all this language at a young age, and I know it when I see it. But the problem is it's only a vague inkling, right? I'm good at reading auras, and I'm good at reading fallacy, but I'm not good at seeing it for what it is. I just know it's been done. I have like a unerring, red herring radar, unerring red herring. The red herring, by the way, which we haven't got to yet, but it's the most important one, right? Red herring fallacy, right? These are scientific, like fallacies. You can literally prove this in a court of law. A red herring fallacy refers to an attempt to change the subject and divert attention from the original issue. Well, hey, you really might not like that I support the right wing, but here's boobies. Do you care about me donating the booby money to the Proud Boys? No, because boobies, right? Boobies. And that's what most subliminal sex advertising does every time you look at a commercial,
Decision point fallacy or the psoriasis.
Is they want you to think boobies, and in your brain you think boobies are great. I love boobies. I think about boobies all the time. I jack off to boobies 14 times a day. I love boobies. I love boobies. When I get off the stream, I'm going to jack off to boobies. I know I am. No, whatever. You know, it's like, I'm not, but, you know, but like, you know, it's like I'm just making jokes. So, you know, like I love boobies, right? So you watch something with a great pair of tits, you know, and you're like, and that objectifies women. We're like, I would say saying a great pair of tits. That's terrible. Really. It's like really like terrible usage of the language, right? There goes a great set of breasts, right? Would be a better phrase, right? There goes a really impressive, really attractive set of breasts, right? Would be a much more safe statement to say than there goes a great rack, because that's objectifying women, and that's the slippery slope fallacy. You're going to have a lot of fun doing that when they tear you in the asshole when you're sleeping, you know? Don't be subjectifying women, and that's their job, you know, not yours. So, like, you know, and that's the logical fallacy about sexism. Don't be fucking treating women like fucking like sex symbols and shit when they don't want to be, you know, because, you know, that's their business, not yours. You don't get to say what's attractive or not. They do.
Paradox. The decision point fallacy says because
like they're the ones selling you the attraction. Men can be attractive too, so it goes both ways, but it's just usually like kind of a male-dominated chauvinistic culture and stuff.
There is a continuum. It means we can't distinguish between things. But just because the boundaries between things are a bit blurry doesn't mean we can't tell one thing.
Like, so now, like, I would say we're basically a centrist government now, but that doesn't mean, that doesn't change the fact that some of the Republican leadership in the last 50 years killed 3,000 of their own citizens, embroiled us with COVID, and engaged us in Watergate and stuff. And I can list all the stuff that the Democrats do, but that would go against essentially my ideology, which is, you know, death to fascism.
From another. I know that a horse is a mammal and a frog
and
is
the Democrats aren't going to give me fascism now, are they? Beyond capitalism. The only capitalism is the only fascism that Democrats engage in. They ask you first every single time. They're like, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And it becomes this terrible problem where nobody knows what they want. That's what democracy is. It's this terrible problem when everybody has to vote and nobody knows what they want. It's actually very bad.
an amphibian, even though frogs lay eggs and so do some mammals. Duck-billed platypi, what you gonna do?
Duck-billed platypi, right? Occasionally, there's just a freak outlier. You might think that nobody wins the lottery. Lottery, more like Jack Squattery, right? To quote the great Squidbillies, right? Lottery, more like Jack Squattery. And I mean this, by the way, guys. Don't ever engage in the lottery in your entire life. Lottery, no. More like Jack Squattery. And you want to know why? That you are not the outlier. You are not the unique snowflake. The likelihood of you doing it is 1 in whatever million. Do not play games with 1 in a million chance. That is a full-blown theft of your money. Paying $1 for a 1 in 200 million or 1 in 2 billion chance, whatever it is full-blown theft of your money. Your likelihood of winning that is 1 in 2 billion. That is the worst odds of all time. Lottery, more like Jack Squattery. Do not engage in it. Do not fall that slippery slope of, hey, I might win. No, you're not going to win 1 in 2 billion chance, 1 in 200 million chance. No, you're not going to. You might do it, and there is such a thing as a duck-billed platypus in nature. Freak occurrences happen, but it's not you. That you can say it fairly safely, but it's not you. No, it's not that lottery ticket. It's not that lottery ticket. It's not you. It's not that time. I can almost guarantee it, right? So you got to roll 200 million lottery tickets before you personally win. That would take basically, the rest of eternity. So
the slippery slope fallacy is the assertion that one step will inevitably lead to another, which will
yeah,
inevitably
the assumption for a bit there in my stream is the stream sniper seems to have a lot more power these days, and it seems to be a slippery slope where he keeps having like more and more sway on the things that I do. And I was like, oh no, I'm losing control of my stream. And then I remember that no, it's my stream, and I sign up for any of that, and he controls nothing, and I beat him with my superior logic there. And then I forget to bring him up eventually, and then that's how you kill a god and kill a bully, is you don't ever pay attention to them ever again. So every time I bring him up, I guarantee another time that of the abuse. It's just, I'm talking about an argument that he's the only argument I've had in, I don't know, 5 years. The only argument I've had with anybody is with that guy. I haven't had an argument in 5 years because I don't get in arguments that I can't fight. This is the other thing I'm trying to teach you. I don't get in arguments that I can't win, and I suggest you do the same.
lead to another, which will inevitably lead to doom.
And if you want to win every argument, memorize your 31 logical fallacies, and I'll link the video again. You know what I'm saying? You want to win every argument, memorize the fallacies. It's a good video. It doesn't matter what the delivery is or who the person is. The content is pure 110% gold. You want to win the argument of why your girlfriend should sleep with you? Get good at logical fallacies.
And you will overspend, and you will not be able to make.
You should sleep with me still, though, because I'm really horny, and it sucks if I have to sit here and be horny all the time. It affects my libido and makes me unhappy. Would you sleep with me just out of sympathy? And if they're going to do it, they'll say yes. If they aren't going to do it, they're going to say no. But the argument was sound. You don't lie. You tell them, oh, but I really hate having blue balls, and you could do me a favor here. I'll do you a favor some other time or whatever. And you can try and convince them. But what you don't say is some philosophical argument like, you never give me blowjobs. Don't engage in shit like that, because they obviously do, or they wouldn't be with you. So don't be engaging in philosophical arguments like that. You say something better like, boy, it sucks to have blue balls. And you leave it at that. You don't go begging. You don't go, boy, it just sucks to be so horny all the time. You look at him and with that sly look, and you try to seduce him. You don't say, you better sleep with me or I'm going to break up with you. That's when you lose the relationship, you know? You don't say, oh man, I haven't been getting enough ass lately. I should just go on down the street to some other girl. You don't say shit like that, you know? You really don't. You convince them somehow in a clever way to engage in the silliness. You know, you get more flies with honey. You convince them somehow. You don't tell them what to do ever with the government or otherwise.
Payments, and then you will definitely end up.
And when you invite them to sleep with you and they have an offer and you tell them why, and you make a logical argument about why, and you make a promise or something, and or whatever, you're going to have a lot better luck than, man, I just haven't been getting laid enough lately. And you're going to find yourself making offhanded comments to them like that. Oh, when they cuck you or whatever, they're going to be like, oh man, it's been a few weeks since the girl slept with me. Why am I getting screamed at all day and I'm not getting laid? Right? But that entire argument is actually philosophical. You are doing something wrong that's causing her to not be as attracted to you, and you are not getting as laid as you should. It's usually you. It's almost always the man. Trust me.
On the street in a cardboard box. If you can stop.
Sometimes it's them when it's like cheating or weakness or they've got a drug addiction or something. Most of the fuck ups are going to be on the male side of this situation, unfortunately. Girls don't fuck up too much. They'll cheat and do stupid shit just like men, but girls don't make mistakes like men do. They think about things first. It's in their genetics like if you think about the genetics of female progeny and progeneration, right? They have to agree to insert that thing in them. So biologically and DNA based imperative, they have to make a judgment call on whether they want that thing inside them or not, right? So you are inherently genetically a salesman trying to sell the idea to them with your body, with your hormones, with your sexy job or your good money or your sexy meal that you cooked or whatever, or your sexy Julian body or whatever, right? So like, you know, but see, you're making mistakes thinking she's got to sleep with me if she's in a relationship with me. That's just the rules or whatever. No, you've got to convince her to do it always. And you've always got to be doing nice things for them and all this other shit, or they will find someone better. Life is entirely a game of I'm not in love, and Marilyn Manson wrote an entire song about this, which is how I know about this, right? The human state of affairs is a simple sentence, and I'm going to tell you, I'm not in love, but I'm going to fuck you until someone better comes along. And trust me, most of humanity functions off of this logic. Not all of us do, but most of us do. So understand. And so most people are not in love with you. They're going to fuck you until someone better comes along, just like their jobs, just like the jobs that they do. They're looking for a better job all the time. The human state of affairs is always looking for a greener pasture that doesn't truly exist, right? So Like, you know, get used to making convincing arguments instead of calling people names or attacking them ad hominem or calling them asshole or calling them shithead or whatever. I do it all the time, but I know it when I'm doing it. That's the difference, right? I call people shitheads all the time, and I get deep, deep pleasure out of it, and I justify it to myself saying I'm in this for the chaotic neutral fun. So I call people cocksuckers and shitheads to their fucking face all the time, because I always dreamed of a time when I would be successful enough to call people assholes and shitheads and cocksuckers right to their fucking face, and they wouldn't do anything about it. So it has nothing to do with some argument about how really crude and crass I am or how much of an asshole I am. It has to do with like the logical argument that I'm in it for the fun, and fun to me is calling assholes and an asshole, right? That's fun to me. Most people don't actually get to do it. Most people are like that scene in Fight Club when they're trying to induce a fight, but most people just run away. That's actually the state of affairs, really. Most people talk a lot of shit on the internet, and when you show up to have the epic duel with them, they kite and run from you for a solid 15 minutes till they get some cheater ass fucking clever use of game mechanics kill, and they call themselves better than you. But all they really did was run like a fucking pussy for 15 minutes until you turned your back in disgust. And you'd be surprised how often humans call this winning. No, you just ran from me for so long that I lost the heart to chase your pussy ass, and then you shot me in the back and you were successful with it. Yeah, you literally like disgusted me so much I lost interest. It's like playing dead. It's like playing dead with a bear or something. You were such a pussy that I just gave up chasing you. And yes, I did turn my back to you when I turned around. And you'd be surprised why you should continue chasing them always, right? Always chase them. Always chase them. Don't ever stop, right? And also, don't ever let them chase you either. Like you know, all this.
And it's a fallacy. Hasty generalizations or anecdotes. This is where you draw a general conclusion from a small or biased sample. Obvious examples include things like, well, my aunt smoked 10 cigarettes a day and she lived to 109, so cigarettes mustn't be bad for you. But
they are.
It's also one of the reasons that self-selective surveys aren't particularly good for drawing general conclusions.
Yeah, like another truth is they'll tell you all the time about how good they are running surveys and shit. I know because I worked for a successful survey company in Denver, and I won't say their name because that's kind of putting them on blast, but like, you know, I worked for a successful company who did pay me out about $8,000 over 2 years, right? And I learned something hilariously funny. These guys are charging these big commercial campaigns. I talked to a boss one night. I was like, hey, you want to go get a beer? I have $100 that she just gave me. And this dude was like, yeah, sure. And I was like, hey, tell me everything that you know about this. I want to make the most money that I can make. And he was like, oh, yeah, sure. You want to buy me a beer? I don't often buy people a beer, but when I want something from them, I will. I'll be like, hey, can I buy you a beer? I did. I was like, can I buy you a beer at the Wing Coop? And I only want 5 minutes of your time. That's it. I wonder if you would tell me what, and he didn't, I don't believe he even drank the beer. He just talked to me, right? And he was like, yeah, one of the things that's actually fundamentally true about surveys is surveys are the biggest scam known to the human race. We've never actually ran a successful survey of any form. We don't know how to make a successful survey that will query the populace well. Polls can't do it. Surveys can't do it. Survey, the word survey, it only belongs in like the sense of physics when you're like surveying something. It doesn't belong in behind that sense of I'm going to take a query of the public and see where somebody falls and see what they're going to vote for. It turns out surveys are basically non-material when it comes to accuracy. They're just not even. More people vote for something funny than they do something accurate. This is something true about humanity that we know about them. If they think one of the people on the list is funny or one of the choices on the list is funny, they're going to answer the funny thing always. This is something you can infer, and he taught me that too. He was like, yeah, if there's something funny on the question, that's what they're going to answer inherently. If anything is unique about any of the choices, the unique choice is the one that they pick. Right? And this is something inherently true about queries and polling and shit. And so don't ever let somebody run a survey on you because they can't divine shit off that. It's a junk science. It's junk science is the word for it. Surveys are junk science. There is no basis in reality when it comes to surveys. People answer whatever the fuck they want, and often it's whatever's funniest or whatever's coolest, because most people honestly don't like answering questions and really don't like choosing. A lot of people are sub by nature, not dom, and they really don't like choosing different things in a survey. So they're going to answer the question that was easiest to answer. And this is why surveys are junk science and have no place in any reality. They represent nothing but stolen money. And that's what he told me. That was something else he told me too. He was like, you want to be a millionaire? Go promise the ad executives that you have some survey that can tell them how to sell a product, and they will pay you endless amounts of money. That was the takeaway at the end of the conversation that I had with him. It was like, if you ever want to make endless money, just go lie to a fucking corporation who's trying to do advertising for their product and tell them that you have the thumb on the public's pulse with your survey, and you can charge them whatever you want, and you can use that money to build like this apartment complex that we built here in downtown Denver on 16th Street that cost us, $10 million and shit. And you can eat whatever you want, and you can hire whoever you want, and you can spend as much money as you want, and you can just charge them whatever you want, and you can provide whatever answers the survey gives, and you're still providing what you promised you were going to provide. But those surveys are absolutely a junk science that represent nothing and mean nothing. Polls don't mean anything. Anytime a politician uses the word poll, you must assume that person is an idiot who has no clue how life actually works. Any politician or punster or fucking stupid ass Politico person, right, uses the word polls, and you can definitely mark that person an idiot. Check the idiot box on that guy. Anybody ever using the word survey or poll is a jackass with pushing a junk science about as creditable as Chris Angel telling you what your loved ones are telling you what your loved ones are saying or whatever. It's got about the same validity. Don't ever follow polls or surveys
about a population. Faulty analogy. Comparing things which aren't actually similar in the way that would be relevant.
Yeah, like, I really think that my stream sniper is like Hitler, but no, they're basically about as far from each other as they possibly could be. I think of a tyrant who tortures me as Hitler, but no, those things are so separate that they're just not even in the same reality. One's dead and one's alive, for instance. Those things are so fucking separate that drawing a correlation between somebody and Hitler is really probably not too good, because the accuracy just threw out the window when you engaged in ad hominem and attacked the messenger, and you drew a shaky fallistical argument about this one that she said.
She lived to 109, so particularly good for drawing general conclusions about a population. Faulty analogy, right? I'm sorry, I forgot the phrase, but it's a faulty analogy, right? Oh, my stream sniper is Hitler. No, that's a faulty fucking analogy, and it's not a good one, and I don't like making it. And I do it all the time. When you understand that the hype machine controls you, and everything that you say is hyperbolic to some degree or another, and everything that you do engages in some sort of logical fallacy. Every time you say, man, fuck you, you killed me again, headshot, what the fuck? That's so much hyperbolic logical fallacy all at once that you're essentially just abandoned all logic and reason and just engaged in a bunch of emotion. And that's all I'm trying to say. Comparing things which aren't actually similar in the way...
Emotions are the opposite of logic, by the way. If you're pissed off about something, if you're angry or sad or like vengeance, or what I mean, you want vengeance, or you're prideful, or your pride's been hurt, your logic has now exited the crime scene and is across the world in Africa. And you are now screaming at somebody in a hyperbolic manner with no logic, no reason, no control, nothing at all, right? It's just basically like you've lost control of yourself. You are screaming at somebody. You have no logic. You've engaged in hyperbole. You have engaged in ad hominem. You have drawn a bad analogy. You have lost all of your reason. And something else inherently true about logical fallacies is the minute that you engage in them, you have abandoned all logic. And that's the most powerful takeaway that I can give you here today. When you engage in emotional abandon and just let your emotions rule you, you have abandoned all logic, and you are basically a runaway bullet train who cannot control themselves. Think Hulk smash, or what's another example? Like a bull that sees red. You just don't have any control over anything that you do. And so the fastest way to completely haul off and lose control of your entire core of your being is to engage in some kind of phallicytical attack on somebody and start drawing a bunch of analogies between them and whatever you don't like and attacking them. You have now lost your logic. You have lost your way. You are now attacking a messenger, and you need to be careful. You are now like, you know, you are full blown, like really lost your logic there. And you're making these crazy mountain out of molehill statements like, oh my God, you're going to jail. Right? Now, is this true? No, not till a detective puts the bracelets on them, and you can threaten them and engage in hyperbole, but it's still a logical fallacy to say that my stream sniper is going to go to fucking jail. And I'll tell him that, you know, I'll tell him that because I don't engage in a lot of phallicytical arguments. It's like something that I don't really do a lot. And I encourage you to do the same. I suggest you do the same, or you're gonna have a bad life. And I know I got some youngins in this fucking channel, young bloods. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want fucking people walking all over you your entire fucking life with phallicytical goddamn arguments and guilt tripping you into doing things all the fucking time, start looking at it from the logical fallacy point of view of the tools that they're using to get what they want out of you. Usually it's a guilt trip, right? Usually it's the guilt trip. Most logical fallacies live in the guilt trip. If they're guilt tripping you to do something, not only did you fail something like do whatever they asked before they asked for it, you also are sort of slacking your relationship with them, or they wouldn't have to remind you, and you want to cuss them out because they're your parents and they're telling you to clean your room, but it's your business in your room and you'll do what you want in your fucking room, right? But no, that's all logical fallacy bullshit, all of it. The real true logic would have been an unkept room leads to bad things. If you don't keep your room, you're going to drive your parents nuts. You're not going to be able to go out and fuck your girlfriend. You're not going to be able to go to your job. You're not going to be able to go to school. They're going to yell at you. They're going to be miserable with you all the fucking time. All of that is true. None of that is fallacy, right? But the real fallacy is you yelling at them, you saying, fine, I'll do it in a few minutes or whatever. Like, trust me. And so, and once you understand the phallicytical arguments that your parents engage in, that the police engage in, that the government engages in, that the Illuminati and the deep state engage in, that Trump engages in, Biden engages in, your mama engages in after I fucked her last night. It doesn't matter who it is, right? Everybody engages in logical fallacies all the time, every single time that they speak. It's just really good to analyze what they are, and you're playing on a higher level than them if they aren't playing that exact same game. This is why I challenge most people to step to me with an argument, and I'll defeat you if I disagree with you. I'll defeat you.
Would be relevant. Government is...
And this is why you don't want me running the government or some kind of political organization. I actually care, and I'll convince these people to storm the White Palace without ever if I care about it, I'll convince them to fucking storm the White Palace without ever fucking firing a shot and actually fire these do-nothing Congress and fire them for the filibuster and shit and replace them with people who are 25 years old and actually have held service in city councils and get this shithead government the fuck out of here before they kill us.
Like business. Since businesses strive to make a profit, so
reform. Reform. When was the last time this country had reform? Oh yeah, when we reformed our own building into rubble. Yeah. That was the last time we had reform. You know what I'm saying? Sure, we had Obamacare, I guess, and Build Back Better. But I mean, really, those things were going to happen anyways. What I'm looking for is actual reform of the Do Nothing Congress and stuff. And the last time that we've had any reform in this country since fucking JFK was, of course, when they reformed our own building into our own rubble, killed 3,000 of our own citizens, and caused us to go to war in Afghanistan for 20 years in a war that no American citizen ever would have got behind.
Government. Burden of proof.
And so I can defeat the 9/11, like I'm a 9/11 truther, but I can defeat the assholes when I can show you the pictures of the shape charges, and I won't truck with anybody who wants to fucking disrespect the victims by trying to say it was somebody from the Middle East that took out an American plane into a building, except buildings don't fall down from planes. There's never been a building that's ever fallen down from a plane. That's another cute little like logical fact that nobody will ever admit. But yeah, it turns out you can crash planes into skyscrapers all day, most of them anyways. Not that, well, definitely that one. But yeah, you can definitely, the whole point of a skyscraper is a pendulum deal where if a plane crashes into it, nothing happens. Yeah, it turns out that you could crash 100 planes into that fucking building and it still wouldn't have fallen unless you set off shape charges to collapse the whole thing. I like logical arguments. I don't give a flying fuck about the truthers or any of that shit. I'm looking for the shape charges. When I saw them, I knew what it was.
When you insist that it's incumbent...
I don't care about the Truth Committee or the fucking Warren Report or all the fucking lunatic fringe or any of this shit. I don't care about I care about prosecuting them, but that's it. The only thing I care about is that it happened, I've seen it, and I want to prosecute them. Where it wasn't smoke, I saw fire. I saw fire from shape charges kill our own building. And so I got to kind of wonder, what was the phalacetical argument that led the American leadership to that? You know, what was the phalacetical argument there? It's going to be, if we don't bomb our own building in a false flag scenario, they'll never go with us when we go to Afghanistan. They'll never get behind us going to Afghanistan. They just never will. And how are we going to sell our bombs and missiles and guns for the next 20 years? There's no wars on the planet. I mean, there's the Ukraine war, but I mean, like, there wasn't a real war on the planet when 9/11 happened. Not really. So, I mean, like, you know, so the only war is in their brain, and they got to sell their arms somehow. There's no wars on the planet, so they go and bomb 3,000 of their own fucking citizens. I want to prosecute. I don't care whether you think it's the truth or not. I've seen the shape charges. It's the goddamn truth. You can't fucking Photoshop what I saw.
Upon the person who disbelieves your claims to provide proof against them rather than provide...
There's no computer in the world that can like you know, simulate shape charges like that. No computer in the world has the technology to do it. It was real shape charges going off on our American building placed by American hands. I don't truck with liars. I don't truck with fucking cheaters, and I don't truck with fucking homicidal maniacs who kill 3,000 of their own fucking people. What's up, killer?
Proof for them yourself.
And this sucks, you know, I don't truck with lies.
I'm a ghost. No. Why are you saying that? Prove it then. Prove me wrong. Prove I'm not a ghost. Since you're...
I'm not a ghost, but I have to prove that to you?
I'm saying you're a
ghost.
No,
I don't have to prove to you that I'm... You know, I don't have to prove to you anything. I don't have to prove you anything. No.
Surely it's incumbent upon you to back up this rather extraordinary claim, which you can't because you can't walk through walls.
I don't give a fuck about what the Warren Report said or the presidency or anything. I just went and looked at the evidence and I saw shape charges going off on our own building. So then, you know, go look at the shape charges if you don't believe me.
Remotely scary.
You know, go Google 9/11 shape charges.
You're really not. Affirming the consequence...
Thermite doesn't burn at a temperature that will take down steel girders. You could crash 5,000 planes into that building. Jet fuel won't burn enough to take that building down. I mean, maybe the structure of the crashes eventually would take down the skeletal structure, but it would take a lot of planes to take down that building. I'm 100% positive of it. The way I'm positive the sun's going to rise tomorrow. And if I bounce a ball, it's going to come up. You know, I'm positive of it. I'm positive as I know I'm going to see my shadow tomorrow. I know what happened there.
Is when you say something like, my dog barks when there's an intruder. My dog is not barking, therefore there's no intruder.
No, the intruder killed your dog.
Which, if your premises are in fact correct, and there is no way that your dog would not bark when there's an intruder, is fine. However, my dog barks when there's an intruder, my dog is barking, therefore there must be an intruder.
No, the dog likes barking.
Not valid. I mean, dogs bark for all sorts of reasons, so unless your premise is, my dog
only barks when there's an intruder, nope.
This is not right. The opposite of this is denying the antecedent. If it barks, then it's a dog. It's barking, therefore it's a dog. Great. But if it's not barking, then it's not a dog is not valid, because maybe it's just a dog that's, you know, tired. Moving the goalposts. You make a claim like, I can read minds. When someone tests this and you fail the test, you then say, well, I can only read minds which are on the right wavelength. Didn't mention that before. Moving the goalposts. False cause. Correlation is not causation, so even if global temperatures increase while pirate numbers decrease, that doesn't mean that pirates prevent global warming. See also the Texas sharpshooter, where you shoot the side of a barn and then draw your targets afterwards. First you figure out what your conclusion is, then you go looking for data to support it. Loaded question. Asking something with an assumption built in that means the answerer sounds bad no matter what they say. When did you stop beating your wife? No true Scotsman. No Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge. If you're a Scottish man and you put sugar on your porridge, you are not a true Scotsman. Personal incredulity. Well, it's hard for me to believe that we're all made of billions of atoms, and so I'm just not going to. And last but by no means...
It's hard for me to believe that I don't have enough RAM to run Rust and EVE Online at the same time, so I'm just not going to. It's hard for me to believe I don't have enough RAM. Why did they sell me a computer without enough RAM? It's hard for me to believe.
Least. The fallacy. Just because something contains one or more fallacies doesn't mean that they have reached the wrong conclusion. Your yoga teacher says I should eat vegetables because vegetables are healthy. But that is a fallacious appeal to authority because yoga teachers are not dietitians. Therefore, I should eat cake. Thanks for watching, and I hope this was educational.
Excellent. It was. Thank you. Excellent content for my stream. I love it.
Views in the sense that there is no evidence to represent any.
Okay, get back
credibility,
on Final
while others
Fantasy
talk
now.
About him personally, discussing both his strategy and instability. Quote, the guy is a nutbag who literally can't take any criticism. If somebody points out
Okay,
how his
Final
opinion
Fantasy
may
now,
be
I
wrong,
promise. I'm gonna
he
fight. I'm gonna
deletes
go
the
fight
post
now,
and
I
bans
promise.
the account. He seems to be an angry, unstable person in general who doesn't ever show his equipment or methodology. Unquote. As Quantum slowly began to grow, criticisms of him at a significantly faster pace would increase across these places, but never visibly on his channel. The most that was noticed was his frustration at always being the target.
But it's like no matter how hard I try, I'm always the target. I've always been the target, I've noticed. And it's to the point where it's just like, what is this, pick on black guy day? Because at this point, that's the only difference between the various...
This is what I don't want to sound like, right? I thought for a while it was like this, but no, it was just two people. It was just two people. Everyone else that came in, I thought for a while, right? You get kind of fallistical about it, like he's doing, and you think you're just a big fucking kick sign, kick me sign. You got a big kick me sign on your back, and you're just some big target for the fucking public. But no, often it's like 2 to 5 people that are treating you badly. The rest of them are like, "What's up? I love you. How you doing, King?" And all this shit, right? They're like good people. Most of the people are really good, and you get bummed out about the 2 bad eggs that constantly harass you all the time, right? But in reality, you have 5 to 20 or 30, in my reality anyways, I have 5 to 20 to even sometimes 300 fucking people coming in, cheering me on, being like, yo, you're awesome, whatever, and being positive and shit. So there's, like, as a streamer, you get hyperbolic about the bad. You're like, oh my God, all they do is talk shit about me all the time, and I hate feeling like a target, and I can't sleep, and there's no safe space or anything and all this, right? But no, really, all you're really doing is you've mounted out a molehill your entire situation, and you've made it into something that is far worse than it is. It's 2 scrubs on the internet leaving a bunch of bullshit, right? And it really can't be that bad as long as they're not like sticking a gun in your face or a knife in your face or showing up at your house. What really can it hurt, And that it took me a long time to get there. This guy can't let it go, and I don't want to ever sound like this. I feel it's appropriate for me to scream at somebody and threaten them with a lawyer in jail when they threaten my family and dox my family. I thought it was appropriate to do that, but that is not behavior that I engage in all the fucking time. I don't ream somebody's asshole and threaten them with jail unless they threaten my fucking family. So it seemed like hyperbolic at first, but actually, I don't believe that is a hyperbolic I don't believe that's a hyperbolic response. If somebody threatens your fucking family and reveals their information to a bunch of crazy strangers and stuff, not crazy, but just, like random strangers, not crazy, just random strangers, there's a lot of really real danger that person just put your address in the chat. It's really dangerous, So then you have to get this hyperbolic response where you're like, up, someone threatened my family, off with their head, right? But no, all they did was put your address in a chat. Now, that's a really inane, shitty thing for a shithead to do. But I mean, in reality, it's not raping your mother, And I had to really understand reality when I went in and started becoming a streamer. Often you're going to want to hyperbolically claim something. You're going to want to hyperbolically attack someone. And you'll see the good streamers will refrain from doing this immediately until they have a sure bet. The minute that you've got a sure bet, you can just go to town, but you can't just engage in some offhanded, off-color comment about what you're seeing without being really careful, because that shit can and will be used against you in the court of public opinion.
Publications that I'm noticing. I'm the only black guy out here.
Even with his channel,
no, there are plenty African descented streamers from all over the fucking world, Kai Cenat being one of them, who are literally at the top of their fucking, they're at the top of their fucking scene. There are many, many, many African streamers of all types, of all nationalities, all over this world, and you're not the only special black man. I know it sounds like I'm being racist here, but I'm not trying to make an argument against him. I'm saying I'm trying to argue for the other black men who are successful and don't make a case like this, that there are successful black men. And I believe it is to be a pro-black statement, saying I think you're discounting your own race by saying that you're the only black man being attacked. I think Kai Cenat is being attacked by the entire world. You know what I'm saying?
To his own satisfaction, there are still many videos left that provide ample evidence of his hypocrisy and aggressiveness towards other reviewers.
Yeah, I don't like reviewers because they're technically takedown people. They write takedown pieces. If they're doing anything negative, that's a takedown piece. It's essentially a veiled threat of killing your career. It's a really sordid business. If they just shut the fuck up and worried about their own career and made better fucking content, they might be a better fucking streamer with a lot more money. Instead, they're trying to take a takedown piece like some kind of TMZ shit. Like we don't have enough of that already.
These are two key pieces that will increase criticism.
Like I don't know, like Keemstar.
And as more people are exposed to quantum, they will.
I feel like I have to dossier all these crazy streamers now if I want to be a successful streamer, and that's something that I didn't really want to do. I didn't want to come to the table 26 years late. How long has YouTube been around? 26 years, I think it's something like that. I didn't want to come to YouTube 26 years late and or whatever it is, 20 years, whatever, and try to act like I was something that I just never paid attention to all of my life. So now I try and dossier every fucking streamer that I even ever hear about, you know, because I don't know what a streamer is really. I mean, I know I do it all the time. I know what streaming is, but I don't know what the core tenets of the job are. So I constantly look at other streamers that have made mistakes and stuff, because I'm sure I make mistakes all day, every day. I've only been doing this for 2 years. I will not be a smooth pimp daddy at this until probably year 4 or year 5. I'm very socially inept, and I step on people and I cuss them out and just dismiss them and shit. And I'm just not very good at this, but I do watch other streamers and I try to keep a dossier on all of them so I can understand what they're doing and how they were treated and what they did wrong, so I don't do the same thing. Like this guy was arrested for something. I don't think I'm ever going to be arrested being a streamer unless it's I shot the guy who came on my land, I guess. I don't know how else I would be. I don't see how the cops could ever even reach me, really, unless there was something I really did that was really bad, and I don't know what that would be. Honestly, if there's ever a police contact because I'm a streamer, it'll be because somebody was shot on my land, you know?
Up on
it won't be SWAT or what. It won't be I can't be swatted. So
deflecting criticism mostly by disregarding his previous stances as if they never existed to fit whatever current narrative he is pushing. He has always tried to delete contradictory stances on his channel.
It's funny. My stepdad believes that the aliens are here and they've taken over the government, and they have FEMA registered and completely built FEMA concentration camps all over the entire western and eastern seaboard, not the middle of the country, the western and the eastern seaboard, that are completely empty except for the guards. And he believes that they have all these signals going in and out of cables that go to country after country after country, and somebody is spying on the cables and all this stuff and all this other stuff. And he believes that Bill Gates put a lot of microchips in the COVID vaccine and all this other crazy things, and he believes that COVID is a hoax. Now, I don't believe any of these things. I believe that no, I don't believe I believe any of these things, but I believe that they are possible, right? I believe that they are possible. And that is how I talk to Christians. That is how I talk to atheists. That is how I talk to lunatic fringe or conspiracy theorist people, because I am a very bad conspiracy theorist who full-blown believes that the American government killed 3,000 of its own citizens in 9/11. But that's almost the only one I believe beyond the they shoot you with a high-powered rifle if you're a luminary thing. You know, those are between COINTELPRO and like 9/11, that's enough for me. These guys are out there talking about aliens and COVID and stuff, and that was further than I wanted to be. So how I deal with those people is I say, well, it very well could be, because I really do believe it very well could be. I just never seen the evidence of it. Until I do, I won't believe it. And I suggest you do the same.
But he will take this to a whole new level starting 2020.
Until you see the motherfucker, don't be believing what other people tell you. You're going to have a bad life. They're going to tell you the job's good, or the money's good, or the people are good, or the whatever's good, or the drugs are good, or whatever. But no, most of the time, a lot of humans lie about how good something is. It's actually a really unfortunate thing. But
for a viewer known as Ninjician.
Like, they'll tell you how good their peanut butter is, but honestly, like, where's that fucking peanut butter? That peanut butter I bought today, or I'm sorry, like last week, the peanut butter I bought, it was like Jif or whatever. Jif is good, but it's not good like homemade peanut butter though. It sucks.
Created videos criticizing Quantum and what he calls his calibration service. To explain this, Quantum, using the $5 membership feature on YouTube, provides exclusive access to his calibration recommendations. There is a problem with this because all the hate watchers have to pay $5 to get the exclusive content. That is something I will never ever do to you guys. I will never subject you to an ad. Twitch might, but I won't. I will never say, well, I'll subject you to the ads that are on the videos that I'm watching, but there will never be an ad. And if there's an ad for me, it's at the end of the night when I do station identification for my channel and try to pull donations and stuff once per stream, once or twice per stream. I don't do it a lot. I'm not even going to do it right now. I'm not going to try and sell you stuff. I'm not going to try and sell you merchandise. I don't give a living shit about that. Skycat is not some brand that should become a corporation like Jeffree Star or whatever. I'm here to do a personal history for 50 years. So one of the ways this guy benefits is when he detects that everybody hates him, he charges $5 for special perks, and everybody that hates him obligatory pays him the $5 more than his fans do. And so when you see special perks and stuff like this on stuff like Seth Greensosh videos, it's because his haters hate him so much that they want to pay extra money to watch the videos that they can't see. It's not because the Merchants Guilds watch those videos too if they're proud enough of him, but mainly it's his enemies that watch those videos, that pay him to watch those videos. And so this is a strategy that I really appreciate, but it also just makes you a worse scumbag, because not only are you fighting with them and causing problems for the fucking community, now you're ripping them off for shit that they don't actually like. They're just trying to catch you in a lie or try to bust you on something. So it's like kind of funny. He's profiting off his enemies, and I tips Fedora to you, sir, for that. But I mean, but I'm never ripping off my enemies. That's just gonna make them never ever ever let you go. When they realize that they spent a lot of money, like this guy did, stupid ass this guy that wrote this video, he had to pay the $5 on the video channel, and he really resented this because he hates the guy. But I mean, you're doing a takedown piece. You better pay him for his shit. You're doing a takedown piece. You're making money off his career. So you better pay him for his extra shit if you want to talk about his extra shit. And he knows you're coming because you're a crab person. You do takedown pieces for a living. I'm sorry, but people that do takedown pieces for a living are crab people, you know? They don't have real lives. They're short people. Short people got no reason to live. They don't do anything for themselves. They just, critique others and take down people. Because there are actual TV calibrators, and it is well understood that TV calibrators must go into a person's house to calibrate the TV to fit the room it's in, to best work with the lighting it's exposed to, etc. That is the largest problem.
That guy looked really happy that he managed to put the power cord into that fucking TV. He seems to be really triumphant. He's like, oh man, I plugged in the fucking power cord and I feel like a real man now. My wife should suck my cock right now.
Quantum was only offering a service.
Like what?
This is online and was trying to apply his...
That power cord was such a challenge. You should suck my cock right now for dominating that fucking power cord. I'll dominate you like I dominated that power cord. What?
Recommendations to all televisions. Recommendations that were at times so terrible that his recommended levels of saturation made the people on screen look like lobsters.
Nice.
So, Ninjician purchased a channel membership and heavily criticized Quantum's advice. Quantum was not very pleased at this, and other videos Ninjician made.
They really don't appreciate it when you make money and they hate you. Sound familiar? It's haterism. They really don't like it when you make money and they hate you. They can't stand that.
So he tried to take
They can't stand that they're not making your money, and they look for ways to take your money.
down through a
like this video.
DMCA, a request that allows a copyright holder to claim that.
Oh yeah, I had a DMCA troll all last year. But I mean, I was DMCA. I was DMCA. It took me 14 months to have the discipline to log on YouTube all day, every day. I still don't do it all the time. Like on Sundays, I'll play just Twitch so I can listen to music. But I honestly don't really engage in DMCA anymore, I would say. Not in any real verifiable way. And I believe a lot of streamers can't get over that hump. But honestly, I'm so in love with the hot fucking sound of my own voice that fuck it, man, it's like my own porn. And I'll listen to the hot sound of my fucking voice all night fucking long. I don't give a fuck, and I'm not stopping. And I don't care what anybody says about like DMCA, right? I'd rather hear the sound of my own voice all night long than the most beautiful strains of Tool, System of a Down, Tchaikovsky, you know, fucking, you know, Ave Maria, whatever. I still like the sound of my own voice a lot better than anything else in reality. And if you don't, I suggest you do the same. You should love yourself more than anything else in reality, no matter what. I love my own voice more than music itself.
The infringer is using their content.
That's what it takes. That's the confidence it takes to become the biggest hot shit motherfucker on the block. It's a simple one. It's confidence, right? You say, I love my voice more than all of music combined. And you're so confident in that yeah, the girls twerk. They do.
Content in a non-transformative way.
I don't care if I'm fat or ugly. I don't care. Girls twerk for confidence. It doesn't matter who you are. It's not some hidden code that the players cracked or whatever. Girls twerk for people who really believe in themselves. Who'd have thunk it? And guess what? Guys do too.
Unless it is filed incorrectly or YouTube has determined that without a reasonable...
Like, you know what's the most attractive thing for me on a woman is confidence. That woman really needs to look like she belongs where she is, you know, and not scared, you know.
No work was infringed.
Not like in her element, not scared by what's going on, you know, or unhappy. I don't like unhappy.
The video will be taken down.
Confident people don't really get unhappy unless there's like a death or... you know, something they can't control.
And then the infringer can fight to reinstate the video by providing their personal information to the copyright holder in order for them to sue the infringer.
I get unhappy when my family gets doxxed, but I think that's normal.
In that case, YouTube will wait 2 weeks for the copyright holder to submit proof that they are suing the infringer, and the video will be left down. Or, as is almost always the case, the video will be reinstated because lawsuits are costly and the copyright system is often abused to harass and intimidate. But again, if YouTube decides that the initial takedown request is unreasonable,
like legitimate,
they will still notify the would-be infringer that...
My God, this strawberry cough is like the best marijuana I've ever had in my fucking life. My God, today is like the best day of my fucking life. It really is. And like, my God, the games are so good. Today is Starfield Day, guys. Happy Starfield Day. Happy Starfield Day. This time in 12 hours. Shit, I gotta go to bed. Fuck me, man. I've got to go to bed. I'm going to bed, guys, in 10 minutes, and I'm going to sleep for 4 hours, or I'm going to sleep for 8 hours from 6 or 7 until 2 p.m. At which point PST, which is Pacific Standard Time. At which point I will play the Rust wipe on the zombie server. Haven't done zombie server in like a week because I'm just burnt out. So gonna do a few hours of the zombie server because I really love that shit. Wipe day. Wipe day is so fun. It's so fun. So we're gonna do wipe day. I'm sure there'll be some bullying and harassment because I'm playing Rust, and that'll be fine because 3 hours later, I will log off Rust. It doesn't matter if they door camp me or treat me like shit or leave hateful names or whatever the fuck they do all day. Their little haterism loser lives, right? 3 hours later, I go to Premium Edition Starfield, which, by the way, I need to go look on Steam. Can I download Starfield? Let's go see. Can I download Starfield? Where is it? I bought Starfield, damn it. Preload! Yeah! Preload Starfield. Ah, man, I just had a gamergasm. Okay, so Preload Starfield, man. Yeah. Preload Starfield right now, man. 230 or whatever, 116 gigs. Jesus. I pretty much have to put this on my C drive, and I just don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. It's very bad. I can't get rid of Baldur's Gate 3, which is just huge. Detroit is on my C drive. I will have to move it to my D drive, which it might be on my D drive, actually. I'll have to see. Ooh, where did you put this? It's like in oh yeah, I never did log in Final Fantasy 11. I promised I would, and then I got sidetracked. I shouldn't make promises because obviously I'm a fucking liar and I deserve to burn like a fucking witch. Now, browse what I mean, no, I want to move the install folder from C. Ooh, yeah. From C to, oh no, it is D. It's on D right now. This is on D right now. So we go back and we say, I don't know, general. Can I leave this thing? Yeah, let me leave that thing. And then, so that's okay. That's on the D drive. Eve is on the C drive. Fallout 76 is on the D drive. This is on the C drive. I would like to move it now, which will open up another 20 of the 120 gigs I'm going to need. I have New World on the D drive. Might as well update that because there's nothing else going on. Rust and Valheim. So I don't believe I have the room, but we'll go look, we'll go see. Winterstat. I don't think I'll ever have this on my C drive. It's just too big. We'll see. Gamer problems, So D drive says, or no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at my C drive. Fortnite cannot exist on my C drive any longer. That must be moved immediately. And honestly, this install is now totally worthless anyway. So we're going to delete Fortnite in its entirety. Other things, yeah, my hyberfill.sys has gotten to be 25 gigs, but I mean, that's okay. The users, yeah, I'm not messing with users, or Windows.old can absolutely full-blown be deleted. Goodbye. That was 5 gigs. That's good. Yeah. Yep. And then all the rest of this is legit, except for maybe Xbox Games has a game. Xbox Games has a game. That's good. Oh, wait, no. Switch to, no. Retry. No. What'd you do? Oh, no. What'd you do? Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, Final Fantasy 11, right? So while it's doing that, I will pee and log in Final Fantasy 11, which doesn't seem to be here anymore. Why are you crashing over and over again? Where is this? Okay, you crashed? I guess, yeah. I think when I ran the file detect, it screwed with the game, I guess. That sucks. Why did that happen? So it's got Cat's Unicorn date problem. Yep, save, right? Why is that patch so big? Whatever. So good, you're getting there, but now log me in again. I don't know why I've had to log in 3 times now, man. Can't you just have a good client? Do you really need 17 clicks to get in? Taking a long time to erase this. Oh, yeah. There it went. So Xbox has a game. What is it? It's Fallout 4. Oh, no. So this must be moved entirely to my D drive. We are going to go to this. We can't do this. We're going to erase all of that. Yeah, it's 36 gigs, but I won't lose anything by erasing this. Yeah, I'll just erase Fallout 4. Why is Fallout 4 on my drive? That's gonna give me the room I need, maybe. So yeah, no way to undelete. Continue. So there we go, and then delete. I have to do these one by one. I don't want to do this. I'll just delete it. Fuck it. Get it gone. I don't want it. There we go. So what else? Program files has Steam, Steam apps, Common, Baldur's Gate 3, Rust, EVE Online, FFXI, and A. So I can move. Now I've got to log out of Final Fantasy 11 again. And I can move... I can't move C. I can't. No, I want Final Fantasy on my C drive. I do. So, that's okay. I got no play there. That's unfortunate. So yeah, Microsoft. Yeah, no, I'm gonna need that. Razer, I need. Battle.net. Oh, do I have Overwatch 2 on my C drive? No, it's on D drive. So, yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of play here. There's 194 gigs of games in there, and I don't know what's left on the drive now. There's like a, let's run again file. I want to refresh it again. Yeah, is it the refresh selected? No, refresh, yeah, refresh selected. Yeah, so, I mean, how much fucking room is left on the drive? It's not that hard of a question. $146. I made it just barely. I mean, I can't keep this on my C drive, but I can do it for tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, sure. Oh, no. Wait, what do you mean 56 free? No. I have a lot more than that. What do you mean? No. What? No. I just looked. I have a lot free. I just looked. It says 136 free. Oh, how big is this? It's 116. Oh God. Why is this so big? Why are you only saying that much? Oh no. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to stick it on my fucking D drive. That's horrible. What am I gonna do? Well, I guess I'm sticking it on my D drive, I guess. It's going to be a long load tomorrow. But I mean, the game's so... I mean, it's going to suck without it. It's going to suck without it so bad. Man, why aren't you... Okay, I'm going to close Steam, I guess, which is going to kill Final Fantasy 11, I believe. There we go. Fire up Steam. Now I'm going to close Steam, and I'm going to reload here, because it seems to be not syncing... Steam right. I'm gonna see if it sees the drive better now that it's like redoing its registry. Yeah, do you see how much space I have on my drive now? Because I wouldn't mind being just 10 down to 10 gigs. That's okay. Where is it? It's Starfield. There you are. Preload. There you go. I did get it to work. Very good. Well, there we go. Then, I mean, the only other thing, I guess while this is happening, before I do this, I will move this Final Fantasy install from this. Yeah, I want to go in here and I'm going to move this install because it can't really, it's just a little too big to be on my C drive. It's unfortunate. I want to properties. I want to install files. I want to move this to the D drive. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a hard thing for this. It might screw up this game, actually, doing this, but that's all right. This will be fast. That's all right. So then, while this happens, I'm going to pull a video. Keep watching this video here, and I'll be right back, guys. I got to pee. I won't be long. Hi, and I love you, by the way.
that someone did try to take their video down and provide them with what they told YouTube. That's why we have this email that shows Quantum TV tried to take Ninjishin's video down criticizing him, claiming that he, Quantum TV, owned the rights to cosplay Deadpool, and the proof was a photo, as Ninjishin, in criticizing Quantum, showed him in the cosplay. This is quite entertaining because Quantum, prior to this takedown, had his own video taken down and explained fair use and copyright abuse rather well.
Under copyright law, however, there are certain allowances made, such as commentary, critical critiques, review pieces. And me reviewing your disc and showing and highlighting problems and literally doing it for educational purposes is not a violation of copyright, and I am not usurping your market. Therefore, this is a fraudulent copyright strike, and I will fight it tooth and fucking nail.
Which shows he has understanding of it. The best part is, with this understanding of fair use and the critical protection transformative videos have, he still filed that request, and a part of him knew it would fail. What Quantum likely didn't know is initial and subsequent emails sent back and forth through the DMCA process will also be sent to the infringer. So Ninjishin was also able to see the lies Quantum was developing in order to try to sway YouTube.
It's not so much the copyright strike, it was the back and forth in the email chain with YouTube, because you get to see everything.
Right.
And he victimizes himself in the copyright claims. He was stating, you know, this guy is harassing my family, he's going after my mentally disabled brother, like all this stuff that I had no clue about.
What the
And
fuck?
I guess he doesn't realize that the person that receives the copyright claim sees everything.
As is typical with manipulative and narcissistic individuals, their personal stances matter very little. Being correct, being on top, gloating is the usual goal. That's why it's interesting that Quantum allegedly made the accusation that Ninjishin was harassing his brother. Yet when his takedown request failed, Quantum took matters into his own hands, at least according to Ninjishin.
So I want to say it was September 2021 was when I put out a video saying I paid $5 for Quantum TV settings so you don't have to. Kind of like one of those before you buy videos.
Yeah, like the ones that are like before you buy like this,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
toilet wand or whatever.
Yeah. And I think I
Toilet
even
wand
had,
is a good.
I think my girlfriend was even sitting next to me while I was recording the video. And they were god awful. I think we were playing Animal Crossing or something, and I was just getting her honest reaction to everything because she's into graphic design, UX design, so she's very visual. She was just laughing it up and everything. Well, what ended up happening, like early in the morning, it was like 7 o'clock in the morning, she kind of rushes out of the bedroom and she gets this message to her phone that is a GIF of like a Deadpool, like kind of like animated, like kind of like laughing at her.
Yeah.
And it just has her name and then it has our full address on it. I started getting messages from a user called Controller Corpse. So Controller CORPS, which happens to be Quantum's TikTok username, which now I think says something else. I forget what it is.
Man, he's everywhere.
And yeah. And it basically had it was just like saying hi with my real name and address, and then she started getting text messages, and her family members started getting text messages with those same pictures and their addresses. In my mind, I go, okay, there's two scenarios here. Either it is him directly, or it could be something like one of his mods, or it could be like a super fan. You know, somehow some super fan was, you know, threatening me and doing all this other stuff on his behalf. Later in the week, I was getting calls from my actual girlfriend, and I would get them every 30 seconds. And her phone, she wasn't calling me. It was a spoof number to the point where it was just keeping my phone locked up, so I wasn't able to take calls for like calibrations.
Right.
So I ended up having to block these phone numbers just so my phone would be untied. Like, that's the kind of stuff I dealt with. What you want to do is file what's called like an IC3 report, or it's one of those. It's an internet crimes prevention report where you can put all the
that's what I did.
information in. You can do all this stuff, right?
Yeah, that's what I did.
IC3, you're
yeah,
right.
the IC3. I did the IC3 with the feds when he doxed my family. That's what I did. Yeah.
IC3. Yeah. So I put all that stuff in. I had put his name as well as his spouse's name because that stuff had been sent to me. And basically, I had sent him another email that basically said, and I still have that email that I sent to him. And I basically said, hey, file this report. Do not contact me. Do not do anything anymore whatsoever. And magically, everything stopped.
While it is virtually impossible to prove with 100% certainty that Quantum was harassing Magician, especially when only going on Magician's words, there are pieces of information that existence increase the probability. First is the account Magician mentioned was Controller Corpse, but it only references that as Quantum's former TikTok name. But looking at Quantum's About page, his email is that exact same username. As for the number, Magician says he freely gave it out to Quantum when he was trying to be friendly. Now, the more damning accusation is that Quantum was also harassing Magician's girlfriend and family in these calls. To make this even remotely likely, he would have to expose himself to have the ability to get information from creators' families, which he hasn't done quite yet. This took place around September of 2020. Yet, just a month later, things were looking even more bleak for Quantum and his reputation. First, another Reddit post was made asking if Quantum is reliable, where Quantum says,
"Hell, I dare say I'm the 0.1% when it comes to honesty."
These users don't seem to agree, saying that 99.99% of the information he spreads is false, biased, and uneducated. Every comment in this thread writes about how narcissistic, angry, hypocritical, annoying, and overall unreliable he is. These are just his viewers and perhaps viewers of competing channels. The resentment by the end of October had all the more reason to grow. Recalling the video where Quantum calls the Xbox trash and recommending consumers avoid purchasing it largely based on appearance just a day after it was announced in December of 2019, now in October 2020, he ramped up his uploads criticizing the Xbox just a month before it was meant to release. This brought on the ire of those already involved in the heated console war debate. He is an inherently very easy target due to his positioning. So Griffin Gaming, a creator that generally discusses commentary on the game community, broke apart one of Quantum's videos.
Bro, like this.
How to
video
do
just
POL.
at this point,
Sorry.
You have completely embarrassed yourself at every single opportunity, and honestly, I kind of feel bad for you, dude.
That being said, I want to thank you guys so much for watching the #1 brand in honesty.
The #1 brand in honesty. That's pretty fucking ironic.
Displeased at what was likely the most negative attention he's received in such a short amount of time, Quantum fired back in a deleted video where he threatened to copyright strike Griffin's video and allegedly filed a takedown request as well. Quantum then threatens him some more and sets a goalpost hiding his unjustified anger where he likely thought Griffin wouldn't budge. But Griffin adhered to Quantum's rules and used a YouTube editor to trim out the section Quantum requested so in his email. Here, Quantum loosens up and retracts the takedown request. They go back and forth and appreciate the effort to understand one another and defuse the situation. And then a day later, Quantum fires back and he is once more displeased. This time, blaming Griffin's video for doing more harm and deeming it responsible for serious death threats and racial slurs. Quantum again wants Griffin to take down the video. Griffin, unwilling to budge, is now threatened by Quantum reporting Griffin's video for cyber harassment, now saying that Griffin's video is putting his daughter in danger and has led to the hacking of his Facebook, PlayStation, and Xbox. They somehow even got his phone number. Eventually, Griffin publishes a community post asking his viewers not to target Quantum to any degree. Then, 2 final emails are sent after Griffin's final response as Quantum continues to goad Griffin into deleting his video criticizing him. The cherry on top was this example comment that Quantum sent to prove the harassment he was getting was real.
This is the best I can do to show you I'm not lying about the harassment without putting my family out there. Just letting you know again, it wasn't some trick. And this is the proof that he provides, bro. Griffin ended you. Your logic is trash. Log off, buddy.
Quantum also uploaded another video naming Griffin Gaming and stating this.
Honestly, you guys need to de-escalate and you need to calm the hell down because I'm not coming after you and your fucking families, okay? This is ridiculous.
That about wraps up 2020. 2021 was the same, just with more intensity. More off YouTube threads where the comments en masse recommended readers to stay away from Quantum, with stronger determination than any previous threats. This one in particular is special because HDTV Test or Vincent responded on January 30th, 2021, albeit indirectly to Quantum, in correcting his calibrations on a specific television.
The only reason I'm doing this video
Almost done.
is because
Sorry.
there's another YouTube channel which suggested that the only way to unlock the full BT 2020 potential on an LG CX or C10 OLED is by engaging BT 2020 in this secret menu.
BT
I'm going to
2020.
demonstrate the effects of doing so using real-world content in this video.
HDTV Test also slights Quantum in his video.
The thing with YouTube is that anyone can pick up a camera, make a few videos, and then accumulate some subscribers and make people believe what they say. But what I wanted to do in this video is to dispel some misinformation using objective charts and also real-world content.
Quantum responded to this video by making his own on the same day.
I'm almost dying of laughter because Vincent over at HDTV Test thought he did something real big when he showed you guys this HDMI signaling override menu. Well, I'm going to show you in real time the difference between what he's showing you and what I'm going to show you. Now, unlike Vincent, I'm not just going to sit here and show you the menu and tell you, oh my God, it's so red when you go to the BT 2020 and be like, run away, don't use it. I swear to God, these kinds of videos that these clowns make crack me up because it shows that they are not the professionals they say they are, and they don't know the basics of TVs.
Quantum's forced laughter poorly masks his frustration. His shaking recording that was possibly done through his phone exposes the anxiety in making an unplanned video that was a consequence of a quick response, and the repetition of his points demonstrates how distracted he was by HDTV Test's own video. It wouldn't be Quantum if he did not obsess over this and continue to prod. The following day, Quantum uploaded his second video on the matter using his repeat strategy of accusing users of abusing YouTube systems.
So when you see this around and you're asking yourself who's more credible, I'm going to keep showing you what I do with time, facts, and we don't need to put anybody's personal information, anybody's family, anybody's name out there. We let the data speak for itself, right? And I think when you look at my recent videos, they speak for themselves in real time.
As Quantum did with Griffin Gaming, he accuses HDTV Test viewers of wanting to cause harm to him and his family, hence the Deadpool mask to protect his identity. 2 months later, one of Quantum's own videos was taken down by a copyright strike, and where he again shows apt understanding of what constitutes copyright abuse.
So we've got My Gadget World. You guys probably already know, talks a lot of smack in his comment sections. He's a guy with 15,000 subscribers that think he has 15 million. He really thinks highly of himself. You can tell by the way he behaves. Okay, we're not here for that though. What are we here for? He issued a takedown on Quantum TV for a 2-second GIF. Now, anybody that knows anything about copyright law knows that what he's doing is basically a revenge takedown, and that's definitely grounds for termination of your channel once YouTube finds out what you did. Critical commentary is allowed on YouTube. That is allowed in fair use, and if you don't know that, now you know.
Even with this knowledge, he wouldn't shy away from repeating the same tactic as more and more people were catching on to his antics. Before that, he decided to take his channel more seriously, a milestone that was set when he announced he was going to do a face reveal on livestream for his members only, and by his words was going to have a grand old time and a lot of fun.
After years of wearing the mask, I am finally going to be taking it off as an exclusive perk to my members for saying thank you for all the support and love that you guys have shown me throughout the years. It is finally time for the guy behind the mask to say hello. It'll be an exclusive video for members. If you want to see the video, join up, become a member. It'll be an exclusive perk. That way we can keep the mystery for those who want it. But will be happening. We will definitely be taking the mask off and having a lot of fun, and I think this is going to be really cool. I can't wait to see some of the reactions of some of you guys and just like have a grand old time.
With as much as he hated the Xbox Series X, in this video uploaded on August 5th, 2021, he explains why it is now better than the competing console, though he still finds the design ugly. More importantly, he was recording videos without the Deadpool mask, as would become the standard for his channel. Again, disregarding his prior reasons for doing so, except for some of his videos where he calls out creators that normally have still images and reaction GIFs. And though most view Quantum TV as unreliable, there are times he is so correct he's almost clairvoyant, like in the beginning of 2022.
Be nervous. 2022 is a different year. I'm a different animal, and I'm telling you right now, we hit different. And the way we hit different is something that's a surprise we're all going to find out together. How about that? But what I will tell you is this. Don't take the underdogs lightly.
What happened in 2022 was Quantum TV's largest drama yet, with him at the center.
Fucking weak-ass crybaby little bitch, Quantum TV.
Your war with the TV calibration
TV calibration community.
Oh,
you
wow.
think I'm being too
Oh, dudes. The dude's in deep. He's posting cringe on main. Oh wow.
So many characters involved sparked from such a small event that snowballed to such an insane degree, stacked by Quantum TV's propensity to double down until he is unable. Whenever creators in whichever community recognizes the name Quantum TV, it was this event that is burned into their memory. How this manifested was a contrast of something universally loved attacked by something that was going to be universally hated.
That's it.
Yes! Elden Ring!
So guys, I have a password issue. It's taking some time. Unfortunately.
On February 25th, 2022, the world was introduced to a game written by George R.R. Martin, the writer of Game of Thrones, which is a highly awarded series of books. Developed by From Software, the developers of the Dark Souls game series, who earned a reputation so great that their own games are used in general comparison to others when difficulty is one of its qualities, hence games being labeled Souls-likes. Yet still, those initiated into the series will find this game placed far above the rest for its unbelievably expansive world and diversity in weapons, enemies, and locations. A shared opinion so widespread that it won Game of the Year for 2022. And then you have the likes of Quantum TV, someone that has built a reputation themselves around their narcissistic, manipulative, and deceptive tendencies that on March 3rd, 2022, uploaded their review on Elden Ring, where in the first 10 seconds recommended to not buy this game and cites extremely vague criticisms that can be applicable to any game.
So, today I'll be giving you guys a review of Elden Ring. No spoilers and none of that other nonsense, and we're gonna get straight to the point. Essentially, don't buy this game.
This review also doesn't include any footage from the game, which all brings into question.
I know
if
a
he
lot of
even
people
played
who
it.
would say the same
Moreover,
thing.
he wasn't just.
I know a lot
attacking
of
the
people who
game.
would.
He was
I know a lot of
attacking
people who
his
would say
player
the same
So
thing.
I would say
Only
this game is
internally
for
on
somebody
Souls-like
who
players would
really
ever say
is
different.
looking
Honestly,
for
a lot of people would say.
sandbox. They
A lot
have no
of people
family,
would say.
no friends, no life, and they have.
Yeah, like I don't think Elden Ring is a very casual game in anywhere for him, and I don't think he's being wrong. I don't think he's wrong. I think most of the community does not have the skill to get even past the first quarter, like past Godric, honestly. And so just understand, Elden Ring wasn't for everyone.
Have literally thousands of hours to grind away. I couldn't speak lowly enough about this game. I don't recommend it, and I think if you're smart, you'll just play something else. That's the review. Take it or leave it.
Detaching from criticizing the game to its larger audience in a game review didn't play out for him, and here's why. In his previous videos reviewing televisions, he is protected by the general public's lack of understanding of televisions beyond the model they own. And even then he goes into specifics about them like nits, color management, the works. He has reviewed televisions for nearly a decade, and has been able to mask his incompetence because of others' ignorance. But with Elden Ring, more than any other game or movie he's reviewed, he can't hide behind obscurity, and every point he makes can be picked apart with accuracy as a general player base or anyone that is familiar with games can see the massive flaws in his arguments.
And honestly, graphically, it has some serious challenges as far as frame rates and how again, textures even are produced in some frame rate modes.
Even so, that isn't what made things worse. It was never really about this Elden Ring review. It was his need to double down on his takes that in every instance made it all worse for him. A few days after his initial review, he received more backlash than usual. So in response, he made a second part, wherein he repeats his opinions and again goes after the player base.
So I'm receiving some backlash now that I wanted to address with some of you, because a lot of you are not only being childish, but I don't think you're actually seeing this objectively. And you know what I met with when I talk about flaws with the series? The same thing I met with the TV world, where when you mention a problem with something, fans of that series just damage control it. They'll say stupid, petty, chisty, catty, childish shit like, oh, you've lost credibility because you've spoke your mind. You gave your opinion. You now have no credibility with me. Okay, bye, bitch. I don't give a fuck. The reality is, that's my opinion based off of playing it as a new person. They have no easy mode. The graphics are dog shit. I mean, we're talking PS5 and Xbox Series X. A game that's not for everyone isn't a game that should be made, in my opinion.
He also tells people to end themselves.
And it's your fault, not the dev's fault for not thinking of every single player of all kinds of walks of life. They don't care. It's a challenge, and it has to be for players who think every game is fucking easy, and if you aren't one of those players, then you are a scumbag, you filthy casual.
At the end of the day, go kill yourself, man.
After this, things somewhat died down. Quantum went at least a week without responding to the comments criticizing his reviews, and there wasn't much attention to his opinions. There was, however, a video uploaded by a relatively small creator with 5,000 subscribers in comparison to Quantum's 60,000 that made a video on Quantum's 2-part review. But that wasn't getting any traction at all. Even so, Quantum took it upon himself to post this comment on Mischief's video saying he stole his footage with an illegal video downloader and threatened to take down Mischief's video through a DMCA takedown. Quantum goes on to miscite YouTube's terms of service to intimidate Mischief. And it worked. By March 14th, Quantum had sent a takedown request of the video. But before it was applied, Mischief took down his own video, saving him from getting a strike on his channel. Quantum also took down his original 2 videos and uploaded a new one where, by the looks of it, he was citing a hastily made PowerPoint to promote his ill-conceived notions of fair use, that in doing so, again exposed his ignorance. This was done while downplaying recent case law that goes against what he is doing by trying to deem it as useless. In this victory lap, Quantum references his prior experiences with Griffin Gaming and also attacks Mischief for now going around and attempting to get other creators' attention on Quantum's copyright threats. But as much as he tried to repeat his history of getting the final word, it wouldn't be so this time. Mischief, now revealed to be a 16-year-old residing in the UK as hinted through a community post, uploaded a video discussing the dangers of copyright abuse or taking down videos for criticism which falls under fair use, but masking it as a copyright takedown which can be deemed abuse of the system, which is grounds for many things if done with malice.
A lot of you are probably wondering what the hell happened. Well, a channel with 64,000 subscribers decided to harass me with threats of a copyright strike against my channel because I called out their Elden Ring review, in which they consistently got things factually incorrect. First of all, at the time I simply said to myself, fuck this, I'll deal with it later, and so took it down. What you're seeing now is me dealing with it later, and I will be in fact re-uploading it around 2 hours after this video, and if he takes any action against the video, you can bet your ass it's going to more than likely haunt his channel forever. There is one thing no community on YouTube tolerates, and it's a copyright abuser.
What's more, Mischief, on the same day, re-uploaded his original video on Quantum with slight edits made to decrease the likelihood of it being taken down. Behind the scenes, a larger gaming creator known as Yakman was already in contact with Mischief about the situation. Publicly, other creators, small and large, were beginning to pick up his story. Yet Quantum persisted, as the following day on the 16th, he uploaded his 4th video, trying to bring the narrative back to Elden Ring. He then attacks anyone willing to pick up this story and goes back on attacking the Elden Ring player base. Then a 5th video on the 17th, a video responding to rival Review Tech USA, a larger channel that dabbles in tech and commentary. The strategy of trying to bring the argument to a lesser offense wasn't working. Though again, in this video he tries to tie it all back to Elden Ring while trying to explain away what he meant by telling viewers to end themselves.
You guys are bashing on me, calling me a filthy casual player, and I say, hey man, go kill yourself. Because that's the name of the game. Go kill yourself. Go die in the game a bunch of times. That's literally what the game is about and what you're bitching at me for not wanting to go do. I tell you to go do it, and now he said go kill yourself. You just don't do that. What in the woke trash is that? Get the fuck out of here with that.
In this video, he used another strategy from his moveset. He was trying to deflect creators' arguments and accusing them of whatever he is being accused of.
You literally want people to accept only your opinion. You want an echo chamber, and when you don't get it, you're going to resort to childish behavior.
It is important to note that Quantum was still removing comments, disabling the like bar, and had a Discord where he was surrounded by those few that supported him. Another issue arose. The 6th video on the subject, uploaded on the 18th, also responding to Review Tech USA, was more deflection. And addressing the 2018 Twitter post saying that 2 women dancing should have been part of a tragedy, and other tweets of that essence. Old enemies were joining in and adding to the stacking pile of evidence. Quantum, in response, said that he was hacked during this time and wouldn't be in his character to say those things.
But he wants to run with cancel culture. He wants to literally try to cancel me for hacked tweets. Yes, you heard that right. Hacked tweets as if I'm special. That's right, folks. I'm the only one on social media, period, that has ever been hacked. Never mind the fact that when people hack you, they literally turn your page into something that goes totally against your values and literally what you initially set your page up to be.
Also being brought to light was a Batman review posted just 8 days ago where he calls an actress a half-breed.
One of the moments that were really annoying for me is like you had Selena Kyle, which is Lenny Kravitz's daughter, like a half-breed, basically.
What?
It was apparent people were going through his history of
Hap-read? What the fuck are you talking about? Hap-read? What do you mean hap-read? Ooh.
damning videos. So in March, he mass deleted hundreds of them that resulted in over 5 million views lost on his channel. Quantum did some digging of his own and found a video of Review Tech USA using the F-slur when confronting a possible troll.
I don't know, man, but you seem that you are such a fucking loser rabbit that you come on here all the fucking time.
Yet the attention was still on Quantum, with more eyes on him than he's ever had. Evident through this capture of his Discord, where he prods at his former one-way enemies Stop the FOMO, Digital Trends, and HDTV Test, exposing them to be, quote, Satanist in disguise. Every time I've seen one of their videos, you can tell they are trying to brainwash the masses into their gay, liberal, satanic, atheist agenda, unquote. Quantum then goes on to say that watching Stop the FOMO in particular will influence you to have relationships with your father and do drugs while trying to conjure demons. His source is when Stop the FOMO used a symbol from the television show Lucifer when trying to calibrate a TV. The rest of the post is more the same, as he is combating YouTubers' gay agenda and reminds others to stay strong in the face of Christ who died for our sins. Then the final video in March of this topic was uploaded on the 28th.
I'll tell you this, keep your eyes open for what we do next, because boy oh boy, if you're mad now, you're gonna be pissed when you just see how far we continue to grow and what we take it to.
That's where
April
trouble, I'm
continued
sorry.
this madness. On the 2nd, another video, this time calling Review Tech USA a predator for being a fan of a streamer and states that Review Tech USA deserves to be divorced. A similar video was uploaded on the 3rd, and then nothing. Except a mass deletion of nearly all of his Elden Ring videos that at this point was done in vain because they were already backed up and spread to smaller commentators that were covering Quantum's incessant rants. By far, the most effective video was one that's purpose wasn't even on covering Quantum, but a compilation of criticizing the most disliked Elden Ring opinions on YouTube, uploaded by none other than the Actman.
And next up on the Elden Ring Clown Show is a rabbit hole I can't be bothered to go into. Apparently this guy Quantum TV made an Elden Ring review that he later deleted. People saw it was filled with terrible takes and made fun of it, like you do on the internet. One of these videos happened to be from a 17-year-old British guy named Mischief, and his response video triggered Quantum TV so far off the edge that he threatened to copyright strike a minor in a different country for criticizing him. This also led to a bunch of other YouTubers picking up the story, which led to Quantum making more videos and justifying his insane takes that you're about to see. It's like a rabbit hole we don't even want to go down.
Though Quantum's 3 initial videos did take up the majority of Actman's criticisms, it likely would have been left at this. And then Quantum responded. Scrolling through all the negative comments he received revealed that he was going to try to take even Actman's videos down through copyright.
So for every single take on this internet that you see where people are saying that none of this is about Elden Ring, there you go. This is what it's about. So since, what is his name here? The Actman? Never heard of you until your fans came and attacked literally all of my videos and just started spamming and trolling and all that crap. So we're going to go over your so-called hot takes, which contains a lot of stolen footage, and which, by the way, I'll look into my options around getting that taken down because...
In the same video, at around the 5-minute mark, he accidentally reveals Actman's video to be fair use by saying Actman was adding his own twist and turns and therefore transforming it into a different video, which means it was protected by fair use.
You want to criticize me, do it all day, every day. You're doing it anyway. But the point is, like, the way you're doing it is dishonest. It's like, you know, you're taking things out of context, you're adding your little twists and your opinions to things.
A very damning start to his biggest mistake yet. Quantum did try to take down Actman's video, but through sheer incompetence, didn't even fill out the takedown form correctly. For the title of the video, he simply put Elden Ring Review. He didn't link to his stolen content as required because he removed his videos, and he cites the entirety of this section where Actman discusses Quantum as his own original work. On the 19th of April, after receiving this takedown attempt that was not enforced by YouTube, likely through the incompetence of Quantum, Actman decided he wanted to settle this directly and visited Quantum's Discord where it was taken to private messages. But Quantum was unwilling to budge nor discuss matters through a voice chat. There has also never been a situation, at least a known one, where Quantum talks to a creator through voice chat directly. He wouldn't be able to defend himself through his typical strategy of a one-sided argument. Now, both parties involved would escalate the situation. The Ackman's goal, as revealed through a second video uploaded on April 23, 2022, besides promoting Mischief to the point that his channel was larger than Quantum's, which it is now, was to take down Quantum's channel.
I suggest you make peace with whatever content you wish to publish on your channel before you see this screen again, and Quantum, you're gonna see it again.
This video is of high quality, and themed in the video game series Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, where Ackman was playing his own take on Phoenix Wright as the Act Attorney, going over what led to this situation, including Review Text USA's and Mischief's coverage of Quantum. As for his stance, he could, theoretically, take down Quantum's channel by citing copyright abuse. But that much is harder to prove because as long as any video includes the likeness or work of the accuser, then they have the right to challenge it no matter how much it lies within fair use. This is because YouTube, in terms of copyright, protects itself with its offhand approach, and will let the individual creators or companies bring it to a court of law that will give the ultimate decision. Undeniable copyright abuse is when someone tries to take down a video or multiple videos with none of their likeness. The second method that Ackman was using to try to get Quantum banned was pointing out Quantum's ban evading, because people rediscovered Quantum's original banned channel, Quantum Apotheosis. That means that Quantum TV could very much be terminated for ban evasion. Little did either know how deep this would go.
Yes, is this mother? I'm calling on behalf of Quantum TV. Your son has been making a string of really defamatory posts about things he doesn't necessarily understand, and I want to try to talk about this.
That is Quantum TV on the phone calling the Ackman's mother. This call took place only 40 minutes after the Ackman uploaded his second video, which is very revealing of Quantum's tactics and how he was either sitting on his mother's information or just found it that fast. The call is recorded through Quantum's in-house security camera that was only able to pick up Quantum's side of the call. Less than a minute in, she presumably asks how he got her number, which he responds,
Public records.
He also reveals he is contacting her to get a hold of Ackman, though he had a prior conversation with him and an offer to call through Discord. There was even a live stream hosted by Mischief and had the Ackman on as a guest, where Quantum was typing in the chat. Both hosts were persistent in trying to get Quantum on so they could speak to him.
You're in chat, you're talking to us, just join the fucking server. Like, just have a conversation instead of, like, typing on chat, because that shit's delayed. It's really annoying.
But Quantum kept dodging the offer with the excuse that he was driving. The phone call, at least as much as Quantum recorded, was nearly 8 minutes long. The tactic of calling another creator's mother and threatening a litigation is not a common one, and after the 6-minute mark of threats of litigation and giving his phone number to her so she can pass it on to the Ackman,
I mean, at this point, I want to limit the amount of information that we're giving out because I don't plan on doing a whole lot, if not necessary. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, if you're comfortable with it, you can give him my phone number, and me and your son can have a conversation. No malice or anything behind this.
she, as most people would be, is in disbelief that this is not a prank call.
It's not a prank call. This isn't a game. I'm not sitting here to cause trouble for anyone. So, yeah, I just want him to leave me alone. He's harassing the hell out of me, really, if I'm being quite honest with you, ma'am. And I think at this point, it's to a point where if he doesn't stop, my only choice would be legal action. And I don't really like to go that route. It's not that I don't have the ability to go that route. I'd rather not drag a family through the mud given the times and the current status of the world. You understand what I mean? Like,
A minute after the call ends, still in disbelief, she calls back to make sure it wasn't a prank.
hello, on TV. No, you're good. This is an actual contact for Quantum TV. You can call me anytime. It's legit.
At this point in time, no one knew about the call except for Quantum TV, his wife, and the Ackman's family. In contacting the Ackman's mother, Quantum showed he had the Ackman's family's personal information and could open them to harassment beyond just Quantum himself. This event also gives more credibility to what happened to Ninjishin several years back. And this tactic worked. The feud had jumped off of YouTube and was affecting the Ackman's family. As a direct result, the Ackman
Okay, guys,
on
I'm
Twitter,
in.
about 2
Sorry,
hours
it took
after
me
the
about
call,
10 minutes.
announced he was going back to regular content.
Like, I'm so sorry. I had a bad password problems and I had to change drives because of the Starfield thing, and that put me down like an hour. I'm gonna stay in it and keep going for another Another like 25 minutes or something, do some battle, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Maybe an hour and a half, I don't know, we'll see. I might stay up till 7 because I want to go to bed. I'm exhausted, and it's gonna be a long day for me. So now I do want to see if... All right, sweet. And then we will shut that. And cool. I don't know how that got messed up, but it did. Oh, yeah. Well, let's go back. Okay, that's good. And then, did I start the... Okay, logging in. Sorry, had a bad problem there, but fixed it and got it back on track. And go Vane, huh? That's supposed to be pretty good. Oops, shit, I mistyped. Very good. Finally got back in. Yes, allow access, yeah. Oh, good. All my settings are still here. Everything's just as it should be, but, oh yeah, I turned it down, did I? Wait, no. Wait, what? Oh, did my headphones stop? No, my headphones are on. Oh, right. I probably killed the sound, is what it is. So the sound. The sound. Now why? Yeah, why don't I have sound? Did you die? Yeah, you died. Is why. Oh my god. All right. Log in again. Jesus Christ! How many times do I have to do this, man? Log in again. Oh, are you actually doing the Starfield download? No. Oh, good. There we go. Well, but I want to do this right now. I'll do it when I go to bed. Now, I gotta get down to you. Yes. You crashed for some reason, and it's so annoying. Okay, so...
Was done with the quantum business. What happens next is unsurprising. The most regular thing predicted by an irregular person's documented actions. A day after the call, on April 24th, Quantum TV released another video titled The Power of an Apology. In the Quantum TV moveset, he will struggle not to gloat after he has seemingly won. He will press and press more than ever before if he feels the other person has lost. More importantly, he also uses his actions or offenses as a defense. If he does something malicious, he understands that that action is malicious, but will attempt to manipulate the situation to make it seem like whatever he did also happened to him, or at least happened to him first while ignoring the malice behind his own actions.
And then you don't just stop there. You go even further with it. And some of you start doxing and sharing personal information. And then you go even a step further. You find people in real life, and then you start vandalizing things. And then when you as a creator are approached and told, your video did this, these are your fans that are doing this, dude, you gotta stop. You guys double down and go, you know what? Fuck you. You're full of shit. You're what is it? You're pathologically lying about this. Why would anyone lie to you about reaching out to you? Bro, ask him. Don't think I'm playing around. I called Ackman's mother to get a hold of him to let him know the kind of damage he was causing, okay? I'm not fucking around with this.
In a about 30-second span, Quantum goes from discussing how rapidly things devolve to taboo tactics, like accessing personal information to harass creators, to then gloating about calling the Ackman's mom, thus revealing it to the world that Quantum TV called the Ackman's mother. As Quantum requested, people were reaching out to the Ackman to verify this. And the Ackman on Twitter did so with this image where his mother calls Quantum a nut and states, quote, "If we see you, Quantum, we shoot on sight," unquote. The Ackman was back in the game, and as a response to this two-part tweet, Quantum uploaded a nearly 30-minute long video with the full call. And because the Ackman stated he would shoot on sight, Quantum titled the video, "The Ackman Threatened to Murder Me." It should be noted that before, after, and during all of this, Quantum maintained his schedule of television reviews. After the last Ackman video, things slowed down. On April 29th and May 17th, YouTube emailed the Ackman, and on both instances, they said that they did not find any violations of their community guidelines in reference to Quantum TV. Quantum, in his Discord, was saying, quote, "I wish the most painful death on everyone involved in this massive smear campaign," unquote. Overall, May was an uneventful month. In June, however, Ackman's third video on Quantum was uploaded titled The Dark Age of YouTube. In the video, the Ackman actualizes the Ace Attorney character, full with custom-made animations like you would find in the actual game series. He summarizes the more recent events like the call to his mother and uses Quantum's words against him. He also discusses the unlikeliness of Quantum getting hacked, as he's using it as an excuse to remove himself from these tweets, because Quantum has demonstrated time after time that he aligns with that ideology. The Ackman also goes over Quantum's history of copyright abuse with other creators, and positions himself and in a way YouTube that they either ban Quantum TV or that they side with hate, creating a with us or against us situation. The most important part of this video is it delves into the banned channel Quantum Apotheosis and the current channel Quantum TV that is being used to ban Evade and his grounds for termination of his channel. Except there is an issue. Though the Wayback Machine shows that Quantum Apotheosis was banned for several years, it was unbanned as recent as April 21st, 2022, just 2 days prior to when the Ackman released his second video. But now, somehow in June, which is 2 months later, the channel is unbanned and rebranded as Next Gen Gamers, meaning that Quantum was no longer ban evading because his original channel was unbanned, and this is the Ackman's theory to how that was possible.
Your Honor, it's possible to change the custom URL of a YouTube channel quite easily. I suspect he found this video, changed the link of an old channel he had privated to match this one, and is trying to pass it off as if he was never terminated.
While the Ackman does have an interesting theory, the more recent explanation as to the unbanning of his channel is far more bizarre and is revealed later. Before then, YouTube did take action, and only 4 days after the Ackman's third video because they went ahead and took that video down. The reason was for violating YouTube's policy on nudity or sexual content. As to why was deducted to an image in the video where Quantum is presented with a cucumber in his mouth. In YouTube's vague reasoning, it allowed the employee that was reviewing the video to remove it for unwanted sexualization, possibly a luck of the draw, because as is for much of YouTube, their systems are incredibly flawed, and the company is so big there are huge problems with communication and consistency. YouTube is a massive mess behind the scenes, exemplified by the reviewing system that is delegated to inconsistent employees that reasoning for takedowns, approval of monetization, and other aspects relies on whoever is currently reviewing said video. On YouTube, you can upload the same video twice, and one can be approved by a YouTube employee saying that there was nothing wrong with the video and can accept advertisements. Approved. While the very same video, if reviewed again by a different employee with different personal beliefs, they can choose to not allow advertising.
I don't know.
This is to say the fate of any video will be determined by luck, and the Ackman got very unlucky. This takedown bothered the Ackman and a sea of YouTubers and streamers. In various communities, the outcry for this decision was felt in multiple videos covering YouTube's bizarre decision. And a day after it was taken down, the Ackman released various tweets, one saying he is again distancing himself from the situation after he claims the attention he was getting had a fan look up his family's information and reached out to his brother via text message. He was also making sarcastic tweets about new series he was planning and where he would break YouTube's rules. A joke that was meant to state that there was no consequence when Quantum broke them, so there wouldn't be a consequence for him or other rule breakers. One of these tweets read, quote, "I'm excited to announce a new series of videos I'll be making on YouTube called Doxing Adventures with Ackman. In it, I'll be doxing and harassing the family members of YouTube employees and other content creators. It's sure to have lots of family fun. Ha ha ha, winky face." Unquote. This tweet was up for a few hours before being taken down because behind the scenes, Ackman's partner manager asked him to do so. Yet 2 days later, his channel was demonetized. But the answer was not clear, and onlookers were as riled up as ever. The spreading assumption was because Ackman was airing out YouTube's incompetence, and they were trying to silence him by taking down his video and removing his ability to earn AdSense through his other videos. What's more is that this was in the same vein of Quantum sending out copyright strikes to silence his critics. And then that deleted tweet joking about doxing was reanalyzed. On the 9th, in an interview hosted by news creator Phil DeFranco with the Ackman as a guest, reveals that the tweet was the reason he was removed from the partner program.
11's dying now, which is really bad. I think I'm gonna have to reinstall, which is like, god damn it. I mean, the macros aren't very fucking bad. I better just full blown uninstall. I didn't know this was going to be a whole thing with Starfield and all this. Well, so unfortunately, guys, Final Fantasy 11 is now dying now that I moved it to the D drive. So I unfortunately am not going to go any further today. I'm going to go to bed here. So thank you so much for hanging around. I'm sorry for the last hour was full of password problems and stuff. But with the Starfield thing install I've got to do before this evening and all the other stuff I got to do. I kind of had to get ready for my day to keep the rest of the stream running, and I'm sorry about that. I thought I was going to play quite a lot of Final Fantasy here this morning, but I'm just going to go to bed. So just a reminder, you've been watching Skycat.live. That is my website, Skycat.live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. I'm on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, etc. And if you wish to donate, come click on the cat's face right here. And that is the only way you can donate to me. I am not an affiliate of Twitch or YouTube or Facebook. And I really appreciate when people do show the love. And thank you so much. I've had a lot of love lately. So, come donate if you like what you saw. And, little bit, lot, doesn't matter what it is. And thank you so much. I think that is everything for tonight. I'm going to go to bed. Thanks for watching a video with me instead of playing Final Fantasy. That did not work out the way I wanted. But, and oh yeah, that's bad. Yeah, I don't know. There we go. And file save. Yep. Okay, and so anyways, thank you so much for hanging around, guys. And so what did we do today? We did a nice 3-hour Baldur's Gate session, and then I got on Final Fantasy 11 and did content all night from for only. This wasn't a very long day because I have a big day tonight. So it's the Starfield launch tonight, and I'm going to be playing pretty late. And so, yeah. And so, it's got to cut it early because it's not a 14-hour day tonight because it's a 16-hour day tomorrow. So I hope that helps. Usually I do 14 hours, and some days I do, most days I do. Actually, in the last 4 days, I've done 16-hour days almost every day. So, but today I got to take a small break because it is Rust Wipe Day. Tune in today at 2 p.m. PST for Rust Wipe. On the hardcore zombie server, if the server's up. If not, I'll just play Final Fantasy 11 until 5 o'clock PST, which is in exactly 12 hours, and we will do what is it called? Starfield at 5 p.m. and exactly we are 12 hours away from Starfield. It's Starfield Day. It's Starfield Day. So so I'm going to come on and I'm going to do a stream at 5 p.m. for Starfield until 8 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, I do my Baldur's Gate 3 campaign. And then I will play at 11 o'clock. I will play more Starfield or well, maybe Final Fantasy 11. I don't know. We're gonna see how Starfield is. If it grips me and I want to be back in there, I'll be back in there to play some more of it. If not, I'll put off and I'll play Final Fantasy 11. I've got so many good games to play right now that I'm happy. And I don't need to worry too much about Starfield. Honestly, I'm more worried that I'm missing 76 as the days go by than I am about Starfield, which is kind of funny. But yes, and that's it. So catch me tonight for official Starfield launch. I'm very excited. I have been waiting for this day for 13 months or something, and I'm really excited. It's good to have good launches and stuff. You know, in the background looms Remnant 2, which was also a really fucking amazing game. So I want to finish that as well. So we'll come through that one as well. I just don't have time to do all the good games. So thank you for hanging around. I'm sorry the last couple hours weren't too good. I usually do pretty consistent, but with the drive changes I had to do for Starfield, that kicked Final Fantasy 11 over, and I'm gonna have to do an entirely fresh install entirely. So unfortunately, you know, I don't know what to do about this. It's dying. I'm going to have to uninstall it entirely, which is so fucking tragic. God damn it. I'm going to have to redo all of my settings, all of my fucking keybinds, and all of my macros and stuff. And that's fucking, not my keybinds, but just my settings and my macros. And that's annoying, but I mean, yeah, you kind of fucked up my install here. I don't think a repair is going to work on that. And I'm just going to put it right back on the C drive, and I'm never going to take it off my C drive. 16 gigs is fine for my C drive. I was able to free up more space than I thought, so there's that anyways. So now I'm in the background uninstalling Final Fantasy 11, and I'm going to install Final Fantasy 11 here and Starfield, and yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. But yeah. So yeah, so anyways, thank you so much, guys. I'm going to sorry, I just had a problem pop, but anyways, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to bail on you, but today's a big day. So check in 8 hours for Rust Hardcore Zombies. It's going to be the best day of gaming of my entire life. It's going to be Rust Hardcore Zombies for 3 hours until 5 o'clock when Starfield unlocks, and then I'm going full Starfield for 3 hours until Baldur's Gate 3 for 3 hours into Starfield or Final Fantasy 11. I'm not sure which. So I do see some solid viewership here of 5 people. I really love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm sorry to bail with you so early. Normally I would hang around a couple more hours, you know, but not today. Today's a big day.